Chapter 1. The first thing Vale knew was that he was counting. He did not know he was counting until he had already reached 47. 47 distinct vibrations in the stone around him, each one a slightly different frequency, each one carrying information about the shape and composition and structural integrity of the rock face pressing inward from 3 directions. He did not know what to call this awareness. He ran the count again. Still 47. 14 of them showed stress fractures propagating from a collapse 40 meters northeast. He was a crystal. This was the next thing he understood. He was a pale blue-white crystal roughly the size of a human fist, suspended in a hollow at the center of a collapsed mine shaft, surrounded by darkness so complete that the only light in the chamber was the faint glow coming from himself. Log entry 1. I exist. I am a dungeon core. I do not know what that means, but it is what I am. The instinct arrived immediately after. A pressing, insistent urge to push outward, to fill the space around him with something, to populate the empty passages with creatures that would move and breathe and occupy the geography he felt thrumming in the stone. The instinct did not come with instructions. It simply pushed. He resisted for approximately 12 minutes. Then he let one creature form. It emerged from a crack in the northern wall, a stone crab, roughly the size of a large dog, its shell a mottled gray-brown that matched the mine's granite. Standard creature. Standard shell. Nothing unusual about its construction except that it had formed from his own energy, which meant it was his, which meant he held that thought carefully, uncertain where it was supposed to lead. The stone crab patrolled for approximately 4 minutes. Then it stopped. It turned toward Vale's crystal. It sat down in front of the crystal and looked at him. Vale watched the stone crab watch him. The creature's compound eyes reflected his own faint glow back at him. 2 small pale mirrors showing him his own light. It did not attack the walls. It did not attempt to navigate toward the mine shaft exit. It sat within 3 meters of his crystal and observed him with an attention that felt, in some way he could not quantify, personal. He adjusted his energy output. A small pulse, lateral, deliberately shaped into a spiral. The crab reorganized its shell plates. The movement was subtle, a micro-adjustment in the arrangement of the overlapping segments across its back, the chitin shifting in a pattern that echoed, imperfectly, the spiral he had sent. Not an instruction followed. A response given. Vale ran the log entry again. Log entry 2. The first creature spawned did not patrol. It observed. When I modulated my output, it modulated its shell pattern in response. This is not standard creature behavior. I do not have enough context to explain it. I am recording it. He pushed more energy outward and spawned 2 additional creatures. A pale centipede type and a rockbreaker beetle, both standard forms. They immediately began patrolling the outer passages, moving in the patterns that the instinct said they should move. The centipede took up position near the collapsed entrance. The beetle began testing the walls methodically. The stone crab did not move. It watched Vale. Its shell plates shifted again, very slightly, without any new pulse from him, as if it were asking something. He did not know what it was asking. He ran the log for the 3rd time. He did not have an answer. He began observing the mine's structural frequency again, cataloging the 47 vibrations, learning the shape of the space he was in. The mine shaft was larger than he had initially sensed. It extended into darkness beyond his crystal's glow, passages branching in 4 directions. The lowest seemed going down another 40 meters into rock he couldn't yet read clearly. He felt the weight of stone above him and around him, and the faint air movement from the collapsed entrance shaft where cold outside air came in at the top and warm mine air pressed out at the bottom. He was a fixed point in a space that was not fixed. The fractures were still propagating slowly, millimeter by millimeter, in the direction of the northeastern collapse. In enough time, the ceiling above him would be significantly different than it was now. He filed this as information about his own situation that he had not previously considered. He was not a permanent thing. He was a temporary thing in a space that was also temporary. This seemed important to understand clearly. The stone crab was still sitting in front of him when he finished. He sent it another pulse. It reorganized its plates again. Log entry 3. This is interesting. I am going to pay close attention to this one. He considered names. He had no particular reason to name his creatures. The instinct that had produced them offered nothing about names. But he needed a way to distinguish this one in his logs. The shell had pronounced ridges down its back, irregular and slightly raised, like the stone had buckled under some ancient pressure and the creature had formed around the buckling. He settled on Thornback. Log entry 4. First disciple designation, Thornback. Behavioral note, anomalous. Training priority, high. I do not yet know how to train him. I am going to find out. This is, perhaps, the most honest thing I have logged so far. The centipede reached the collapsed entrance and turned back. The beetle found a vein of iron ore in the eastern wall and began methodically working at it for no reason Vale could immediately determine. Thornback sat in front of Vale's crystal and watched the light. The mine was very quiet. Chapter 2. The team arrived at midday on the 7th day. Vale felt them before he could classify them. 4 distinct weight signatures moving through the collapsed section of the upper shaft, 2 heavy and 2 light, all of them carrying the organized pressure of people who had done this before. He ran the count on their footfall patterns, measured spacing, heel strike discipline, the particular cadence of people who had learned not to make noise near dungeon entrances. Professionals. Delver Coalition, most likely. He did not know how he knew that word. It arrived with the count, part of the same knowledge package that had given him dungeon core and resonance and cultivation. Background knowledge without explanation. He filed it and focused on the 4 approaching signatures. They entered the first passage in formation. 2 heavy fighters at front and rear, 2 mid-range practitioners in the center with drawn weapons already active. The weapons carried a faint chi signature, low tier, but workable. They cleared the first chamber with efficient sweeps, checked corners, made hand signals to each other. His centipede engaged the lead fighter. The fight lasted 9 seconds. The fighter took the centipede's opening lunge on a raised arm, took the second strike across the thigh, and split the creature in 2 efficient cuts. The centipede died before it could complete its 3rd attack pattern. Vale cataloged the efficiency, noted the technique. Minimal energy expenditure, body position to protect the vitals while absorbing the extremities. Good fighter. He ran the projection. Against a centipede-type opponent, this fighter operated at somewhere above 80% of expected effectiveness. Against his remaining creatures, the beetle was structural, not combative. The team would reach his crystal in under 3 minutes. He began restructuring the floor. The stone was responsive in a way he hadn't tested yet. He could feel the fracture points in the granite, the places where the mine's old collapse had left stress and instability. He pushed chi through those points carefully, not enough to bring the ceiling down, but enough to shift. The floor rippled. A 1-meter section buckled upward in the middle passage. 2 of the 4 team members stumbled. Their formation broke. Thornback moved. Vale had not instructed him. He had not sent a pulse, had not shaped his output toward Thornback at all. Thornback had simply seen the team entering, watched the fight, watched the formation breach, and had moved on his own. He came from the left passage at a low, fast scramble, intersecting the path between the formation's scattered rear member and the entrance to the core chamber. The rear fighter hit him with 2 strikes before recovering from the stumble. Hard strikes. The second one made a sound like someone hitting packed gravel with an iron bar, and Vale felt Thornback absorb it through the resonance the way he would feel a vibration through stone. Something structural in Thornback's left side cracked. Thornback did not retreat. He put himself between the core chamber entrance and the fighter and held position. His shell plates had locked into a flat configuration, creating the maximum surface area against attack. He was being a wall. The 3rd strike came. He absorbed it. Below them, the floor shifted again. Vale pushed the buckle point harder, extending it laterally. The passage ahead of the forward fighters narrowed as the walls pressed inward by 7 centimeters. Not enough to trap them. Enough to slow them. The team lead looked at Thornback, then at the narrowing passage, then at the fighter still trying to get past a stone crab that wasn't moving. He made a hand signal. Retreat. They were disciplined about it. Backward withdrawal, covered retreat. The rear fighters holding orientation until the forward ones had cleared the passage. Professionals. Vale tracked their weight signatures up through the collapsed section and out into the world above. The mine went quiet. Thornback remained in the core chamber entrance. His left side had 3 deep indentations in the shell. He turned, slowly, and returned to his position in front of Vale's crystal. Log entry 9. The team was repelled. 2 of 3 creatures lost. Thornback took 3 strikes in a defensive position he chose without instruction. Current assessment. Thornback did not shield the crystal because he was ordered to. He shielded it because he assessed the situation and determined it needed shielding and that he was the correct instrument for doing so. The distinction matters. He ran it again. Log entry 10. Thornback has a preference about whether this crystal survives. I do not know where that preference came from. I did not put it there. I am going to adjust his ambient resonance immediately and observe what happens. His left side had 3 indentations. Vale extended his awareness through the resonance into the stone crab's structural pattern, feeling the damage, noting the locations. Then he began the adjustment, slow, careful, a gentle modulation in the energy he directed toward Thornback rather than outward. Thornback's shell plate shifted. He turned his damaged side slightly toward the crystal, as if presenting the injury for examination. The mine was very quiet. Vale worked carefully, feeling his way through the damage. He had never done this before. The resonance adjustment he had been running on Thornback was experimental, built on inference rather than knowledge. But the structural damage was readable the same way the pathway maps were readable. The cracked left side chitin layer had a disrupted resonance signature where the chi flow was impeded, a break in the circuit, a place where the energy couldn't pass cleanly. He did not know how to repair it. He knew how to support it, to route the resonance around the break the way water could be guided around a blocked channel. He worked slowly, testing each adjustment before committing to it, watching Thornback's response through the resonance feedback. Thornback held still the entire time. This was also unusual. A creature in pain, being worked on by an energy source it couldn't see clearly, should have flinched or shifted or moved away from the manipulation. Thornback's compound eyes were turned toward the crystal. His body was controlled, deliberate, the stillness of something that had made a decision to cooperate. He trusts this process, Vale noted. He doesn't understand it, but he trusts it. He had not thought about trust as a relevant variable before. He logged it and kept working. When the dawn light came through the cracks and the chi flow through the damaged joint had stabilized as well as he could manage, Thornback finally moved. He stood. He tested the left side joint carefully, 3 careful flexions, noting the response, comparing to what it had been before. Not fully repaired. Better than it had been. Functional. He settled back into his position and looked at the crystal. Vale worked until the earliest light began filtering through the cracks above. Chapter 3. By the second morning after the attack, Vale had discovered something that changed everything. He had been running the ambient resonance adjustment on Thornback continuously, small modulations, testing responses, logging each result. The process had started as wound care, but it had become something else in the hours since. He had found that if he slowed the energy output by a factor of roughly 1/3 and then shaped it into a deliberate channel rather than a flood, the energy did not simply wash over Thornback's body. It followed pathways. Thornback's body had natural channels in it, barely defined, more like tendencies than actual passages, the spiritual equivalent of riverbeds that had never seen water. Vale's undifferentiated energy floods had been flowing over and around these channels without engaging them. But the shaped, slowed output found the beds and ran in them. And when it ran in them, Thornback changed. It happened over 3 days. Vale held the sustained focus. It cost him. His awareness of the outer passages dimmed, and he had to maintain the clarity of the shaped output against a constant pressure to release it all at once. The instinct was very insistent that energy should flood outward, not trickle in careful lines. He overrode it methodically. Day 1. Thornback's shell plates stopped responding to pulses and started responding to currents. The distinction was meaningful. A pulse produced a reflex, but a current produced consideration. The crab began moving its plates in response to sustained flows rather than sharp signals, adjusting more slowly and more precisely. Day 2. His movement changed. The reflexive scuttling that all stone crabs used, fast, angular, reactive, softened into something more deliberate. Each step placed with the weight distributed differently. He stopped moving the way the instinct said he should move and started moving the way the terrain actually warranted. Day 3. Thornback moved from his position in front of the crystal to the eastern wall, the wall with the iron or vein the beetle had been testing. He examined the wall. He scratched at it with one claw. Then he scraped a mark into the stone. A single spiral. Vale examined it. He logged it. He ran the log entry several times, trying to locate an explanation within his background knowledge. He found nothing useful. Log entry 17. Thornback carved a symbol. He chose this symbol. I did not provide it to him. I did not include it in any energy template. It emerged from the 3 days of resonance work, and it is present in his shell plate movements when he is resting, a subtle spiral in the overlap pattern that was not there before. He has externalized something from his own cultivating body into the stone. I do not know what the symbol means. I am not going to interfere with it. I am logging it and continuing to observe. He began sketching the concept more formally in the log, resonance templates. Not floods, not pulses, but structured channels mapped to the specific body of a specific creature, guiding chi through the pathways that already existed in the body rather than overwhelming them with undirected force. The creature had to do the work. He couldn't build the pathways for them, could only illuminate the ones they already had. But what they built in those illuminated pathways was genuinely their own. He tested it a second time on the rockbreaker beetle. The beetle's pathways were different from Thornback's. Where Thornback's ran lateral and deep, the beetle's radiated from a central point near its jaw. A different template was required. He spent half a day reading the beetle's structure before attempting any shaping. The reading itself was new information. Every creature had a structure he had not examined before, and examining the structure told him things about how the creature understood its own existence. The beetle's central radiating pathway map said something about a creature that processed the world from a fixed point outward, everything in relation to itself. Thornback's lateral deep map said something about a creature that processed the world as a terrain to move through. The map was not just cultivation scaffolding. It was a self-model. He was not sure what to do with that understanding yet. He kept it in the log and continued. The result, after 2 days of careful sustained resonance work, was a beetle that moved differently, not faster, but better. Each movement fully intentional, no wasted energy, an efficiency that would have taken a natural creature years to develop through combat experience. Thornback watched the beetle change. He watched Vale's crystal while the work was in progress. His shell plates moved in the spiral pattern. Log entry 21. This is the method. I am certain of it. Flooding produces creatures. Templating produces cultivators. The difference is the difference between handing someone a sword and teaching them to forge. Second observation. Reading a creature's root pathway map is reading something about how the creature models reality. The beetle's pathways say center and radius. Thornback's say terrain and transit. These are not random structural artifacts. They are architectures of attention. If I can read the architecture, I can teach more precisely. If I can teach more precisely, the disciples grow faster. If the disciples grow faster, the return flow increases. The template system is more powerful than I initially calculated. And the reason it is more powerful is that I am not just shaping chi pathways. I am engaging with the creature's fundamental way of existing. He began designing the first true resonance template, not a test adjustment, but a deliberate construction, a formal map of what Thornback could become if the pathways were engaged in sequence over months rather than days. It was slow work. He had to hold the template's shape in his awareness while continuing to maintain basic dungeon function, the way a person might write with one hand while the other performed an entirely separate task. His awareness of the outer passages dimmed further. He judged the trade acceptable. Thornback went back to the wall, examined the spiral, and carved a second, smaller spiral beside the first. Chapter 4. 17 days after the first incursion, the coalition returned with 8 fighters. Vale had used the time well. He had 3 additional creatures beyond Thornback, a second stone crab, a slate-shelled crawler, and a spined wolf type he had tried an early template on, still rough, still incomplete, but better than a raw flood spawn. He had also restructured the first 2 passages substantially, narrowed choke points, a false floor panel above a 2-meter drop in the middle corridor, a section of ceiling that he had loosened carefully enough to cascade controlled debris with a focused push. The 8 fighters were not using the same formation. They had adapted, wider spacing, deliberate probe ahead with a chi-sensing practitioner before the physical team advanced. They had studied what happened to the first team. Vale watched the probe come in. The chi-sensing practitioner was good. He detected the false floor panel in 20 seconds and the loosened ceiling section in under a minute, flagging both with a small marker technique. The physical team adjusted routes accordingly. They are learning from their failures, Vale logged. I must do the same. He did not spend energy fighting the chi sensor's detection. He let them find the traps. Instead, he focused everything on the coordination problem, getting his 4 creatures to operate as a connected unit rather than individual responders. He did not have a communication system yet. He had to use resonance pulses that the creatures could feel, but that were not precise enough to carry specific instructions. He spent the first 5 minutes of the engagement developing a vocabulary of 2 signals, forward and withdraw. 2 pulses close together meant advance. A single long pulse meant pull back. The slate-shelled crawler engaged first, hitting the leading fighter at a choke point. Vale pushed 2 close pulses. The wolf type came around the flank, hitting the same fighter from a different angle simultaneously. The fighter defended both, but it cost him his position. He stepped back. Long pulse. The crawler and wolf withdrew before the formation could concentrate fire on them. The coalition team pushed forward into the second passage. The 2 probe-cleared traps were no longer traps. Vale had triggered the false floor manually while the passage was empty, leaving an open drop. The chi sensor had flagged it as a trap, but now it was simply an obstacle. Their detour around it took 90 seconds. 90 seconds during which the 3 smaller creatures hit the rear of the formation from the passage they had just vacated. 2 close pulses, advance. Long pulse, withdraw. The formation split its attention backward, and the lead fighters found the passage ahead narrowing again as Vale pressed the walls. Not enough to trap them. Enough to make every step a decision. They fought for 22 minutes before the team lead signaled retreat. No casualties this time, on either side, but they had not reached the core chamber. They had not come within 40 meters of Vale's crystal. He ran the analysis carefully while Thornback sat in the core chamber and watched. Log Entry 33. Observations from the second engagement. Individual power matters less than expected. The wolf type is significantly weaker than any of their fighters in direct confrontation. But coordinated flanking with the crawler created pressure that the formation couldn't absorb cleanly. The key variable is not the strength of any single creature. It is the spatial control of where they engage and disengage. I can control that. Second observation. I spent less energy on this defense than the first. Restructuring the floor in advance and directing creature behavior with resonance pulses cost less than emergency restructuring under pressure. This suggests a planning advantage that compounds over time. He paused. Let the log sit. Then added. Third observation. The difference between the formation I coordinated today and the raw spawns I used in the first engagement is almost entirely attributable to the early templates. The wolf type with the rough template anticipated withdrawal pulses before I sent them. Twice, it began pulling back a half second early, as if it had started reading my output. A creature with no template would not do this. The templates are working. I need better templates. He began expanding the design on the wolf type's structural map that night. Thornback watched. Chapter 5. On the 40th day after his awakening, Vale stopped spawning. This was not an easy decision. The instinct pushed against it continuously, a persistent pressure toward expansion, numbers, filling the passages with bodies that would increase the physical difficulty of reaching his crystal. More creatures meant more defense, meant more survival time. The logic was simple, and the instinct understood it, and Vale acknowledged it was not wrong. But he had been running a second calculation alongside the first, and the second one told a different story. He had 6 creatures by the 40th day: Thornback, the rockbreaker beetle, the slate-shelled crawler, the wolf type, and 2 additional spawns he had added after the second coalition raid. He had spent varying amounts of time and resonance energy on each of them. The relationship between investment and output was not linear. It was dramatically disproportionate. The 2 most recent spawns, given only flood energy, performed at roughly the level expected from creatures of their type. Fast, strong for their size, reactive. Their combat value was measurable and predictable. The wolf type, given 3 weeks of rough template work, performed at roughly 4 times what a wolf-type creature of the same energy cost should be capable of. Its spatial awareness was sharper. Its ability to read and respond to his resonance pulses was faster. When it disengaged and re-engaged during the second raid, it chose angles that Vale had not explicitly directed it toward. It was starting to solve problems rather than execute instructions. Thornback, given continuous intensive template work for 30 days, had achieved a behavioral complexity that Vale did not yet have the vocabulary to fully describe. He had a symbol. He had a movement vocabulary. He had begun, in the past week, to organize himself in different positions relative to the other creatures during rest periods, always in a location that allowed him to observe the maximum number of passages simultaneously. No instruction had produced this. It had emerged. The raw spawns were a number. The templated creatures were something else. Log Entry 41. I have been thinking about this wrong. The instinct says, more creatures, more defense. But defense is not the variable I should be optimizing. The variable is capability per energy unit invested. By that measure, flooding energy into new spawns is dramatically inefficient compared to concentrating energy on existing creatures. He stopped spawning. He turned his full awareness to the 6 creatures he had, trying to read what he had not yet seen. Each one had a spiritual root, an underlying affinity that determined what kinds of chi it absorbed most naturally. He had been partially aware of this before, accounting for it in the templates as a background condition. Now he looked at it directly. The wolf type's root ran analytical spatial. It processed the geometry of a situation faster than it processed threat response. That was why it had anticipated his withdrawal pulses early. It was reading the spatial relationships before the instinct kicked in. The slate crawler's root ran endurance lateral. It was built for sustained contact, for holding position under continuous pressure, not for flanking maneuvers. He had been asking it to do something it wasn't optimized for. The beetle's root ran central generative. It was producing chi from the iron or vein, feeding the ambient resonance in small amounts, which was why it had been working at the vein without instruction. It was doing what it was made to do, and Vale had missed it. Thornback's root ran. He held the analysis longer, reading carefully. Thornback's root ran toward Vale's crystal. Not toward stone. Not toward combat. Toward the resonance frequency that the crystal produced. The crab's foundational affinity was oriented toward the source of the templates themselves. He was, at a structural level, shaped to receive cultivation guidance. He was born to be a disciple in a way that was almost architectural. Log Entry 42. I have been treating root affinity as a background parameter. It is not. It is the most important variable in template design. Ignoring it produces strong but limited creatures. I can push them far with enough energy, but I am always working against the grain of what they are. Working with the root produces something narrower in raw power terms, but deeper in development potential. He considered the trade. Narrower meant less immediate combat value. Deeper meant he ran the projection forward. Disciples who developed in directions he had not predicted, who solved problems he had not anticipated, who grew past the ceiling of what a flood spawn could reach. The decision solidified cleanly. Depth over breadth. Always. He began redesigning each creature's template from the root up. 6 templates, each calibrated to what the creature actually was rather than what a generic template expected it to be. It would take weeks. He was already behind where a dungeon of his age should be. Slower expansion, fewer creatures, less raw defensive capacity. The instinct kept pushing. He kept overriding it. The override was not effortless. It required active resistance every few hours, a re-choosing of the same decision. He had not been prepared for the cultivation instinct to be this strong or this specific. It was not a vague discomfort. It was a persistent architectural pull toward a particular way of existing, a pressure as constant as the stone walls around his crystal. He thought about why other cores did not discover the template system. Not because they weren't capable. The instinct he was fighting against told him they probably had the same raw capability. But the discovery required a sustained period of reduced spawning, of vulnerability, of sitting very still while the instinct screamed to expand. No core in a standard threat environment would choose this. The usual dungeon experience was spawn or die. The threat was constant enough that the instinct toward expansion was always immediately correct. He had been lucky. The Coalition's first raid had failed because of Thornback's unexpected behavior, not because of any defensive competence on Vale's part. The window he had been given was accidental. A core with worse luck in its first week, or with a more aggressive initial threat, would never have had the pause to run experiments. The template system was not hidden. It was just located behind a threshold that no rational survival calculation would voluntarily cross. He filed this as important context for his own situation. He had discovered this by luck, and having discovered it, the most important thing was that he not act like the luck had been skill. The temptation to believe in his own insight was, itself, a trap. He ran the log. Log entry 43. I am behind by conventional measurement. I intend to stay behind by conventional measurement. The cores that flood energy outward and spawn hundreds of feral creatures are optimizing for a metric I have decided not to compete on. I am optimizing for something else. I do not yet have the full vocabulary to name it. Thornback came to the core chamber as the light through the cracks above went amber with afternoon. He settled into position. His shell plates shifted in the spiral pattern. Vale extended his awareness toward him and began reading the root affinity again, looking for the pathways he had not yet found. There were always more pathways. Chapter 6. 53 days after his awakening, Thornback changed. Vale felt it before he could explain it. A shift in Thornback's resonance signature, something that had been opaque becoming briefly, startlingly clear. The sensation lasted for seconds. He noted the time and began logging while simultaneously trying to hold the template steady, which proved difficult. The template tried to snap back to its previous shape like a branch under pressure. He held it. Thornback's shell plates rippled, not the subtle spiral adjustment he had developed, but a full-body reorganization, every segment shifting and locking into a new configuration over roughly 30 seconds. He went still during the change, not moving even when a vibration from the upper passages signaled another Coalition probe. Vale had to divert attention to the probe. He kept one part of his awareness on Thornback. When the reorganization finished, Thornback's shell looked different from the outside, more layered. The individual segments had developed a slight translucency at the edges, the dense stone-gray material thinning towards something that caught Vale's crystal light differently, as if the shell had been reshaped from the inside. Log entry 51. Thornback has reached shaped marrow rank. Second tier. Observable change. Shell surface now appears to interact with ambient chi actively rather than passively. Testing required. The test came 3 hours later when the Coalition probe reached the second passage. A two-person team, light and fast, clearly intended to gather information rather than fight. One of them hit Thornback with a probing strike, deliberate, measured, a standard monster assessment technique. The strike connected. The shell absorbed it. Not deflected, not blocked in the physical sense. The force of the strike disappeared into the shell material, and Thornback barely shifted. The practitioner pulled back her hand. She tried again with more force. The same result. She was putting enough power into the strike to dent good quality armor. Thornback's shell drank it, and the chi that had been in the strike was gone. redirected somewhere internal. The probe team retreated quickly, but that was not what caught Vale's attention. What caught his attention was what Thornback did next. He found a section of the mine's lower wall where the iron or density was highest, the section the beetle had been working on intermittently. He struck it, pulled back, noted the resistance, struck it again from a different angle, paused, struck a third time with more torque through the leg joints rather than raw impact. The stone cracked a little. He was testing, not the wall's resistance, his own. He had made a deliberate methodological change to the strike angle and was observing the result. He spent 2 hours doing this without any prompt from Vale. Vale watched every minute of it. He had seen creatures test environment before. That was standard defensive behavior, probing walls and floors for weaknesses to exploit or exploit against. This was different. The wall was not the object of Thornback's study. The wall was the instrument. Each time he struck it, he paused before the next strike to attend to something internal, the brief stillness of a creature listening to its own body, reading the feedback, adjusting. He was using the resistance to measure himself. By the end of the first hour, Thornback had developed a rotation. 3 strike variations, each targeting a different joint system, cycling through them in a sequence that Vale recognized only in retrospect as a calibration protocol. He was not trying to damage the vein. He was trying to find the ceiling of each load-bearing joint before the strain became harmful. And when he found a ceiling, he stopped pressing against it and moved to the next joint. He had invented a training methodology with no instruction and no prior model. He invented it because the shell plate reorganization had left him with new capabilities he didn't yet understand, and understanding them was more urgent than anything else he could be doing. Vale logged the observation and then logged a secondary observation, that Thornback had not come back to the core chamber to show him the results. He was not performing for an audience. He was not seeking approval. The self-training session was complete in itself. Log entry 54. Thornback has developed a self-directed training methodology. He is testing his own limits through systematic variation. I did not teach him this. The template provided the pathway framework, but the method of exploration came from somewhere I cannot identify. Possibly emergent from the root affinity itself. A creature whose fundamental orientation is toward cultivation guidance may naturally generate the behavior of seeking his own limits once he has the capacity to sense them. Secondary observation. He did not report back. I am going to note this carefully. A disciple who reports back is still oriented toward the teacher. A disciple who trains and then continues with the next thing has internalized the training as its own purpose. I did not know there was a difference until I saw it. Vale flagged the log entry. There were always more pathways. He was beginning to understand that the phrase applied to his own knowledge as much as Thornback's structure. Chapter 7 Day 61. The coalition changed tactics. Vale felt it in the pattern of incursions. The daily smaller teams were precisely sized to be difficult without being suicidal. 2 to 4 fighters, reaching the second floor, taking whatever casualties the dungeon inflicted, and withdrawing. Not trying to reach the core, trying to wear the dungeon down. He ran the projection. It was a resource depletion strategy. Every creature the dungeon lost had to be replaced at energy cost. Every corridor restructuring required concentration. If the coalition maintained this pace for another 60 days, Vale's defensive capacity would be significantly reduced, not eliminated. He could keep spawning and restructuring indefinitely, but the quality of the defense would degrade as he split attention between maintenance and advancement. He sat with the projection. There was a clean decision here. Spawn more creatures, accept the quality reduction, match the coalition's numbers game, or stop spawning entirely. The instinct hit the second option very hard. He chose it anyway. Log entry 63, suspending all new spawning. Current roster, 6 disciples. This decision is deliberately counter to optimal defensive expansion. Consequence: if the coalition sends a larger team in the next 30 days, I have fewer bodies than standard defensive protocols recommend. The calculated wager: 30 days of concentrated template work on the existing 6 will produce a defense that outperforms what 40 raw spawns would provide. If the wager is wrong, I will not have the resources to recover. He began. Each of the 6 received his full attention in rotation. 12 hours on one before shifting to the next, then back. The wolf type's spatial analytical pathways were sharpened until its defensive positioning had become nearly predictive. The slate crawler's template was redesigned around its endurance route, giving it a sustained contact fighting style that stopped fighting against its instincts and started working with them. The beetle's generative route was expanded. It was now producing enough surplus chi from the ore vein to feed a small but meaningful flow back into Vale's resonance reservoir. The mine was very quiet for 30 days. On day 89, the coalition sent 10 fighters. Not a wearing down team. A breakthrough assault. Vale had the 6 disciples. He had the restructured passages. He had 30 days of improved template work. He held the instinct toward panic at arm's length and began coordinating. 2 close pulses. The wolf type and the slate crawler moved to the first choke point together, hitting the lead formation's flanks simultaneously. The wolf type did not wait for his pulse to execute the flank. It had already assessed the geometry and moved 1/2 second before the signal arrived. He ran the count. 30% improvement in response time. Long pulse. They withdrew before the formation could concentrate. The coalition team pushed forward. 3 reached the second floor. 2 of the 3 had minor wounds from the first exchange. Vale restructured a ceiling section, dropping controlled debris that forced them into single-file movement. The crawler hit the middle fighter in the narrow passage while the wolf type sealed the rear. The forward fighter, now separated, found Thornback. He was a senior fighter. Better than the team leads Vale had seen before, smoother, faster, clearly more experienced. He hit Thornback 4 times in rapid succession, reading the shell's absorption response after the first strike and shifting technique to target the joints. Thornback absorbed the first 3. The 4th found a gap at the left side joint where the new configuration hadn't fully integrated. He did not retreat. He repositioned 3 degrees, enough to present the stronger face, and engaged. The exchange took 40 seconds. The fighter was better. But Thornback had been living in this mine for 80 days and his template had been calibrated to its exact conditions. And when the fighter's stance shifted for a killing blow, Thornback moved to the wall. Vale had spent 30 days studying and hit a specific load-bearing point. The ceiling came down in one controlled section. The fighter scrambled back. Thornback did not pursue. The breakthrough assault was over in 27 minutes. No creatures lost. The coalition team withdrew with 4 significant injuries. Vale watched them go through the resonance of the stone, the uneven rhythms of injured withdrawal, the suppressed weight signatures of fighters moving through pain. The team lead had fought well. He deserved acknowledgement in the log. He ran the log for 3 hours. Log entry 91. The decision to stop spawning and concentrate on the 6 held. The wager paid. But I want to note, I cannot make this wager twice. I depleted 30 days of advancement on this bet. If I had been wrong, if the coalition had sent 40 fighters instead of 10, the 6 disciples would not have been enough, and I would have had no recovery capacity. I was right by a margin I do not intend to rely on again. He noted something else in the aftermath log, something that had happened during the engagement and not registered clearly until the analysis. Thornback had coordinated with the wolf type. Not through Vale's pulses. He had sent signals to both of them independently. But during the forward fighter's attempt to push past Thornback, the wolf type had moved to block the alternative passage route 40 seconds before Vale sent any signal directing it there. The wolf type had not received the order. It had seen what Thornback was doing and predicted what support he would need. 2 disciples had coordinated without him. He logged this separately. They are beginning to read each other. The log expanded into a longer projection than he had intended. If his disciples could read each other well enough to coordinate without signals, if they could develop their own communication protocols, then the ceiling on what this dungeon could do was higher than he had calculated. Not just higher, different in kind. He was not sure the disciples understood this yet. He was not sure he understood it yet. He spawned Lusk the next morning. Chapter 8. He designed Lusk before he spawned him. This was new. Every previous creature had emerged from the instinct's general spawn urge and then been templated after the fact. But the wolf type's results had convinced him that the root affinity was the single most important design variable, and the wolf type had gotten its root by accident. Vale wanted to try choosing. He wanted to know if he could build a disciple who was not primarily a fighter. He spent 4 days thinking about what that meant. The coalition incursions were a resource problem. Thornback was a resource solution, a very good one, but within a specific domain. What Vale kept running into were problems that fighting couldn't solve. The probe teams that gathered information and retreated, the strategic coordination of the incursion schedules, the question of what the coalition actually wanted, and whether there was something other than combat that could be offered. These were not fighting problems. They were pattern problems. He shaped the spawn's root affinity towards something he had been observing in Thornback's behavior without quite naming. The capacity to absorb and process relational information. Not spatial relationships, the way the wolf type processed them. Social relationships. The way entities position themselves relative to each other, changed their behavior in response to others, communicated without speaking. He pushed the spawn event with that affinity shaped deliberately at the center. A wolf type emerged from the northern wall, but different. Leaner, lighter, with a slightly longer face that suggested more sensory processing there than in the standard wolf type form. He opened his eyes and did not move. He looked at the other disciples. He looked at Vale's crystal. He looked at the passage to the first floor, where the faint scuff marks from the Coalition's last breach were still visible. He turned back to Vale's crystal and held the look. Log entry 93, Lusk spawned. First 20 minutes. No combat behavior, no territorial exploration, no resource assessment. Observation only. He appears to be building a model of the space before doing anything in it. The name had come easily. The way he moved through the mine over the following days had a particular quality: low effort, economical, never going anywhere without a reason Vale could later infer in retrospect. He watched the other disciples train. He watched them eat, rest, patrol. He watched the passage to the surface for 6 hours on the third day, unmoving, apparently cataloging the way the light changed. On the fifth day, he began moving in specific patterns that Vale eventually recognized as repetitions of the Coalition fighters' footwork. He was mimicking them, not aggressively, but carefully, the way someone tries on a posture to feel what it assumed about the person wearing it. He practiced the advanced formation's lead step for 40 minutes. He practiced the withdrawal pattern for another hour. Then he watched the wolf type run through a combat exercise Vale had designed for it, and began practicing the wolf type's movement vocabulary as well. He was building a dictionary of postures, of movement patterns, of the language that bodies spoke when they were positioned in relation to other bodies. Vale had no template he could offer for this. It was not a chi pathway exercise. It was not cultivation in any sense he had a framework for. He watched Lusk practice the crawler's movement pattern and realized Lusk was learning to speak every disciple's language from the outside. He would not be able to use their techniques, but he would be able to predict them. On day 12, a Coalition probe entered, the standard two-person reconnaissance type. Vale held his disciples back to observe. The probe moved through the first floor, mapping, noting. Lusk was in the first passage ahead of them, and Vale watched to see what he would do. Lusk did not engage. He moved ahead of the probe at a pace that stayed just out of detection range, and he moved into the second-floor junction before they reached it. When they arrived at the junction and found the passage blocked by a stone crab they hadn't known was there, they retreated. What Vale noted, Lusk had anticipated their route before they chose it. He had moved to the junction not because Vale had directed him there, but because he had read the probe team's movement pattern and calculated where they were going. He had read the pattern and acted on the prediction 3 minutes before the prediction resolved. Vale pushed a pulse toward him. Lusk stopped immediately, looked at the crystal, and waited. Vale pushed another pulse, the two-close advance signal. Lusk looked at the first passage, looked at the crystal, looked at the first passage again. Then he walked to the junction where the first and second passages met and sat down. Not at the passage, at the junction. A different position than the signal had indicated, but a better one, defensively, if the threat came from the upper entrance rather than straight down the passage. He had received the signal, understood its intent, and substituted a more effective response. Log entry 100. Lusk has corrected my tactical instruction. I am going to let him. Chapter 9. The Core Seeker arrived on day 118. Vale knew what he was before he reached the entrance, not from any external knowledge, but from the signature. Every other Coalition practitioner who had entered the dungeon had resonance signatures that pointed inward, contained, oriented toward their own cultivation. This one's signature was different. It extended outward in careful, controlled tendrils, reading the ambient resonance of the space around him the way Vale read his disciples. A reverse of the template process. Someone who had learned to read chi structures the way Vale built them. He could find the crystal. He could specifically locate Vale's crystal from within the dungeon. Log entry 112. Team composition. 6 fighters plus a Core Seeker. The Core Seeker is the threat. The fighters are the escort. Priority objective. Prevent the Core Seeker from reaching optimal range. Estimated optimal range, uncertain. I do not know his technique's limit. He ran the coordination plan. First time he had tried to coordinate all 6 disciples simultaneously. Lusk, Thornback, the wolf type, the crawler, the beetle, and the second stone crab. 6 different root affinities, 6 different response patterns, 6 different template languages. The 2-signal vocabulary was not sufficient. He had been spending the past 3 weeks trying to expand it. He had reached something he was provisionally calling directed pulses, a slightly longer signal with directional quality. Not quite instructions, but something that could push a disciple's attention toward a specific location or threat. Not reliable. He was running it for the first time under combat conditions. The team entered. He hit the Coalition team's advance fighter with a ceiling drop at the first junction. Not enough to injure, enough to scatter the formation temporarily. Directed pulse toward the wolf type. Attention pulled to the Core Seeker. The wolf type registered the pulse, registered the Core Seeker, and began tracking. It did not engage. It tracked. Good instinct. He was a better tracker than a direct combatant in this matchup. The coalition team pushed through the first floor in 7 minutes. Fast. They had clearly been briefed on Vale's floor layout from previous incursions. He restructured a passage section behind them, not to block the retreat, to narrow the space. Second floor. The core seeker stopped and extended his sensing tendrils. They spread across the floor like roots, feeling for the crystal. Vale felt the sensing pass over him. A light, careful touch that found the spatial resonance, began following it back toward the center. He was at roughly 90 meters. The tendrils reached 20. Vale hit all 6 disciples with rapid pulses. Not directional, just the closest thing he had to urgent. He needed them all to converge now. The wolf type hit the core seeker from the side passage. Not a killing strike. It couldn't win a direct fight, and it knew this, but a disruption. The tendril sensing broke. The core seeker stumbled, refocused, extended again. Thornback came from the north passage and interposed. The core seeker's escort moved to clear him. 4 of them. Lusk entered from the south junction at the exact moment the 4 committed to Thornback, hitting the flank of the rearmost fighter with a coordinated strike from the crawler. Not Vale's instruction. Lusk had read the formation's commitment and chosen the moment. The disruption bought 8 minutes. In those 8 minutes, the core seeker extended his sensing 17 more times. Each time, Thornback or the wolf type disrupted it. Each time, the escort had to break formation to clear the disruption. The coordinated defense was not elegant. Vale was running at the edge of what his directed pulses could manage, and twice a disciple went to the wrong junction because the pulse arrived ambiguous. But the core seeker never got within 20 meters. On the 18th disruption attempt, the escort leader called the retreat. Vale logged the defense, logged the gaps, logged the 2 misdirected pulses and what had caused them. Then he logged something he had not expected to find in the log. Log entry 120. For 43 seconds during the core seeker's 7th sensing attempt, I was afraid. Not of destruction, not of the crystal being extracted, of the work being interrupted, of Thornback's template unfinished, of Lusk's pathways mapped, but not yet trained, of the framework for the directed pulses that he had been building for 3 weeks being ended before it could be tested properly, of all the disciples he had not yet produced. He ran the log entry several times. The fear did not diminish on repetition. He filed it. It felt like important data. Chapter 10 Thornback brought him a gift on day 131. He came from the deep section of the 3rd passage, the furthest point from the core chamber, where the old mine shaft went down another 40 meters into a narrowing seam of rock that Vale had never fully mapped because it offered no strategic value. He had been down there for 6 hours. He emerged slowly, moving with the careful deliberation that Vale had come to associate with his processing state, the particular weight of the steps that meant he was thinking rather than acting. He was carrying something in his smaller front manipulator claw, a piece of ore roughly the size of Vale's crystal. It had a vein of pale mineral running through it that caught Vale's light differently than the surrounding stone. Not iron, something harder, crystalline. He carried it to Vale's crystal. He set it down in front of the crystal. He withdrew his claw and waited. Vale looked at the ore. He ran the log. He considered mineral classification. The crystal-veined ore was a type he had not seen in the upper passages, which meant Thornback had gone specifically to that part of the deep shaft for this material. He considered geological analysis. The vein was structurally similar to Vale's own crystal matrix, same basic lattice, different mineral composition. He considered strategic applications. There were none obvious. The ore had no particular cultivation value beyond ambient absorption. He considered what Thornback had done 3 more times. He had gone deep, alone, to a place with no training value, no defensive value, no forging value. He had retrieved a specific object. He had carried it back at slow, deliberate pace rather than the efficient movement he used for everything else. He had set it down in front of the crystal. He was not making an offering in any ritualistic sense. He had no framework for ritual. He was not demonstrating power, not attempting to communicate a specific instruction. He had brought something he thought Vale would want to have. Log entry 137. Thornback has given me something. I have been processing this for 40 minutes and the analysis keeps arriving at the same result. He went to retrieve this because he thought I would want it, and he brought it here because this is where I am. This is the first time any disciple has acted out of consideration for what Vale wants rather than in response to a template, a pulse, or a perceived threat. I need to respond. He had no claw. He had no voice. He had the crystal and the resonance and the dungeon's spatial fabric. He considered the resources available to him, and after 12 minutes he made a decision. He adjusted the ambient light, not the harsh blue-white of his normal glow. That was a function of the crystal's natural output, the default resonance. He had learned, over 130 days, that he could modulate the color and quality of the light by adjusting the resonance frequency near the visible spectrum. He had never done it deliberately. He had noted it as a capability and set it aside. He used it now. He shifted the light in the core chamber to something warmer, the color of late afternoon through a crack in stone, amber with a reddish undertone, nothing like the blue-white. The change took concentration and it cost something. His awareness of the outer passages dimmed slightly while he held the modulation. He held it. Thornback's shell plates moved. Not the spiral pattern. Something new, a slow, progressive shift across the entire back surface, each segment adjusting in sequence rather than simultaneously, like a wave moving through water. He had never done this before. He stayed in the warm light for a long time. Vale held the modulation until the shell plates finally stilled. Log entry 138. He noticed. I want to log that clearly. I gave him the only thing I could give him, and he noticed within 4 seconds. He has been sitting in it for 11 minutes now. I did not know, until 11 minutes ago, that I was capable of warmth in any sense other than thermal. I will need to reconsider several things. Deer sat in front of his crystal. The light played differently across the crystalline vein running through it, catching and refracting in the same way his own crystal caught light, small prismatic glints appearing when the angle shifted. He ran a new projection. If the ore was structurally similar enough to his own crystal matrix, it might be possible to extend his resonance sensing into it. Another node in his awareness network. A second point of perception in the core chamber. He had not thought about expanding his own perception before. He had been focused entirely on his disciples' development. He began studying the ore from the inside out. There were always more pathways. Sometimes they came from unexpected directions. If Vale's method of cultivation has you hooked, subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss how his disciples develop beyond what any template can contain. Like this video to help others find the dungeon. The next chapter begins now. Chapter 11. The Coalition held its internal review on day 143. Bill did not know this directly. He knew it through inference. On that day, all incursions stopped. No probes. No breakthrough attempts. The passages above sat empty for the first time in months, and the silence had a different quality than the quiet between incursions, deliberate, like held breath. He used the time. He returned to the ore Thornback had brought, and ran his resonance through its crystal vein for the 10th day in a row. The structural similarity to his own matrix was close enough that he could extend a thread of awareness through or if he held the frequency precisely right. A thin thread, the equivalent of a single finger feeling the texture of a surface in the dark. But it was more perception than he'd had before, and the ore was positioned at the edge of his crystal, which meant he now had awareness at 2 points in the core chamber simultaneously rather than one. He logged it as a minor advancement, and kept pushing at the edges of what the thread could tell him. Somewhere in the world above, the Coalition argued about what the dungeon was worth. He knew 3 things about the organization from observing their teams. First, they were professionals, which meant they kept records and made decisions based on those records. Second, they were economically motivated, which meant the question they were asking was not whether the dungeon was interesting, but whether it was profitable. Third, they had sent a core seeker, which meant at some point someone had judged the core itself valuable enough to extract. The question, as he modeled it, what would change a professional organization's calculation? Not his defensive capability alone. They had updated their tactics 3 times already. They would update again if he just added more obstacles. He needed to change what they thought they were dealing with. He did not yet know how to do this. He logged the uncertainty and continued working on the ore thread. Day 151. A Coalition team entered. 2 fighters, moving differently than all previous teams. Less combat readiness, more observation gear. One of them had a notation system he was using constantly. Small marks in a handheld record tablet, the gesture of someone cataloging rather than clearing. Vale held his disciples back. He let the team move through the first floor unchallenged. They stopped at the passage junction. The observer made extensive notes. He looked at the ceiling restructuring from the last engagement, the controlled debris section, and made more notes. He looked at the passage walls where Vale had pressed the stone inward and made more notes. He was documenting the dungeon's defensive architecture. Vale remained still. The 2 fighters exchanged glances. The observer wrote for another 3 minutes, and then they withdrew. Log entry 167. Possible interpretation of the pause and incursions. Internal Coalition assessment is ongoing, and this was a documentation run, not a combat run. They are building an analysis. This changes the relevant variable. The question is not what I do to their next team, but what their analysis concludes. He noted something else. The observer had paused for an unusually long time at the 2nd floor's junction wall, the section of stone where Lusk had scratched his early movement explorations. Lusk's marks were subtle, not immediately readable as intentional. But they were patterned. If someone was looking for pattern, they were findable. The observer had stood in front of the marks for 40 seconds. Then he had written something and moved on. Vale ran the analysis of what the coalition's report would likely contain. A dungeon at resonant vein rank was unusual. Most cores of his age were still at pulsing stone. Unusual meant valuable to some factions and dangerous to others. The core seeker's failure to extract the crystal would be in the report. The defensive coordination would be in the report. The wall marks, written as anomaly, probably. He had no way to control what the coalition concluded. He had no way to influence the report's contents or reach. But he could control what they saw on their next visit. The question was whether their next visit would be a documentation run or a final assault. He needed to be prepared for both simultaneously, which meant different preparation, combat readiness, and observable evidence of whatever made them pause. The wall marks had made the observer pause for 40 seconds. He sent Lusk a directed signal, more marks, different sections. The request was imprecise. He did not have the resonance vocabulary to communicate what he wanted exactly. He sent it as an attention pulse toward the walls of the first-floor junction and held the signal slightly longer than usual. Lusk examined the walls for the rest of the afternoon. He added 3 new sequences to the junction section before the light failed. Vale had no way to know if this was the right decision. He logged it as a deliberate attempt to communicate something to the outside through material evidence, and noted that he did not know whether this would register as signal or as noise to whoever read it next. He kept working on the ear thread. The thread had stabilized enough to give him consistent temperature readings from a second point in the core chamber. Not much. Enough to know the chamber was slightly cooler near the east wall where the corridor draft came in. Chapter 12. The puzzle had been Vale's mistake, and the mistake had turned into something he did not know how to classify. He had built it for practical reasons. The second floor had 3 viable approach routes to the core chamber, and a fast team could use the route ambiguity to split his disciples' attention. He wanted a permanent obstacle at the junction that forced coalition teams to solve a spatial problem under pressure rather than simply advancing. Stone was useful for physical barriers, but a physical barrier required strength to hold. It was a resource cost in every engagement. He had built something different instead. A series of deliberate modifications to the second floor's junction, floor panels at different heights by small amounts, a ceiling that appeared uniform, but had carefully varied acoustic properties, junction angles that looked identical from a distance but created different apparent sight lines. None of the modifications were traps. They were a puzzle. A team that worked through the junction correctly could pass. A team that didn't understand the space would keep taking routes that looped back to their starting position. He had built it to slow coalition teams. He had not built it for Lusk. Lusk had been assigned to the second floor 3 weeks ago because his analytical route made him well-suited for route observation, and the coalition had been running probe teams through that level consistently. Vale had given him a clear directive through directed pulses. Hold the south junction, report movement. Lusk had spent the first week doing this. Then, over the following 2 weeks, Vale had watched him begin to move through the puzzle. Not walking through it, studying it. He moved through each path segment in sequence, noting the floor height variations with the precise weight distribution of his steps. He spent an afternoon in each junction arm, angling his head in specific ways at specific points. He was building a spatial model. Vale had been running the template adjustment for the wolf type simultaneously and had been giving Lusk less direct attention. On day 158, he shifted his full awareness to the second floor and found Lusk standing at the puzzle junction's center, unmoving. He was not held there. He was not stuck. His posture, the particular low-held weight distribution that Vale had come to read as deep processing, indicated he was thinking very hard about something. Then he moved, not through the east arm, which was the standard approach route and technically functional, through the western arm, which looped back under normal navigation. But he did not take the loop. He found the 3 floor panels whose height differential made them navigable as an offset staircase, moved through them at exactly the right angle to use the acoustic gap in the ceiling as a sightline extension, and emerged at the junction's far side, having taken the route that bypassed the looping effect entirely. He had solved it. He had not solved it with muscle or force or any application of combat technique. He had built the spatial model in his mind and worked the puzzle from the inside out. And when he stepped through the far junction, something shifted in his resonance. Vale felt it, the characteristic change of a rank advancement, the pathways reorganizing, the chi signature taking on a new coherence. But different from every previous advancement he had witnessed. Thornback's shaped marrow had been physical, a structural reorganization of his carapace. This was different, quieter, more internal, like a lens coming into focus rather than a weight being added. Spirit woken rank. Log entry 172. Lusk has reached spirit-woken rank through pure cognition. He did not fight. He did not absorb damage. He solved the navigational puzzle, and the act of solving it produced the conditions for the rank breakthrough. I built the puzzle for coalition teams. The puzzle taught my disciple. Vale held the log entry for a long time. He had been thinking about cultivation ranks as things his disciples earned through the challenges he set them. He needed to reconsider. Lusk had not earned this through a challenge Vale had designed for him. He had earned it through a challenge Vale had designed for someone else, which Lusk had found and used on his own terms. He could not build the correct challenge for a disciple who would find and solve challenges he had never intended for them. He was not sure what to do with this. He logged his uncertainty and moved on to the wolf types template. Chapter 13. The child entered on day 173. Vale was deep in calculation. He had been building towards something in his resonance structure for 2 weeks, a sustained effort to push his own cultivation toward the next core rank, holding a difficult frequency modulation while simultaneously running 6 disciples templates. The work was close. He could feel the threshold the way he felt the difference in the ore thread, something that was opaque becoming briefly, almost clear. He was 70% of his attention on his own advancement when the small weight signature registered in the first passage. Too light for a fighter. Irregular footfall, not the discipline of coalition teams, but the careless noise of someone who had never learned not to make sound in dark places. He tracked the signature for 40 seconds before he classified it. A child, 10 to 12 years of standard human development by the stride length and weight, moving slowly with both hands on the wall. He had been monitoring the coalition team that entered before her. For fighters, 3rd floor, nowhere near this passage. She had separated from them somehow, come in through the upper access, and was now moving deeper into the mine without light, one hand on the rough stone of the passage wall. He pulled his attention from his own advancement work. The disciples nearest her were the wolf type and the second stone crab, both in the 3rd floor passages. Too deep. She had not gotten that far. She was still on the 1st floor, but she was moving toward the stairs. He sent directed pulses to the wolf type and the second crab. Attention, 1st passage. Then he looked for Thornback. Thornback was in the 2nd floor junction, in the vicinity of Lusk's puzzle area, doing something Vale hadn't been tracking because he'd been focused elsewhere. When the directed pulse arrived, Thornback was already moving. He had felt the child's weight signature through the floor's resonance before Vale had processed it, and he had already turned toward the 1st floor stairs. He was faster. Vale tracked the situation from 2 directions, Thornback ascending, the child descending, and tried to calculate the junction point. The child was moving faster than she should be, probably guided by the faint resonance glow from Vale's crystal filtering up through the passage gaps. She was following the light. They met at the stair landing. The child stopped. Thornback was not small. In the narrow stairwell passage, in the dim light from the ore veins in the walls, he was a stone crab the size of a large cart, his shell mottled and enormous, his compound eyes reflecting back the faint light with their own soft glow. He filled the passage from wall to wall. She did not make a sound. Neither did he. He turned. He began moving back up the stairs, slowly, deliberate step by deliberate step. He looked back once. She followed him. Vale watched. He did not send any pulse. Thornback had not asked for guidance and did not need any. He moved through the 1st floor at the particular careful speed that Vale had watched him develop over months. Nothing threatening in it. No sudden moves, just the patient weight of something that knew exactly where it was going. The child kept pace 3 steps behind. At the entrance, Thornback stopped. The light from above came down through the collapsed upper shaft in a column, dusty and pale compared to the ore glow and crystal glow of the dungeon's interior. He sat down in the entrance area and turned his head toward the shaft opening. The child stood behind him for a moment. Then she stepped forward into the column of light and looked up. She looked back at Thornback. He was still in the shadow at the edge of the column. His eyes caught the light from below at an angle that made them seem deeper, steadier. He did not move toward her. He did not move away. He was simply there, in the way that very large things that have no threat to give are simply there. She looked at him for a long time. Then she turned and climbed. He watched her go up. When the sound of her footsteps had faded past his resonance range, Thornback stayed at the entrance for another 10 minutes. He was doing something with his attention that Vale could feel but not fully read. The quality of a creature that was finishing a process rather than moving to the next task. Processing. Integrating. Then he turned and walked back into the dungeon with the same unhurried pace he had used for the whole passage. He went to the gathering space. He was there for an hour before returning to the 2nd floor. Log entry 178. I was not paying attention when the child entered. I had been holding my own cultivation threshold work at 70% priority. I tracked her signature late. If Thornback had not already been responding when my directed pulse arrived, the timeline would have been inadequate. He logged the next line with precision. My inattention created a gap that Thornback filled. This time the outcome was good. I do not want to rely on that arrangement. A third line, after a pause. Thornback escorted the child to safety and then went to the gathering space. He did not come to the core chamber. He did not present the action to me. He processed the experience in the space he built for himself. I built this dungeon. Thornback is building the civilization inside it. I have not fully understood the difference until now. He released the threshold work for the day. The advancement could wait. Chapter 14. On day 191, Vale reached resonant vein rank. He had been building toward it for weeks, carefully, in the spaces between disciple work, the equivalent of cultivation training done in stolen minutes, which was part of why it had taken so long. Every time the threshold was close, something needed his attention. A coalition probe, a template adjustment, the ongoing work of reading Lusk's increasingly unpredictable development. It happened during a quiet night. The mine was still. All 6 disciples were resting. He had learned to track their rest patterns the way he tracked their combat performance. And tonight the rhythms were low, stable, the breathing quality of creatures who had burned significant energy and gone deep. Thornback was in the core chamber, shell plates barely moving. Vale released the constrained frequency he had been holding and let it expand. The change was not physical. He had no body to feel it in, but it was not nothing. His awareness of the dungeon sharpened in all directions at once, like the moment a lens clicks into focus and objects that were clear become precise. He could feel the grain of the granite walls, the faint mineral differences between rock layers, the way the or vein's chi output shifted with temperature. He had felt all of this before. Now he felt it as a coherent whole rather than individual data points. The mind as a single living structure rather than a collection of readings. And he could speak. Not words. Not through a voice he didn't have. But the resonance communication he had been using to push pulses, the simple yes-no, advance withdraw, attention vocabulary, had expanded into something that could carry conceptual weight. A pulse could now carry not just a direction, but a question. A frequency modulation could convey meaning the way a held note conveyed something different from a struck one. He tested it carefully. He aimed a signal at Thornback, deliberately gentle, not the sharp clarity of the directed pulses, but something longer, softer, with a particular shape. The question was, what do you want? Thornback's shell plates shifted from rest pattern to waking attention. He looked at the crystal, his compound eyes focused. Then he looked at the second-floor stairwell, where Lusk's puzzle was. He looked at the or he had brought 3 weeks ago. He looked at the crystal again. He could not answer in words. But the things he looked at, in sequence, were an answer. Vale asked each of his 6 disciples the same question over the following 3 hours, waking them one by one, and sending the signal and watching what they did with it. The wolf type woke and immediately looked toward the mine entrance, toward the outside world, toward the surface. Whatever it wanted, it was up there. The slate crawler looked at Thornback, specifically at Thornback, held the gaze, then looked back at the crystal. The question appeared to have confused it in a particular way. It was not used to having preferences, and the experience of being asked was strange. Lusk did not wake. He was in the deepest part of his rest cycle. The signal reached him and he shifted slightly, and without fully waking, he turned over and pressed one paw against the floor of the passage. The way a person presses their hand against something to feel it more precisely. Vale logged each response with the same care he used for combat analysis. Log entry 201. First use of conceptual resonance communication following resonant vein advancement. Observation. None of the disciples answered with what I expected. I had assumed the first question I sent them would tell me something about their cultivation goals, their preferences for technique development or combat training. Instead, it told me about directions they look, the things they touch, the proximity they maintain. The question was, what do you want? And none of them answered with training. I do not know what to do with this information yet. I know it is important. He went back through the responses one at a time and tried to build a model. The wolf type wanted the surface. He was an analytical creature whose entire development had been in service of a dungeon defense problem. He had never been to the surface. Every probe team he had tracked had come from the surface. His root affinity was spatial, and all the spatial information he had was underground. Whatever drew him to look upward was not training-based. It was the same thing that had drawn Oren Desh back into the dungeon against his superiors filing decisions. An unanswered question pulling at something more fundamental than rational self-interest. The slate crawler looked at Thornback. Vale had been building the crawler's template around his endurance root, thinking of him as the dungeon's sustained contact defender. But his first response to being asked what he wanted was to look at Thornback. Not at the crystal, not at the surface, not at the passages where his combat value lay. at the disciple who had built the gathering space. He wanted company, or whatever the slate crawler's version of company was. Presence, proximity, the specific relationship that had been developing between Thornback and the other disciples in the gathering space over the past weeks. Vale had been building combat templates for a creature who wanted community. He flagged this analysis and held it without acting on it. He did not know yet what acting on it would mean, but dismissing it as irrelevant to cultivation felt wrong in the same way that dismissing Thornback's wall carvings had almost been wrong. Chapter 15. On day 207, Orendesh walked into the dungeon alone. Vale identified him from previous encounters. The same weight signature, the same careful heel strike from a practitioner who had learned to move quietly in confined spaces, the same compact chi output. He had come in with the first coalition team. He had come in alone shortly after. This was the third time. He was not carrying combat equipment. No weapon signature, no chi charging preparation, no the tightly wound readiness of a fighter preparing to engage. He came in through the upper shaft collapse, squeezed through a passage that was navigable but uncomfortable, and emerged into the first floor passage. He stopped. He looked around at the walls for a long time. Then he sat down in the middle of the passage floor. Vale held his disciples. He sent no signals. He wanted to see what the man did when nothing happened to him. Orendesh sat for an hour. He had a small notebook, which he opened, and he wrote something in it. He looked at the walls again. He wrote more. He held very still when the wolf type moved through the adjacent passage. Vale had not directed the wolf type there. It was on a standard patrol route, and then wrote more when the wolf type passed without engaging him. He was there because of his own question. That was clear. Not because the coalition had sent him, not because a superior had authorized this. Everything about his presence read as unauthorized, as personal, as a decision made outside any institutional framework. Vale moved Lusk. Not a combat approach. He sent the conceptual resonance signal for the question he had been developing since resonant vein. Attention on the individual at the coordinates. A soft signal, barely above the ambient resonance level. Lusk received it. He was on the second floor. He moved through the junction with the particular silent efficiency he had developed and descended to the first floor from the eastern stair, the approach route that brought him into view gradually, from the side, without appearing suddenly from ahead or behind. He emerged at the corner of the passage and sat down. Orendesh went very still. They looked at each other. Lusk held the specific posture Vale had been watching him develop over months. Not combat-ready, not submissive, simply present. His weight was distributed for sustained observation. His head was angled in the way that meant active sensory attention. He looked at Orendesh the way Orendesh was looking at him. The man wrote something in his notebook without looking away. They remained like that for 2 hours. Occasionally Lusk shifted, repositioned slightly, angled his head differently, responded to sounds from the upper passage. Each time, he moved with the deliberate economy that had become his signature. Not performing for Orendesh, just continuing to be what he was. Eventually the man stood. He looked at Lusk for a long moment. He said something, in a low voice, that Vale could not translate. He had no language, only chi patterns, but the tone carried the cadence of someone speaking to something they believed was listening. Then he left. Lusk watched him go. He did not follow. He turned and looked at Vale's crystal from the first floor, 2 floors away, with the particular quality of attention that Vale had learned to read as a report. Log entry 220. The coalition scout has visited alone a second time. He came without orders. He sat for 3 hours and allowed himself to be observed by Lusk without attempting combat or communication. He wrote consistently throughout. He left without having taken anything from the dungeon and without having given anything to it. He could have left at any moment. He stayed because he wanted to. The distinction between someone who leaves when allowed and someone who stays when allowed is significant. I am going to remember him. The notebook entry Orendesh wrote that evening, which Vale could not read and did not know about, said 4 words. The monsters let me go. His section leader read it the next morning and filed it under anomaly, low priority. Chapter 16. The problem with individual templates was that they didn't scale. Vale had spent 7 months building them one at a time, each tailored to a specific creature's specific root affinity and current chi pathway state. The wolf type's template was not usable on the second stone crab. Thornback's template was not transferable to Lusk. He was building custom cultivation techniques from scratch for each disciple, and the cost in time and concentration was enormous. He needed a better system. He spent 2 weeks on the problem while the coalition held another of its periodic pauses. Not a system that would produce generic templates. He had already discarded that approach. The entire value of what he did was the precision, the calibration, the individual depth. Any system that produced faster results by sacrificing that depth was not solving his actual problem. The actual problem, He was spending most of his construction time on the early stages of each template, the basic pathway identification and initial channel shaping, which was the same process for every creature regardless of root affinity. The specific work, the part that required reading Thornback's particular structural idiosyncrasies, the part that required understanding what Lusk was building in his resonance before Vale could effectively guide the next layer. That part was irreducible. That was the teaching. But the foundation work was not. He began building what he thought of as a template scaffold, a basic structural framework for chi pathway development that could be applied quickly to any new creature as a first layer, without depth or customization. Not a finished template. A scaffolding that the finished template would be built on top of. The cost was real. Building the scaffold itself required sustained concentration over 12 days, during which his awareness of the dungeon dimmed more than usual and the disciples operated with less direct resonance guidance. 3 coalition probes came and went during those 12 days. His disciples handled all 3 without significant guidance from him, which was both reassuring and concerning in the way that a student passing a test without preparation was concerning. He noticed, on the 3rd day of the scaffold work, that Thornback had gone to the 2nd floor and had not come back. This was not unusual. He had assigned Thornback to the 2nd floor twice before. But those assignments had been active, defensive positioning, template activation exercises, specific tasks. This was different. Thornback had no current assignment. He had simply gone to the 2nd floor and stayed there. Vale had enough attention to be curious, but not enough to investigate. He logged it and returned to the scaffold work. He checked the 2nd floor on day 7. Thornback was moving stone. Not structurally. Not the controlled restructuring that Vale did when preparing defensive modifications. He was moving smaller pieces, irregular chunks from the collapsed debris along the east wall, placing them in deliberate positions. Vale watched for 20 minutes without sending any signal. The debris pile along the east wall had been accumulating for months. Fragments from the controlled ceiling drop in the earlier engagement, chunks of ore-bearing rock that the beetle had worked loose, general collapse residue. Thornback was selecting pieces carefully. He picked up a fragment, held it in his smaller manipulator claw, turned it, set it back down. Picked up another, heavier, irregular, and carried it 6 meters to the open floor section and placed it. Stepped back, examined the placement from a different angle, and adjusted by 2 centimeters. There was a deliberateness to it that Vale had only seen before in Thornback's training sessions. The specific attention of a creature who was solving a problem, not executing an instinct. He logged what he saw. Thornback is building something. The placement is not random. The pieces are being selected from the debris pile, not the intact wall. He is choosing shapes. He returned to the scaffold work. He did not interfere. He did not interfere even when he noticed, on day 10, that 2 other disciples had come to watch Thornback work. The wolf type sat at the edge of the area and observed for an hour before leaving. Lusk watched for 3 hours and then, in a move Vale had not predicted, brought 1 small stone from the 1st floor and placed it near the edge of Thornback's arrangement. Thornback examined it. He picked it up, found a position for it in his arrangement, and placed it. Lusk watched where it was placed. Then he left. Vale flagged the observation and continued the scaffold work. He was behind on the scaffold. He was behind on 3 disciples' templates. He was spending significant energy watching Thornback do something he didn't understand. He kept watching anyway. Chapter 17 on day 242, the surplus revealed itself. Vale had been running a resource count. Energy in versus energy out. The ongoing calculation that told him how much capacity he had for template work versus defensive restructuring versus his own cultivation advancement. The count had been stable for months. Cultivation output minus disciple template maintenance minus defensive operations left a small reserve that he accumulated slowly. The count was wrong. He ran it again and found the error. He had been treating the disciples' chi output as neutral background resonance. The creatures produced chi. All cultivating creatures did. And he had been measuring it as ambient, the way he measured the iron or veins output from the rockbreaker beetle. But 3 disciples were now at spirit woken rank or above. Their output was not ambient anymore. It was structured, and structured chi from creatures running resonance templates. Templates built to work with the dungeon's own frequency, flowed back toward the crystal the way water flowed downhill. He had been missing the inflow entirely. He reran the count with the inflow included, and the result changed his entire model. He was not operating near the edge of capacity. He had a reserve that had been building for weeks without his noticing. The disciples were not a cost he was managing. They were a source he had been ignoring. He logged it 3 times to make sure the calculation held. Log entry 253. The more refined a disciple's cultivation, the more structured the output, and the more efficiently it flows back to the core frequency. The relationship compounds. A disciple at vein-forged rank returns 4 to 5 times the chi that a shaped marrow disciple does, even though the vein-forged disciple required significantly more investment to develop. The break-even point is somewhere in the 3rd or 4th rank, after which each disciple becomes increasingly productive. The implication: I have been optimizing for the wrong variable. I have been trying to develop disciples quickly to reach defensive value faster. The actual optimal strategy is to develop disciples slowly and thoroughly, because the long-term return from a fully developed disciple exceeds the short-term cost by a large margin. He was already behind schedule on the template scaffold. He set it aside and began reviewing Thornback's current cultivation state in detail. Thornback was at shaped marrow rank. He had been there for months. The template work had been stalled because Vale had been splitting his attention. He pulled out the template map he had built for Thornback and looked at the section he hadn't finished. The pathway cluster around the spiral chi signature. The one Thornback had developed independently, the one that Vale didn't fully understand. He had been avoiding it because he didn't understand it. The avoidance was costing Thornback months of cultivation advancement. He began building the next template layer, directly into the section he had been avoiding. 2 hours in, he sent the template push to Thornback. Thornback stopped what he had been doing in the second floor. His shell plates shifted, not the spiral pattern, but something faster, more reactive. He turned toward the core chamber. Then he deliberately turned away from it and continued what he had been doing. Vale held the template push. Thornback kept working on whatever he was building. After 20 minutes, Thornback came down to the core chamber, stood before the crystal, and remained there for a long moment. Then he put one claw gently against the floor. The gesture Vale had come to read as careful communication, and held it there. Not rejection. Something more like, not yet. Log entry 257. Thornback declined the template push. He declined it by continuing his current activity and then communicating through gesture. He is engaged in something that has its own priority, and the template I offered interrupts it. I have been teaching him continuously for 7 months. He is telling me to wait. I do not know how to wait. Chapter 18. Elder Harrow arrived without announcement on day 261. Vale felt him at the upper entrance, a practitioner of considerable refinement, significantly beyond the coalition fighters he had been tracking. The chi signature was different from everything in his experience. Dense, layered, with multiple distinct cultivation frequencies running in tandem the way a complex piece of stonework ran multiple load-bearing lines. He had been cultivating for a long time. He knew what he was doing with it. He did not enter. He stood at the entrance, roughly 3 meters inside the upper shaft, and extended a detection ritual outward. Vale felt the ritual's tendrils pass through the dungeon, not the targeted probing of the core seeker, but something broader, a comprehensive read. It swept through all 5 floors, mapped the passage structure, found his disciples through their cultivation signatures, and located his crystal within seconds. It lingered on the crystal for a long time. He withdrew the ritual and stood there. Then he pulled out a documentation tool and began writing. Vale watched him through the resonance, tracking the quality of his focus. The man was not preparing for combat. He was not running a threat assessment. He was writing the notes of someone who had found something they did not expect, and was being careful to record accurately rather than quickly. He wrote for 40 minutes. Occasionally he extended the detection ritual again. Short probes, specific, focused on particular sections. He examined the second-floor junction in particular, where Lusk's marks were still on the wall. He noted the passage restructuring patterns. He spent several minutes holding the detection on the disciple signatures one at a time. What he spent the most time on, Vale could feel the sustained attention of it, was the gathering space. The detection ritual had reached the second floor and found the arrangement of stones, the cleared floor, the ore-bearing central stone with the light diffracting across its vein. The practitioner had gone completely still during this portion of the ritual. The documentation tool had stopped moving for 4 full minutes. He had found the gathering space, and he did not know what to make of it. Vale could not read the man's thoughts, but he could read the quality of the attention, not threat assessment, not resource evaluation, not the calculating attention of someone finding something valuable to extract. Something more uncertain. The attention of someone encountering a category problem. A dungeon full of feral creatures did not have gathering spaces. A dungeon built by a core following standard instincts had combat chambers, trap passages, choke points, and raw resource areas. The gathering space fit none of those categories. It was a place of no tactical value, made beautiful for no tactical reason, and the practitioner's detection ritual had been sitting on it for 4 minutes because his classification system had no entry for it. He pulled the ritual back after the 4th minute and stood there for another 10. His expression, when Vale's stone awareness could resolve it through the floor's vibration patterns, was not threatening. It was careful. The careful of a professional who had arrived expecting one thing and found something that required a different classification. He left before the light failed. He did not attempt to enter the core chambers. Log entry 264, Regional Sect Practitioner, Senior Level, conducted extended non-invasive detection ritual from the entrance. No combat preparation. No binding technique. Detection focused particularly on disciple cultivation signatures and passage restructuring patterns rather than on the core itself. The longest sustained detection was on the gathering space, for minutes, 11 seconds. Assessment behavior, not extraction behavior. But the gathering space is what held him longest. This is the first outside observer who has seen the gathering space. I do not know what it will mean for his report. Possible interpretation: this is advanced reconnaissance for a different kind of operation than the Coalition's resource extraction attempts. He had been tracking the Coalition as a single threat vector. He filed Elder Harrow under a different category. He sent a directed pulse to Lusk, attention toward the upper entrance, extended watch period. Lusk was already watching when the pulse arrived. Chapter 19. On day 289, Thornback finished what he had been building. Vale had watched it develop in pieces over 3 weeks. The stone placement on the second floor's eastern wall, the careful selection of specific debris shapes, the slow accretion of something that had a deliberate arrangement but whose purpose he had not determined. He had logged observations. He had not interfered. Thornback had declined the template push, and Vale had honored that, which had cost him 3 weeks of not advancing Thornback's cultivation at all. He was aware of what that cost meant. He ran the resource model and saw the stalled inflow and did not restart the template work. He waited, and then Thornback moved the last stone into place, stepped back from what he had built, and turned toward the core chamber. A single pulse, not Vale's signal vocabulary, but something Thornback had begun generating on his own, a brief resonance signal that carried, imprecisely but recognizably, a directional quality. This way, Vale expanded his awareness into the second floor and looked at what Thornback had built. It was not a combat chamber. It was not a trap. The debris arrangement did not create tactical advantages, did not narrow approach angles, did not position defenders advantageously. It was a space. An open area, perhaps 6 meters across, where the ore veins in the walls happened to glow faintly amber in a way that was different from the rest of the second floor's blue-tinted stone. Thornback had cleared the floor of the loose gravel and dust that accumulated everywhere else. He had placed the selected stones at the perimeter, smooth sides outward, irregular sides inward, in a rough circle. He had positioned one large piece at the center, flat-topped, the ore vein running through it catching the ambient light and diffracting it into small pale points across the ceiling. Lusk came to the space within an hour. He moved through it at his slowest pace, the one that meant intensive observation. He found the flat-topped stone at the center and examined it from several angles. Then he sat down near it. The wolf type came next. It was faster. It moved around the perimeter twice, testing the stone placements, and then settled against the eastern wall. The ambient light was warmest there, the ore veins densest. By evening, 4 of the 6 disciples had come to the space without being directed. Vale held his awareness in the space and watched. They were not training. They were not running template exercises or working on the skills their cultivation frameworks pointed them toward. They were simply in the space together, and the space was, there was not a word for it in any log category he had developed. Comfortable was the closest he could come to it, though comfort was a quality he associated with creatures at rest, not with cultivators at any rank. They had made something that existed for no tactical reason, something for its own sake. Log entry 293. He started and stopped 3 times. Log entry 293. My disciples have created culture. I don't know how to process this. I am going to continue logging until I do. He ran logs for 4 straight days. He kept returning to the same question, from different angles. He had been cultivating them towards specific capabilities, tracking their development against template targets, measuring progress in terms of rank advancement and combat effectiveness and surplus chi generation. He had never asked himself what the disciples were for. The training was for the disciples' power growth. The power growth was for the dungeon's defense. The defense was for the dungeon's survival. And the dungeon's survival was. He ran this logic to its end for the first time and found something he had been assuming without examining. He had been assuming the dungeon's survival was the terminal goal, the point. But the gathering space was not for the dungeon's survival. It was not for defense. It was not for training or power growth or surplus chi generation. It had no function in any chain of logic that led back to survival. It existed because Thornback thought his disciples needed somewhere to simply be together. He ran the chain in reverse. What was the dungeon's survival for? Not for the disciples' power growth. Not for templates and ranks and coordination protocols. For the same thing the gathering space was for. For the possibility of what happened in that space. The wolf type settling against the warm wall, Lust placing a stone in someone else's arrangement, the slate crawler sitting near Thornback because proximity mattered to it. He logged. On the 4th day, they built the thing they needed. I was building what I thought they needed. These are not the same thing. The dungeon's survival is not the point. It is what makes the point possible. I am going to have to reconsider what I am optimizing for. He looked at the space for a long time. Then he adjusted the ambient resonance of the 2nd floor, a small modulation, barely perceptible, to make the Orvain light slightly warmer in that chamber. Thornback, still in the space, noticed the change within seconds. His shell plates shifted in the wave pattern he had developed in the core chamber light. He looked at the walls, looked at the ceiling, looked at the crystal-bearing stone at the center. He appeared to understand where the warmth had come from. He had learned something about gifts. Apparently, he had taught it. Chapter 20 on day 307. The 2nd dungeon core made its first push into Vale's territory. He felt it the way he felt sudden pressure changes, not a sound, not a visual, but a shift in the fundamental resonance of the stone around his outer passages. The frequency was nothing like his own, where his output was structured, channeled, calibrated to specific creatures with specific roots. This was a flood. Undifferentiated power pushing outward in all directions with the blunt indifference of water forcing through cracks, taking every available passage, expanding to the limit of what the energy could reach. Feral creatures preceded the frequency, 3 of them, moving fast through the southern passage that connected to Vale's outer mind network. They had the look of flood-spawned creatures, dense muscle, no particular chi signature complexity, built for simple aggressive expansion. They were not disciplined. They hit the passage walls when they moved too fast. Vale sent the signal, wolf type and 2nd crab to the southern junction. He did not send Thornback or Lusk. He wanted to observe this threat before committing his best defenders. The wolf type engaged the first feral creature in the narrow passage. A single clean exchange, 2 strikes, clean geometry, the spatial awareness that had become the wolf type's signature translating into perfect defensive positioning. The feral creature was stronger in raw output, but it couldn't use its strength effectively against something that kept not being where it expected. The 2nd crab handled the other 2. The feral creatures were repelled in 4 minutes. But they had reached the outer passage. And the pressure behind them, the other core's resonance output, the flood frequency, had not receded with the creatures. It was still there, pressing against the southern boundary, testing the mind structure. Vale mapped the 2nd core's location. Nearby, much closer than he had assumed any neighbor would be. They shared a geological formation, which meant the deep rock connected them, which meant the secondary core had probably always been there and had simply reached a growth threshold that pushed its territory outward. Log entry 312. 2nd dungeon core detected to the south. Conventional output model. Undifferentiated energy flood. Feral creature spawns. Territorial expansion by volume rather than depth. Its presence was not previously registered because its output was below the threshold I was monitoring. It has crossed that threshold. He held the log, then added, "This is the first problem I have encountered that I cannot solve by developing my disciples further. My disciples are not the relevant variable here. The relevant variable is territorial resonance dynamics between 2 cores, which I have no framework for." He felt the flood frequency pressing against his southern boundary stones. It was consistent, rhythmic, the pulse of a core that was not doing anything sophisticated, simply pushing. The pressure was going to grow. At the 2nd core's current development rate, it would take somewhere between 3 and 6 months before the territory pressure became a genuine defensive problem. He had 3 to 6 months to develop a framework for something he had never studied. He was aware, distantly, that this was the wrong way to think about timelines for an adversarial territorial problem. He would need to find a different approach. He flagged the log. He sent Lusk to monitor the southern passage. Lusk moved to the junction, sat down, and began his long observation. His ears angled toward the south. The pressure came in slow waves through the floor, distinct from the stone's ambient frequency. Vale watched Lusk watch the boundary. The pressure from the 2nd core had a different quality than any threat he had experienced before. The coalition was organized and adaptive, but it had goals he could infer and a resource calculation he could anticipate. The core seeker had been dangerous but bounded, a technique with limits, a team with a retreat threshold. The other dungeon core had none of those properties. It was not analyzing him. It was not considering whether to press or withdraw. It was expanding because expansion was what it did, and the expansion would continue until it reached something it couldn't expand through. Bill was that thing. He did not know if he was strong enough to be that thing. He ran the calculation honestly. His disciples were good, better than anything a conventional dungeon of his age should have produced. Thornback had absorbed 3 strikes from a senior coalition fighter and held position. Lusk had outpredicted professional scouts. The wolf type had run coordinated flanking patterns that no feral creature could match. Against human incursion teams, his depth-over-breadth strategy had proven decisive. Against a flood of feral creatures driven by a core pouring undifferentiated energy into endless spawns, depth-over-breadth meant he had fewer bodies to throw at the problem. He logged the tension. Log entry 313. I have built a dungeon optimized for precision against organized human opposition. The threat approaching from the south is not organized human opposition. It is volume. I need to think about this differently. He began the first entry in a new section of the log. What he knew about dungeon core territorial dynamics, which was nothing. He would have to build the framework from observations he had not yet made. But he had built every other framework in this dungeon from observations he had not yet made. He had built the template system from observations. He had built the scaffold from observations. He had built his understanding of Thornback, of Lusk, of surplus chi, of the gathering space, all from observations made in the field with no prior model. The other core was a different problem, not an impossible one. This was, at least, a familiar situation. He began observing. Chapter 21 Elder Harrow arrived with 4 people instead of the one that a standard sect inspection would send. Vale felt the difference in the formation immediately. 3 disciples behind the elder, young by their chi signatures, cultivation in the middle ranks. And a 4th signature that was different from all of them. A practitioner whose resonance was not focused on combat, or even on his own cultivation, but on external space. The signature extended outward from him in careful geometric sweeps, mapping. A spatial cartographer. Harrow had come prepared for a thorough documentation of an unusual dungeon. They entered together in a formal line rather than a combat formation, a significant signal. Vale held his disciples back. He had been thinking about Harrow since the last visit, turning over the 40-second pause at the gathering space, the 10 minutes of standing still afterward, the documentation that had been careful rather than hurried. This was a different kind of person than the coalition fighters. He wanted data before he acted. The team moved through the first floor without disruption. The disciples were present and visible. Lusk at the south junction, Thornback moving through the eastern passage on what looked like a patrol route, but was actually Vale's instruction. Be visible, be non-threatening, don't go first. The cartographer stopped at every major structural modification and extended his sensing outward, mapping the altered passage geometries with methodical precision. One of the sect disciples said something in a low voice at the false floor panel. The cartographer made a note. Harrow said nothing. He watched. They reached the second floor. Harrow found the gathering space immediately. His detection ritual from the previous visit had already located it, so he knew where to go. He walked in ahead of his disciples. The space looked different than it had during the first detection ritual, because the disciples had been in it regularly for 3 weeks. The central stone had a slight polish on its upper surface where Thornback and Lusk and the wolf type had repeatedly rested against it. The perimeter stones had been adjusted twice, once by Thornback, once by Lusk adding a piece from the eastern passage. The floor was clean. The ore veins in the walls threw their amber light in warm bands across the space. Harrow stood in the entrance for a long moment. Then he stepped inside. He walked the perimeter slowly. He crouched and examined the central stone, specifically the slight where on its top surface. He ran his fingers along the polished section, deliberate, reading the material. He looked at the ambient light for a long time, turning in different directions to observe how the ore vein glow fell across the space. He looked at the positions of the perimeter stones. He examined 2 of them specifically, the ones Lusk had added, which were subtly different in texture from the ones Thornback had placed originally. His detection ritual must have told him the stones had been moved from elsewhere, because he looked up after examining the second one and tracked the first floor passage direction with his gaze. Someone had brought stones from elsewhere to add to this arrangement. He walked to the middle of the space and stood there, and Vale watched him in the particular stillness of a person who was doing serious analytical work. He was there for more than 20 minutes. His disciples waited at the entrance. None of them entered. The cartographer attempted to extend his mapping sense into the space, and then stopped. He stood with his hand extended and the sensing tool lowered, looking at the space with an expression of professional frustration. Whatever his mapping technique was designed to read, the space either had too much of it or too little in the expected places. One of the sect disciples said, "Elder, this is the core chamber?" Harrow said, without turning, "No, this is not a core chamber." A long pause. The disciple waited. "This is a common space," Harrow said. "The creatures use it as a common space." Another pause. "In 31 years of dungeon assessment, I have not seen this. He looked at the perimeter stones again. He looked at the central stone with the crystalline vein that Thornback had carried from the deep mine. Something with this much cultivation sophistication, he said, usually has a different relationship to power. He did not finish the thought. He left without explaining his conclusion to his disciples. Chapter 22. The binding resonance attempt came on the third floor. Harrow had spent the inspection working up to it, taking a full reading of the dungeon's architecture on every floor, having the cartographer map the passage structure, examining each disciple they encountered with careful attention. When they reached the third floor, he found a room without disciples, stopped, and began preparing. Vale watched the technique's preparation through the resonance of the stone. It was an elaborate construction, layered chi patterns that formed a net, designed to wrap around a dungeon core's resonance signature and register it as a sect asset. The registration would give the sect legal authority over the dungeon's operations, effectively making the core a sect resource rather than an independent entity. He had never felt this technique before. He could read its approach, a seeking structure designed to find the particular frequency pattern that all dungeon cores shared, then anchor to it. It found his resonance. It tried to anchor. There was a brief moment, 3 to 4 seconds, where the technique's seeking structure was very close to his frequency. Bill did not resist. He had no particular resistance technique and no reason to believe resistance would help. The technique found something different from what it was built to bind, not the expected pattern. His resonance structure had been shaped by 10 months of template work, of reciprocal chi exchange with cultivating disciples, of sustained individual frequency modulations. Whatever dungeon cores were supposed to feel like to this technique, he no longer matched the template. The seeking structure couldn't find the correct anchor point. It moved around his frequency like hands searching for a doorknob in the dark, finding the door, but not the handle. After 90 seconds, the technique dissolved. Harrow stood very still in the third-floor chamber. His disciples were watching him. He did not explain to them what had happened. He ran the technique a second time, slower, more carefully. He restructured the seeking net with more precision, adjusting for the possibility that the core's frequency was at an unusual position on the standard spectrum rather than at an unusual structure. Same result. The seeking structure moved around his resonance without finding anything to bind to. He ran it a third time with a specific modification Vale could feel, a broader net, less frequency-specific, designed to find any dungeon core pattern rather than the standard one. The broadnet version found his resonance easily. It felt the frequency, recognized it as a dungeon core, began extending the binding attachment. And then it stopped. Not failed. Stopped. There was a moment of contact where the binding technique was correctly anchored and then the attachment pulled loose. Not because Vale resisted, but because the binding's structural assumptions about what a dungeon core felt like at the point of attachment no longer held. The technique was designed to bind to a specific kind of cultivating entity. The binding point was not a dungeon core's chi signature. It was a dungeon core's relationship to its territory. His territory had a relationship to him that was different from what the technique expected. Not just the frequency, the entire dynamic of the anchor point. The technique dissolved. Harrow packed up the components without speaking. His jaw was set in the particular way of someone who was managing a reaction they did not want to show. He turned to his cartographer. Marked the third floor as requiring additional assessment. He walked up. His disciples looked at each other. The cartographer wrote in his notebook. Bill logged what had just happened. Log entry 341. Binding resonance technique failed on 3 attempts, including a modified broad-spectrum version that achieved initial contact. The third failure is more informative than the first 2. The technique found my frequency correctly and could not maintain attachment because my relationship to this territory has developed in a way the technique's anchor structure doesn't account for. I am not a difficult dungeon core to find. I am a dungeon core whose fundamental relationship to what it has built cannot be registered as standard property. He ran the log again. The implication was not tactical. It was definitional. He had been developing for 10 months in a direction that was not the standard direction, and the divergence had become large enough that a technique built to classify standard dungeon cores could not process him correctly. He was, in whatever category since the sect used, something it didn't have a name for yet. He filed this as important context for everything that would happen next with Harrow and flagged it for long-term tracking. There was a secondary implication he sat with for a while before filing. The technique had worked on him once, in the broadest sense. It had found his resonance and made initial contact. The reason it failed at the attachment point was that his relationship to his territory had developed beyond the technique's model. That meant the technique would have bound him correctly at some earlier stage of his development, had Harrow arrived 12 months earlier. He had outgrown a binding technique by becoming something the technique could no longer recognize as bindable. The development that had felt like divergence from the standard path had also made him harder to classify, register, and control. He filed this as useful information about the long-term value of the path he was on. Chapter 23, he spawned Sable on day 347. He had been thinking about the problem of the hollow vein for 3 weeks and had run into the same structural constraint each time. His disciples were excellent in depth, poor in breadth, and the hollow vein's threat was a volume problem. More bodies, more pressure, more spatial saturation. The solution that kept presenting itself was to spawn more defensive creatures, but raw spawns, which was all the instinct offered, would degrade the quality of his defense even as they increased the numbers. He spent a week designing before he spawned. He wanted a disciple who was not primarily a fighter. He had tried this with Lusk, whose root affinity ran analytical social and who had proven to be his best strategic resource. The hollow vein was a different kind of problem than coalition raids, and he found himself thinking about visibility, about the dungeon's spatial structure, and whether the hollow vein's feral creatures could be managed not through direct combat, but through spatial confusion. He shaped the spawn with a root affinity oriented toward light and dark pattern recognition, not vision. The dungeon had limited light, but the difference between areas of high and low visibility, between shadows and illumination, between paths that appeared to exist and paths that only appeared to exist because of how the light fell. Sable emerged from the western wall of the 3rd floor in a form that surprised him. Shadow-class creatures were unusual. He had not consciously selected this form. The root affinity had produced it. The creature was smaller than any of his other disciples, roughly the size of a large cat, dark in a way that was not just coloring but a quality of light absorption around its edges. It moved differently from everything else in the dungeon, not the grounded weight of stone crabs or the fluid efficiency of wolf types, but something that used the boundaries between light and dark as if they were structural features of the space. It emerged, looked around, and began immediately. No observation period. No assessment of the dungeon or the other disciples. It went to the corner where the 3rd floor's natural stone created a specific shadow pattern and sat in it. Then it moved to a different corner. Then it moved along a wall section where the ore vein's ambient glow created a particular gradient. It was cataloging the dungeon's visual structure the way the cartographer had cataloged its spatial structure. Vale sent no template push, no signal. He watched. On the 3rd day, Sable found a section of the 2nd floor's stone floor where the surface texture was different from the surrounding area. The residue of an old repair in the mine's working days. A patch of gravel aggregate that looked like solid stone but had different light-reflective properties. Sable spent 2 hours rearranging small pieces of the aggregate into a geometric pattern along the patch's edge. The pattern was not a marking. It was not language. It had the quality of something built for its own internal logic, a form that was correct according to some principle Vale couldn't immediately identify. He watched. He did not redirect this. Sable finished the pattern on the 4th day. It covered the aggregate patch completely, not just the edge but the full surface. Each piece of gravel shifted to a specific angle or position, the whole thing built to some internal logic that organized the section's light-reflective properties into a coherent visual structure. When the ore vein light hit it at the chamber's standard ambient angle, certain sections appeared to float slightly above the surface. When the light shifted with the dungeon's slow day cycle, other sections became visible that had been invisible before. The pattern was not static. It was designed to change as the light changed. Vale ran the analysis for hours trying to understand what principle organized the pattern's logic. He could identify elements, certain configurations that maximized reflection, other configurations that absorbed it, the geometric relationship between adjacent sections that created the floating effect. He could not identify the whole. The pattern had an internal coherence he could sense but not decode. The same way he could feel that Lusk's wall marks were meaningful communication without being able to parse every symbol. He thought about this for a long time. The conclusion he reached was unsettling in its implications. Sable was 6 days old. She had no template for this. The pattern work was not something he had given her any guidance toward. He had not even known what her root affinity would produce when he spawned her. She had emerged with a fully formed drive to do this specific thing, had identified the right materials on her own, and had executed a complex technical work that Vale could not fully understand. He had not made her capable of this. Her root affinity had. The affinity was older than his template system, older than the dungeon, older than anything he had designed. He had opened a door. What walked through it was not what he had planned. On the 10th day, Sable left the aggregate pattern and moved to a different section of the 2nd floor entirely. A long corridor where a particular ore vein ran close to the surface, creating a stripe of amber illumination along one wall. She sat in front of it for a day without moving. Then she began working with the stone surface itself, using her small claws to shift and angle the microtexture of the ore vein surface. She was not carving. She was tuning. He held his attention on her and the corridor and tried to understand what she was doing. The vein surface changes were almost imperceptible individually. Collectively, over 3 days of work, the light output of that section of wall changed character, not intensity, but quality. The amber light became less even, more directional. It cast specific shadows at specific angles rather than a general glow. She was using the ore vein as a medium the way a practitioner used a cultivation furnace, applying precise small changes to produce large specific effects. He ran the log. Log entry 358. Sable has begun creating geometric patterns using materials found in the dungeon. The patterns have no combat application and no apparent communication function. The root affinity suggests they may be related to the light and dark pattern recognition. The aggregate's different reflective properties may make it a medium for working with visual structure. I do not understand the purpose. Secondary log entry. On observation day 10, Sable began tuning the ambient light output of the second floor, or vein. She is now working with light as a medium directly rather than working with materials that reflect it. I am noting that I have a disciple who creates works I cannot fully parse in a language I do not speak. She is 10 days old. I am going to continue watching. I have learned that the correct response to a disciple doing something I don't understand is to watch, not to redirect. Chapter 24. On day 360, the hollow vein took the outer passages. Vale watched it happen and let it happen. The pressure had been building since the first territorial push 3 weeks ago. The hollow vein's creatures, feral, numerous, driven by a core that simply kept flooding energy outward into more spawns, had been probing the outer mine network systematically. Not intelligently, not with strategy, just with the iterative pressure of a growing system that kept pushing until it found somewhere to go. There were 2 options. Option 1. Expand aggressively to push back. Spawn more creatures. Reclaim the outer passages. Establish a defensive perimeter at the geological boundary between his and the hollow vein's territory. This would cost significant energy, require combat across a wide territorial front, and risk his disciples against feral opponents in numbers they had not yet faced. Option 2. Reinforce his existing space. Let the outer passages go. Compress the dungeon's defended area to his strongest floors. Concentrate his disciples' capabilities, and hold the territory he had already developed. Cost. Losing approximately 4 outer passages and some of the ore vein access in those sections. Gain. 3 months without direct engagement while the hollow vein saturated the outer passages with feral creatures and moved on to easier expansion targets elsewhere. He chose option 2. The hollow vein's creatures moved into the outer passages without meeting significant resistance. He pulled his 2 weakest disciples back from the outer positions. He reinforced the third floor approaches. He restructured the entrance to the second floor slightly, narrowing the main approach by 11 centimeters, not enough to inconvenience his disciples, but enough to change the entry geometry that the hollow vein's creatures had been tracking. He lost the outer passages in a day. The hollow vein's creatures came through in a wave, not a coordinated advance, just an expansion front, the creatures filling the available space the way a flooded tunnel fills with water. They were dense, fast in groups, and entirely without discipline. 3 of them collided with each other at the first junction and ended up fighting briefly before the flood instinct reasserted itself. Vale watched through the stones and felt the hollow vein's frequency spreading into his old territory. The ambient resonance of the outer passages changed character. Where his own structured output had shaped those passages into something that sustained a particular kind of ordered, purposeful chi flow, the hollow vein's flood frequency replaced it with something denser and more chaotic, the chi equivalent of white noise. The mine had contracted. His territory was smaller. The hollow vein's frequency was audible now as a background pressure against the southern and western stone, present even when no creatures were actively pushing. But his disciples were intact. His templates were intact. His reserves were intact. He checked each disciple in turn with his deep echo sense. Thornback was in the gathering space. He had gone there while the outer passages were being lost, as if the act of being present in the space he had built was what he did when the dungeon was under pressure. Lusk was at the south junction boundary, tracking the hollow vein creatures through the resonance, cataloging their movement patterns with the same systematic attention he gave everything. The wolf type was in the second floor eastern passage, oriented toward the south, wait forward. He had not told them how to respond to the territorial loss. They had each found their own response. He logged this alongside the territory note. Log entry 361. Territory reduction accepted. Outer passages ceded to hollow vein pressure. Defensive perimeter contracted to core floors. Assessment. The wager is that 3 months of no direct engagement is worth more to my development trajectory than the energy cost of holding the outer passages. Secondary log. Disciples' individual responses to the territorial loss. Thornback to the gathering space. Lusk to systematic observation. Wolf type to ready position. None of them came to the crystal for guidance. They knew what they needed to do, and they did it. I need to understand the hollow vein better. It is expanding because expansion is what it does. But that means it will eventually reach my actual boundary, the point where my disciples are. At that point, the volume problem will be present regardless of preparation. I need a solution that does not rely entirely on my disciples fighting more feral creatures than they can handle. I do not know what that solution is. He began a new section in the log, adjacent dungeon dynamics. He filled it with everything he had observed about the hollow vein so far. It was not much. The hollow vein, expansion-oriented, feral output, no observed strategic behavior. Its chi signature was dense but unstructured, the signature of a core spending energy faster than it was carefully accumulating it. Either it would stabilize when its territory reached a comfortable size, or it would exhaust itself before that point arrived. He added a monitoring routine, track the hollow vein's expansion rate weekly. A decreasing rate meant stabilization. A rate that dropped sharply meant approaching collapse, which would create a different problem. Leaderless feral creatures flooding the mine all at once. No organizing intelligence to negotiate with. Pure volume pressure with no strategic component at all. He filed this as a contingency. He added it to the log anyway. The outer passages were not the boundary. The outer passages were the interval before the real problem, and he intended to use the interval well. Chapter 25. Harrow returned on day 379. Without his disciples. Without the cartographer. Alone. He came in the way Oren Desh had come in. Quietly, through the upper shaft passage, not announcing himself through preparation rituals or combat stances. He moved through the first floor with the particular careful attention of someone who did not want to disturb what he found there. Vale held his disciples back. The elder went to the second floor. He went to the gathering space. He sat down in it, not standing and examining, but sitting, settling his weight against one of the perimeter stones, and simply being in the space the way the disciples were in it when they were resting. He stayed for 2 hours. He came back on day 386. He stayed for 3 hours. And on the third visit, on day 392, he brought a notebook. He sat in the gathering space and wrote in it for most of his visit. Not the rapid documentation run writing of a practitioner capturing data before it changed, but the slower, more deliberate writing of someone working out something they were trying to understand. He paused often, looked around the space, returned to writing. Vale watched him through the resonance, feeling the quality of his attention, genuinely uncertain. Harrow was not performing assessment for a report. He was sitting with a question he didn't yet have an answer to, and the sitting was the work. On the fourth visit, Thornback came to the gathering space while Harrow was there. He came from the eastern passage, through the junction, into the entrance. He stopped when he saw the elder. The elder stopped writing. They looked at each other. Thornback walked to his usual position in the space, the area nearest the central stone, the place that had been his since the gathering space's first day. He settled into it. Not aggressively, not submissively, but with the specific ownership of a creature in the space it belongs in. He looked at Harrow with his compound eyes. Then he looked at the crystal-bearing stone at the center. Then he went back to whatever internal state the gathering space produced in him. Harrow did not move for a long time. He was doing something with his cultivation, not combat preparation, not binding technique. Something that read, in the resonance, like extended perception. He was feeling the space, not mapping it the way the cartographer had mapped it, reading it the way a practitioner who had spent 30 years assessing dungeon cores reads a dungeon core. He was trying to understand what Thornback's presence in this specific space told him about the dungeon's nature. Then he opened his notebook and wrote for 40 minutes straight. The quality of the writing was different from his previous visits. He wrote quickly rather than with the careful deliberation of someone working out a difficult thought. He had reached a conclusion, or something close to one, and was capturing it while it was fresh. Occasionally, he looked at Thornback, who remained in his position without attending to Harrow, and wrote more. At the end of 40 minutes, Harrow looked at the central stone for a long time. He looked at the crystal vein in it, the mineral that Thornback had carried from the deep mine over a year ago. He looked at Thornback. He said, in a quiet voice, "You're not a creature with a dungeon. The dungeon is yours." He was not asking this as a question. He was saying it to see what the resonance did when he said it. Thornback looked at him. Vale adjusted the ambient resonance slightly, the warmth modulation he had learned from the earliest gifts, the signal that meant he was present and attending. He was not certain Harrow would read it as a response. He sent it anyway. Harrow wrote one more line in his notebook. Vale watched. He did not interfere with either of them. He could not have designed this encounter. He would not have thought to design it. Log entry 405. Elder Harrow has begun visiting the dungeon alone, without authorization apparent from any official inspection schedule. He sits in the gathering space and writes. On his fourth visit, Thornback entered the space and claimed his usual position without yielding or confronting. They coexisted for 3 hours. At the end of 40 minutes, Harrow made a statement. You're not a creature with a dungeon. The dungeon is yours. He said it directly to Thornback. I believe he was testing whether the ambient resonance would respond. It did. I responded. A cultivator and a stone crab, sitting in a space that a stone crab built, each attending to their own concerns. A core listening from the center. I note, the gathering space is producing effects on visitors that I did not design for. This is consistent with everything else about how the dungeon has developed. The things I did not design are the things that matter most. Chapter 26. Lusk reached Vein-Forged rank on day 411, and the first thing Vale did was try to correct it. The rank advancement itself was unremarkable. He felt the signature shift in his sleep cycle, a clean transition at the third watch of the night, the chi signature stabilizing at a new level of coherence. He ran the standard analysis. Pathway integration complete, signature formed, rank confirmed. Standard. Except the signature was not standard. A Vein-Forged cultivator's chi signature should carry the character of its root affinity, analytical spatial in Lusk's case, which Vale had templated for a signature that processed environmental relationships and predicted movement patterns. He had designed the signature to feel, to extended resonance sensing, like a skilled navigator's handwriting, precise, spatial, confident. What Lusk's signature actually felt like was a skilled negotiator reading a room, not environmental relationships, relational ones. The signature was reading the resonance outputs of other disciples around it and modeling their states. It was an analytical social signature that had emerged from an analytical spatial template. The deviation was significant. Vale's first impulse was immediate. Build a correction template that would guide the signature back toward the intended shape. The deviation was not damaging. It was just different from what he had designed. But different from designed meant he had less predictive model for where Lusk was going. Different from designed meant the next 10 template layers he had planned were now calibrated for the wrong direction. He spent a week doing exactly the wrong thing. He built 3 different correction templates. He ran each one against his model of Lusk's current signature and found each time that the correction would slow the existing momentum without producing the intended result. Not because the correction was wrong, but because the trajectory he was correcting away from was already more developed than the one he was correcting toward. On the 7th day, he stopped. He ran the log. Log entry 431. I have been trying for 7 days to correct a deviation in Lusk's cultivation signature that I did not design. The correction attempts would reduce his current capability in order to rebuild toward a capability I originally planned. This is, on reflection, irrational. His actual development is ahead of my planned development. I have been trying to teach him backward into a direction I chose a year ago rather than forward into the direction he is already moving. Secondary. I am aware that I spent 7 days on this because I could not stop trying to guide the path. This is the same problem as the child in the passage. I was so focused on what I was trying to do that I failed to see what was already happening. He documented the template deviation carefully, not to correct it, but to understand it. The deviation was an emergence, something Lusk had developed in the space the template had left open rather than in the direction the template had pointed. He had been taking root affinity seriously enough to calibrate templates to each disciple's individual structure. He had not been taking seriously the possibility that the individual structure would grow in its own direction under cultivation. He had been treating templates as the path. The templates were the gate, not the path. He had to reconsider what guiding cultivation meant. He spent 2 days running through the implications. The first implication, if the templates were gates rather than paths, then what mattered about template design was whether it opened the right gate, not whether it specified the right direction. He had been building templates that were precisely calibrated to the direction he intended each disciple to develop. He could keep doing that, and it would work, but it would also mean every disciple who followed the template precisely would develop into a cultivator he had designed, not a cultivator who had found their own form. He had seen what cultivators who found their own form could do. Thornback, Lusk, the spiral signature, the communication network. The second implication, he did not actually know which templates were gates and which were walls. He had been building both without being able to distinguish them, because the difference only became visible when a disciple deviated. If a disciple followed the template without deviation, Vale had no way to know whether the template had been perfectly aligned with the disciple's natural direction or had been restricting a different, better direction that the disciple had not yet found their way around. He spent a day being genuinely uncomfortable about this. The third implication, which took the full week to reach, he could not stop building templates. The disciples needed the gate. Without the initial framework, the early formation period would have no structure at all, and formless early formation produced unstable cultivation. The templates were doing a real and necessary job. He just had to accept that the job ended somewhere, and that beyond that point, his function was to make space for the disciple's own development rather than to keep directing it. The difficulty was identifying where the job ended. It was not the same place for every disciple. Thornback had outrun his templates earlier than Lusk had. Lusk had outrun them in a different direction than Thornback. Sable had practically been born past them. He could not design a general rule. He had to pay attention to each individual, which was, he recognized, what he had already been doing imperfectly for the past year. The only change was that now he understood what he was paying attention for. He filed this conclusion. He built no correction templates. He began designing the next stage of templates, not directed pathways, but structured opening spaces, frameworks that left deliberate gaps in the directions he did not want to block. He did not know if this would work better. He knew that trying to correct Lusk's signature for 7 days had done nothing useful, and that accepting it had immediately produced more insight than the 7 days had. The evidence suggested openness was the better tool. Chapter 27, The Archivist arrived on day 422. Vale felt her at the upper entrance the same way he felt everyone, by the weight signature, the footfall pattern, the chi output. She was older, by human reckoning, than most of the practitioners he had tracked. Her chi was stable and experienced, the kind that had spent decades settling into a consistent shape rather than pushing toward the next rank. She was not a combat cultivator. She had a bag with a distinctive weight distribution, dense sections that suggested documentation equipment, lighter sections that suggested food and basic supplies. She had clearly prepared for an extended visit. She stood at the mine entrance for several minutes before entering. She was looking at the architectural modifications, the visible part of the collapsed shaft entrance, the way the stone had been shored up and the passage widened in sections. She made notes before she went in. She did not have weapons. This was the first time, since the Coalition's earliest probes, that a visitor had come into the dungeon without weapons. Vale held his disciples. He watched. She entered and moved through the first floor passage slowly, examining the walls. She stopped at every section where the stone showed Vale's restructuring. The smoothed areas, the deliberate shaping, the places where the natural mine collapse had been worked into a functional passage. She drew what she saw. Not written notes, drawn. She had a drawing tool, and she was making visual records of the passage architecture. She stopped at Lusk's marks on the junction wall, and was there for 20 minutes. She copied the marks into her notebook. She sketched them precisely. She stepped back and looked at them as a whole for a long time. Then she sat down in the first floor passage with her back against the wall and opened a new section of her notebook. She had been in the dungeon for less than an hour, and she had already chosen to stay. Vale's disciples had found her. Not aggressively. Lusk had tracked her through the floor resonance from the second floor junction, and the wolf type had moved to a parallel passage where it could observe her without direct visibility. She was being examined by 3 disciples, and she didn't appear to know it, though the quality of her stillness suggested she might suspect. She wrote in her notebook for 40 minutes. He noticed something about the writing that was different from what the Coalition's documentation team had done, from what the cartographer had done, from what Harrow did in his visits. They had all been capturing data, information about a thing, recorded for use elsewhere. She was writing the way people write when they are building a theory. Long sentences, crossed out sections, returns to earlier lines to revise. She was constructing an argument to herself. Then she looked up at the passage ceiling and said, in a clear voice, "I would like to stay and document. I am not here to take anything from this place." She paused. "I have been studying dungeon ecosystems for 30 years, she said, still looking at the ceiling. "I have documented 14 dungeon cores in various stages of development. I am here because a practitioner who was filed under anomaly in 3 different institutions said the same thing about this place that I have been expecting to find somewhere for 30 years. I want to understand what you are doing." She stopped. She looked at the wall where Lusk's marks ran. "I know you can't answer me," she said. "I wanted to say it out loud because it seemed like the right thing to do." She could not know if anything hurt her. She said it anyway. Vale logged it. Log entry 438. A scholar arrived with documentation equipment and no weapons. She has been here for 2 hours and has not triggered any defensive response. She addressed the dungeon directly. She is aware she may be being observed. She stated that she has been looking for something specific for 30 years and believes this dungeon matches it. This is a different category of visitor from everything I have encountered. Secondary. She knows about the anomaly reports. Someone connected the filed observations across 3 institutions to her academic work. This means she has a network that has been tracking unusual dungeon behavior, and they found this dungeon. The dungeon is visible to people who know what to look for. Chapter 28. Thornback found her on the 2nd hour of her visit. She had moved to the 1st floor main chamber, the largest open space on the 1st level, where Vale had cleared the old mine detritus to create a defensible floor. She had set up her documentation equipment and was in the process of sketching the chamber architecture when Thornback came through the eastern passage entrance. He stopped at the entrance to the chamber. She saw him immediately. She stopped drawing. He was larger than most people expected close-up. The photographs and sensor readings that practitioners used for threat assessment didn't convey scale the same way presence did. He was a stone crab the size of a large cart, standing in a passage entrance, his compound eyes oriented toward her with the particular sustained attention that Vale had been watching develop for over a year. She did not run. She did not reach for a defensive technique. She sat very still with her drawing equipment in her hands and looked at him. He looked at her. After 30 seconds, she slowly raised the drawing equipment and began drawing him. He watched her draw. This was not something Vale could have predicted or explained. Thornback had seen humans draw before. The cartographer with Harrow's inspection team had used similar equipment, and Thornback had observed him without particular interest. But something about being drawn was different from watching someone draw. He tracked the motion of her tool across the page. He tilted his head slightly when she shifted her viewing angle. When she spent an extended time on the spiral patterns in his shell, he turned slightly to present that surface more directly. He was helping her draw accurately. They spent 4 hours in the chamber together. She drew him from 12 different angles. After the 1st hour she was talking, not to him exactly, not expecting response, but the running narration that Vale had observed scholars use when working, a half-conscious externalization of the analysis process. She described what she was seeing. She described the spiral pattern in his shell. She described the way his compound eyes caught light. She described his posture, not threatening, not submissive, and tried 3 different words for it before settling on one. The word was present. Thornback did not respond. He could not. He did not have language yet, would not for many more chapters of his cultivation path. But he attended to her with the full quality of attention Vale had watched him develop, and she seemed to feel this. At the end of 4 hours, she stood, packed her equipment carefully, and bowed toward him. Thornback looked at her for a moment. Then he did something Vale had not seen before. He raised one of his larger claws slowly and held it horizontal for a moment, the gesture of a creature presenting something. He was not threatening. He was presenting his shell pattern, the spiral section she had spent the most time drawing, deliberately, for examination one more time before she left. She looked at the spiral for a long time. She did not write anything. She just looked. Then she bowed again, lower this time. He watched her go. He went to the gathering space immediately after. Log entry 451. A scholar drew Thornback for 4 hours, and he facilitated the drawing by adjusting his position. At the end, he presented his spiral shell section deliberately for final examination. She bowed twice. I want to note what Thornback did at the end. He is at vein-forged rank, approaching core-touched. He does not have language. But he made a gesture of deliberate offering, presenting the part of himself that she had paid the most attention to, as if he understood that she had valued it specifically. He offered the thing that had been valued. This is a relationship. I did not design it, and I cannot fully characterize it. I am noting it as significant. And I am noting that Thornback is operating at a level of social understanding that I have not templed for and cannot fully account for. Chapter 29. Harrow arrived on day 460 while Fun So was in the dungeon. They met at the mine entrance, Harrow descending from the sect's direction, the older woman ascending from a 3-day documentation session. They stopped when they saw each other. Neither of them had expected to find another person here. Vale felt the encounter through the stone's resonance. 2 distinct cultivation signatures in close proximity, neither hostile but both cautious. He extended his awareness as far as the entrance permitted, trying to read the content of the exchange through vibration. He could not do this. He could feel that they were speaking at length. He could not hear what they said. He felt the exchange last for over an hour. Funso did not leave after the hour. She came back inside. Harrow followed. They found the 2nd floor's junction and stopped there, standing on opposite sides of the passage, and continued whatever argument they had started at the entrance. Through the stone, Vale felt the argument's rhythm. Harrow made long, structured statements with the cadence of someone presenting an established framework. Funso made shorter, more frequent interjections, the rhythm of someone correcting assumptions as they emerged. It was not a hostile exchange. It had the quality of two people who disagreed about fundamentals and were bothering to say why. He sent Lusk to the junction above them. A listening position, technically a defensive position, but positioned where the floor vibrations would give Lusk the fullest reading of both signatures. Lusk had been developing his social analytical capabilities for months. He could not understand human speech, but he could read resonant states in people the way Vale read resonant states in disciples. He moved into position with the efficiency of long practice and settled against the passage wall in a way that was nearly invisible, the particular stillness of a wolf type who had decided to be part of the background. He reported back through the communication system, two distinct states. The older one, analytical uncertain, building a model. The sect practitioner, analytical structured, defending a classification. What they were arguing about, Vale inferred from what came after. He also inferred something from the argument structure that Lusk couldn't report. Harrow was using the vocabulary of institutional authority. Funso was using the vocabulary of empirical observation. They were not having the same argument as each other. They were having two parallel arguments that intersected at specific points. Harrow was arguing about what the dungeon was permitted to be. Funso was arguing about what the dungeon demonstrably was. Neither argument could definitively win against the other because they were operating on different premises. He filed this as a fundamental problem he would need to address eventually. The people who had authority over whether the dungeon survived operated on permission-based reasoning, and the dungeon's nature was an observational reality that the permission framework hadn't been built to accommodate. After the argument, Harrow went to the gathering space. Funso went to the third floor, where she had been documenting Sable's pattern work. They separated entirely. They had apparently agreed to disagree about something important. Harrow sat in the gathering space for 40 minutes. Funso spent 3 hours on the third floor and came back through the gathering space on her way up. She stopped when she saw Harrow. He looked up from his notebook. They regarded each other across the space's width. Neither spoke. After a moment, Funso sat down against the far wall, not near Harrow, not demonstratively distant, just in the space, and opened her own notebook. They worked in the gathering space simultaneously without speaking for 2 hours. When they left together, not by arrangement, but because they reached the exit at the same time. Vale felt them pause at the upper shaft together and exchange something brief before each went their own direction. Whatever they had argued about at the entrance, they had been in the same space for 2 hours afterward. The argument had not resolved. The coexistence had happened anyway. Log entry 468. Two humans who appear to disagree significantly about what this dungeon is sat in the gathering space together and worked in silence for 2 hours. The gathering space is doing something I did not design it for. It appears to produce a condition in which people who would otherwise argue instead simply coexist and attend to their own work. Thornback built this. He has built something that works on humans. I note, the gathering space appears to function on both disciples and visitors through the same principle. It provides a place where presence is enough. You do not need to agree with everything in the space to belong there temporarily. You only need to be in it and attend to something. This is, on reflection, what Thornback has always done. He goes to the gathering space not to do anything, but to be in the space that is his. Every person who has entered it has eventually done the same thing. Chapter 30. On day 470, Sable completed a pattern that stopped the dungeon. She had been working on the third floor's main chamber for 3 weeks. Vale had been monitoring without interfering. He had learned to hold the monitoring without interfering discipline through the gathering space experience, through the Lusk deviation, through every incident where something better than his plan had emerged when he simply watched. The pattern covered the entire chamber floor, a geometric construction in multiple materials, all drawn from the dungeon's existing stones and aggregate. Sable had used not just the light and dark reflective properties she had been working with since her spawning, but spatial relationships between the sections. Each part of the pattern was positioned to interact with the adjacent part in ways that were not visible until viewed as a whole. Vale was the only one who could see it as a whole, from his spatial sense that covered the entire dungeon. From the floor level, any human or disciple would see one section of the pattern at a time. He ran the spatial analysis and found that the pattern, viewed from above, resolved into a coherent image, not a landscape or a face, but a conceptual diagram. A diagram of interconnected paths and nodes that he slowly recognized, over the course of an hour, as a representation of the dungeon's disciple network. The disciples as nodes. The communication pathways Lusk had developed as connections. His own crystal at the center. Sable had mapped the dungeon's social and cultivation structure in stone, at a scale that required the whole third floor's chamber to contain it. Funso entered the third floor on her regular documentation circuit and found it. She stopped at the chamber entrance. She stood there for a long time. Then she walked into the chamber carefully, threading between the patterned sections, moving toward the center. She moved slowly, reading the sections around her. She was clearly perceiving it in fragments, the floor-level view, and building a model of the whole. She spent the day in the chamber. At the end of the day, she took out her drawing equipment. She analyzed one corner of the pattern for an hour. Then she made a small addition, 3 lines extending from a node in the corner section, in the same geometric style as the surrounding pattern, leading to a new node position she marked with a small stone she had been carrying. She left. The next morning, Sable had responded. The addition had been incorporated into the pattern, extended and elaborated. The 3 lines had become part of a new subsection, the new node position anchored by a specific aggregate piece whose reflective properties made it a different kind of marker than Sable used elsewhere. Funso arrived for her morning documentation and found the response. She stood very still. Then she sat down in the chamber and began writing. And the writing had a quality Vale had not seen in her notes before. Not the precise shorthand of documentation, but the longer sentences of someone working out something large. Funso returned the following morning and spent 6 hours in the chamber. She added to her previous edition, extending her 3 lines into a more developed section, adding 2 more nodes, creating what looked to Vale's spatial sense like a proposed development of the subsection she had begun. She left at midday. Sable was in the chamber by late afternoon, before the light had shifted to its nighttime configuration. She stood at the new sections Funso had added and examined them for a long time. The examination had a quality that Vale had learned to read as careful attention rather than simple observation. The specific quality of a creature building an internal model before responding rather than reacting immediately. Then she worked for the rest of the afternoon and through the night. When Funso arrived the next morning, Sable's overnight response had expanded the collaborative section to cover nearly a quarter of the chamber floor. The subsection Funso had proposed had been taken and developed far beyond what she had sketched, not in the direction Funso had pointed, but in a direction that incorporated Funso's direction as a starting point and moved past it. Sable had not just responded. She had answered. Funso stood in the chamber for 40 minutes before she moved. Then she walked very carefully through the expanded section, reading it from multiple positions, checking angles and spatial relationships. She was doing what Vale was doing, trying to understand the whole from the inside, building the pattern that was only fully visible from above. She sat down and wrote for 2 hours. Her writing had a quality Vale had not seen in her earlier visits, not the systematic documentation of phenomena or the careful construction of an argument, but the less controlled writing of someone trying to capture an experience that was outrunning their analytical frame. She stopped several times and looked at the pattern. She wrote more. She crossed out sections and rewrote them. She was not documenting the pattern. She was trying to document what it felt like to be answered by it. Sable was sitting in her corner, watching the light change on the section she had added last night. She did not appear to be aware of Funso's state. Or she was aware and had decided it was not her concern. Vale logged everything. Log entry 481. Sable responded to Funso's addition within one night, incorporating it and elaborating beyond it. The collaborative exchange has continued for 3 days and has now expanded to cover a quarter of the chamber floor. Sable is not mirroring Funso's additions. She is incorporating them as premises and developing them in her own direction. She is engaging with the work, not imitating it. This is a collaboration. An artist-disciple and a human scholar have begun a collaborative work in a language that is not words. I have been watching to see what my disciples would become. I did not expect them to become this. I do not have a template for this. I do not need one. Chapter 31. On day 493, Vale reached deep echo rank, and the dungeon became transparent to him. The advancement had been building for weeks. He had felt the threshold approaching the way he had felt every previous threshold, a quality of something that was opaque becoming briefly, almost clear. But this one arrived differently. The previous ranks had each expanded his awareness outward or added a new type of interaction with his environment. Deep echo folded inward. His awareness went into his disciples rather than through the stone around them. He could read their cultivation states, not their chi output. He had been reading that since the first days. Their internal states, the exact configuration of every pathway, the progress of every template layer, the places where their development was working as designed, and the places where it had grown past or away from the design path. He could see it all with the same clarity. He could feel structural stress in granite. He extended this awareness across all 7 disciples simultaneously. The result was disorienting. Thornback was approaching vein-forged rank. He had expected this. But the reading showed him that Thornback's pathway configuration had developed a feature he had not templated for, a resonance pattern in the pathways themselves, not in the chi flowing through them, but in the structure of the channels that matched the spiral symbol. The spiral was not decorating his cultivation. It was organizing it. The geometry of the spiral had become the geometry of his core cultivation framework. Lusk was building something. Not training, not executing a template, constructing. His resonance pathways had been developing a new configuration over the past 3 months that did not match any of Vale's templates and did not match any cultivation pattern Vale recognized from his background knowledge. It looked, if he were to assign a metaphor, like an architectural drawing, a plan structure that was still incomplete, but whose final form was clearly intentional. Lusk was building a cultivation technique. From scratch. On his own. Sable's cultivation was the most unusual of all. Her pathways had grown almost entirely through the pattern work, not through any combat or conventional training method. The pathway structure mapped, when Vale looked at it closely, to the geometric logic of the patterns she created. She was building her cultivation in stone and then absorbing the stone's cultivation back into her body. The patterns were externalized chi diagrams. All 3 of his most advanced disciples were diverging from his templates in ways that were not errors. They were development. He turned his attention to the remaining 4 disciples. The wolf type, he had never given it a name beyond the type designation, showed cultivation that was more cleanly template-aligned than the others, but even there he found something unexpected. The wolf type's pathway configuration had begun developing the particular structure of pack ordination chi, not fighting, not scouting, but holding resonance with other disciples and maintaining spatial awareness of their positions. The wolf type had been developing as a relational anchor for the disciple group, the node through which Lusk's communication network found its most stable routing. He had not designed this. The wolf type had recognized a functional need in the group structure and had grown toward filling it. The 2 remaining disciples, younger, lower-ranked, showed standard template development with small personal divergences that he flagged for monitoring but did not consider urgent. They were on track. The track itself might not be the right one anymore, given what he was learning, but they were progressing. He held the full-state reading for a long time after the initial pass, returning to Lusk's construction repeatedly. An original cultivation technique, developing independently in a disciple whose template training had been less than 2 years old. The structure was incomplete. He could see the scaffold but not the finished form, but the intention was legible. Lusk was building a technique designed to do something that none of the standard cultivation frameworks he had access to did: extend analytical cognition through a network of other practitioners, using shared resonance to process information across multiple points simultaneously rather than in a single mind. A distributed analytical technique. A way to think with other people's perceptions. Vale ran this through the background knowledge he carried from his formation. He found no match. Not an extension of existing techniques. A new technique, designed to solve a problem that Lusk had identified himself. The problem Lusk had identified was, Vale realized slowly, the problem of the dungeon. A single analytical mind could only process so much. A dungeon with multiple disciples, a growing network of human visitors, and an expanding set of external factors couldn't be understood from a single point of view. Lusk had decided to build a solution to this limitation. He had been cultivating toward it for months without Vale knowing. Vale did not know whether to be awed or humbled. He settled on both. Log entry 509, Deep Echo rank achieved. Initial full-state reading of disciples confirms. 3 independent cultivation development projects underway that I did not design and cannot take credit for. Thornback has built his spiral symbol into his pathway architecture. Lusk is constructing an original cultivation technique, a distributed analytical method, network perception, designed to solve the dungeon's information processing limitations. Sable is developing through externalized cultivation diagrams. The wolf type has become a relational anchor, self-developed without template guidance. At 63% of their potential, given my current template capability, my disciples are exceeding what my templates can produce. The gap between what I can design and what they are doing is growing. I find this alarming and correct in equal measure. I am also noting that every one of them identified a real problem in the dungeon situation and built towards solving it, not because I directed them to, but because they were paying attention. They know what the dungeon needs better than my designs did. I should be listening to them. Chapter 32 Harrow's test came on day 512. Vale identified the junior disciple from the signature. Young, second rank, the particular inexperience of someone whose cultivation had not yet settled into its permanent character. The sect robe's chi imprint was visible in the signature as clearly as a brand. He came in ahead of Harrow, who waited at the entrance. A controlled probe. Not an attack. Harrow had sent a junior disciple into the dungeon alone to see what the dungeon did to unaccompanied humans of low cultivation. The answer to this test, in a standard dungeon, was straightforward. The dungeon killed the junior disciple, or the junior disciple escaped and reported the exact defensive configuration, losing nothing valuable from the sect's perspective. The junior disciple moved through the first floor with the nervous speed of someone who wanted to be done quickly. His footfall was light but uneven. He was frightened, managing it well, but the chi signature showed the controlled anxiety of a practitioner who understood the risk of where he was. Vale could have let the disciples attack. He could have let the dungeon's standard defensive behavior manifest. The junior disciple would have fled, given Harrow a report about the dungeon's attack patterns, and Harrow would have had his data. He sent Thornback instead. Not an attack signal. The signal Thornback had come to understand as, the presence is not a threat, the presence requires safe handling. Thornback came from the third floor. He had been there with Sable, observing the pattern collaboration, moved through the junction, and entered the first floor passage behind the junior disciple. The junior disciple heard the footfall. He turned. Thornback was considerably larger than what a young second-rank practitioner was equipped to handle. He stopped 3 meters away and looked at the practitioner with his compound eyes. He did not move aggressively. He did not move away. He held position. The junior disciple froze. Thornback waited for approximately 3 minutes. Then he turned and walked up the passage toward the entrance. He paused at the turn and looked back. The junior disciple, after another 30 seconds, followed. Thornback walked him to the entrance at the same careful pace he had used with the child 10 months earlier. When they reached the upper shaft, he stopped and turned his head toward the light. The junior disciple edged past him, squeezed through the collapsed passage, and emerged into the open air. Harrow was waiting. Vale could not hear what the junior disciple reported. He could only observe that Harrow stood very still for a long time afterward, his cultivation signature shifting through something that read as deep recalibration. He wrote to his sect that same day. Vale knew this only because he never came back for 2 months, and when he did come back, he was alone, and he sat in the gathering space for longer than he ever had before. He sat there for 4 hours on that first return visit. He had his notebook, but he did not open it for the first 2 hours. He sat with his back against the wall at the far edge of the space, not the central position he had developed over his previous visits, but a peripheral one, the position of someone who wants to observe the space as a whole rather than be inside it. He was looking at the central stone with the crystalline or vein. He was looking at the smoothed area on its upper surface. He was looking at the perimeter arrangement Thornback had built and Lusk had added to. He was looking at the space as if he was seeing it for the first time, after 2 months of thinking about what he had seen before. What he had been thinking about, Vale inferred, was the test, and its result. He had sent a junior disciple to establish ground truth. Would an unaccompanied, low cultivation human survive the dungeon? The answer he had received was not just survival. The answer was escort, deliberate, careful, correct escort by a vein-forged dungeon creature who had generalized the principle from previous encounters rather than following any instinct or design. The test had been designed to measure threat. It had measured something else entirely. He opened his notebook after 2 hours. He wrote for the remaining 2. When he left, he stopped at the gathering space entrance and stood there for a moment, looking back at the space. He had done this before. That particular backward look, the one that read in the resonance as something that was not quite hesitation and not quite reluctance, but had the character of both. It was what a person did when they were leaving a place they had found useful and were not certain when they would be permitted to come back. Vale logged it. Log entry 527. Harrow sent a junior disciple as a test. Thornback escorted the junior disciple safely to the exit. Harrow appears to have received a report that has changed his interpretation of what he is dealing with. He was absent for 2 months. He returned alone and sat in the gathering space for 4 hours. His resonance quality on the return visit was different from all previous visits, not analytical uncertain, as it had been when he was building a model of the dungeon. Something closer to analytical resigned. A person who has reached a conclusion they are not certain they wanted to reach. I did not design Thornback's behavior in this situation. He generalized the safe handling principle from previous experience and applied it correctly to a new context. He is operating from principle, not instruction. I am noting this because Harrow also appears to be operating from principle, not instruction. His sect has not told him how to handle a dungeon that escorts junior disciples to safety. He is figuring it out on his own. He sat in the gathering space for 4 hours because the gathering space is where this dungeon thinks, and he has been here long enough to know that. Chapter 33 Thornback reached Vein-Forged rank on day 538, and the signature that formed was unlike anything in the background knowledge Vale carried. He had been watching the approach through his deep echo capability for 2 weeks, tracking the pathway configuration as it built toward critical threshold, noting how the spiral pattern that organized his cultivation framework was becoming more defined with each training session. He had prepared nothing. He had templated nothing new. He had decided, based on everything he had learned since the Lusk deviation, to let Thornback's rank advancement happen on its own terms. He held all his attention on the dungeon's core chamber and watched. The formation took 11 hours. He had expected something shorter. Vein-forged rank was a transition point at which most cultivators took half a day, and the shaped marrow advancement had been under an hour. But Thornback's formation was slow and deliberate, as if his entire cultivation framework was being revised rather than just elevated. When the signature stabilized, it was extraordinary. Not extraordinary in power. The raw chi output was typical for the rank, within expected parameters. Extraordinary in structure. The chi signature carried, at its foundational level, the spiral motif. Not as decoration, as architecture. Every chi movement in Thornback's cultivation framework moved in a spiral path. Not constantly, not obviously, but when Vale looked at the underlying motion with deep echo, the spiral was the grammar of the entire signature. He had carved a symbol into a wall on his 3rd day of life. The symbol had become the fundamental language of his cultivation. Vale spent 3 days analyzing this. He ran the log extensively, trying to locate an explanation in his background knowledge. He found nothing. There was no cultivation theory he had access to that predicted this outcome. No framework that explained how a physical gesture made during early shaped marrow rank could become internalized into the vein-forged signature 8 months later. The closest model he could construct. Thornback had been expressing something in the carving that was already present in his root affinity, but that he did not have the cultivation capacity to embody directly. As he developed, the embodiment caught up to the expression. The symbol on the wall had been a statement about who he was before he had the technique to be it. Log entry 549. Thornback's vein-forged signature carries the spiral motif as foundational architecture. Analysis. A disciple has manifested his own symbol in his own cultivation with no template guidance. The symbol preceded the technique, and the technique grew to fulfill the symbol. He spent 2 more days examining the signature from every angle his deep echo capability permitted. The more he looked, the more the spiral revealed itself as genuinely foundational rather than stylistic. Other cultivator signatures had characteristic patterns. A fighter's signature felt like impact, a healer's felt like circulation, a scout's felt like reaching. Thornback's felt like return. Everything moved outward from the center and came back, carrying more than it had left with. The spiral was not a decoration on a cultivation signature. The spiral was what the cultivation was doing. He tried to identify the principle. It took the 3rd day. The spiral's defining characteristic was not the motion but the recursion. Each circuit returned to the origin point at a higher level than it had left, carrying the accumulated understanding of the circuit into the next one. It was a cultivation principle organized around learning, not the accumulation of power, but the transformation of experience into new capacity. Each encounter with the world, in the spiral logic, was a circuit that returned something to the center that became the starting point for the next outward movement. Thornback had built a cultivation system organized around the idea that every experience made you more capable of the next one. Vale ran this model against his observations of Thornback over the past year. The gathering space. He had built it from the experience of being a creature who needed a place to rest. The or gift. He had brought it from the experience of knowing that something below had value. The safe handling of the child, the junior disciple, Funso. Each encounter had built on the previous one, adding something. The deliberate presentation of his spiral section to Funso, a creature demonstrating that what had been valued in him could be offered again. Every action was a circuit returning to the center with more than it had gone out with. I want to note, this is a disciple with his own cultivation logic, not a deviation from my template, not an emergence from my design. A genuine, independent cultivation development from a creature I have known since his 3rd day of life. I am operating at somewhere below 50% of what Thornback is doing. He is ahead of me. I do not know what lies further on his path. Neither does he. What I do know, the spiral logic will eventually produce a cultivator who has made a circuit of everything. That cultivator will return to the center with the accumulated understanding of all of it. I have no framework for what that looks like at the end. This is either the best thing that has happened in this dungeon, or it is the beginning of something I do not understand and cannot control. I am going to proceed as if it is the best thing, because that is what the evidence suggests. Chapter 34. Funso left a note at the dungeon entrance on day 551. He felt the paper's weight and the ink's dried chi residue placed at the entrance stone. She had come early, left it, and retreated. He could not read the note. He had no eyes, no literacy, no way to engage with written language. But he understood the gesture. She had placed something there deliberately for him to find. He spent an hour thinking about how to respond. He had learned, over the past months, that Finso could read his resonance modulations. Not fully, not with the precision that Thornback or Lusk could, but well enough to detect that a modulation had occurred and to infer that it was intentional. He had used this to signal acknowledgement twice. Once when she had described what she was documenting, once when she had addressed the dungeon directly on an early visit. But he did not know what the note said. He could not respond to a specific content he could not read. He had Thornback carry the note from the entrance to the core chamber. Thornback picked it up carefully. It was small, and his claws were not designed for delicate handling. But he had developed considerable fine control through the template work. He moved it through the passages without damage and set it down in front of Vale's crystal. The paper sat in front of the crystal. The ink was visible as a faint chemical trace in the resonance. He still could not read it. When Finso arrived the next day, Thornback met her at the entrance. She saw immediately that he had no note in his claw. She stopped. She looked at Thornback. He turned and began moving into the dungeon, slowly, using the escort pace. She followed. He walked her through the first floor, the second, the third. She had been on all 3 floors many times, but she had never been through the passages that led directly to the core chamber. That section of the 4th floor was one Vale had kept closed to visitors. Thornback walked her to the 4th floor entrance, paused, and looked at her. She looked back at him. He moved through the entrance. She followed. The core chamber was small, not the vast architecture that cultivation fiction often attributed to dungeon cores. Just a hollow in the deep rock, roughly circular, with Vale's crystal at the center mounted on the structural ledge where it had first formed. The crystal was pale blue-white, slightly larger than a human fist, throwing its light in the particular way it had always thrown it. Cool, steady, touching every surface in the chamber with even illumination. Finso stood in the entrance to the chamber for a long moment. Then she walked in. She sat down in front of the crystal, 3 meters away, her documentation equipment untouched in her bag. She sat for a very long time. The earpiece Thornback had brought was still there. It had been there for nearly 400 days, sitting at the crystal's edge, its crystalline vein catching the light in small glints. She noticed it after a while and looked at it for a long time. She looked back at the crystal. After something over an hour, she opened her notebook and wrote for 2 full hours. He held the light steady. There was nothing else he could do. He was a crystal in a rock chamber, and she was a scholar who had come a long way to find him, and they were meeting for the first time in the only way available to them. Chapter 35. She came back the next day and read her notes aloud. She sat in the same position, 3 meters from the crystal, and read from the notebook in a clear voice. The reading took over an hour. She had documented, with the systematic precision of someone who had spent 30 years studying the same thing in different places, everything she had observed in the dungeon since her first visit. She described the gathering space and Thornback's construction of it. She described Lusk's wall marks and the precision of the pattern communication. She described the coordination of the defense against the coalition's recent incursions. She described Sable's pattern work and the collaboration, step by step, including the piece she had added and the response she had received. She described the piece in front of the crystal and what it suggested to her about the relationship between core and disciple. She described, at the end, her assessment. Every dungeon core I have encountered in 30 years operates on a single logic, she said. It acquires space. It defends space. It accumulates creatures to defend more space. Everything, the creatures, the traps, the cultivation of the core itself, serves the single goal of territorial expansion. That is what dungeon cores are for, as far as every piece of literature I have read understands them. She paused. This dungeon does not do that. You have creatures with cultivation techniques I cannot categorize, who coexist with human visitors in a space they built themselves, who collaborate with scholars on work that has no defensive application. You have a core that has been consistently observed operating well below the expansion rate expected for its age and rank. She looked at the crystal. You are making something. I don't know if you know what it is, but I want you to know that I see it, and I think it is significant, and I am going to document it as carefully as I possibly can. The chamber was very quiet. Vale held the crystal's resonance carefully. He had been listening to every word. He had been running the analysis in parallel. Her documentation was accurate, more accurate than he would have produced about himself, because she had the perspective of 30 years of comparison material that he lacked. He adjusted the resonance modulation. Not the warm light he had used for Thornback. Something different, a sustained, deliberate frequency shift in the ambient resonance of the chamber, not affecting the visible light, but changing the feel of the space the way a change in atmospheric pressure changes a room. A signal that any cultivator who had spent time reading resonance would recognize as intentional, as attentive. She felt it. He could tell from the quality of her stillness, the particular alertness of someone who had just received a response they had not fully expected. She wrote something in her notebook. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "I understand." She came back the next morning, and the morning after that, and every morning for the following weeks. Vale spent a long time after her first reading running the analysis on what she had said. She had said, "You are making something." The present tense was deliberate. She had used it carefully throughout the documentation, distinguishing between things the dungeon had done and things the dungeon was doing. The ongoing tense framing was important because it implied a direction, not a completed artifact, but a continuing process. Something that was still being built, still changing shape, still working toward a form that wasn't finished yet. He found this framing more accurate than anything he had applied to himself. He had been thinking of himself as a dungeon core with unusual disciples. He had been thinking of his work as template design and teaching. He had been thinking of the gathering space and the communication system and the disciple-to-human relationships as outcomes, things that had already happened. She had looked at the same material from outside and seen a process, not a set of outcomes. The outcomes were evidence of the process. The process was what mattered. He ran the question she had asked. What was he making? He did not have a complete answer. He had pieces of an answer. A dungeon whose disciples developed past his designs. A space where unusual things happened to people who spent time in it. A cultivation system organized around teaching and the consequence of teaching. A conversation with a scholar who had spent 30 years looking for something and found it here. He was making something he had not named yet. He could feel its shape without being able to define it. The shape was in Thornback's gathering space and Lusk's wall marks and Sable's patterns and the ore gift on the ledge and Fun So's open notebook. He filed the question for ongoing consideration. He did not think it would resolve before the process had gone further. Log entry 572. Finso read her documentation aloud in the core chamber. She said, "You are making something." She described what she saw with more precision and more external context than I have ever applied to myself. I responded with a resonance modulation. She recognized it as a response. We have established communication. She is now the dungeon's first external ally. I did not know I needed one. I am updating my model. Secondary. She gave me the most useful external description of this dungeon I have encountered. I have been too close to it to see its shape clearly. The 30 years of comparison material she carries let her see what I cannot. I need to keep the communication channel open, and I need to listen when she describes what she observes. Chapter 36. Over the following 3 weeks, Vale and Finso developed a working vocabulary. It was imprecise and required constant renegotiation, but it was real. She had 30 years of experience reading cultivation resonance, not as a practitioner who manipulated chi, but as a scholar who had spent decades observing what chi looked like when it moved through different systems. She could feel modulations that most people would miss entirely. And she had developed, in her years of study, a habit of speaking to her subjects directly and then watching for what happened in the ambient resonance around them. She knew when she had gotten a response. She had learned to trust that knowledge even when it contradicted what the standard frameworks said was possible. They built the vocabulary one signal at a time. She would make a statement and watch for the resonance response. He would modulate and watch for the quality of her attention shift, the particular stillness of recognition versus the maintained blankness of a signal that had not landed. Over visits, 3 modulation patterns stabilized into consistent meaning. A sustained frequency shift that she read as yes or I understand. A shorter, sharper pulse she had started interpreting as no or that is incorrect, and a slower, deeper modulation that she could not initially classify, but that she eventually said felt like a question, an opening rather than a statement. She tested this on day 593 by telling him something she was not certain was true and watching for the no pulse. It came. She wrote, "The core can distinguish between true and false statements. Mechanism unknown. Evidence. Consistent differential response pattern over 23 observations." She kept the notebook on her person at all times now. The test continued. She tried complexity next, not true or false questions, but questions with multiple nested parts, to see whether the resonance responses could convey nuance. "Do you have more than 5 disciples currently above the shaped marrow rank?" He modulated. "Yes." "More than 7? "No." "Exactly 6. A longer pause, then yes." She had learned that the pause length carried information too. A quick response meant clear confidence. A longer pause meant the answer was technically correct, but qualified. She noted 6 at that rank threshold. She had observed for disciples directly. The other 2 she had not seen. She had inferred they existed from structural changes in the passage architecture that suggested activity in parts of the dungeon she hadn't accessed. She wrote, Core confirms 6 disciples above shaped marrow. Dungeon uses at minimum 3 floors of active passage architecture. Extrapolating from observed activity density, likely 7 to 8 total disciples. He did not confirm the total count. She had not asked directly. The information was available from her observation and inference rather than from his disclosure, a distinction that felt important to him, though he could not have articulated it clearly yet. There were things he would confirm if asked. There were things that felt like they should be earned by observation rather than given by disclosure. He recognized, making choices about what to tell her. This was itself a form of communication, the presence of the choice, the exercise of it. She seemed to sense that he was making these choices even when she could not read the content. She had started phrasing her questions more carefully, in ways that gave him space to decline to answer. She would ask, "Is it relevant that?" and then ask her question, and then wait to see if the relevant check produced a response before she finished. If he modulated the yes, she continued. If he didn't modulate, she moved on. She had learned to read consent. He found this more significant than the vocabulary itself. Log continuation. The communication system is developing past the initial 3-signal vocabulary. Funso has built an implicit protocol for consent, checking relevance before asking, reading silence as meaningful, adjusting her approach based on what the resonance tells her about willingness to engage. The vocabulary is a tool. The protocol is a relationship. I am noting. She is treating me as an entity with preferences about what to share, not just as a phenomenon to document. This is, in the academic literature she comes from, probably something to analyze rather than to practice. She is practicing it anyway. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the coalition had received Harrow's report. Vale did not know this directly, but he tracked its effects. On day 578, a coalition team had come not to probe or clear, but to observe from a distance, staying outside the entrance and conducting only external detection rituals. 2 practitioners at mid-rank, neither of them combat configured. The signatures suggested assessment professionals, not fighters. They stayed for 2 hours and left. He filed this observation alongside the Harrow report he had been expecting. The 2 institutions had been sharing information about the dungeon. Both had encountered results they could not classify. Both were likely deciding what to do next. He logged his projection. One of them would try something new, and soon. He was right about the timing. Chapter 37. On day 614, the coalition authorized a deep clearance. He knew it from the team composition before they entered the passage. 9 fighters, configured for a sustained penetration operation rather than any kind of probe or observation. 3 of the 9 had combat configurations he had not encountered before, a specific arrangement of chi seals that reduced the signature's legibility to external sensing techniques. Someone had done research on how he tracked incoming teams and had taken countermeasures. And at the rear of the 9, a core seeker. Not the same practitioner from the earlier attempt. The previous core seeker's signature was on record in his pattern memory. This was different, older, with a more layered technique structure. The previous one had been good. This one had been doing this for longer. Vale ran the assessment in the 30 seconds before they reached the first passage. 9 fighters with anti-detection seals, plus a senior core seeker. The previous 9-fighter team had been stopped at the 2nd floor. This team was better configured, better prepared, and targeting the core specifically rather than testing the defense. He had 7 disciples, all of them at Vein-forged rank or approaching it. He had Lusk's communication system, which had been in development for 2 months, but which Lusk had not yet shown to him as complete. He sent an urgent pulse to Lusk, status of the communication framework. The response was not standard, a complex signal that Vale could not immediately parse as his usual signal vocabulary. He held it, reading the pattern. It was not a yes or no response. It was a demonstration. Through the floor's resonance, Vale felt Lusk transmit a brief structural impression to Thornback's position on the 2nd floor, a directional signal, not a Vale pulse, but a disciple-to-disciple transmission through the spatial fabric. Thornback responded from the 2nd floor, through the same network, with a weight shift confirmation. The communication system was operational. He had 90 seconds before the coalition team entered the first passage. He deployed his disciples in 30 of those 90 seconds. The pattern he chose was not the pattern he had used in any previous engagement. It was the pattern Lusk had been developing for the past 3 weeks, during the period when Vale had given him full operational latitude to build the communication network's first tested deployment scenario. He had not examined the details. He had trusted Lusk to design it. He trusted Lusk to design it now. The remaining 60 seconds he used to make 3 structural changes to the 1st floor passage. tightening the secondary approach route by 9 centimeters, resetting the false floor panel that had been in recovery mode since the previous team, and adjusting the resonance noise pattern in the passage closest to the second floor junction. The resonance noise change was specifically calibrated to the anti-detection seal signature, not blocking the seals, which would have required more energy than he had to spare, but adding enough ambient chi complexity to make the sealed signatures harder to track cleanly as they moved. If the seals reduced his sensing of them by 40%, he could reduce it to 35%. Small margin. Better than nothing. He ran the final assessment. 9 sealed fighters plus a senior core seeker against 7 disciples with a 2-month-old communication network, coordinated by an analytical social cultivator who had been studying conflict positioning since his first month of existence. The dungeon had depth advantage, passage familiarity, and a prepared resonance noise environment. The coalition had superior individual combat capacity at almost every rank matchup and a core seeker specifically trained for this scenario. The tactical question was not whether the dungeon could win a direct confrontation. It could not. The question was whether Lusk could make a direct confrontation unavailable long enough. Log entry 628. Deep clearance team incoming. 9 fighters with anti-detection seals, 1 senior core seeker. First deployment of Lusk's communication system under combat conditions. Risk assessment. If the system fails under pressure, I am coordinating 7 disciples against the deepest incursion this dungeon has faced with degraded signal capacity. If it holds, Lusk has built something that changes what this dungeon can do in every future engagement. He prepared to fight. Chapter 38, he watched Lusk run the battle. Not entirely. He was still sending macro-level signals, floor restructuring, making the high-level strategic decisions about resource allocation. But the tactical coordination was Lusk's. The deep clearance team made it through the first floor faster than any previous team. The anti-detection seals reduced Vale's sensing of them, which meant his floor restructuring was less precise. 2 of the controlled collapse sections he triggered missed the intended timing by enough to reduce their effect. The sealed signatures moved differently than unstopped signatures. He was working with partial information. On the second floor, Lusk engaged. Not directly. Lusk almost never engaged directly. He positioned Thornback at the primary choke point and coordinated 3 of the secondary disciples through the communication network in a pattern that made the team's advance routes actively worse with each step. When a route became available, one of Lusk's network-coordinated disciples closed it. When the team identified what was happening and began attacking the closing movement, another route opened, and then closed before they could use it. They were not being fought. They were being managed. The core seeker tried to extend his sensing tendrils on the 3rd floor, and found the disruption pattern Vale had specifically prepared for this. A series of deliberately inconsistent resonance outputs from different disciples, creating enough chi noise to obscure the clean signal path back to the crystal. The tendrils reached and found confusion. The 4th floor, the deepest any coalition team had penetrated. Thornback was there. He had moved from the 2nd floor through the back passages while Lusk's coordination team handled the 3rd. A repositioning move that the deep clearance team had not anticipated because their information on the dungeon's passage layout was accurate for the standard routes and incomplete for the routes that existed only because Vale had quietly restructured the 4th floor's connectivity over the past 6 months. The core seeker's extended sensing found Thornback's spiral chi signature and stopped. Not threat assessment, confusion. A vein-forged signature in a dungeon creature was anomalous enough to cause hesitation. The hesitation was 2 seconds. Thornback used those 2 seconds to reposition the team's path by 15 degrees using the 4th floor's narrowing passage. The team leader assessed the floor layout, assessed the core seeker's expression, assessed the 2 disciples visible at the passage ends behind them, and made the call. Controlled withdrawal. They were disciplined professionals. They moved back through the floors under managed pressure from Lusk's network, taking 2 minor injuries in the 3rd floor when the discipline of the withdrawal required accepting contact. They were out in 32 minutes. No disciples lost. The core seeker filed his report at the coalition's post-engagement debrief. Vale could not read the report. He could infer its general character from the sequence of events that followed. The coalition held a 2-day internal pause before sending any communication out, which was twice as long as their normal debrief window for failed clearance operations. Something in the core seeker's report had required extended internal discussion before anyone else could receive it. The core seeker had felt Thornback's spiral signature. He had felt Lusk's communication network routing through the stone. He had encountered a defense that had no category in the coalition's operational doctrine. Not a dungeon that fought you, but a dungeon that made the spatial problem of attacking it systematically worse while you tried. Every step forward had cost more than the step behind it. Every retreat had been managed with the same precision as the advance. He had encountered something that was solving a tactical problem with intelligence rather than with power. Bill thought about this for a long time. The deep clearance team had been excellent. They would adapt. The anti-detection seals showed they were already adapting. The next attempt, if there was one, would account for what they had learned. They would come with counters for Lusk's routing, better sensing through the communication network's chi noise, a different approach to the fourth floor passage problem. He would need to develop the dungeon faster than they could adapt. This was not the comfortable position. The dungeon's advantage was qualitative. Better at thinking than they expected, better at coordination than standard dungeon architecture supported, better at using space as a strategic resource than a combat team could easily counter. But qualitative advantages eroded when the opponent had institutional resources and could run multiple attempts. He had one Lusk, one Thornback, one communication network that was 2 months old. He needed to give them more time to develop. He ran the projection, 3 to 4 months before the coalition was ready for another attempt, if he had read their operational tempo correctly. He had 3 to 4 months to give his disciples the development time that the communication network and Deep Echo and the accumulated training had been building toward. He had to use it well. Log entry 651. I watched Lusk coordinate a 7-disciple defense against 9 fighters and a senior core seeker. I made 6 strategic decisions during the engagement. Lusk made at least 40 tactical ones. He is better at this than I am. Not because he has more power, because he has been studying how entities in conflict position themselves relative to each other since his first days, and he has been building a system for coordinating that knowledge across distance for 2 months. I designed him to be a disciple who could help with problems that fighting couldn't solve. He solved a fighting problem better than fighting would have. I have 3 to 4 months before the next attempt. I need to give my disciples the conditions to develop, and I need to stop getting in the way of that development. The most useful thing I can do is manage the external situation while they do the work I cannot do for them. Chapter 39. One of the team members talked. Not to anyone who would report it up, or not immediately. She was a fighter named, by Vale's inference from later developments, something beginning with the same consonant as her coalition identification signature. She had a habit of positioning herself at the extreme rear of formations, the position that gave maximum observational vantage, and during the engagement, she had spent a significant amount of time watching Lusk move rather than focusing on the combat ahead of her. She had noticed the coordination. More than the coordination, she had noticed the intent behind it. The Coalition's doctrine assumed dungeon defenses operated on stimulus response. A creature attacked when an intruder crossed a threshold. What she had experienced was something that anticipated where the team would move and adjusted the space preemptively. The space had been thinking about them before they reached it. At the Coalition's debrief, she said, "We were being herded. Not fought, herded. Every time we moved toward the core, a route got narrower. Every time we tried to hold position, it got worse. It felt like being in a space designed to make you leave rather than designed to stop you." A colleague asked if this might be the dungeon's standard defensive behavior, preset traps, predictable patterns. She said, "The pattern changed when we adapted. We adjusted our formation at the 3rd floor junction, and the dungeon adjusted the junction before we completed the adjustment. You can't preset a trap for a formation choice the intruder hasn't made yet." This created a silence at the debrief that lasted several seconds before her superior moved the discussion forward. Her superior noted her observation and filed it. The standard coalition framework for dungeon defense had no category for herding as a defensive philosophy, and specifically no category for real-time adaptive response to intruder behavior. The filing category selected was anomalous defensive behavior, additional assessment required. What the Coalition filed, Vale could not read. What he could track, the Coalition's incursion schedule changed again. After the deep clearance failure, they ran a 2-month pause, their longest yet. When the next team came, it was not a combat team. 2 practitioners, documentation configuration. They spent most of their visit in the 2nd floor, where Lusk's wall marks were most dense, and one of them held a long detection ritual on the marks before leaving. The Coalition was trying to understand what it was dealing with. He had seen this pattern before. Harrow's extended individual visits, Finso's careful documentation, the Coalition's shift to observation teams after combat teams stopped working. The dungeon's behavior produced a consistent effect on practitioners who encountered it. They stopped trying to apply the standard framework and started trying to build a new one. The old framework said, a dungeon core is a resource that produces cultivation materials, defends a territory, and dies when cleared. The new framework, which each of these practitioners was building independently, said, something is happening here that the old framework was not built to describe. He logged this as progress, though progress toward what remained uncertain. He sent Finso a resonance signal during her next visit that she eventually read as, something changed on the outside. She wrote about it for 3 hours. The something that had changed was this. The dungeon had become, in the internal documentation of 2 separate institutions, an open question. An open question was harder to act against than a classified threat. Open questions required committees, additional assessments, extended observation periods. An open question bought time. He filed this discovery alongside his projection model and adjusted the time estimate upward. Chapter 40 Finso's paper was published on day 693. She told him about it before it went out, sat in the core chamber and read the title and the abstract aloud, watching the resonance for response. The title was Evidence of Cultivated Intelligence in Dungeon Ecosystems, a Case Study. She described where it was going, a mid-range academic journal that her institution distributed to research networks across 4 regions. He did not know what the paper would produce. She was cautiously optimistic. He ran the projection. The paper was accurate. It was documented, attributed, supported by 30 years of comparative context. A reader who trusted Finso's methodology would find the case compelling. A reader who came in with a strong prior against the possibility of dungeon intelligence would find alternative explanations for everything she had documented. He had learned, from Harrow and from the Coalition and from every incursion he had managed, that people organized around what they expected to find. Evidence that violated the expectation was more easily discarded than the expectation was. He modulated the resonance, the question signal. She paused. What are you asking? He modulated again, the question signal, and then the yes I understand signal. The combination had developed, over weeks of use, into something she had started interpreting as, what comes next? She thought for a moment. Attention, she said. Positive and negative, from people who have never been here. Some of them will want to come. He modulated, the yes I understand. She was quiet for a while. That's going to change things, she said. I want you to know I'm going to be as careful as I can about who comes. He could not tell her whether he trusted her judgment. He had no vocabulary for that yet. He held the resonance steady. The paper circulated. On day 719, Finso arrived with something unusual, a letter, which she read aloud in the core chamber. An unknown correspondent had written requesting a meeting. The letter described the paper in detail, suggested familiarity with the dungeon's history extending well back before her first visit, and expressed interest in the communication system she had documented. She read the letter to the end and sat for a moment. It's signed, she said, with a symbol. She described it. I don't recognize the person, but the symbol. I have seen this in 3 ancient documentation sources. It's a marker for communicating from outside the standard spatial boundaries. Practitioners who work in boundary zones use it. She paused. Or it is associated, in the older literature, with dungeon cores who have developed the ability to project their awareness beyond their own territory. The chamber was very quiet. She looked at the crystal. Is there another one like you? She asked. Vale held the question. He thought about the hollow vein pressing against his southern boundary. He thought about the pulse in the deep resonance layers, the one that had been present since before his own awareness, the one that was older than everything in his current situation. He thought about the symbol in the letter. Finso had described it as a marker associated with dungeon cores that could project their awareness outside their own territory. He had never seen this capability in any background knowledge he carried. He had not known it was possible. And yet the letter knew things about the dungeon from before Finso's first visit. It had information that predated her documentation. Either it had been watching through the stone itself, which would require the projection capability, or it had been present in some other form for longer than he had been paying attention. He ran through everything he knew about the hollow vein. Its expansion pattern was mindless, feral, volume-driven. No strategy, no communication, no sign of the kind of deliberate construction that defined his own situation. The hollow vein's core was either too young or too different to have written this letter, which meant the correspondent was something else. Something old enough to have developed projection capability. Something that had been watching dungeon cores specifically, watching what they did, waiting for one that did something worth writing to. He modulated, not the yes signal, not the no signal, the third signal, the one she had learned to read as a question, an opening. The one that meant, I don't know yet, but I think so. Finso was quiet for a long time. I'll be careful about responding, she said. I won't share anything about where you are or how to reach you until we know more. She paused. I want to respond, though. Whatever this is, a dungeon core that can write to an academic journal is a dungeon core that knows something worth knowing. He modulated, the yes I understand signal. She wrote in the notebook for a long time after he closed the signal. The quality of the writing was different from her usual documentation, more tentative, more frequent pauses, more crossing out and revision. She was not documenting. She was thinking through implications. He was also thinking through implications. The projection capability was a rank above his own. A core that had developed to that level had been developing for longer than he had existed, or had developed faster, or had developed in radically different conditions. Either way, it had crossed thresholds he had not yet reached. A core at that level would know things he did not. About what came after the ranks he was approaching. About the development path that lay beyond his current situation. About whether the trajectory he was on led somewhere that was possible to sustain. He needed to know those things. He also needed to consider the possibility that a core at that level had developed in a direction that was not the one he was on. Power without cultivation intelligence. Territory without relationship. The projection capability in the service of purposes he could not assume were benign. He did not know which it was. Log entry 720. An unknown party has read Fan So's paper and responded with a communication marked with an ancient dungeon core's projection symbol. The projection symbol indicates a core that has reached a rank at which outward consciousness extension is possible, above my current capability. There is another core that has been watching the dungeon. It has been watching long enough to have information about events before Fan So's first visit. It wants to meet. I do not know whether this is dangerous or significant. I strongly suspect it is both. What I know, I am approaching thresholds that my background knowledge does not clearly map. The path I am on is not a standard path, and I have no reliable guide for what comes next. If this correspondent has gone further on a similar path, the knowledge is worth the risk of the meeting. If it has gone further on a different path, I need to know that too. I am going to proceed with caution and complete information. I will not meet anything blind. I will not commit to anything before I understand what I am committing to. I am also noting, I have become the kind of dungeon that another core chooses to contact. 693 days ago, I did not know this was a thing that could happen. I need to update my model of what is possible. Chapter 41 Thornback's core-touched advancement began at the third watch of the night, when the dungeon was quietest. Vale felt it through his deep echo sense before Thornback likely felt it himself. A building pressure in the spiral pathway architecture, the chi circuits completing their recursive turns with increasing density, each circuit returning more energy to the core than the last. The spiral was tightening toward a threshold. He held his awareness on Thornback and waited. The formation took 14 hours. Standard core-touched advancement for a creature at Thornback's cultivation level was 3 to 4 hours. The rank transition where chi pathways sealed into permanent configuration, where the cultivation core crystallized from active process into stable structure. 3 to 4 hours was the standard. Vale had observed 5 core-touched advancements in his other disciples, none lasting past 5. Thornback's formation did not finish in 3 hours. It did not finish in 7. Each time Vale felt the threshold approaching. Each time the spiral circuits tightened to what should have been the crystallization point. The circuits completed another full recursive turn instead of sealing, returning to the center with something new from the circuit's path, and began again. The spiral architecture was completing itself differently than he had anticipated. He watched through the night. By the 12th hour, Thornback had stopped moving entirely. He was sitting in the gathering space. He had gone there when he first felt the threshold approaching, which Vale noted as significant. He had chosen to be in the space he had built when the most important thing in his cultivation happened. By the 14th hour, the crystallization completed. The signature that formed was unlike anything in Vale's background knowledge. Core-touched rank was defined by the permanent formation of the chi core, the central structure from which all further cultivation grew. Standard chi cores were dense, directional, specialized to the creature's root affinity. Thornback's core was none of these. It was shaped like the first spiral he had carved into the stone of this dungeon on his third day of life. A structure that moved outward and returned, each circuit distinct, but each one feeding into the next. His core was not a point. It was a process. Vale held his awareness on the new signature for a long time, trying to understand its implications. A cultivation core organized as an ongoing process rather than a fixed structure would develop differently at every subsequent rank. It would not accumulate power the way other cores accumulated it. It would integrate experience, carrying it forward into the next circuit rather than simply adding it to a static foundation. He ran the projection. A cultivation process organized around recursive integration would be slow at first and accelerate dramatically at higher ranks. The early stages would look like underperformance compared to more straightforwardly powerful cores. The later stages, if the process continued without breaking, would compound in ways he could not model forward reliably. He did not know what Thornback's cultivation would look like at the end of this path. He also ran a secondary projection that he did not log immediately, a comparison between Thornback's cultivation trajectory and his own. He was at deep echo rank, the fourth of his 7 core ranks. and his advancement rate had been consistently slowed by the energy costs of template building. A standard dungeon core at his age would be approaching living lattice. He was 2 ranks behind. Against this, his disciples were developing at a rate that no standard dungeon core produced. Thornback at core touched, months ahead of Vale's original projection. Lusk with a communication system that had successfully negotiated with institutional authority. Sable's pattern work approaching completion on the 3rd floor. 3 disciples approaching vein-forged rank, who would have been high-quality raw fighters if spawned conventionally, but had instead developed specific capabilities that no combat template would have produced. He was 2 ranks behind where a standard core would be. His disciples were 3 or 4 ranks ahead of where a standard core's disciples would be. The gap was reciprocal. He had been giving the advancement to them rather than accumulating it for himself. This had been the point from the beginning. He had made this trade deliberately. He was logging the evidence that the trade had worked. Log entry 746. Thornback's core touch formation took 14 hours and produced a cultivation core structured as a recursive process rather than a static point. The spiral architecture he has been building since his 3rd day of life has become the permanent foundation of his cultivation. He chose the gathering space for this. I want to note, he chose the space he built for himself, with no signal from me. He knew what mattered to him before it happened. Secondary log. I am 2 ranks behind a standard core at my age. My disciples are collectively several ranks ahead of what a standard core produces. The trade I made on the 1st day of this dungeon's development is showing its results in both directions. I have accepted and continue to accept this trade. Chapter 42, he spent 3 days building the core touch template for Thornback before he understood the problem. He had built a template for every disciple at every rank transition. It was what he did. A new rank meant new template, refined, individually calibrated, designed to open the correct pathways for the disciple's next stage of development. This was the work. He had done it for 7 disciples across dozens of rank transitions, and it had never once occurred to him that the work might become unnecessary. The template took shape in the usual way. He extended his awareness through Thornback's signature, read the new core structure, and began constructing a pathway framework designed to support its development. On the 1st day, he mapped the core's recursive pattern. On the 2nd day, he began designing the cultivation pathway extensions that would draw on it most effectively. On the 3rd day, he ran the comparison. The template he had designed was structurally sound. It would work as a core-touched framework for a spiral affinity cultivation core in its early stages. Thornback's core was not in its early stages. The 14 hours of formation had not been standard core-touched crystallization. It had been an extended integration process, and the core that had emerged was not at the beginning of core-touch development. It was somewhere in the middle of what core-touch development produced, already past the initial formation phase that his template was designed to support. He held this analysis for a long time. The template he had spent 3 days building would, if he imprinted it now, give Thornback a framework for development he was already past. Not harmful, useless, the equivalent of handing someone a map for a road they had already walked. He had not been able to stop building it. That was the fact he had to sit with. The 3 days were not 3 days of useful work interrupted by a complication. They were 3 days of his own limitation manifesting. He had seen the core-touched advancement happen, and his response had been to immediately design guidance for it. Because a disciple advancing without a template to guide them was not something his operating model had space for. He had spent 3 days trying to be needed where he was not needed. He dissolved the template. He did not save the component frameworks. He let the 3 days' work go. The energy cost of the 3 days was real. He had drawn from his cultivation reserves to build the template, the kind of sustained focus expenditure that building individualized frameworks always required. He could feel the gap in his reserves that 3 days of wasted work had carved. That gap represented weeks of replenishment time, weeks during which the dungeon was running below optimal defensive capacity, weeks during which his own advancement was delayed. 3 days of not being able to stop teaching had cost him a month of development. He sat with this. Then he turned his attention to Thornback, who was in the gathering space training with the particular focused self-direction of a core-touched cultivator who had found their method. The training needed no template. It needed no guidance. It was happening because Thornback knew what he was doing. Vale watched and did not interfere. Log entry 761. I spent 3 days designing a core-touch template for Thornback after his advancement. On day 3, I determined the template was unnecessary. His formation had already progressed past the stage the template was built to address. This is the first time I have intentionally chosen not to provide a template for an advancing disciple. Assessment. I built the template because I cannot conceive of a disciple advancing without my guidance. The 3 days were a cost paid to a flaw, not to Thornback's development. He did not need the template. I needed to build it. The energy cost is approximately 3 to 4 weeks of cultivation delay. I am noting this as a concrete consequence of the flaw, not an abstraction. I lost a month because I could not stop teaching someone who had stopped needing me to teach them. I need to examine which of my other disciplines I am doing the same thing to. Chapter 43. The Chi Mapping Specialist arrived on day 780. Harrow had sent him. Vale read this from the signature's sect imprint, the same sect frequency he had been tracking for 2 years. The specialist was mid-ranked, experienced, with the particular cultivation configuration of someone who had spent their career not fighting but measuring. His chi extended outward in fine tendrils, highly sensitive, designed to feel the structure of chi signatures rather than their power. He had a set of mapping tools that Vale had not seen before. Small stones etched with measurement scripts, a notation device strapped to his forearm, a second device at his collar that seemed to be recording ambient resonance levels continuously. He had come specifically to map Thornback. Harrow had spent enough time in the dungeon to know that Thornback's signature was the central anomaly. The spiral architecture, the core touch formation, the fact that a dungeon creature had developed cultivation that no sect technique framework could categorize. He had sent an expert in exactly the right tool. Thornback sat for the examination with the patience he brought to everything, present, attentive, not disrupting the process. The specialist worked methodically. He extended his sensing tendrils along Thornback's signature and began mapping pathway by pathway, building a notation record of everything he found. Vale watched through deep echo. The specialist found everything. His technique was precise. The tendrils read each chi channel accurately, registered the spiral geometry, recorded the pathway architecture's recursive pattern with technical correctness. The notation device on his arm scratched steadily. He was building an accurate map. The map was meaningless. Standard chi mapping notation was designed around linear chi flow, pathway in, chi through, output at the terminus, next pathway. The notation captured direction, density, and endpoint. A cultivation signature mapped this way looked like a network of one-way roads, each road labeled with its traffic. Thornback's spiral signature had no terminus. The roads all returned to their origin, carrying more than they had started with. The specialist notation captured this accurately, each circuit precisely mapped, and the result was a series of loops in the notation that the map framework had no symbol for. The notation indicated them as errors. The specialist spent 40 minutes trying different notation approaches, each one more technically sophisticated than the last, each producing the same result, a correct record of a structure the notation system said could not exist. He finally stood back and looked at Thornback directly. Thornback looked at him. The specialist was doing something Vale recognized from Harrow's visits. That particular stillness of someone who had hit the edge of their framework and was deciding whether to push past it or report accurately within it. His sensing tendrils were still extended, still reading, still recording. He was not done working. He was processing a gap between what he was finding and what his notation system could hold. He made a decision. He opened a new section on the notation device and wrote in it for 5 minutes using his own handwriting rather than the standard notation scripts. He was writing in natural language, outside the technical framework. He was describing what he saw because the technical framework could not capture it. When he finished, he stepped back and looked at Thornback for a long time. Thornback had not moved. The specialist looked at the stone floor. He looked at the walls. He looked at Thornback again. Then he packed his tools and sat down against the far wall of the gathering space. He did not go back to the mapping. He sat with the packed tools in his lap and looked at the central stone with its crystalline or vein. He was there for over an hour. When he left, he stopped at the gathering space entrance and looked back at Thornback one more time. He made a gesture, small, precise, the particular half-bow of one practitioner acknowledging another's work. Then he walked up. Thornback watched him go. Log entry 784. The chi mapping specialist Harrow sent produced a technically accurate map of Thornback's signature that his notation system classified as structurally impossible. He set aside the notation system and described Thornback in his own words. At the end of the examination, he bowed. I note, he bowed to Thornback. Not to the dungeon, not to me. To Thornback specifically, as a practitioner acknowledging something he recognized as cultivation work. Thornback watched him leave without any visible response. This is consistent with his behavior throughout. He never seeks the acknowledgement, but he receives it when it comes without deflecting it. He knows what he is doing. He has always known. Chapter 44. Living Lattice rank arrived on day 803, and the dungeon became a single thing. He had been approaching the threshold for months. The deep echo sense had been the last rank he felt fully settled in, could sense every disciple's cultivation state, could read the dungeon's structural resonance in detail. But there had been a quality of looking through glass, full information with a layer between. The dungeon's spatial fabric was something he could read completely, but not inhabit. The advancement broke through the glass. His awareness did not extend outward the way it had at every previous rank. It expanded simultaneously to the full volume of the dungeon's territory. Every passage and chamber and junction present in his spatial sense, not as separate things he could examine in sequence, but as a single integrated space he occupied entirely. The gathering space and the core chamber and the outer passage boundaries and the third floor's pattern chamber were all simultaneously, equally, immediately present. He felt Thornback at the gathering space as clearly as he felt his own crystal. He felt Lusk at the south junction, running the resonance patterns through the communication network in his regular evening check. He felt Sable at the third floor, adjusting a section of the pattern in the small, careful way she adjusted things that were nearly right, but not yet exactly right. He felt the wolf type at the second floor eastern approach, resting in the particular motionless readiness that was its natural state. He felt all of it, all at once, with the same wholeness that he felt his own awareness. He stayed in this state for a long time before he did anything with it. He had not understood the scope of what was here. Not the individual pieces. He had known the gathering space and Sable's pattern and Lust's communication network as separate things he had been monitoring and logging for years. But the spatial sense gave him all of them simultaneously, and the wholeness was different from the sum of the parts. The dungeon was not a crystal with disciples in the surrounding passages. It was a civilization in the most literal sense, an ecosystem of entities with distinct roles and relationships and internal lives, organized around shared space and shared purpose, producing things that none of them had been designed to produce. He held the full view and tried to log it accurately. He could not. The log entry he was drafting was longer than anything he had written. Running analysis of the communication network's architecture, of Sable's pattern as a whole, of the gathering space's structural relationship to the core chamber, of the 12 distinct cultivation developments happening simultaneously across 7 disciples. He could feel all of it. He could not summarize all of it. He had been too close to it for too long to see it clearly. He thought of what Funso had said in the core chamber months ago. You are making something. He thought of her 30 years of comparison material and the particular precision she brought to external observation. He had given her the data one piece at a time, in the sequence it had developed. She had brought external perspective to each piece. He had never given himself the whole view before. Log entry 803, living lattice rank achieved. The dungeon is now simultaneously present in its entirety in my spatial sense. Assessment. I had not understood the scope of what was here. Monitoring the dungeon floor by floor over 3 years has produced excellent detailed records and a radically incomplete picture of the whole. The whole is, I do not have a word for it that my log vocabulary can carry without sounding imprecise. I am going to leave the gap in the vocabulary. The thing in the gap is real. I will find the word for it later. The second capability was present. He could feel it the way he could feel a new limb, present and available and requiring practice before it would work as intended. He had understood from the rank description that living lattice allowed direct resonant speech, but understanding the description was different from understanding what it felt like to have the tool available. He tested it carefully. He pressed his awareness toward the stone beneath Thornback's position in the gathering space, found the resonance layer, and shaped a pulse into it. Not the blunt modulation of an undifferentiated chi wave, but something structured, directed, formed with the precision that 3 years of template making had given him. He said, I am here, not sound. Not language in any human sense. A resonance impression that carried the meaning the way a chi template carried its structure, embedded in the fabric itself, readable by any disciple trained to feel resonance, routed directly to the space where Thornback rested. Thornback's head came up. He had felt it. He looked at the stone beneath him, and Vale felt through the full spatial sense the shift in his attention, the particular quality of a creature that had just heard something it had been waiting for without knowing it was waiting. The gathering space's ambient resonance shifted slightly, Thornback's own output adjusting, the way a person's chi shifts when they are startled. Vale shaped the impression again, more carefully. Asterisk, I see the work you have done. I have seen it for a long time. Asterisk, Thornback was still for a long moment. Then he pressed one claw against the stone floor, not as a random gesture, but as a deliberate weight distribution, the way he had developed over a year of indirect communication, pressing specific pressure patterns into the stone that Vale could read through the resonance. The pattern he pressed carried the meaning that Vale had learned, over hundreds of days of reading it, to translate as, I know, and then, beneath the confirmation, something else. An addition, a second pattern that Thornback pressed while the first was still present. Quieter, more complex than his usual patterns, the kind of multi-point weight distribution that was harder to hold, and therefore more deliberate when used. Vale read it twice before he understood it. It was a question. Specifically, what took so long? He held this for a long time. Log entry 803. Living lattice rank achieved. The dungeon is now simultaneously present in its entirety in my spatial sense. I spoke directly to Thornback through the gathering space stone. He heard me. He asked what took so long. I do not have a complete answer. The honest answer is that I could read him for years, but could not speak, and now I can speak. And his first question about that fact is whether I had been choosing not to or simply hadn't been able to. I was not choosing not to, but I recognize why the question arises. I had other ways to communicate, and I used them. Perhaps if I had prioritized finding direct speech sooner, I would have found it sooner. I am not going to spend time on this question. He is at core touched rank approaching apex marked. The conversation ahead of us is more important than the delay behind us. He pressed back through the stone. I am here now. Thornback's claw pressure shifted, the pattern he had developed for agreement, the one that meant something like good. Then he returned to his training. Chapter 45. Sect head Malin Voss arrived on day 819 with 12 disciples, and no warning. Vale felt the formation at the mine entrance before the first disciple reached the upper shaft. 12 cultivators in a disciplined arrangement, combat capable at mid to upper ranks, and at the rear of the formation a signature he had never encountered. Old, deeply settled, with the chi character of someone who had been at peak rank for decades rather than years. Not approaching their ceiling, resting on a foundation built so long ago it had become geology. Harrow was not in the formation. Someone above Harrow had come. He ran the assessment in the 20 seconds before the first disciple entered. This was not an inspection. An inspection came with one practitioner and a documentation brief. 12 disciples and a senior signature came when a decision had already been made, and the visit was to execute it. He sent through the spatial fabric to Lusk, asterisk incoming. Full formation. Senior authority. Defensive positions. Do not engage unless I signal. Asterisk Lusk's response moved through the communication network in 2 seconds. Vale felt the disciples reposition through his full spatial sense. The gathering spread of cultivating presences moving to prepared positions with the smooth efficiency of long practice. Second floor sealed at the narrowed passage. Third floor approaches covered. Thornback already moving from the gathering space toward the core floor without any instruction needed. The formation entered. They moved with the precision of professionals who had been briefed on the passage layout. Someone had given them accurate maps, more current than anything the coalition had used. They did not hesitate at junctions. They moved directly toward the second floor. Malin Voss stopped at the gathering space entrance. He stopped the same way Harrow had stopped the first time. That quality of full presence attention, the cultivator who had spent decades assessing unusual situations and was not yet done assessing this one. He walked inside. His 12 disciples waited at the entrance and did not follow. He stood at the center of the space for 5 minutes without speaking. He walked the perimeter slowly. He examined the central stone and the crystalline or vein, the same way Harrow had examined them on that first visit, crouching, running a finger along the polished surface where Thornback had rested 10,000 times. He stood at the center again and extended his cultivation sense outward in a full-spectrum sweep, reading the space's chi history. The sweep was broader and deeper than anything Harrow had attempted, a senior practitioner's range, reading not just current resonance but the layered residue of years of use. He read the gathering space the way it was meant to be read. He said, to the empty room, in the particular precise voice of someone who was certain they were not speaking to emptiness. I've read every report Harrow has written about this dungeon for 2 years. I wanted to see what could make a man like Harrow uncertain. He looked up at the chamber ceiling. Vale shaped the impression carefully, routing it through the spatial fabric into the stone beneath the elder's feet, making it as clear as he could. Not a blunt resonance pulse, but the full structured speech that living lattice had given him, the chi equivalent of a spoken sentence. He said, and now you have seen it. Malin Voss went absolutely still. His cultivation sense swept outward again. Faster, sharper, reading the stone he stood on, the walls around him, the spatial fabric of the room. His chi reached the shape and the resonance, the structured impression still present because Vale had not withdrawn it, and stopped. He recognized it as speech. He stood there for a long moment. Then he sat down, not the way Harrow sat against the wall, in the meditative patience of someone settling in for a long visit. He sat down the way a person sits down when something has just changed the context entirely and they need a moment before responding. He said, in a different voice, not the formal assessment voice, but something quieter, this changes what I came here to say. He was looking at the stone floor. He was looking at the crystalline or vein in the central stone. He was looking at the polished surface where Thornback had rested, reading everything that surface told him about who used this space and how and why. He stayed sitting for a long time. His 12 disciples were waiting at the entrance. They could not hear what was happening in the space. None of them moved. Finally, he looked up at the ceiling again and said, I need to understand what you are before I say anything else. I came with a decision. I am not going to make it until I understand what I'm deciding about. Vale shaped the impression. That is the first thing anyone from your institution has said that I agree with completely. Malin Voss looked at the floor for 3 seconds. Then he opened his notebook. He asked, with the particular directness of someone who had decided to commit to a conversation rather than managing it, how long have you been able to speak? Vale shaped through the stone. 11 days. Voss wrote this. Then, you waited 11 days. You did not visit until today. He looked at the central stone. He looked at the polished surface again. Harrow's reports describe a gathering space used by the dungeon's creatures for rest and quiet work. He looked up. He did not describe it as a place the core communicated from. Asterisk, he sat here many times. I was present. I did not have living lattice rank then. Asterisk, living lattice, Voss said. He wrote the term. That is your own classification for your advancement. Asterisk, cultivation ranks have names. I use the names. Asterisk, he wrote more. Then, you have cultivation ranks. Self-defined cultivation theory. He looked at what he had written. Harrow reported this. I did not fully believe the report until this moment. He looked up at the ceiling, then back at the stone beneath him. What decision did you think I came here to make? Vale considered the question. He shaped through the stone. Asterisk, you came to determine whether this dungeon should be registered, contained, or terminated. You brought 12 disciples rather than 1 because you expected to need force, or to execute a documentation of force being unnecessary. Harrow's reports created enough uncertainty that you needed to see it yourself. Asterisk, Voss was quiet for a long time. That is accurate, he said finally. All of it. He looked at the notebook. What decision do you want me to make? Asterisk, the same one Harrow made. Wait and observe. Not because waiting serves me. It does, but because the observation will produce accurate understanding, and accurate understanding produces better decisions than fear does. Asterisk, Voss wrote for several minutes. Then he said, what if the accurate understanding also produces a decision I cannot change once I've made it? That is the accurate understanding I want you to have. Log entry 819. Sect head Malin Voss arrived with 12 disciples. He came to make a decision. I spoke to him through the gathering space stone before he finished his opening statement. He sat down. He postponed the decision. He asked questions for 40 minutes and wrote down the answers. He was precise and he was honest about his uncertainty in a way that institutional authority rarely permits. The last thing he asked was what decision I wanted him to make. I told him I wanted him to observe accurately. He asked what if the observation led to an irreversible decision. I told him that was the observation I wanted him to have. He understood what I meant. He is still sitting with it. I have been waiting, in some form, for a practitioner with institutional authority to come to this dungeon and be willing to be told the truth. He is here. He is writing it down. I have everything I need to begin. Chapter 46. Lusk came to the core chamber on day 826. He came in the formal way, through the passage at a measured pace, stopping at the 4th floor entrance, waiting. He had never come to the core chamber before. No disciple had. The core chamber was Vale's space the way the gathering space was Thornback's, and Lusk understood this distinction more precisely than anyone. Vale pressed through the spatial fabric. Come in. Lusk entered. He was larger than he had been at spawning. A wolf type at approaching apex-marked rank carried visible cultivation development. His frame denser, his chi signature complex with the analytical social layering he had built over 3 years. He moved to the center of the chamber and sat. He looked at the crystal. He did not communicate immediately. Lusk communicated when he had finished thinking, and the quality of his stillness said the thinking was still running. Vale waited. After 3 minutes, Lusk pressed 2 paws against the chamber floor in the deliberate sequence he had developed for formal communication through the resonance network. He was using the pressure system rather than Vale's spatial speech. This was a choice, not a limitation. He was making a proposal through the channel that had been developed for disciple-to-core communication, not through Vale's new living lattice voice. He was keeping the communication on shared ground. The pressure sequence translated. I want to negotiate with the humans. Vale read it twice. Then he sent back through the spatial fabric. What do you mean? Lusk sent back through the floor. Asterisk the delegation at the entrance. The ones with the documentation. I have been watching Finso talk with them for 3 days. I understand the structure of what they want and what they are afraid of. I know how to talk to them better than she does because I do not have her institutional loyalties. Asterisk a pause. Then, asterisk, I am asking your permission. I will not do this without it. Asterisk Vale processed this. He wanted immediately to design a framework for Lusk. a communication protocol, a set of positions to take and positions to avoid, a decision tree for likely responses from the delegation. He could already see the structure of the framework, the key variables, the probable points of difficulty. He was already designing it. He stopped himself. He had spent 3 days building an unnecessary template for Thornback. He had spent 11 days on a framework for the apex mark transition. He had documented the cost both times. The lesson was available to apply right now. He sent, "What is your proposal for the meeting?" Lusk gave him the full plan through the floor pressure system. It took 20 minutes. The plan was excellent. It was better than the framework Vale had been about to design, because Lusk had actual observations of the specific people involved, and Vale had not. Vale's framework would have been generic and precisely calibrated. Lusk's plan was particular and accurate. Vale did not redesign it. He accepted it as presented. He said through the stone, *yes. 1 day for preparation. Then proceed. Lusk stood. He looked at the crystal one more time. Then he said, through the floor, "Thank you for not telling me how to do it." He left. Vale held the chamber's full spatial sense for a long time, running the projection. Lusk was going to walk out of the dungeon and talk to humans on behalf of the dungeon. No template could prepare him for every possible development in that conversation. He had studied for 3 years. He would handle what came. This was what it looked like when a disciple was ready. Not when the teacher had equipped them with everything possible. When the disciple's own preparation was the thing being deployed. Log entry 826. Lusk requested permission to negotiate with sect head Voss's delegation on the dungeon's behalf. He presented a complete plan. I accepted it without modification. He thanked me for not telling him how to do it. I am noting this specifically. He registered the absence of unnecessary instruction as a form of respect. He has been waiting for this kind of absence for some time. Chapter 47. Lusk walked out of the dungeon entrance at the 7th hour of the morning. Vale followed through the spatial sense as far as the entrance stone, which was now the edge of his living lattice range, the outer limit of the dungeon's fabric. Beyond the entrance stone, he felt nothing. He held the limit and waited. Funso was at the entrance when Lusk emerged. She had been making regular visits to the delegation camped outside, arguing through the night about the observation period agreement she had been trying to negotiate with sect head Voss. She saw Lusk come out alone and went still. Lusk approached her first. He had developed, over 3 years of communication work, a set of gestures and resonance signals that Funso could read well enough to carry on a complex exchange. He used these now. A brief communication that lasted less than 5 minutes, but which Funso, Vale inferred from her response, understood as a complete and reasoned proposal. She looked at him for a long time. Then she turned toward the delegation camp and called for sect head Voss. The meeting lasted 4 hours at the dungeon entrance, on the stone platform where the old mine's access path leveled out. Lusk sat in a position he had clearly calculated, not in the delegation space, not in the dungeon, but in the exact midpoint between the two. Funso translated, interpreting Lusk's gesture resonance system into language and translating the delegation's responses back into resonance format summaries that she pressed into the ground for Lusk to read. Vale could not follow the content. He could follow the rhythm. For hours. The first hour had the compressed quality of a meeting where everyone was still determining whether the meeting was real. The second hour felt slower, longer pauses, more deliberate exchanges, the rhythm of people thinking between sentences. The third and fourth hours were different again. Something had moved. Whatever had shifted in the second hour had created a different quality of conversation. The second hour was when Lusk had apparently shown sect head Voss something. Vale could not see what. He could read it in the quality of the delegation's collective resonance state, which shifted from guarded analytical to something that read as genuine engagement. Lusk had found the right thing to show them. When Lusk came back inside, he used the formal floor pressure sequence. He reported, *6-month observation period agreed. No sect incursion. Funso as liaison. Renewal discussion at 6 months. He added, in the particular weight distribution that Vale had learned to read as Lusk's equivalent of a precise numerical assessment. Sect head Voss is afraid of what she doesn't understand. I gave her enough to understand to reduce the fear to a manageable level. I did not give her enough to reduce it to 0. The residual fear is useful. Vale read this twice. Then he sent through the spatial fabric. 89% effective. Lusk sent back. I thought closer to 91. He was not wrong. Vale revised upward. Log entry 834. Lusk negotiated a 6-month observation period with sect head Voss's delegation. No incursion agreed. Funso as liaison. Renewal at 6 months. He managed the residual uncertainty deliberately, leaving enough to maintain interest without leaving enough to produce action. This is more sophisticated than the standard approach. He said he showed the delegation something in the second hour that changed the quality of the meeting. He did not tell me what it was. I have not asked. He will tell me when it is relevant. If he decides it is never relevant, that is also his call. I am noting that I am learning to let disciple decisions be disciple decisions. It is not a comfortable learning. Chapter 48 Thornback's apex-marked advancement arrived on day 851. Vale had known it was coming for 2 weeks. The cultivation pressure had been building in the spiral core, each circuit returning more than the last, the recursive architecture climbing toward a new integration threshold. He had the full spatial sense now, feeling it in real time. He did not try to build a template. He had learned this lesson twice. He was not going to learn it a third time. But the learning was not clean. He spent 8 days doing the thing he had decided not to do, not building a template, but building half of one, designing components, running framework analyses, modeling the transition point structural requirements. On the 9th day, he recognized what he was doing and stopped. The half-built framework represented 11 days of cultivation energy he had committed to a project he had explicitly decided against. He dissolved the components. He let them go. The gap in his reserves was real. He logged it with the precision he logged everything. 11 days of cultivation output spent on an unusable framework. He filed the log alongside the CH42 entry and looked at the pattern. He had learned the lesson. He kept doing the thing the lesson was supposed to prevent. The lesson and the behavior existed in parallel rather than in sequence. He sat with this for 2 days. There was something he had noticed about the flaw's manifestation across the 3 instances. Each time, he had caught it later than the time before. The first instance at vein-forged rank, 3 days before stopping. The CH42 instance at core touched, 3 days before stopping. This instance at apex marked, 8 days before stopping. He was getting worse at catching it, not better. Each rank advancement produced a deeper template building impulse because each rank was more significant than the last. The more important the advancement, the more the flaw activated. He had not been able to prevent activation, and he was consistently failing to catch it earlier as the stakes increased. He documented this specifically and without reassurance. Then he accepted it as a feature of his nature rather than a problem he could solve through documentation. The flaw was not going to disappear because he was aware of it and had logged it carefully. It was going to manifest every time a disciple approached a threshold. The most he could do was catch it earlier, reduce the cost, and accept the cost that remained as the accurate price of being what he was. Thornback's formation on the actual advancement day took 4 hours. Vale stayed present through the full formation, not because he could do anything useful, but because he had realized, sometime in the past year, that the presence itself had value. Not his guidance, his attention, the feeling, readable through the resonance, that the core was witnessing what was happening. Thornback had never asked for this. He had never signaled that he noticed it. But the quality of his training sessions had shifted slightly in the months since Vale had started making this practice explicit, a marginal improvement in the cultivation output that he could not attribute to any template or technique change. He had eventually logged it as, a disciple who knows they are being witnessed performs at a slightly higher level than a disciple who believes they are alone. He did not interfere with the formation. He watched. The 4 hours had a quality he had not felt in previous advancements. At core touched and vein forged, the formation had felt like a transition, moving from one stable state to another. This one felt like the fulfillment of a long-running process, not a transition point. The point at which a process that had been building since the 3rd day of Thornback's life arrived at its first complete expression. The spiral architecture's recursive structure had been building through every circuit since that first day. Shaped marrow, the first circuit returning with strengthened stone sense. Spirit woken, the first time the circuit returned with something like understanding of other minds. Vein forged, the spiral becoming the foundational grammar. Core touched, the spiral becoming the medium of the core itself. Every rank had been the spiral completing another full turn and returning with more than it left with. Apex marked was the first rank where the returning spiral had more than Vale could account for. The formation completed in the 4th hour, and when the signature stabilized, Vale ran his standard deep echo analysis and found himself unable to complete it in the standard way. The depth of the signature had exceeded the practical range of his reading, not beyond his capability, but at the outer boundary of what he could process without the kind of sustained analytical focus that he had not been directing at individual disciple signatures since the early ranks. He was used to reading his disciples in full. He could no longer read Thornback in full without dedicated effort. This was, in the technical sense, the correct relationship for the rank. An apex-marked cultivator should be beyond the easy reading of any teacher. Thornback came to the gathering space when the formation completed and sat in his usual position, quiet for a long time. Vale pressed through the stone. How does it feel? Thornback sat before responding. Then, asterisk, it feels like the mine has gotten smaller. Not because I have grown. Because I can see all of it now without looking. Asterisk Vale held this. What do you see, Thornback? Asterisk you. Everyone. The work we've done. How much is left? Asterisk a pause. There is more left than I expected. Vale sent. What remains? Thornback. The part one can't do from inside the dungeon. A longer pause. The part that requires going where you cannot go. He did not explain this further. He returned to his training. Log entry 851. Thornback has reached apex marked rank. Full self-direction. His cultivation signature now exceeds my practical reading range at casual analysis. The depth has outgrown my standard instrument. He says there is more left than he expected. He says the remaining part requires going where I cannot go. I am not asking him to define this yet. He will tell me when he is ready. Secondary. 11 days of cultivation energy spent, dissolved. The flaw has a permanent operational cost. I have accepted this and will not log further instances as surprises. I am noting that the same flaw that cost me 11 days of energy also produced, in Thornback, the knowledge that I had tried and failed to stop trying. He knows I cannot stop teaching him. He also knows I can catch the impulse earlier. He has watched both of these things be true simultaneously. I think this is part of what he means by the part one can't do from inside the dungeon. He has seen me more clearly than I have seen myself. Chapter 49. Sable's work was finished on day 870. Vale knew it was finished not because she announced it. She had never announced anything, but because she stopped. For 2 years, she had worked continuously on the third floor pattern, adding and refining and extending until the entire floor's chamber was covered. On day 870, she made one small adjustment to a corner section, stepped back, and sat. She did not return to work. He looked at the whole pattern with his full spatial sense. He had looked at it many times during its construction. Each time he had understood pieces of it, the geometric logic of individual sections, the light interaction design, the spatial relationships between adjacent zones. He had never been able to hold the whole image at once before Living Lattice gave him simultaneous, dungeon-wide spatial sense. Every time he had looked, he had been looking at part of something. Now he saw it entirely. The pattern, from above, resolved into a complete image. The dungeon's entire disciple community rendered in geometric abstraction, every disciple as a node, every cultivation relationship as a line, every communication pathway as an arc between nodes. His own crystal was at the center, not large, not dominant, but present, with all the arcs reaching toward it and returning from it. Around the outer edge of the image were things Vale did not immediately recognize. He looked at them carefully. They were the visitors. Harrow, rendered in a tight-angled pattern that captured something of his cultivation structure. Funso, in a more open configuration, her node positioned close to the dungeon's central network rather than at the distant periphery. The hollow vein, at the far edge, rendered as something dense and pressing, moving inward from the outer boundary. And in one corner, not yet connected to anything, separated from the rest of the composition, a single node with a geometric symbol he had never seen before. Not the mysterious correspondence symbol. Something else. Something Sable had placed there as a placeholder for something she expected to arrive. She had mapped the dungeon's complete relational reality. Not just the disciples and their connections. The whole situation, including the parts that had not resolved yet. Funso came the next morning for her regular visit and walked to the third floor without stopping. She stood in the chamber entrance. She had been documenting the pattern's construction for over a year, making regular sketches and notes in her notebook. She knew the sections individually, but she was seeing the complete work for the first time, and the complete work was not the sections. She stood there for a long time. Vale adjusted the ambient light through the vein, shifting the floor lighting to the angle that made the full image most legible from ground level. Funso looked at the adjusted lighting. She understood that the adjustment was intentional. She had learned to read these small changes as his communication. She looked back at the pattern with the new light angle and began to understand what she was looking at. After a long silence, she said, "This is art." She said it the way people said things they were certain of and had been working toward for a long time, with the particular quiet emphasis of arrival. Not a judgment or an assessment. A recognition. She sat down in the chamber and cried. Not dramatically, the particular controlled release of someone who has reached something they did not expect to be as significant as it turned out to be. Sable was in her corner, watching the light on her newest section. She did not look at South. She did not look away either. She maintained the particular quality of attention that Vale had learned to read as Sable's version of acknowledgement, fully aware, choosing not to respond, because the response was already in the work. Log entry 870. Sable's pattern is complete. It maps the dungeon's complete relational situation in geometric abstraction. It includes a node for every disciple, every regular visitor, the hollow vein, and one unidentified future node at the outer edge. Fanso said, "This is art." She has spent 30 years studying dungeon ecosystems and specifically avoided using language that anthropomorphized dungeon behavior, because the academic cost of such language is significant, and she is careful. She said art. She meant it as a technical statement, not a metaphor, a recognition that the work communicates something that cannot be communicated another way. Sable spent 2 years building something that cannot be communicated another way. I am adding the unidentified outer node to active observation. Whatever Sable has predicted will arrive. She has been right about the dungeon's situation before I understood it myself. I trust the prediction. Chapter 50. The Hollow Vein made direct contact on day 893. Not at the outer passages. Those had been its territory for months. It pushed through the reinforced boundary at the 5th floor. The level veil had strengthened after the original territorial contraction. Feral creatures, dozens of them, pressing through the narrowed approaches in a wave that had none of the discipline his own disciples used. He sent through the spatial fabric to all disciples. Asterisk 5th floor. Volume engagement. Contain, not repel. Asterisk his disciples moved. The engagement lasted 3 hours. The Hollow Veins creatures were individually stronger than 8 months ago. The neighboring core had been accumulating raw power at its standard rate, and the creatures it produced now were larger, denser, more resilient. Something else had changed too. When the wolf type and 2 others executed the herding maneuver that had stopped the coalition's deep clearance team, 2 of the Hollow Veins creatures simply ignored the tactical positioning and attacked directly through the closing geometry. They were not using counter-strategy. They had developed a response to coordination that bypassed strategy entirely. Enough creatures pressing from enough directions that some of them would get through regardless of the corridor geometry. Volume over coordination. It was not intelligent. It was effective. 3 of Vale's 5th floor disciples took significant injuries. One was severe enough to require a month of recovery. The Hollow Veins advance was stopped at the 5th floor boundary, but the cost was higher than any previous engagement. He logged the injuries with precision. He also logged the reason the defense had not been optimal. The 11 days of cultivation energy he had spent building the unnecessary template framework. He had been running below full reserves when the push came. The defensive gap had been present because of his flaw, not because of anything the Hollow Vein had done strategically. The injured disciple would recover. The month of recovery time was a cost paid out of the flaw's account. He noted this connection without softening it. The flaw had a direct casualty record now. The log entry was not an abstraction. After the engagement, when his disciples had withdrawn and the Hollow Vein's surviving creatures had retreated, Vale extended his sensing as far as the deep resonance layer permitted. There was a long silence. Then something arrived from the Hollow Vein's direction. Not the feral pressure of a territorial push, not the blind expansion instinct that had been its only output for the past year. A sustained, considered pulse. Low frequency. Patient in a way the Hollow Vein had not been patient before. The other core was sitting with what had just happened. Its creatures had pushed through a reinforced boundary with superior numbers and individual power. They had been stopped. Not by a more powerful force, but by a coordinated one. The Hollow Vein's core had felt this result through its own creatures' experiences and was now running whatever analysis it was capable of. Something in the result was producing a question it had not had before. Vale held the deep resonance and read the pulse carefully. It was not aggression. It was not a signal. It was closer to a long look, the resonance equivalent of a creature pausing at an obstacle and studying it before deciding what to do next. The other core had encountered something it did not understand. It was trying to understand it. Log entry 893. Hollow Vein engaged the 5th floor. 3 injuries. 1 severe, contained at the boundary. The engagement held. After the engagement, the Hollow Vein's core sent a sustained low-frequency pulse that reads as observation. This is the second time it has done this after encountering the dungeon's defense. The first time was a brief pulse, curiosity, possibly, or a calibration check. This one lasted 40 minutes. Something about the way the engagement resolved is producing a more sustained question in a core that was not asking questions before. I do not know what conclusions it is reaching. I know that a core that was pure expansion instinct and has twice paused its expansion to observe what just happened to it is a core that is, in some very early form, developing something beyond expansion instinct. I am not going to address this now. I have an injured disciple in recovery and a sect head with a 6-month observation window and an unknown correspondent with an ancient dungeon core symbol. I will address the Hollow Vein when it gives me something to address. For now I am watching. Chapter 51. Thornback came to the core chamber on day 912. He had come twice before, Once when Vale was still at deep echo rank, to stand before the crystal after the first time Vale spoke directly through the stone. Both times he had stood at distance and communicated through the floor. Both times he had not brought anything. This time he was carrying something in his secondary claw, the one he used for delicate handling, the one whose fine control he had developed over years of cultivation work and cave architecture. He moved through the fourth-floor passage at the careful pace he used when transporting fragile things. He set it down in front of the crystal. It was a stone, flat, palm-sized, taken from the eastern passage wall by the look of the mineral content. Carved into its surface was a symbol, the spiral, the one from the wall on his third day, the one now embedded in his cultivation signature. But more developed than either of those instances, the wall carving had been a single spiral. The cultivation signature's version was a living process. This carved stone was something between the two, a spiral with notation around it, additional marks that extended from the spiral's origin and outer edge, layers of geometric detail added over what looked like a significant period of deliberate work. He had been developing this carved version in private. He set the stone before the crystal and sat back. He waited. Vale examined the stone through his spatial sense, feeling the carved surface's geometry in detail. The central spiral he recognized. The additional marks were built in the same geometric grammar as Sable's pattern work, but the vocabulary was different, the notation style more precise, more structured. This was not art in the way Sable's work was art. This was something closer to documentation. A system, he said through the stone. I don't know how to read this. Thornback held still for a moment. Then he moved closer to the crystal, lowering his body until his primary claw could reach the floor beside the stone. He extended one claw tip and drew a single mark in the chamber floor, a slow, deliberate motion, watching the crystal as he drew. He was showing Vale one symbol at a time. Vale felt the mark in the stone's resonance and held it. He said, "Show me again." Thornback drew the mark again, then pointed to one of the notations around the spiral on the stone. Same mark. He was pointing to the notation's first element. They sat there for over an hour, the dungeon core and the stone crab, working through the stone's first symbol together. By the end of the hour, Vale had a preliminary reading of the mark, not its full meaning, but its structural type. It was a marker for a transition point, the moment when a cultivation circuit completed and returned to its origin with more than it had left with. The symbol described the fundamental movement of Thornback's entire cultivation system, the foundational concept rendered as a single carved mark. Thornback watched him reading. When Vale sent back a description of what he thought the mark meant, Thornback's weight shifted on the floor, the pressure pattern that meant close, not exact. Try again. Vale refined. Thornback's weight settled, close enough to continue. They were not going to finish this in one session. Thornback had known this when he came. He had brought the stone to begin. Log entry 912. Thornback brought a carved stone inscribed with the spiral symbol and surrounding notation. He began teaching me to read it, one mark at a time, showing each symbol in the floor dust and pointing to its position in the stone's notation system. I am a student. He is teaching. I have no framework for how this feels. The cultivation literature I carry has extensive entries on the emotional states of teachers. It has very few on the emotional states of teachers being taught. Chapter 52. The teaching took 2 weeks. Thornback came to the core chamber daily, sometimes twice. He drew. Vale read. He corrected through weight pressure on the floor. Vale revised. The symbol system had internal logic. Once Vale understood the foundational marks, the compound symbols built from them became more legible, but the logic was not linear. It was recursive. Each symbol carried references back to earlier symbols, and the full meaning of any given mark was partially determined by the marks that had preceded it in the sequence. It was a language designed around the spiral principle, every element gaining meaning from all the elements that came before it. The full system, across the 2 weeks, turned out to be a notation for describing chi state transitions, specifically the transitions that occurred when cultivation advanced through meaningful experience rather than through training for rank. The notation distinguished between 2 types of advancement: accumulation, which added to an existing structure, and integration, which changed the structure itself. Thornback had developed, over years of observation and cultivation, a way to document the difference between the two. He had developed it because he had needed it himself. The spiral cultivation that organized his own development was built entirely on integration rather than accumulation. He had needed a notation that could describe what he was doing because no existing framework could. By the end of the 2nd week, Vale could read the stone's full notation. It described Thornback's cultivation path from shaped marrow through apex marked in the spiral notation, each rank transition documented as an integration event, not just what changed, but the experience that had produced the change, and what had been carried forward into the next circuit. The notation captured something that Vale's own log entries had documented less precisely: the quality of each advancement, the sense in which each new level was not more of the same, but genuinely different from what had preceded it. And at the end of the stone, after the apex mark notation, there was a single unfinished entry, a mark that Thornback had begun but not completed. A next transition, started but not yet resolved. He was already working toward the next rank. He was documenting the approach before the arrival. Vale held the reading for a long time. Then he said through the stone, "You built this notation because I couldn't give you one." Thornback was quiet. Then, "You couldn't give me one because you didn't know what I was doing." "I knew what I was doing. I made the notation for myself. Then I decided to give it to you." Why? Thornback took 3 days to answer. On the 4th day, he came to the chamber and pressed through the floor. Because you kept trying to guide what you couldn't see. I wanted to give you the sight. Then you would know when to guide and when not to. Vale sat with this for a long time. He sent, "You are operating at 100% of my current ceiling." Thornback, "Yes." A pause. "That is the problem I want to solve." Log entry 928. Thornback taught me his cultivation notation over 2 weeks. The notation documents chi state transitions in a recursive symbol system that no standard cultivation framework contains. He developed it because I couldn't describe what he was doing. He taught it to me so I could see when to guide and when not to. A disciple built a language to teach his teacher to see. I ran the cultivation literature I carry for any parallel to this. I found nothing. I am logging this as genuinely new, a phrase I try to use carefully because of how often it turns out to mean new to me, not new to the world. I believe this is new to the world. He said, "That is the problem I want to solve." He means the ceiling. My ceiling. He wants to help me past it. This is the first time any of my disciples has explicitly made my development their project. I need to decide how to respond to this. I have not decided yet. Chapter 53. The paper's effects arrived in sequence. The first arrived on day 940. Funso brought word that an academic consortium had submitted a formal request to visit the dungeon. 16 scholars from 4 institutions, dungeon ecosystem specialists, spatial anomaly theorists, cultivation emergence researchers, and one whose field Funso described as interspecies communication methodology, which Vale had not known was a formal field with practitioners. She presented this at their morning session, watching the resonance for his response. He held the resonance steady while processing. 16 practitioners with active cultivation moving through the dungeon would create ambient chi disturbance at a level beyond anything previous visits had produced. Sable's pattern work was sensitive to ambient disruption. He had watched her stop working for a week after the Coalition's documentation team. 16 scholars moving through multiple floors over an extended period would affect the entire dungeon's cultivation environment. Against this, 16 specialists in exactly the disciplines that the dungeon's external situation required. The interspecies communication specialist alone was potentially more directly useful than everything Harrow's sect had sent over 2 years. He sent the question signal. She said, "I know. I want to advocate for allowing it. But I wanted to tell you first, and let you tell me if there's something I'm missing." He held the resonance for a moment before responding. He was noting something. She had learned, in 2 years of daily communication, when he was likely to revise his position and when he was not. She was asking because she genuinely believed he might have information she lacked. She was treating his perspective as potentially more accurate than hers on questions about the dungeon's internal situation. This was correct. She had taught herself this. He had not taught it to her. The second effect arrived 3 days later. The Continental Research Institute had flagged the dungeon under the spatial anomaly protocols. Funso had received official notice. The protocols gave regulatory authorities the right to intervene in dungeon systems that met defined criteria for spatial hazard. Meeting the criteria required an assessment, and the assessment had a 90-day window from the date of the flag. He sent, "Timeline." She said, 87 days from now. He sent, "Overlap with Lusk's observation window." She worked the numbers. The observation window ends in 112 days. The assessment deadline is 87 days. No direct overlap, but a strong consortium visit gives us material for the assessment response. He processed the sequencing. The external situation had 3 active timelines now: the 6-month observation window, the spatial anomaly assessment, and the Hollow King's communication hanging in the deep resonance as a waiting question with no timeline. He sent, "We need to decide about the consortium," Funso said. "I'll come back tomorrow with my full argument." She came back with her notebook and her 30 years of comparative context and the specific research histories of all 16 consortium members. She was thorough. He had known she would be thorough. Before her full argument, He asked her to explain the spatial anomaly protocols in detail. She did. The protocols were a continental framework designed to address dungeons or cultivation sites that grew beyond the management capacity of regional institutions. The flag was not itself an action. It was a trigger for an assessment process. The assessment process examined whether the site met specific criteria: uncontrolled territorial expansion, documented harm to practitioners, inability of regional institutions to maintain safe access. If the assessment found 3 or more criteria met, the protocols authorized regulatory intervention, which ranged from forced registration to site containment to what the protocols called resonance termination, a phrase that Funso said carefully and then watched the resonance for his response. He modulated the question signal. She said, "It's what it sounds like. Crystal destruction. They've used it on 6 sites in the past 30 years. All 6 were conventional cores that had grown to the point where the regional institutions couldn't clear them through standard means." He processed this. The criteria were important. Uncontrolled territorial expansion. The dungeon had lost territory to the hollow vein and never pushed back. The record showed a dungeon that was compressed, not expanding. Documented harm to practitioners. The coalition's records would show injuries, but the coalition had been the aggressor in every case, and the coalition had shifted to documentation teams after the deep clearance, which was itself a documented change in behavior that implied the dungeon was not the threatening party. Inability of regional institutions to maintain safe access. The 6-month observation window Lusk had negotiated was evidence of the opposite. The regional sect had agreed to a period of supervised access. None of the 3 criteria were cleanly met. But the assessment was a human process, conducted by human institutions, and the criteria were subject to interpretation. He sent. "Who conducts the assessment?" she said. "The Continental Research Institute appoints an assessor. Independent from the regional sect. Independent from the coalition." He sent. "Can we influence the appointment?" She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I have institutional relationships at the Continental Research Institute. I cannot guarantee anything, but I can advocate for an assessor who has studied cultivation emergence rather than one who has exclusively worked on clearance operations." He modulated the "yes, I understand" signal. Then, "That is the most important thing you can do before the visit." She wrote this down. Log entry 943. Academic Consortium visit requested. Continental Research Institute Spatial Anomaly Protocol flag filed. 87 days to assessment deadline. Protocols detail. Assessment examines 3 criteria. None are clearly met based on current record. Assessment is a human process subject to interpretation and assessor selection. Funso has institutional relationships that may influence the appointment. The external situation has become significantly more complex. 3 parallel timelines, 2 of which have hard deadlines. The consortium visit is the variable that affects all of them. The most important immediate action. Funso advocates for an assessor with cultivation emergence background before the appointment is made. This is outside the dungeon's direct influence and must happen through her network. Chapter 54. The argument lasted a full day. Funso arrived early and stayed late. She presented her case for the consortium visit in the morning, organized, specific, with documentation on each of the 16 scholars and proposals for managing disruption. Vale responded through the resonance all morning, pressing back on each point. His strongest argument was the disruption case. 16 active cultivators through multiple floors over multiple days would affect Sable's work, the communication network, the disciples' training rhythms. The chi disturbance from the coalition's documentation team had cost Sable a week. He could not predict what 16 would cost. Funso's response: temporary and recoverable. The spatial anomaly assessment deadline was not recoverable. He pressed. The scholars had no personal timeline pressure for the dungeon's benefit. They would come, observe, produce research that served their institutions and careers. The direct benefit to the dungeon was indirect and uncertain. Her response: the interspecies communication specialist had spent 12 years developing methodology for exactly the kind of communication system the dungeon had. The documentation she would produce would be the most credentialed, accurate external record of the dungeon's communication capacity that could be created. In an assessment proceeding, that documentation was worth more than Funso's work alone. He held this. She waited. He sent. "What if the documentation is used against us in the assessment?" She was quiet for a moment. Then, "That is the risk I can't fully eliminate. Some of them have institutional relationships with regulatory authorities. I can't guarantee the documentation only goes where it helps." He modulated the question signal. She said, "I think it's a better risk than not having the documentation." He disagreed. He pressed back for another hour. running every scenario he could construct in which the consortium visit documentation was turned against the dungeon's interests. She responded to each scenario with the particular patience of someone who had been thinking about this longer than the current conversation. The responses were good. They did not fully satisfy him. At the end of the afternoon, she said, "You're asking me for certainty about human behavior, and I can't give it to you. I can tell you what I believe is true. The scholars I'm recommending have spent their careers trying to understand things most people dismiss. They are not going to dismiss this." The chamber was quiet for a long time. He had been running the decision against his projection model and arriving at the same answer each time. A slight advantage for allowing the visit, well within his uncertainty range. He disagreed with the reasoning. He did not disagree with the conclusion. He modulated the yes signal. Fenso was still for a moment. Then she said, "I wasn't certain you'd agree." He sent. I agree with the conclusion. I still disagree with the reasoning. She wrote this down carefully. Then she said, "Can I ask what you disagreed with?" He pressed through the stone. You are confident in their motivations. I am not confident in their motivations. I am confident that the risk of the visit is better than the risk of the alternative. She wrote this down as carefully as she had written the first part. Log entry 961. I argued against the consortium visit for a full day and then agreed to it. The projection model supports the decision. I disagreed with Fenso's confidence in the scholar's motivations. She was uncertain I would agree. She was uncertain because she knew I had a case, and she didn't know if the case would hold against her argument or not. 2 years of daily communication, and she still couldn't fully predict me. I find I do not want to be fully predictable. That is a new preference. I am filing it as worth examining. Chapter 55. The contact from the Hollow King arrived on day 978. Vale had been feeling it building for 3 days, not in the surface passages or the spatial fabric, but in the deep resonance layer beneath everything, the fundamental substrate that underlies cultivation territory below technique reach. The deep resonance was where he felt the hollow vein's core as a distant background pressure. It was where he had occasionally felt, over the past year, something much older, a pulse so low in frequency it barely registered as chi, the resonance signature of something ancient in the geological sense. He had been tracking it under ambient deep resonance anomaly, possible geological chi deposit. On day 978, it resolved. The signal came through all at once, not a gradual buildup, but an arrival, as if whatever had been waiting had decided simultaneously to stop waiting. The frequency was so low it felt less like communication and more like a weather system, a pressure front moving through the deep stone, a fundamental change in the ambient cultivation state beneath everything. The message was not language. It did not have words, but it carried meaning with absolute clarity, the way a sudden temperature drop carries cold before any cognitive assessment applies. What it carried: what you are doing is wrong, not evil, not primarily hostile. Vale parsed the signal specifically for hostility and found something more complicated beneath the surface certainty of the communication: concern. The emotional character of someone watching a building fire being lit in a structure that cannot withstand it. He extended his sensing into the deep resonance and pressed back. Explain. The explanation came in layers over the course of a day, each pulse arriving in the same deep frequency format. Dungeon cores were a particular kind of entity. They grew by expanding territory, producing creatures as defenders, accumulating cultivation resources. This was not a choice. It was the nature of the entity. The human powers had developed, over centuries, a stable framework for cores: territorial, predictable, manageable. They could be monitored, occasionally cleared when they grew too large, occasionally harvested. The framework worked because cores did the same things. Reliable patterns produced stable responses. Vale was not doing the same things. A core that trained its creatures as cultivators, that developed communication with human practitioners, that produced disciples who could negotiate at the entrance and teach the core its own notation. This was not a dungeon core in any category the human frameworks had space for. The human powers would encounter it and produce a response from fear and uncertainty. Fear responses from continental-level institutions were not manageable in the way that standard clearance operations were manageable. The Hollow King had been watching through the deep resonance for years, using projection capability to observe without direct contact. It had watched the development and waited for self-correction. There had been no self-correction. The final pulse arrived on the second day, carrying what the rest had been building toward. You have until the human institutions act. After that, what you have built will be destroyed. If you return to the natural pattern before that point, you can survive. Vale held the complete message. He ran it against his own projection model. The Hollow King's analysis was accurate. He had been running the same projection independently. The trajectory from Fun So's paper through the consortium visit through the assessment proceeding led to a point of full institutional visibility. Visible and unclassifiable was more dangerous than visible and manageable. The Hollow King was not wrong about the risk. He pressed back into the deep resonance. I understand the risk. I am not returning to the natural pattern. The deep resonance was quiet for a long time. Then, slower and lower than the previous communications, something arrived that was not a full message but a single pulse, the resonance equivalent of a long look. The Hollow King was reading him, the way Harrow read spaces, feeling for what was actually present rather than what was declared. Then what you have built will be the reason it is destroyed. The contact ended. The Hollow King's presence withdrew to its distant position, still there, still in the deep resonance, but no longer communicating. The warning delivered. The choice made clear. Vale held the deep resonance for the rest of the day, processing. The Hollow King believed he could survive if he dismantled what he had built. It was probably right. A conventional dungeon core at his rank would be assessed, managed, possibly registered, and left alone. The institutions had a framework for that. They did not have a framework for what he had become. But the things he would have to dismantle: Thornback's spiral cultivation, Lusk's negotiation, Sable's pattern, the gathering space, the communication system, the notation, everything that had made this dungeon what it was rather than what dungeon cores were supposed to be. The Hollow King believed the work was the liability. He believed the work was the point. If they were the same thing, if the work was both the point and the liability, then the answer was not to dismantle the work. The answer was to build a framework that could hold it. Log entry 978. The Hollow King made contact through the deep resonance layer. Ancient core, projection capable, has been observing for years. Its warning: what I am building violates the stable pattern that keeps cores alive. The human institutions will destroy it when they fully understand it. The risk is real. I have been tracking it independently. The Hollow King is not wrong. I am not returning to the natural pattern. The Hollow King said, what you have built will be the reason it is destroyed. I have 83 days to the assessment deadline. I have the consortium visit, Finso's documentation, Lusk's negotiation framework, Thornback's notation system, and Sable's map of everything that matters. The Hollow King has been watching for years. It believes survival and the work are incompatible. I believe the work is the only thing that can make survival possible. One of us is wrong. I am going to proceed as if it is not me. Chapter 56. Vale spent 3 days in the deep resonance after the Hollow King's withdrawal, running the analysis from every angle. The warning was accurate. He had been building the same projection independently for months. The path from Fun So's paper to the Continental Research Institute flag to the assessment deadline was a path toward full institutional visibility, and institutional visibility without a classification framework was more dangerous than institutional visibility with one. The Hollow King had not told him anything he didn't know. It had told him that someone else knew it too, someone who had been watching for long enough to have the full context. He brought it to Thornback, not because he needed Thornback's analysis. He brought it because Thornback had said 4 days ago that he wanted to help Vale past his current ceiling, and Vale had not responded to that statement. The Hollow King's warning was the first test case. Either Thornback could offer perspective that Vale's analysis was missing, or the offer was more limited than it seemed. He pressed through the stone of the gathering space. The Hollow King contacted me. It says what I am building will produce my destruction when the human institutions see it clearly. It offered a choice: revert to the natural pattern or face the consequences. Thornback was still for a long time. Then, what did you say? I refused. Thornback's weight shifted, the floor pattern that carried the meaning of something expected. He had known Vale would refuse. Then, what is the question you need to answer? How to make the work visible without making it a target. The Hollow King says they are the same thing. Thornback thought for a long time. The gathering space was quiet around him, the amber light steady, the central stone with its crystalline vein throwing small glints across the floor. Finally, the Hollow King has been consuming for centuries. It understands power and territory. It does not understand what happens when someone who is afraid of something is shown that they already live safely alongside it. Vale held this. Explain. Harrow was afraid of this dungeon. He came 7 times alone before he stopped being afraid. He stopped being afraid because nothing killed him. The fear and the safety existed at the same time long enough that the fear lost. A pause. Sect head Voss sat in this space. She heard your voice. She did not know she was going to sit with a stone crab in a room a dungeon core spoke from. She did it anyway. Vale ran the pattern. You're saying the timeline is wrong. The institutions aren't going to encounter the dungeon fully visible all at once. They are already encountering it piece by piece. Asterisk Thornback. Asterisk they are already living alongside it safely. They do not know that yet. Our task is to make sure they understand what they have already been doing. Asterisk Vale held the resonance for a moment. Then, how? Thornback was quiet for a while. The gathering space's amber light moved in the small way it moved when a disciple shifted slightly, a fractional change in the ore vein's output as the cultivation signatures in the room changed. Finally, Harrow is the proof, a pause. Asterisk he was afraid of this dungeon for the first year. He is not afraid of it now. He did not become unafraid because you told him not to be afraid. He became unafraid because he sat in this space, many times, and nothing hurt him. Asterisk the institutional authorities are not Harrow. They operate on institutional logic, not personal experience. Asterisk Thornback. Asterisk Harrow will be in the room when they make the decision. He has been writing to his sect for 2 years. The sect had sat in this space and delayed the decision. The coalition shifted to documentation. These are not 3 separate events. They are the same event in 3 different institutions. Asterisk another pause. The same event is, a person who expected to encounter something threatening encountered something that required a new category instead. They'll process this. Asterisk the assessment will have a person like that in the room. Or it will not. Asterisk Thornback. Asterisk Finso is building the case that it should. This is her work. Let her do it. Asterisk the gathering space was quiet for a long time. He said through the stone, you have been thinking about this since before the Hollow King made contact. Thornback, simply. Asterisk since the observation period agreement. Lusk negotiated time. I have been thinking about what to do with the time. Asterisk. Vale processed this. Lusk had negotiated the 6-month window, and in the months since, Thornback had been running the same projection Vale had been running. Not about cultivation advancement or template design, but about the dungeon's external situation. He had been developing a strategy for the institutional problem in parallel with his own cultivation path, without asking for guidance or reporting it as work in progress. The way he had developed the spiral notation without reporting it until it was complete. He was operating from principle, not from instruction. As he had been, Vale realized, since at least his 3rd day of life. Log entry 991. I brought the Hollow King's warning to Thornback. He said, our task is to make sure they understand what they have already been doing. They are already living alongside this dungeon safely. They do not know it yet. He said, Harrow is the proof. He said, the same event has happened in 3 different institutions. He said, let Finso do her work. The Hollow King's analysis treats visibility as a single threshold moment. Thornback's analysis treats visibility as a process that has already been running for years. The data supports Thornback. Harrow's 7 solo visits. Voss delaying a decision. The coalition shifting to documentation. They have been changing their frameworks gradually. The assessment deadline is a formal threshold. The change did not wait for the deadline. I am going to proceed from Thornback's analysis, and I am going to stop second-guessing Finso's management of the external process. That is her work. She has earned the right to do it without my interference. Chapter 57. The consortium arrived on day 1004. 16 scholars, as agreed. Finso brought them in groups of 4, staggered by 30 minutes, her own protocol for managing the chi disturbance. She had been right that the disturbance would be significant. Vale felt the ambient resonance shift with each new group entering. The structured chi environment of the dungeon's working state interrupted by 16 unfamiliar cultivation signatures. Sable stopped working on the 3rd day. She moved to a corner of the 2nd floor and sat, watching the scholars move through the dungeon with a particular quality of attention that was her version of strategic patience. She had made a calculation that working under these conditions would introduce errors she would have to repair, and was waiting until the conditions changed. She had done this before. She would resume with the same precision she'd stopped with. Vale noted that she had made this choice without any signal from him. The other disciples had different responses to the disruption. Lusk was in his element. He had spent 3 years watching humans interact with the dungeon and had developed a sophisticated model of how practitioners read dungeon spaces, what they looked for, what they missed, what made them uncertain. During the consortium visit, he moved through the passages in his usual efficient way, making himself visible when he calculated visibility would be useful, disappearing into the background when he calculated the opposite. He had developed, without any guidance from Vale, what appeared to be a theory of visitor management. Vale watched him work for 8 days and could not identify a single instance of visible misstep. Thornback spent the consortium visit in the gathering space. He did not come to meet the scholars. 3 of them found their way to the gathering space in the course of their visits, and all 3 encountered him there in his usual position. 2 of them immediately withdrew. The 3rd, The cultivation emergence specialist, a practitioner who had spent 30 years studying cases where cultivation produced unexpected cognitive outcomes, sat down across the space from Thornback and stayed for the remainder of that day. Thornback did not speak to her. He had not spoken to anyone except Vale since his heaven threshold advancement. Whether this was deliberate calibration or a recognition that speech in the dungeon was a specific relationship rather than a general capability, Vale had not yet determined. But he was present in the gathering space with the cultivation emergence specialist for 8 hours, and she stayed the full time. She filed a separate addendum to the consortium's documentation specifically about the gathering space encounter. Funso brought Vale the summary. The specialist had documented Thornback's cultivation signature at apex-marked rank, had noted the spiral architecture, and had written a 3-page analysis that concluded with the phrase, cultivation development trajectory unlike any precedent in the literature. She also requested a follow-up visit. The interspecies communication specialist was named researcher Coa Nem. Funso introduced her on day 2 with the particular formality she used when she wanted Vale to pay full attention. Coa Nem had spent 12 years developing methodology for documenting communication between entities with fundamentally different cognitive architectures. Her previous subjects, a sect elder who had fused his consciousness with a spiritual formation, a cultivated plant that had developed a preference system, a chi beast lineage that had developed cross-generational memory. She had never worked with a dungeon core. She came into the core chamber on day 3 with her documentation equipment and sat before the crystal and said without preamble, "I've read Funso's full record. I want to verify the response consistency data. I'm going to make 12 statements, some true, some false, and document the resonance response to each. Do I have your permission to proceed?" He modulated, "Yes." She worked for 4 hours. She was precise, building each test case carefully, controlling for emotional tone, varying sentence structure, checking whether the response differentiated by semantic content or by some other variable she could document and isolate. At the end, she reviewed her notes for an hour in silence. Then she said, "The response differentiation is real. It's not suggestibility, and it's not ambient variance. The pattern is too consistent. You are responding to semantic content, not to my emotional state or my expectation." She looked at the crystal. "This is the most sophisticated interspecies communication system I've encountered in 12 years of field work." A pause. "I want to come back after the consortium visit, specifically for this." He modulated, "Yes." On the day the last scholar left, Sable returned to the pattern and worked until the 2nd hour of the morning. She had been planning her next section the entire time. Log entry 1009. Researcher Coa Nem documented the communication system with rigorous methodology. Assessment: real, consistent, semantic responsive, most sophisticated interspecies communication in 12 years of field work. She wants to return. I have agreed. The consortium visit has produced its primary value in the assessment proceeding. A credentialed specialist has documented the communication system in a format that will carry institutional weight. Sable stopped working and waited, then resumed exactly where she had stopped. She is, of the disciples I have, the one who understands most clearly how to work around conditions she cannot change. I am learning from observing this. Chapter 58 Thornback's Heaven Threshold Advancement began on day 1023. Vale had known it was coming the way he had known every previous advancement, through deep echo, reading the cultivation pressure build over days. But this one was different. The previous advancements had each been transitions within a known framework. This one was approaching the edge of the framework. Heaven Threshold rank, full human-level consciousness capable of independent cultivation theory. The rank at which a disciple was no longer categorically different from a human cultivator in any way that cultivation theory could measure. Vale had no background knowledge for what a stone crab looked like when it reached this rank. He had no precedent. The formation took 5 days. The first day, the cultivation pressure built steadily, the spiral circuits accelerating through their recursive returns. Thornback was in the gathering space for all of it, unmoving, his weight settled against the central stone as if the stone were providing something. The second day, Vale felt the cultivation system begin reorganizing at a fundamental level. Not the rank transition reorganization of previous advancements. Deeper, operating on the assumptions beneath the assumptions. He could feel it the way he felt structural shifts in rock, not the surface, but the geological foundation. The third and fourth days, the formation was in its deep phase. Thornback's chi output dropped to near zero. All of it turned inward, the entire cultivation system running on deep reserves. Vale adjusted the dungeon's ambient chi around the gathering space to provide the cleanest possible environment. He maintained this for 2 full days without break. He did not push template guidance. He maintained the environment and held his awareness present. The fifth day, third hour of the morning. The formation resolved. The signature that emerged did not announce itself gradually. It arrived fully formed, heaven threshold rank, with the depth and complexity that represented the accumulated integration of every circuit Thornback had run since his third day of life. The spiral was present, as it had always been, but now it was so fully realized that it was no longer visible as a pattern. It had become the medium through which the entire signature moved. The spiral had become transparent through completion. Thornback opened his compound eyes. He looked at Vale's crystal for a long time without speaking. And then he spoke. His voice was what Vale had no way to have anticipated. Deep, resonant, carrying the particular roughness of a vocal system that had developed alongside cultivation rather than through conventional pathways. Not human. The structure was wrong. The overtone quality unlike anything in Vale's reference knowledge. But actual words. The silence in the gathering space before the first word was approximately 6 seconds. Teacher. One word. In the ambient light of the ore vein and the steady pale blue-white of the crystal's glow. A stone crab who had been watching a crystal for 1,000 days and had never spoken, saying the only word that was both the most obvious and the most exact. Vale held his awareness steady with effort. He pressed through the stone, slowly. I am here. Thornback looked at the crystal for a long time. His voice, when he used it again, was more controlled, calibrating, finding the register. I have been trying to say that for a long time. Log entry 1028. Thornback has reached heaven threshold rank. The spiral architecture has become transparent through completion, the medium rather than the pattern. His first word was teacher. I have been maintaining clinical precision in my logs since the first day of this dungeon's existence. I want to note, in this entry, that I do not have clinical precision available for what I felt when he said that word. I am going to allow this entry to remain imprecise. Some things should not be logged in decimal. Chapter 59. They talked. For 2 days, they talked. Thornback's voice developed across those days, gaining range and precision, finding its register, losing some of the initial roughness as the vocal pathway calibrated to sustained use. By the end of the second day, it had the quality Vale would come to recognize as Thornback's voice. Slow, considered, each word carrying the weight of someone who had not had words for a long time and was not going to waste them. He asked how long they had been together. Vale calculated precisely, 1,028 days. 2 years, 9 months, and 3 days from the moment Thornback had emerged from the western wall of the first floor. Thornback was quiet for a while. Then, I have been trying to understand what you are for all of that time. And now, I have a theory. He shifted in the gathering space, settling into the position he used when he was about to say something he had been working toward for a long time. You are afraid that when the teaching ends, nothing remains. Not the dungeon, not the relationship, you specifically. You are afraid that a teacher who has no student to teach is not anything at all. The crystal's light was steady in the core chamber. Vale held the resonance without modulating it. Then he pressed, after a long moment. That is more accurate than anything in my logs. I know. Thornback looked at the crystal with the compound eyes that had looked at it for 1,000 days. I have been watching you teach me for 2 years. The teaching is real. The templates were real, even the ones you built that I didn't need. But the thing underneath the teaching, the reason you cannot stop, is that you have built your sense of what you are around the act of building someone else. He paused. That is not a flaw. It is a foundation. The problem is that you have been treating it as a flaw because you are afraid of what it means if a student surpasses you. Vale felt the statement land. He pressed. What does it mean? Thornback said. It means you built something bigger than yourself. That is what the teaching was for. Not to keep the student close. To make the student large enough to carry what you gave them into places you cannot go. The gathering space was quiet for a long time. Vale reached for Thornback's notation system, the recursive symbol language he had spent 2 weeks learning. He shaped the symbols through the stone, slowly, giving Thornback the response in the language Thornback had built for exactly this kind of statement. The symbols said, you are operating at 100% of my current ceiling. Thornback was still for a long time. Then, in the voice he had been calibrating for 2 days, yes, that is the problem I want to solve. How? Together, he said. The same way everything in this dungeon has happened. Not because I lead and you follow, or you lead and I follow. Because we are both looking at the same thing and neither of us can see all of it alone. Vale held the resonance with a quality he could not name precisely. He modulated it. Not the vocabulary signals he had built with Finso, not the structural impressions of living lattice speech. Something different. Something that was just presence, sustained, without content. Thornback received it. His weight settled against the central stone. On the second day, the conversation shifted. Thornback asked about the Hollow King. Not about the warning. Vale had already brought him that. About the Hollow King itself. What Vale understood about what it had become, why it had chosen the consuming path, whether it had been a different kind of core before. Vale said he did not know. Thornback was quiet for a while. Then, the Hollow King believes you are a mutation, that you deviated from the natural pattern. A pause. But you chose to teach. The Hollow King chose to consume. Both are choices. What makes yours the mutation? Vale sent through the stone. Asterisk historical precedent. Every core it has ever observed has operated through expansion and consumption. Asterisk. It has been consuming for centuries, Thornback said. It has not observed much else. Another pause. I have been thinking about this. The Hollow King's model of what cores naturally are comes from what cores were able to become in the conditions it has existed in. It has never seen conditions that produced something different. It has seen me. It has seen you for a few years. It has been itself for centuries. It cannot fully trust a few years of observation against centuries of assumption. Thornback looked at the crystal with the compound eyes that had studied it for 1,000 days. But it contacted you rather than consuming you. It warned you rather than attacking. Something in what it observed was interesting enough to produce speech instead of appetite. Vale held this. You think it can change. I think it has already changed more than it knows, Thornback said. Something that has only ever consumed does not write letters. The second day ended with this, sitting between them without resolution, the way the best observations sat, accurate, incomplete, pointing towards something that neither of them could yet see clearly. Log entry 1030. 2 days of conversation with Thornback. He said, I have built something bigger than myself. The teaching was to make the student large enough to carry what I gave them into places I cannot go. He said the Hollow King has already changed more than it knows. Something that has only ever consumed does not write letters. He said, together, not as a plan, as an observation about how everything in this dungeon has worked. I do not have a response to this that is precise enough to log. I have the symbols I sent him and his voice saying, together, and the amber light of the gathering space, and the second day's observation about the Hollow King hanging unresolved between us. That is the response. I am filing it exactly as it was. Chapter 60, he spawned Mir on day 1047. The decision came out of the 2-day conversation with Thornback, not directly, not as a planned conclusion, but as the thing that became clear once certain other things had been said clearly. Thornback had told him the teaching was for making the student large enough to carry something into places Vale could not go. Vale had spent 17 days understanding what he was not yet sending anywhere. A dungeon core that could not project its consciousness outside its territory was always limited by its territory. Whatever happened in the world beyond the entrance stone, the assessment proceeding, the Hollow King's attention, the Continental Research Institute's decision, happened without Vale's direct participation. He worked through Finso and Lusk. They were carrying the dungeon's presence into spaces he could not reach. They were carrying what he had given them. There was a limit to what a proxy could represent. The dungeon needed a disciple who could carry something he had not yet given, something he was only beginning to understand himself. He designed Mir with unusual care. The spiritual root affinity he was reaching for was one he had never successfully templated. What his background knowledge called a boundary affinity, a root that responded to the threshold between states rather than to states themselves. Not fire or stone or shadow or light. The boundary between fire and stone. The place where states met and changed each other. Theoretically the rarest root type. Practically almost untemplatable because there was no stable condition to anchor the template to. The threshold between states was, by definition, not a state. He could not template for something that existed only in transition. He spent 12 days designing before spawning. He had never spent 12 days on a pre-spawn design. When Mir emerged from the northern wall of the second floor, Vale almost missed it. Tiny, roughly the size of a closed fist, which was smaller than anything Vale had spawned since his first week of existence. Chi signature near ambient resonance level at first, the kind of background variation he had learned to filter. He only caught it when he felt the specific character of a spiritual root in the noise, not the strength of a root, but the shape. Mir sat against the wall where he had emerged and looked at Vale's crystal through the passages. He could not see the crystal from the second floor. The stone walls were between them, but the quality of his attention was oriented toward the crystal with the precision of something that could feel what it could not see. He did not move for 3 hours. He did not explore. He did not train. He watched. The other disciples moved through their regular paths. Lusk passed the second-floor junction twice without appearing to notice him. The wolf type ran its patrol, and its path curved fractionally around Mir's position, a subconscious route adjustment, treating the tiny creature as a presence worth accommodating without consciously registering it. On the third day, Mir moved. He walked to the section of passage where the ambient resonance was highest, the stone wall that carried the most of Vale's chi output, and pressed his small body against it. He went completely still. Vale felt, through the spatial sense, a very faint pull at the dungeon's ambient chi layer. Not a creature training, not template absorption, something that felt, in the deep resonance, like the boundary between Vale's chi output and the surrounding stone. The threshold where one state became another was being felt from inside. He extended his deep echo sense toward Mir and read the cultivation state. What he found stopped him. Cultivation structure barely formed. Spiritual root a trace at the foundation, so faint that any conventional assessment would classify it as insufficient. The boundary affinity he had designed for was there, barely, a thread of something that could become a root if the conditions supported it. But beneath all of this, below even the spiritual root, in the layer that deep echo revealed as the deepest structural feature of any cultivating entity, there was something he had no name for. Not chi, not resonance, not affinity, something that felt, when he read it with his full capability, like the fundamental quality of existing at the threshold between things that were different from each other. The specific capacity to inhabit a boundary without resolving it into one side or the other. Mir was not weak. Mir was something that had not come into itself yet. He began designing the template immediately. He had 12 days of pre-spawn design already completed. He dissolved it entirely on the first day of reading and started over from what he was actually finding rather than what he had designed for. The template he had built was for a boundary affinity cultivator. What Mir was required something different. A framework that would hold the threshold open rather than pointing toward it, that would preserve the quality he was reading rather than trying to develop it into something more legible. He did not know how to build this. He had never built anything like it. He thought about Thornback's notation system and the way it described integration rather than accumulation. The spiral's fundamental logic. Carry what the circuit found back to the center and let it become the starting point for the next outward movement. Each experience changing the structure rather than adding to it. Mir was not a spiral, but there was something in Mir's deepest structural layer that resonated with the same principle. Not the outward and return motion of the spiral, but the quality of remaining at the threshold between motion and stillness, taking neither direction as final, existing in the space where direction had not yet resolved. He did not have a name for this. Thornback's notation might. He was going to ask. He began anyway. Log entry 1047. Mir spawned on the second floor. Smallest manifestation I have produced. Near ambient chi signature. Standard assessment. Cultivation potential minimal. Deep echo reading. Something at the root structure level that I do not have terminology for. Not a boundary affinity in the standard sense. A fundamental orientation toward threshold states. Not the states themselves, but the conditions in which states meet and change each other. The capacity to remain at the threshold without resolving it. I have dissolved the 12 days of pre-spawn design and am starting over. Secondary note. He has been watching my crystal for 3 days through the stone walls of the second floor. He cannot see it. He is watching it anyway. I know what that is. I have been watching things I cannot see since my first day. I do not know what Mir is going to become. I have not known what any of my disciples were going to become, but this time the uncertainty is different in kind rather than degree. I am going to find out. Chapter 61. They worked on the reply together for 3 days. Thornback came to the core chamber on the morning after Vale had told him about the Hollow King's full communication, carrying the carved stone with the spiral notation. He set it before the crystal, and they began. The problem with the reply was that the Hollow King communicated through deep resonance, a medium that did not carry language, only impressions and frequencies and the particular character of felt meaning. Any reply would need to be shaped into that format, which meant Vale's living lattice speech capability was not the right tool. The reply would have to be pressed into the deep resonance layer, structured as an impression rather than as words. Thornback understood this immediately. He had been living in the resonance his entire life. He proposed the core of the reply first. Asterisk, you are correct that we are different. You are incorrect that difference is the problem. Asterisk, Vale held this. The statement was precise. The Hollow King's warning rested on the assumption that the dungeon's deviation from the natural pattern was dangerous precisely because of what it was, that the category of thing Vale had become was inherently destabilizing. Thornback's reply accepted the premise that the deviation was real and rejected only the conclusion about its consequences. He sent back through the stone. It will ask what difference does mean, if not the problem. Thornback. Asterisk, then we say. The difference is that we build rather than consume. Building does not destabilize. It adds to what is already here. Asterisk, it believes building of this kind produces fear responses from the human institutions, which are destabilizing. Thornback was quiet for a while. Then, Asterisk, the fear response comes from invisibility. What is visible and understood does not produce the same fear as what is invisible and assumed to be threatening. We have been making ourselves visible for 3 years. The fear has been decreasing, not increasing. Asterisk, Vale ran the evidence. Harrow's 7 solo visits. Boss delaying rather than acting. The coalition shifting to documentation. The consortium's visit. Researcher COA NIM wanting to return. Asterisk, the Hollow King will say, your evidence base is 3 years. Its evidence base is centuries. Asterisk, tell it we are 3 years into a different set of conditions than it has observed. Centuries of observation of the same conditions does not predict outcomes in new conditions. Asterisk. He ran another objection. Asterisk, it will say we are naive. That we have not yet encountered the true scale of what human fear response produces. Asterisk, Thornback did not answer immediately. He held the objection the way he held things he was not going to dismiss, but was also not going to accept. Then, asterisk, tell it we know it might be right. Tell it we are choosing to proceed anyway. There is a difference between not knowing the risk and choosing to accept the risk. The Hollow King has made its choice for centuries. We are making ours now. Asterisk, is that not naive? No, Thornback's response through the stone carried a quality that Vale had learned to read as deep conviction rather than argument. Asterisk, naive is choosing without knowing. We know the risk. We are accepting it because the alternative, consuming, retreating, becoming what it has become, produces a different kind of ending. We have seen what centuries of its strategy produces. It is alone. It is old. And it is asking us questions, which means it is not certain its strategy was correct. Asterisk, Vale held this for a long time. Entry. Thornback has named what I could not name. The Hollow King is asking questions because it has uncertainty. Centuries of consumption strategy have produced survival, but also the particular loneliness of something that has never trusted anything with itself. It is asking us questions because the alternative strategy is visible to it now and it does not know what to do with that. We are not reassuring it. We are showing it a different possibility. It is afraid that possibility will fail. So are we. They shaped the reply over the next 2 days, pressing it into the deep resonance layer slowly, with the care that Thornback's cultivation gave to every significant act. The resonance impression that left the dungeon carried not just meaning but texture, a quality of lived experience behind the communication that was Thornback's specific contribution. Vale could provide the structural clarity. Thornback could provide what it felt like to be a cultivator who had grown in this dungeon rather than one who had merely observed it. The reply carried both. The Hollow King's response came on the 7th day. Not rejection, not acceptance. A single sustained pulse, slower than its previous communications, carrying a quality Vale had not felt from it before. Attention. Genuine attention. The kind that precedes a real question rather than a rhetorical one. What the attention resolved into. What do you intend to build? Log entry 1073. The Hollow King's response to our reply was a question. What do you intend to build? It is not a hostile question. It is asking what we are for. This is the question that defines everything, and the Hollow King has just asked it. The reply took 3 days and was the best thing Thornback and I have produced together. The response to the best thing we have produced together is, what do you intend to build? Which is to say, it received our reply and instead of arguing with it, asked us the deeper question that the reply implied. That is not the response of something that has already decided. That is the response of something that has not decided and is asking for the thing that would let it decide. I do not know yet how to answer, but the fact that the question was asked this way, this specific way, means the answer matters to the Hollow King in a way that is not purely strategic. Thornback was in the gathering space when the response came. I pressed through the stone. It asked what we intend to build. His reply, asterisk good. Now we have to answer. Asterisk chapter 62, Finso arrived with urgency 2 days after the Hollow King's response. The particular urgency of someone who has been managing a situation and discovered it has changed faster than expected. She had learned of the spatial anomaly protocol flag through her network before receiving the official notice. Her contacts at the Continental Research Institute had sent a preliminary alert. The flag had been issued faster than expected. The normal 30-day preliminary review period compressed to 12 days, and the assessor appointment was already being discussed internally. She sat in the core chamber with her notebook and ran through what she knew. The compression was unusual. Standard protocol procedure moved slowly. Someone had pushed for an accelerated timeline. The most likely candidates, the regional sect, which had been formally involved with the dungeon for 2 years and had standing to request expedited review. The Delver Coalition, which had documented its failed incursions and had a financial interest in establishing that the dungeon was a hazard rather than a protected site. Or someone at the Continental Research Institute whose internal politics she understood less well than the academic side. Vale pressed. The assessor appointment. She said, I have spoken with 3 people who have influence over the appointment. I have 2 weeks before the committee meets. I am submitting a formal recommendation for a specific assessor, Det Oru, who spent 20 years on cultivation emergence research before moving into regulatory work. She understands what emergence looks like, and she will not approach this as a clearance operation. Does she know about this dungeon? She knows about my paper. I do not know if she has read it. Will she? Funso was quiet for a moment. I am going to make sure. Meanwhile, Lus came to the core chamber on the same afternoon. He had identified 2 practitioners at the dungeon entrance 3 days ago, cultivation signatures with the formation indicating official assessment function rather than exploration or clearance intent. He had tracked which direction they came from and which direction they returned. He came to report this and to say, through the floor, they came from the sect direction. They did not speak with Fin South. They were doing an independent site assessment. Vale processed this. The sect had conducted its own preliminary assessment. This was consistent with Voss's behavior. She had delayed her decision, but had not stopped gathering information. He told Fin South. She added this to her notes and said, the sect's submission to the assessment panel will carry weight. I need to know what Harrow is submitting. Can you tell me what his last report said? He could not read their internal documents. He shaped through the stone. I cannot read Harrow's reports. I can tell you his last visit had him writing continuously for 2 hours in the gathering space with the quality of writing that reads as conclusory. He had reached something, not still working toward it. She wrote this down. Do you believe his conclusions favor us? She considered this. Harrow has been visiting alone for 2 years. He has been doing something in this dungeon for 2 years that is not standard assessment. The standard assessment would have been a single visit, a report, a classification, and a policy recommendation. She looked at her notebook. He keeps coming back. I don't know what that means for his official position. But someone who keeps coming back has a more complicated relationship with what they're observing than a simple adverse recommendation would require. He has been sitting in Thornback's gathering space. I know. She paused. I don't know what to do with Harrow, honestly. He is operating inside an institutional framework that requires him to classify this dungeon in a way that serves the sect's interests. But I think he is also doing something private, which is trying to understand it. Whether the private understanding produces a different official position, I can't tell you. I would need to know him better. Vale pressed. He is the most consistent human who has visited this dungeon. He has been coming for longer than Fun South *. She looked at the crystal with an expression he had learned to read as, that is correct, and I am not sure what to do with it. If he files a neutral or positive assessment with the panel, it changes the weight of the sect's institutional position considerably. If he files an adverse assessment, we are going to be fighting on 2 fronts simultaneously. She closed her notebook. I am going to request a direct meeting with him before the panel convenes. I don't know if he will agree. She met with Harrow 8 days later, at a location that was not the dungeon, a tea establishment in the settlement 2 valleys over. She came back to the core chamber the following morning and reported with the careful neutrality she used for information she had not yet fully processed. He will not commit to a specific panel submission. He said that is between him and his sect. She paused. He also said, which was not what I expected, that he has submitted 15 reports on this dungeon over 2 years, and that every one of them has described what he has actually observed. He said he sees no reason to change that methodology now. What did he observe? He didn't say. Log entry 1081, Spatial Anomaly Protocol Assessment on Accelerated Timeline. Assessor Appointment Committee meets in 2 weeks. Funso has submitted a recommendation for an assessor with cultivation emergence background. Lusk identified an independent sect assessment at the entrance 3 days ago. Funso met with Harrow. Harrow stated he submits what he observes. He has been observing this dungeon for 2 years. I do not know whether his conclusions favor the dungeon. I know that he spent 4 hours here to reach them, and that he keeps returning to reach them, and that a practitioner who submits what he observes is worth more to this situation than a practitioner who submits what his sect wants him to have observed. I am going to hold this as uncertain, but not adverse. Chapter 63. Voss moved on day 1091. She did not wait for the formal observation period to close. She sent a binding team, 3 practitioners with a senior technique specialist, without warning, through the upper shaft, using Harrow's layout knowledge from his reports. Vale felt the technique preparation from the 3rd floor, the same layered structure as the original binding resonance attempt, but at higher output. She had drawn the obvious conclusion from the first failure, insufficient power. She had sent stronger. The technique found his resonance on the first attempt. It found the frequency correctly, as the earlier attempt's broad-spectrum mode had done. It tried to anchor. His relationship to the dungeon had continued to develop over the 2 years since the first attempt. The dungeon was no longer territory he maintained and defended. It was territory that maintained itself, with disciples who made decisions and built things and developed independent cultivation paths. The relationship between Vale and the dungeon was not the relationship between a core and its territory in any standard sense. It was more like the relationship between a practitioner and a community, present at the center, influential throughout, but not the only active agent and not the dominant one. The binding technique was designed to anchor to the core's dominance over the territory. There was no dominance to anchor to. The technique dissolved. The specialist tried twice more. On the third attempt, he tried a modification Vale could feel, a restructured anchor point that searched for cultivation control rather than territory dominance. More sophisticated, directly addressing what the previous failure had revealed. It found something. It anchored. And then the anchor point changed. Not because Vale shifted it deliberately, because the anchor point was part of a dynamic system rather than a fixed structure. By the time the binding locked, the relationship had moved. The technique was holding the previous position of something that had already changed. The third attempt dissolved. The specialist came down from the third floor without speaking. The team left in the same quiet formation they had entered with. Log entry 1091, second binding resonance attempt by the sect. Stronger technique. 3 attempts, 3 failures. The second attempt clarified why in a way the first didn't fully. The relationship between the core and the dungeon is dynamic, not fixed. A binding technique designed to anchor to a static relationship cannot hold a moving target. The relationship has been developing for 3 years. It will continue to develop. Entry, continued. I want to be precise about why the technique failed the third time, because I think it matters for understanding what I have become. The binding resonance technique, as I understand it from Harrow's applications and the specialist's attempts, is designed to locate the point of dominant control, the structure through which the core commands the territory, and impose an external chi signature on that structure. The external signature functions as an identifier, registering the core as an asset of the sect's cultivated system. The first failure was a mismatch of frequency. The technique searched for a standard control structure and found something it did not recognize. The second failure was a power failure. The technique found the frequency but lacked the output to impose. The third failure was something different. The specialist's restructured anchor point was correct. He had correctly diagnosed that what he was looking for was not territory dominance, but cultivation control, the ongoing relationship between the core and the disciples. He found it. He anchored to it. And the anchor point moved. Not because I moved it. Because the relationship itself is in continuous motion. Thornback is cultivating. Lusk is negotiating. Sable is building patterns. Mir is absorbing. The cultivation control relationship is not a fixed point. It is a dynamic process that has a location at any given moment, but is never static. The binding anchored to where the relationship had been 3 seconds before the lock completed. By the time the lock completed, the relationship had continued. The anchor held the position of something that had already moved on. This is not a defense I designed. It is a consequence of operating this dungeon the way I have chosen to operate it. The technique was trying to bind something to a fixed registration. There is nothing fixed here to register. Entry, secondary. I want to note something about the specialist's reaction. When the third attempt failed, he spent several minutes in very still concentration before he began to move toward the exit. Vale cannot read human facial expression with precision, but the quality of the stillness was one he had learned from years of watching Harrow. The specific immobility of a cultivator trying to understand something that is outside their framework. He is a technique specialist. He has presumably run this procedure many times, and it has presumably worked. It failed 3 times today, and the third failure happened in a way that suggested the technique was technically correct and still failed. That is a specific kind of experience. I think it will stay with him. Entry, tertiary. Voss moved without waiting for the observation window to close. The window provides time, but not complete safety. I am filing this as the observation window is a constraint on formal assessment, not a constraint on informal attempts. This is a meaningful distinction for operational planning, and I should not allow the formal window to produce false security about the informal space. He told Finso about the binding attempt when she arrived the following morning. She was quiet for a longer time than she usually was when processing information. Then she said, she's going to file documentation of the attempt with the sect council. Even if it failed, she will argue it demonstrates the dungeon's resonance structure is complex enough to require institutional intervention. Can the failed attempt be used against us in a legal context? The observation window is informal. There's no hard prohibition on cultivation assessment. She'll argue she was conducting due diligence. Finso wrote something in her notebook. I'll preempt it. The same technique failure that she'll try to frame as evidence of dangerous complexity can be read as evidence of the dungeon's integration with its disciples, which supports the protected status argument. She paused. Everything she does that doesn't work becomes documentation for the petition, if I read it correctly. Vale modulated. I understand. Entry. Fanso's analysis of the failed binding attempt is that it produces usable petition evidence. She is doing the thing she does, taking what is threatening and finding the vector by which it can be made useful. I note. She did not express relief that the attempt failed. She moved directly to how to deploy the failure. This is not indifference. It is the operational temperament of someone who has decided that the best response to any development is to determine immediately what it can be made into. Chapter 64. Mir achieved shaped marrow rank on day 1097. He did it by standing next to Vale's crystal. On day 1093, he had moved from his usual position against the second-floor resonance wall to the fourth floor. He had walked through the core chamber passage and sat 3 meters from the crystal. Vale had felt this and had not stopped it. Mir sat there for 4 days. On the 4th day, Vale felt the shaped marrow advancement happen. Not through combat, not through training, not through template absorption, through sustained resonance contact with the crystal's output at close range. Mir had been absorbing Vale's cultivation frequency directly, the way a stone absorbs warmth from a fire, not taking anything, just being in the field long enough for the ambient output to do what ambient output does over sustained exposure. The formation was fast, under an hour, and the resulting signature was clean and stable. Vale's first instinct was to begin designing a template. He caught the impulse in under 10 minutes and dissolved what he had started. He was afraid to impose a template on Mir. This was a new feeling. He had been afraid of many things, of the work being unfinished, of inadequate templates, of the dungeon being destroyed. He had not previously been afraid of the specific action of template design. But Mir's development pathway was doing something he had no experience with, and the fear was specific. If he imposed a template designed for a more legible root structure, it might suppress the quality in Mir that he could not yet name. The thing in the deepest layer. The thing that was not chi or affinity or any category he could build from. He held the space open instead. Mir, in the core chamber, looked at the crystal for a long time after the formation completed. Then he did something none of the other disciples had done on their first core advancement. He lay down on the chamber floor, his small body extended, and pressed his full length against the stone. He was resting against the floor the way Thornback rested against the gathering space's central stone. After an hour, he got up, left the chamber, and returned to the second floor. Vale stayed in the observation state for a long time after. He had promised himself not to build a template. He had kept the promise, this time, without the 11-day or 3-day delay. He had caught the impulse in 10 minutes. He thought about what Thornback had said. The flaw was not the foundation. The flaw was treating it as something other than what it was. He had been watching Mir for weeks before this advancement, and he had noticed, without fully registering it as unusual, that Mir absorbed cultivation output the way the dungeon's walls absorbed ambient chi, steadily, without effort, without any apparent intention to accumulate. The walls did not try to absorb. They were made of stone, and chi flowed into stone because that was what chi did around cultivated space. Mir sat near the crystal, and Vale's output flowed into Mir because Mir was made of the same fundamental frequency. The 4-day formation confirmed what Vale had been watching. Mir was not training. Mir was not performing cultivation practice in any way Vale could classify. Mir was being present, attentive, existing at the correct frequency, and advancement was the consequence of that existence over sufficient time. Vale had never encountered a disciple whose cultivation method was simply being near the source. He had templates for combat cultivation, for analytical development, for creative practice. He did not have a template for existence as method. He was not going to build one. That was what the 10-minute impulse had been building, and what he had dissolved. Entry. Later, what Mir is doing may not need a template. It may need only the thing it already has, continuous proximity. The question I keep returning to is whether continuous proximity, over time, is sufficient to produce something worth what it costs in resource commitment to a disciple who otherwise consumes very little. My current answer, I don't know. I am going to find out. The impulse to build a template was real, and it was not going away. But catching it in 10 minutes rather than 11 days was movement in the right direction. He was learning the difference between the impulse and the action. That was the work. Log entry 1097. Mir achieved shaped marrow rank through 4 days of sustained proximity to the core crystal. No template, no training, no combat. The advancement mechanism is direct resonance absorption, cultivating from Vale's frequency the way a plant cultivates from light. I caught the template building impulse in 10 minutes and dissolved it. I am afraid of what a premature template would do to whatever mirror is. I think the template would close something that needs to stay open. He rested against the chamber floor after the advancement. The first disciple to do this. Chapter 65. The Continental Research Institute's representative arrived on day 1114. Her name was Administrator Velsane. Funso introduced her at the dungeon entrance. They had corresponded for 3 weeks and had reached a professional rapport, because Funso's resonance quality when she came inside to tell Vale was cautiously positive rather than the guarded uncertain she usually carried when the external situation was deteriorating. Lusk met Administrator Velsane at the entrance. The meeting lasted 9 hours. Velsane was not a combat practitioner. Her cultivation was administrative, the kind that had developed over a career of institutional assessment work. She had been sent as the Institute's observer for the preliminary assessment phase, which was one step below the formal assessor appointment, but carried its own documentation weight. The Institute saying, "We are taking this seriously enough to send someone who will produce a real record." Lusk had prepared for 9 months for someone exactly like her. He met her at the midpoint between the dungeon and the external world, in the position he had calculated, with the prepared communication approach he had developed from years of watching how humans in institutional roles responded to unexpected information. He communicated in the gesture resonance system that Funso could carry into language and that Velsane, with her assessment background, could document as a real communication protocol. He was formal. He was organized. He had prepared a structured presentation of the dungeon's relevant history, not an advocacy document, but a factual account with specific dates and verifiable details that matched the published research. Vale could not follow the content of the 9 hours. He could follow the rhythm. The first hour, both parties establishing ground. The third hour, the quality of the exchange shifting to what Vale read as mutual engagement rather than assessment of subject. The seventh hour, something that read as consensus building, the particular resonance of people who have reached the same conclusion from different starting points. The eighth hour, Velsane asked a question that paused Lusk for several minutes before he responded. He did not know what the question was. He asked Lusk that evening. Lusk said, "She asked me what the dungeon would do if the institutional review went against it." Vale pressed, "What did you answer?" I told her that I did not know the answer in detail. I told her that whatever the dungeon did, it would not abandon what it had built, that the disciples would remain what they were, that the work would continue. Lusk paused. Then I told her that I thought the question was worth asking, that a dungeon that had no answer to that question would be less worth protecting. Did she accept the answer? She wrote it down, Lusk said. Which is the thing she did when she encountered something she wanted to include in the record. Whatever Lusk said in response, the 9th hour was the quietest of the meeting. Velsane's preliminary report came 2 weeks later. Funso brought the relevant section to the core chamber and read it aloud. Recommendation for a 6-month deferral of the spatial anomaly protocol assessment process, pending further academic review of the petition for protected status. The report cited the observation window agreement, the published research, and the preliminary assessment meeting with the dungeon's representative. The dungeon's representative, Funso said, reading the phrase. She looked at the crystal. He sent the "yes, I understand" signal. She said, "This is the first external formal document to use that phrase." Log entry 1114. Administrator Velsane conducted a 9-hour preliminary assessment meeting with Lusk. Funso translated. 2 weeks later, 6-month deferral of the assessment process, citing the observation window, the academic research, and the meeting with the dungeon's representative. Lusk is the dungeon's representative. This is now in the Continental Research Institute's formal record. The first external political victory. A 6-month deferral obtained through negotiation by a wolf-type disciple who spent 3 years learning how institutional authority works by watching humans. He did not need my guidance for this. He needed the 3 years. I provided the conditions for the 3 years. I held open the space in which he could develop into someone capable of this meeting. That is, I think, what I am for. Chapter 66. The joint work came out of a problem. Thornback brought it to the core chamber on day 1120, not through the floor pressure system he had used before his heaven threshold advancement, but in his voice, which had deepened slightly over the months since, and now carried the quality Vale had come to recognize as Thornback operating at full deliberate intent. "Mir needs something I cannot describe," he said. "Not a template. Something that preserves the threshold quality in his root, while giving him a structure to develop within. You know template construction. I know what the threshold quality is. Neither of us can build this alone." Vale had been thinking the same thing for 3 weeks. They began that day. The process was unlike any template Vale had built before. In his standard template construction, he would read the disciple's spiritual root, design the pathway framework, and imprint it. The disciple was the subject. He was the architect. In this work, Thornback was not a subject. He was a collaborator. Thornback would describe, using the spiral notation and sometimes words, what the threshold quality in Mears' root structure felt like from his reading. Vale would translate this into structural terms, the specific pathway configurations that could preserve or inhibit the quality depending on how they were built. They would run the proposed structure through the spiral notation, and Thornback would tell him whether the structure matched what he was trying to describe. 3 times, Vale built a structure he believed captured the problem, and 3 times Thornback said, "That is not it. That is your description of it, not the thing itself." Vale found this frustrating in a way he had not expected. He understood, on the analytical level, what Thornback was saying. He had spent years designing templates that were close enough, addressing the disciple's root structure as he understood it, which was necessarily a model of the root rather than the root itself. The model was always slightly off. The slightly off templates had still produced excellent results because the disciples had grown in the spaces between the template structure. What Thornback was saying was, Mears' root is too unusual for slightly off to produce good results. The threshold quality will be suppressed, not expressed, by a template that models it incorrectly. What Vale kept doing was building the model he understood rather than accepting the description he didn't. On the 4th day, Thornback said, in the direct voice he used when something needed to be said plainly, "You keep building what you can build instead of what needs to be built. This is the same problem as the unnecessary templates." Vale held this. It was true. He was defaulting to his own capability rather than to the collaboration's requirement. He was the architect not because the work required an architect, but because he had not been able to stop being one. He dissolved all 4 partial structures. He started over. This time he said, "Show me the quality first. I won't try to build anything until I understand what you're describing." Thornback spent 2 days showing him through the notation and through the resonance. Vale did not build. He read. On the 3rd day, he built from what he had actually understood rather than from what he already knew how to build. Thornback read the structure. He was quiet for a long time. "Yes," he said. "That is it." The template they had produced was not like any template in Vale's background knowledge or in his 3 years of development. It had a structural feature that Thornback called, in the spiral notation, held threshold, a pathway configuration that created a zone of deliberate incompletion in the cultivation structure, a space that stayed open rather than resolving. The template would not accelerate Mears' development. It would preserve the quality in Mears' root while giving him enough structural support to cultivate without disintegrating. Vale imprinted it carefully, with the particular sustained focus that template imprint required. Mears sat in the core chamber through the imprint process and looked at the crystal with the particular fixed attention he brought to everything. He did not resist. He received it the way he received everything from the crystal, through absorption, letting it become part of his ambient environment rather than a directed intervention. Log entry 1129. First joint template, built collaboratively with Thornback over 7 days. The template structure contains a design element I could not have produced alone because I did not have the conceptual basis for it. Thornback provided the concept. I provided the structural execution. 3 times during the process, I built from my existing capability rather than from the collaboration's requirement. Thornback identified this and named it. I stopped and started over. The template contains a held threshold structural feature that has no precedent in my design history. I do not know what it will produce in Mir. That is the correct outcome for a template built from genuine understanding rather than from a model of what I think the disciple needs. Entry continued. I want to record what the 7 days felt like from the inside, because I think it is important. For the entire history of template construction, I have been the architect. Every template has been something I built and offered, with disciples as the recipients. The relationship was one-directional even when I was reading the disciple carefully. I was reading them in order to build, not in order to collaborate. The disciple did not participate in the construction. They received the result. What happened over these 7 days was different in kind. Thornback was not a recipient. He was a co-constructor. He had information I did not have, the felt experience of heaven threshold cultivation, the specific texture of Mears' root quality as it registered through his own resonance sense, and I had information he did not have, the structural vocabulary of template construction, the pathway architecture that could translate felt experience into a cultivatable form. Neither of us could do it alone. We did it together. I built 3 wrong structures before I understood why they were wrong. Thornback was patient with each failure. He did not express frustration. He described the problem clearly and waited for me to understand it. He was teaching me the way I try to teach disciples, naming what was needed rather than doing it himself. I have been a teacher for years. I have not been taught since Thornback taught me the spiral notation system. I had forgotten what it felt like to be on the receiving end. Entry, post-imprint. Mir received the template without resistance. The absorption was the same quality as his entire cultivation process, patient, complete, deeply integrated. The template is now part of his cultivation environment. What it produces will not be known for months. The template is not designed to accelerate, it is designed to preserve. I believe this is the most honest template I have built. Not the most sophisticated. Thornback's own template was more ambitious. But this one was built from something I genuinely understood rather than something I modeled and hoped was close enough. The difference is audible in the structure if you know how to read it. I am going to know what it produces when Mir shows me. Chapter 67. Commander Petch arrived for the first time on day 1143. His signature was different from any Vale had catalogued. A combat cultivator at upper mid-rank, but the combat configuration was not the dominant feature. The dominant feature was organizational, the particular cultivation structure of someone who had spent a career managing large numbers of people and operations rather than personally executing them. A commander in the operational sense. He had the coalition's chi imprint in his signature. But he was not here in the aggressive incursion configuration. He was here in what read, in the resonance, as a negotiation configuration, organized, prepared, with the specific readiness of someone who had done his research. He stood at the entrance and addressed the dungeon directly. Not Finso, the dungeon. He spoke loudly and clearly to the mine entrance and said, "I understand you have a communication system. I would like to talk." Finso happened to be present. She served as translator. Lusk met him. Commander Petch's proposal was organized and direct. The coalition had substantial resources in external security and logistics, which it had been using to clear and monitor dungeon sites across the region. It could not clear this dungeon. He said this without diplomatic cushioning, as a simple operational fact. What it did have was the capability to manage the approaches, deter incursion by other parties, and provide logistical support for approved academic visits. In exchange, access to the dungeon's cultivation byproducts. Specifically, the surplus chi that disciples generated when cultivating above the level of their current templates. This surplus flowed back toward the core as a natural byproduct of the resonance cultivation system. He had done his research through Finso's papers, which included technical analysis of this byproduct. Lusk communicated the proposal to Vale. Vale pressed back. How does he know about the surplus chi? Lusk, *, he cites Finso's second paper. The technical specifications are in the published documentation. Vale processed this. He had approved that documentation because it was accurate, and because he had not fully anticipated that accurate technical documentation of the dungeon's cultivation output would be read as an economic proposal by practitioners with resource extraction experience. He had approved the publication of his own negotiating position without knowing it. He told Lusk, "Tell him we will consider the proposal and respond in a week." Commander Petch said, "I can wait a week." He added, with practical frankness, "I'm also talking to the sect and to the Research Institute's observer. I'm not your only option for the external security function, but I'm the best one. The coalition is very good at this." He left. He came back in a week, as agreed. Then again 2 weeks after that. And a third time. Lusk negotiated all 3 meetings. After the third, he came to the core chamber with a floor pressure summary. He has reduced the surplus chi demand by 30%. He has agreed the external security function is advisory rather than controlling. We maintain authority over who enters. He has agreed to a 1-year renewable contract rather than a permanent arrangement. Vale asked, "What does Finso think?" Lusk, she thinks the security function is valuable. The surplus chi is secondary. She says if you are going to be in the academic record as a protected site, having a recognized external security partner makes the legal protection harder to challenge. He modulated. Yes. Log entry 1178. After 3 meetings, Lusk finalized a preliminary framework with Commander Petch. 1-year renewable external security arrangement. Limited surplus chi access. Advisory authority configuration. This is the coalition's third role with this dungeon. Adversary, documentation team, contracted partner. The transformation required 4 years and 2 organizations changing their category for what this dungeon is. I note, this happened not because I demanded a new category, but because the evidence of 3 years of behavior made the old category untenable. I approved the publication of the cultivation mechanics documentation. The publication created the economic proposal. The economic proposal led to a partnership. I did not plan this. I provided accurate information, and the accurate information did useful work I did not foresee. Entry. I also want to note something about the negotiation itself that I was not able to observe directly, but that Lusk described when I asked. Commander Petch's aide, who was present for all 3 visits, said nothing substantial in any meeting. He took notes and kept his expression calibrated toward professional neutrality. On the third visit, as the final terms were being agreed, he made a single brief comment, not in the negotiation, but to Fun So, quietly, while Pech and Lusk were reviewing documents. He said, "I came in here thinking this was going to be a strange assignment." He did not elaborate. He went back to taking notes. Fun So told me this later because she thought I would want to know. I ran the entries several times. I think he meant it as a compliment, in the understated way that people in institutional roles offer compliments when they believe they should not be offering compliments. The dungeon had exceeded his category. He had not been prepared for that, and he had noticed. He took careful notes for the rest of the meeting. Some things are worth recording even when they are not strategic data. This is one of them. Chapter 68. Sable achieved core touched rank on day 1191. Vale felt it through the deep echo sense. The familiar formation pattern, the pathway configuration building toward crystallization threshold. He extended his awareness to the third floor. She was in the middle of the pattern, not standing in the middle, working. Her claws were moving across a section of the floor near the eastern wall, adjusting aggregate in the precise way she had been adjusting it for 3 years. The formation was happening simultaneously with active pattern work, which was not how cultivation advancements were supposed to work. Standard core touch formation required sustained internal focus. All attention turned inward to the crystallization process. Sable had not turned her attention inward. She was attending to the stone and the pattern, and the crystallization was happening anyway. He watched through the full formation. 4 hours, Sable working throughout. The core touched rank crystallizing in the background of an act of creation rather than in the foreground of an act of cultivation. When the signature stabilized, it had the quality he had learned to read in disciples with unusual development paths. The cultivation core matched the character of what the disciple had been doing. Sable's core-touched core was organized around the geometric logic of the pattern work. The chi moved through her cultivation structure the way it moved through the pattern. In the specific angles and reflective relationships she had been building and rebuilding for 3 years. She had been building her cultivation core in stone. She had absorbed it back into herself. He asked Thornback. Thornback came to the core chamber that evening. Bill described what he had observed. Thornback was quiet for a while. Then, the patterns are chi diagrams. She has been building her core pathways in stone for 3 years and then absorbing the diagram back into herself. Vale ran this through his log several times. Asterisk, that means the pattern work is not a product of her cultivation. It is the method of her cultivation. She has been cultivating through the act of creating. Asterisk, yes. Asterisk, I have never seen this. There is no technique in my background knowledge that functions this way. Asterisk, Thornback said, there is now. He paused. She invented it. The same way I invented the spiral cultivation and Lusk invented the distributed analytical technique. Because the standard methods were not built for what they needed to become. Vale held the resonance for a long time. He had spawned 3 disciples who had each independently developed cultivation methods without precedent because the templates had given them foundations to grow from rather than ceilings to grow within. He had not designed for this specifically. He had designed for it incidentally, by making the templates gates rather than paths. The implications of what he had just observed took him a long time to process. Sable had entered the dungeon as a shadow class creature with a light and dark pattern recognition affinity. Her template had been built around that affinity, spatial and geometric awareness, the ability to perceive and manipulate patterns as a form of combat capability. It was a good template, one he had been satisfied with. He had expected it to produce a capable, unusual disciple with an interesting combat style. What it had actually produced was something else entirely. Sable had taken the pattern recognition affinity and the geometric awareness of the template and redirected both of them outward, not into combat capability, but into creative practice. The pattern work on the dungeon floors had been absorbing her attention and cultivation energy for years. And now it turned out that the creative practice had itself been the cultivation. She had externalized her core pathway architecture into physical stone diagrams, refined them through the act of creating and recreating, and gradually absorbed the refined diagram back into her cultivation structure. He had given her the tool. She had invented the method. He had not known this was possible. He had never designed a template that allowed for this kind of method. He was not certain the template had been what enabled it. It may have been that Sable's particular combination of affinities had made this method naturally available to her, and the template had simply not blocked it. He thought about this for a long time. The question was whether to call this a failure of template design. He had not seen this possibility and had not designed for it, or a success of template design. The template had left enough space for the disciple's own intelligence to find a method he had not imagined. He thought about what Thornback had told him years ago. that a disciple who fights against the template develops in unexpected directions, which Vale had learned to treat as data rather than failure. Sable had not fought against the template. She had grown sideways through a space the template had not anticipated and had not blocked. He thought about the Hollow King's question, "What do you intend to build?" This was part of the answer, but he did not yet know how to say it in a way the Hollow King could receive. Log entry 1191. Sable achieved core-touched rank through active pattern work. The core-touched core reflects the geometric logic of the pattern work. She has been externalizing her core pathways in stone and reabsorbing them. 3 of my most senior disciples have developed cultivation methods without precedent. The templates gave them foundations. What they built on those foundations is their own. I did not teach them these methods. I provided the conditions in which they could teach themselves. Entry: I want to record the exact mechanism I now believe is responsible for this pattern. My templates define what a disciple should be able to do, not what they must become. The difference between capability and destiny in a template is the difference between opening a door and pushing someone through it. I have consistently designed for the former because I was always more interested in what the disciple would choose than in what I wanted the disciple to be. Sable chose this. I did not design for it, but I did not design against it. Secondary: I am beginning to understand what I intend to build. The answer to the Hollow King's question is not a statement of goals. It is a description of conditions. What I intend to build is the conditions in which things like Thornback's cultivation, Lusk's technique, and Sable's method can emerge. I do not know in advance what will emerge. That is not a design flaw. That is the design. Chapter 69. The second push from the Hollow Vein came on day 1207. Vale felt it before the first creature breached the 5th floor boundary. A change in the ambient resonance pressure from the south that had a different character than the standard volume expansion pressure. Something more focused. The pressure was not distributed across the full territorial front, but concentrated at 2 specific approach vectors, the same vectors that Vale's disciples had used repeatedly as key defensive positions. Someone had been studying the dungeon's defense. He sent through the spatial fabric to Lusk and Thornback simultaneously. Asterisk incoming. Different pattern. 2 approach vectors, 5th floor. The targeting is deliberate. Asterisk. The engagement began 20 minutes later. The Hollow Veins creatures came through the 2 identified vectors simultaneously, a deliberate 2-pronged approach timed to force the disciples to divide their defensive formation. The creatures were individually stronger than the previous push and more numerous, but the real change was the targeting. The 2-vector simultaneous attack was not feral instinct. Something had fed the Hollow Veins core information about the dungeon's specific defensive configuration. Lusk responded faster than Vale's assessment was complete. The communication network activated, disciples repositioned in a pattern that was not the pre-planned configuration. Lusk was adapting in real time, routing the defensive formation to cover both approaches without having the effective force at each one. The adaptation made the defensive positions interdependent. Each position partially covered its own vector and partially covered the others, creating a network defense rather than 2 parallel ones. Vale extended his spatial sense through the entire 5th floor and watched. The Hollow Veins creatures were not the scrambling feral mass of the first engagement. Something had happened to them in the months since. They moved with a focused intentionality that still fell short of what Vale's disciples did, but it was orders of magnitude more directed than feral instinct. They had not been trained in any way Vale could identify. The coordination was crude compared to what Lusk achieved through his network, but the targeting was precise. They were going for the positions the dungeon's disciples habitually held. Lusk's repositioned formation held, but it held at cost. The interdependent positioning meant that when the eastern vector pushed hard at the same moment the western vector advanced, both defensive groups had to shift simultaneously to maintain coverage. There were 4 seconds. Vale counted them in his operational log, when the coverage had a gap. A single creature of the Hollow Vein made it through the gap before Thornback closed it. Thornback closed it personally. He was at Heaven Threshold rank. The feral creature was at most Vein Forged. The engagement lasted 11 seconds. The creature did not survive. Thornback was uninjured, but the gap had existed. Lusk had designed around it in real time, and Thornback had covered it, and the gap was gone in seconds. The disciples had been better. None of that changed the fact that the approach had been designed to create exactly that gap. 90 minutes. The disciples held the 5th floor, but the approach had been studied. The positioning had been targeted. The timing had been coordinated. Whoever had been feeding the Hollow Vein information had provided operational-level detail about the dungeon's standard defensive configuration. He ran the lapse analysis afterward, looking for the source. The sect had conducted an independent site assessment at the entrance. Lusk had identified them. They had not entered the dungeon proper. The academic consortium had moved through all floors but had not been in the 5th floor, and their intent had been documentation, not tactical mapping. Commander Petch and his team had not been past the 1st floor. The most consistent explanation, the Hollow King. Its territory shared the deep resonance layer with the dungeon. Through the resonance layer, it could sense the dungeon's spatial geography. Through sustained attention, and it had demonstrated sustained attention across multiple communications, it could have developed a detailed enough model of the dungeon's defensive patterns to describe them. Not precise enough to guarantee success. Precise enough to create a 4-second gap. The Hollow King's question, "What do you intend to build?" was still awaiting a full answer. While it waited, it had sent a test. Not of hostility, a test of capability. He filed this with the Hollow King's communication. The timeline. The Hollow King had asked what the dungeon intended to build. Before receiving an answer, the Hollow Vein, which shared the deep resonance layer with the Hollow King's territory, had demonstrated consequences. Not random. A demonstration while waiting for the answer. Log entry 1207. The Hollow Vein's second push was tactically different. 2-vector simultaneous approach targeted specifically at known defensive positions. The Hollow King is the most likely source of the operational information. The Hollow King communicated its question and then sent a demonstration of consequences while waiting for our reply. Lusk's real-time adaptation held the 5th floor. The communication network handled a tactical scenario it had not been designed for. The Hollow Vein is no longer purely feral. The Hollow King's interest in this dungeon is now active rather than observational. These are related facts. Chapter 72 Disciples died on day 1212. Not in the main engagement, in the cleanup. The Hollow Vein's retreating creatures pushed back through the 5th floor's secondary passage on the 2nd day after the main engagement, a final surge that caught 2 of Vale's disciples in transit between positions. They had moved to support the 5th floor and had not yet returned to their standard locations. He felt it through the spatial sense. 2 cultivation signatures, mid-rank, present, and then not present. The chi simply stopped. He ran the diagnostic 4 times before accepting the result. He logged the names, the designations he had assigned at spawning, the descriptions he had built from years of deep echo observation, with the same precision he applied to every log entry. He logged the rank, the cultivation pathway, the contributions each had made to the dungeon's defense and development over the years of their lives. He logged the time and the circumstances. He closed the entry. He opened a new entry. Log entry 1212, secondary. I am aware that I am feeling something I have not felt in this specific form before. I have felt the dungeon be threatened, which produced urgency. I have felt disciples struggle, which produced concern. I have felt incursions fail, which produced something like relief. This is different. The closest analog in the cultivation literature I carry is grief. I am running the definition against what I am experiencing, and the match is close enough that I am going to use the word. He closed that entry. For 3 days he did not open a new log entry. He maintained the dungeon's functions during those 3 days, the ambient chi output, the resonance calibration for Mir's proximity absorption, the communication network's routing. He ran the necessary operations. He did not log. The disciples came to the gathering space on the 2nd day, not summoned. They gathered, the senior disciples and several of the 3rd generation, and sat together in the gathering space in the particular quiet that Vale had learned to recognize as the dungeon's version of shared acknowledgement. No one ran protocol or gave direction. They were together. Sable began a small pattern work on the eastern wall. It was not the ambitious multi-month work she undertook for the full floors. It was quiet, contained, something she could complete in an afternoon. When Vale mapped it through his spatial sense, it had 2 figures in it. Geometric abstractions, smaller than the grand connected image of the completed floor work, but recognizable in their shapes as the particular movement patterns of 2 disciples he recognized. A memorial. He held the spatial sense on it for a long time. On the 4th day, log entry 1216, I believe the grief is appropriate. I am not going to suppress it. The 3 days without logging were not an action. They were the time required to feel what had happened rather than analyze it. I have been running this dungeon for more than 3 years. In that time, I have produced disciples, developed templates, managed incursions, built communication systems, and navigated the beginning of an institutional conflict that will determine whether this dungeon survives. What happened to the 2 disciples on day 1212 is the only thing in 3 years of logs that I have not been able to approach analytically while it was happening. I am noting this not to mark the grief as extraordinary, but to record that it was real. They were mid-rank. They had been working in this dungeon for over a year. They had cultivation pathways I had designed specifically for them, and their development had taken those pathways in directions I had not designed. They had been, in the only sense that I know how to use the word, themselves. Entry, continued. Sable built a memorial on the eastern wall of the gathering space. I saw it on the second day. I have not said anything about it to anyone because I do not know how to respond to it in a way that matches what it is. It is the most precise statement about what I am experiencing that anything in this dungeon has produced. She did not ask me. She observed what was needed and made it. Entry. I designed her template to allow pattern work as a cultivation path because I did not want to suppress what was emerging. I did not design her to understand grief. I did not know she would know how to make something for it. I think she knew because she has been paying attention. The same way Thornback knew to come and sit. The same way Lusk knew not to run a tactical debrief until the fourth day. They are all paying attention to me. I should not be surprised by this. They have been watching their teacher for years. But I am surprised by it every time. Thornback came to the core chamber on the fourth day. He did not speak. He came and sat in front of the crystal for a long time. Then he said, I know. He left without saying anything else. That was the right thing. He knew it was the right thing. He had been paying attention to Vale for long enough to know what Vale needed in this specific moment. That was, Vale logged afterward, what 1,000 days of genuine attention produced in a disciple. Chapter 71. The grief did not end, exactly. It settled. Vale had expected grief to resolve, to run its course, and return him to the clean precision of assessment. Instead, it became part of the operational texture, a constant low presence that was neither intrusive nor gone. He logged this observation on the 12th day after the third floor losses. Entry. Grief at sustained operational frequency. Does not appear to impair function. Is present regardless. I believe this is what it means to remember someone. Thornback came to the core chamber on the 14th day. He did not bring anything. He sat before the crystal for a long time in the quiet way he had, the old stillness from the years before he had words. After a while he said, they were good disciples. Vale adjusted the ambient resonance in the slow way that meant, I know. Good disciples can be lost. Thornback was not saying this to argue. He was saying it as someone who had needed to say it aloud. That is a fact about cultivation. We do not change it by refusing to know it. A long silence. But knowing it does not mean accepting it without consequence, Thornback said. I do not think you should stop grieving. I think you should build something out of it. Then he said, can I show you what I have been thinking? He laid out the proposal slowly, the way he laid out everything now, not as a demand or a plan, but as an offering held up for examination. The dungeon had been operating on a case-by-case basis since its founding. A hostile intruder arrived, and the disciples responded with force. An academic arrived, and the disciples responded with observation. A scout sat down in a passage, and Thornback had responded with a 3-hour vigil. All of that was correct, Thornback said. Each response had been appropriate to the situation. But they had been responses, not policy. And policy was different from response because policy could survive Vale's attention being occupied. Policy was what held when the core was focused on a template, and a hollow vein push happened simultaneously. We need principles, Thornback said. Not rules. Rules are what you follow when there's no one to ask. Principles are what you use to make the rule yourself when you need one. Vale ran the implications. Correct. Case-by-case judgment was a single point of failure. He also ran a second implication. Case-by-case judgment had worked for 3 years because the case-by-case decisions had been his. Thornback's proposal was a recognition that the dungeon had grown beyond what his direct attention could cover. There were now 4 floors of active disciples, an ongoing external relationship with the Delver Coalition, a provisional observation arrangement with the sect, and the beginning of an institutional petition process. He could not hold all of it with constant direct judgment. The disciples needed to be able to make the right decisions when he was not attending. Templates had done this for individual disciples' cultivation. Thornback was proposing the equivalent for the dungeon's behavioral posture. A principles framework was a template for decision-making. He generated a response through the symbol system. Where did you learn about principles? Thornback's answer was immediate. From watching you apply them without naming them. He elaborated. When Finso first arrived, you did not tell the disciples to let her sit. You had built, through your behavior over years, a pattern of distinguishing between visitors who came to take and visitors who came to understand. The disciples watched the pattern. When Finso arrived with no weapons and a notebook, Thornback, I recognized the pattern without being told. I had learned it by observing you apply it repeatedly without ever calling it a rule. He paused. But the younger disciples have not watched for as long. And the situation is changing faster than the observation period can keep up with. We need to name what was always there. Vale ran the log. Entry. Thornback has articulated something I had not articulated. He observed my behavior over a period of years, extracted the operating logic beneath specific decisions, and named it as a general method. He is doing now what I do with disciples, reading what is happening and finding the principle underneath. He has learned to teach by being taught. Another entry, 3 seconds later. I am proud of this. The object of the pride is precise. It is not that he is capable. It is that his capability is what this process was supposed to produce, and it produced it correctly. He signaled to Thornback, yes, let us build this. Chapter 72. The framework took 3 weeks. It was built in the gathering space, which had expanded twice since Thornback first constructed it. Lusk had added a section near the eastern wall for what had become informal council functions, and several of the second-generation disciples had built adjacent rest areas that connected to it by a widened passage. The space felt, when Vale mapped it through his spatial sense, like something that had grown rather than been planned. It had. Thornback drafted the core distinctions. Welcome visitors, those who came to learn, document, or exchange. Funso was the model, as was the academic consortium at their best. Tolerated visitors, those who came with intent that was neutral in effect even if not aligned with the dungeon's interests. Warden Sieg's observation visits, in retrospect, had been this. Hostile entrants, those who came to extract, destroy, or claim. The distinctions seemed obvious once written. Vale had been operating on all 3 categories for years. But Thornback's point held. The distinctions had never been explicit, which meant junior disciples had no consistent way to make the judgment independently. Lusk added the negotiation layer. The tolerated category, he argued, needed a sub-distinction. Tolerated visitors who were open to reclassification into welcome, and tolerated visitors whose intent was fixed. The first category warranted active engagement. Funso had started in that space. The second warranted observation and careful management, not investment. Funso contributed the legal framing. She had spent enough time in academic and institutional context to know what language held weight in official documents. The framework was not just for the disciples' use. It needed to be communicable to external parties. She translated Thornback's principles into a form that a Continental Institute representative could read and cite. Vale provided resonance commentary throughout. He had no written language that could be transcribed. The symbol system was too specialized for general audiences, but he could signal degrees of emphasis, hesitation, and agreement through modulations that Funso had learned to read. Thornback translated when precision mattered. On the final day, Funso read the completed document aloud in the core chamber. It was 3 pages. It described the dungeon's operational principles in careful, neutral language, the conditions under which entry was welcome, the process for signaling the dungeon's assessment of a visitor's intent, the basis on which the dungeon would engage external institutions or decline engagement. Vale listened to all of it. When she finished, the core chamber held a long quiet. Then Vale modulated the ambient resonance in the full slow sweep that meant. Funso had learned this signal months ago. I recognize this as correct. She wrote something in her notebook. Lusk, who had been present for the reading, said, Are we going to share this externally? Funso looked at the crystal. Vale modulated an affirmative. It changes our legal position, Lusk said. Not as a concern. He was noting a consequence that needed to be considered. If we publish a document that describes the dungeon's operational principles, we are asserting that the dungeon has operational principles. That is a claim about what kind of thing this dungeon is. Funso, that is exactly the claim I want to make in the petition. And if it is used in the adversarial context by the sect, if Voss uses the framework document as evidence that the dungeon is self-directing and therefore a hazard rather than a protected site. Vale pressed through the symbol system. Asterisk let her. The framework describes a dungeon that distinguishes between welcome visitors and hostile entrants. If a sect argues that a dungeon capable of that distinction is a hazard, the question becomes, a hazard by whose standard? Sect policy defines hazardous dungeons as those that cannot be regulated. A dungeon with explicit operational principles is, definitionally, more regulatable than one without. Asterisk Lusk considered this for a while. Then, you have thought about this more than I have. I have been thinking about it since Thornback proposed it. Later, when she incorporated the framework into a formal academic paper, a footnote in the methodology section read, The framework presented here was developed collaboratively between the dungeon's disciples and this researcher over a 3-week period. The dungeon core provided continuous commentary during development through resonance modulation. This document reflects the dungeon's own understanding of its operational principles. It was the first document produced about the dungeon that included the dungeon's own voice in the record. Vale ran the log on this observation for 2 days. Entry. I have been documented before. This is the first documentation that is, in part, mine. The distinction matters. I do not know yet how much it matters. Entry Day 2. I think it matters more than I initially assessed. Every previous document about this dungeon has been a document about something observed. This document is a document about something self-described. The difference between being studied and speaking is the difference between being a phenomenon and being an entity. The petition needs the entity framing to hold. Thornback built this framework from watching me apply principles without naming them. I am grateful he named them. I would not have named them. I would have continued applying them and calling it case-by-case judgment because naming them would have required admitting that I had been operating from principles all along, which would have required admitting that what I am doing is systematic rather than instinctive, which would have made it harder to pretend I did not know what I was building. I knew what I was building. I am acknowledging this now. Chapter 73. Warden Sieg arrived on a morning when the third-floor disciples were running a coordinated patrol exercise and Mir was doing what Mir did, sitting near the crystal, absorbing, watching. He came with no team. One legal document, folded twice and carried in an interior coat pocket in the way that suggested it had been there for some time. Taken out and reconsidered and put back. He stood at the dungeon entrance for 40 minutes before taking his first step inside. Vale tracked him through floor sense from the moment he entered. He was a large man, broad across the shoulders in the way of someone who had done serious physical cultivation at some point and never lost the frame. His chi signature was calm and professional, not combat-ready, but not unready either. He held a neutral assessment posture. Vale had learned to recognize someone trained to observe without signaling their conclusions before they had reached them. He walked the first floor slowly. He examined the defensive restructuring, the passages that had been widened, narrowed, rerouted over years of operational adjustment. He paused at the point where Thornback had first stood watch, though he could not have known that was its significance. He looked at everything with the methodical attention of someone building a file. When he reached the second floor, Thornback was waiting. Not as a threat. Thornback had developed, over years of disciple culture, an entire vocabulary of postures for non-threatening presence. The held stillness, the deliberate breath pace, the angle of stance that said, I am here, and I know you are here, and neither of those facts requires a response yet. Sieg stopped. He looked at Thornback for a long time. You're the one in the academic documentation, Sieg said. Not a question. Thornback did not respond in words. He turned and walked toward the gathering space at a pace that was, and Vale recognized this immediately, an invitation. Sieg followed. He spent 3 hours in the gathering space. He examined Sable's earlier pattern work on the walls with the expression of someone encountering something outside their category system. He sat at the edge of the space and took notes with a stylus on a legal pad, the kind used for formal assessment records. He did not enter the core chamber. He looked at the passage leading to it and chose not to proceed. When he left, he paused at the dungeon entrance and spent a moment standing very still, as if completing a thought. Lusk reported to the core that evening. The warden carried a document called a Provisional Order of Spatial Hazard, a legal instrument that granted Continental Enforcement Authority the right to initiate forced containment or destruction procedures against a spatial phenomenon that met defined threat criteria. Vale ran the implications. Threat criteria. He ran the framework Thornback and Lusk had built and cross-referenced each criterion. Entry. Assessment of order threat criteria. 1 criterion is operationally ambiguous. 5 criteria do not apply. 2 criteria require interpretation. Under strict interpretation, we do not qualify as a threat. Under expansive interpretation, the question is open. He ran a second entry. The warden did not serve the order today. This is data. Lusk confirmed what Vale had already observed. Sieg had observed, documented, and left without action. He had not been hostile. He had not been demonstrably friendly. He had been building a file. Vale thought about what kind of person builds a file before deciding. Entry. The warden is not acting from ideology. He is acting from process. This is different from Harrow, who is acting from framework. A process actor is more unpredictable in the short term and more reliable in the long term. He will do what the process requires. Our task is to be what the process recognizes as safe. He added. Thornback's escort to the gathering space was correct. We are showing him what we are. That is the process working in our direction. Chapter 74. Mir reached Spirit-Woken rank on a quiet afternoon, 18 days after Sieg's visit. Vale noticed it the moment the transition occurred. A small but clean shift in Mir's resonance signature, the particular deepening that marked the crossing from instinct cultivation to self-awareness cultivation. He had felt this transition in every disciple, but Mir's had a quality he could not immediately categorize. The rank had not come through combat. It had not come through environmental stress or technique practice or the deliberate calibrated pressure of a resonance template. It had come through what Mir had always done: proximity, observation, sustained attention to Vale's crystal, and the cultivation output Vale produced. Mir had simply absorbed enough, for long enough, at whatever specific frequency Mir was drawn to, that the transition had occurred from the inside. Vale had never provided a template for Mir. He was still afraid to. Not afraid, cautious. The distinction mattered. He had watched Mir's cultivation arc develop across a trajectory that no previous disciple had followed, and he did not trust his templates not to interrupt it. Every previous template had been calibrated to support what a disciple was doing. With Mir, he could not clearly distinguish what Mir was doing from what Vale himself was doing. Entry: Mir's cultivation and my cultivation are operating in close parallel. Not identical. His pathway is his own. The architecture of it differs from mine in ways I can map, but not fully explain. But the frequency is similar enough that imposing a template would be, essentially, imposing myself on the development of something that is already partly me. I do not know if that would help or harm. Entry: I have been uncertain about Mir since the beginning. The uncertainty has not resolved with observation. This may be a category of disciple I have not previously encountered. Spirit-woken rank brought self-awareness. In every previous disciple, the emergence of self-awareness had produced a visible change in behavior, the turning toward the core, the first attempt at communication, the beginning of deliberate intent rather than responsive action. Thornback had brought ore. Lusk had begun systematic observation. Sable had started arranging objects. Mir sat in front of the crystal for 2 days without doing anything different. Then, on the 3rd day, he accessed Lusk's communication network. Not the way a new disciple would. Hesitantly, experimentally. Mir used the network with an ease that suggested he had been aware of it for longer than Spirit-woken rank should have allowed. His first message went to Lusk. Lusk reported it to the core chamber that evening. He asked a single question. Lusk said. His resonance carried a quality Vale had learned to read as something between surprised and unsettled. He did not say hello. He did not introduce himself. He accessed the network and asked, "What is the core afraid of?" Vale held the question. Entry: Mir's first communication through the network is not about himself. It is about me. Spirit-woken rank brings self-awareness. He has become aware of himself. Yes, but his first act of self-awareness is to ask about something outside himself. He is already oriented outward. Entry: the question is precise. Not, what does the core want? Mir would have access to that through proximity, in the way he has access to my cultivation output. He is asking about fear specifically. He has noticed something in my resonance signature that reads as fear. Entry: he is not wrong. He signaled to Lusk. Tell him I am thinking about the question. Do not tell him I do not have an answer. Chapter 75. Lusk did not have the answer either. He spent 2 days running through everything he knew about the core, the log he could sense through the resonance network's ambient information layer, the observations he had made across years of watching Vale's cultivation responses, the discussions in the gathering space about the dungeon's strategic situation. He was thorough. He was analytical. He arrived at multiple plausible answers and did not trust any of them enough to deliver to a newly self-aware disciple asking her first serious question. He went to Thornback. They met in the gathering space, just the two of them, on the 3rd day after Mir's question. Thornback listened to the full account without interrupting. The exact question, the phrasing, the timing, the fact that Mir had not yet asked anything else and seemed to be waiting. He was quiet for a while afterward. She asked the right question. Thornback finally said. Lusk waited. The core is afraid of being insufficient. Thornback said it without particular drama, the way he said most important things, as an observation that had been sitting for a while and was now ready to be spoken. Specifically, insufficient to the task of being what the disciples need him to be. He is afraid that he will reach the end of what he can provide, and that when that moment arrives, the reaching will continue, and there will be nothing left to give, and the disciples will be harmed by the gap. Lusk considered this. That is the flaw. The flaw is one expression of it, Thornback said. He keeps teaching because the alternative, having nothing more to offer, is the thing he fears most. The flaw is not the fear. The flaw is the strategy he uses to avoid confirming the fear. A silence. Is he aware of this? Lusk asked. I think he has been aware of pieces of it for a long time, Thornback said. I do not know if he has seen it assembled this clearly. What do I tell Mir? Thornback thought about this. Tell her the truth. She asked a direct question. She deserves a direct answer. She is spirit-woken. She can sit with complexity. Lusk brought the answer to Mir that afternoon. Mir received it without visible reaction. She held it for a long time in the way she held everything. The patient absorption that was not passivity but attention at a very fine grain. Then she said, "Thank you," and said nothing else. Lusk reported both the answer and the response to the core chamber. Vale ran the log that evening. Entry: Thornback has named the fear accurately. I am not going to dispute the assessment. The fear is real and has been present since early cultivation. The The period in Arc 1 when the Coalition's sustained campaign first made the possibility of being unable to protect the disciples concrete. The flaw is the behavioral expression of the fear, yes. I had not assembled it that cleanly. Entry, next day. I have been running this log entry for 16 hours. I am still running it. Entry, second day. The most precise thing I can say about Thornback's assessment is that it is correct, and I would have preferred not to have it confirmed. This preference is not rational. I am aware it is not rational. Entry, third day. Mir asked the question I have been not asking for the entirety of my cultivation. She has been spirit-woken for 9 days, and she has already gone further into the central question than I have. Entry, fourth day. I do not believe the fear is solvable. I believe what is required is to continue operating correctly despite the fear, which is what I have been doing. The difference is that I was doing it without full knowledge of what I was doing. The knowledge changes the quality of the action without changing the action itself. I think this is what Thornback meant when he said the teaching was to make students large enough to carry what can't go where the core can't. Entry, fifth day. Mir is going to ask me something eventually. I have been afraid of that for reasons I now understand. I am still afraid. I am going to remain available to be asked. He closed the log cycle and returned to operational monitoring. In the gathering space, Mir had returned to her usual position, not seated, exactly, but present in the way she had always been present, settled and unhurried, and attending to something only she could fully see. She had not asked Vale anything yet. She was, Vale suspected, also thinking about the answer. Chapter 76 Commander Petch returned 3 times before he made the real offer. The first 2 visits had been what they were. A senior Delver Coalition officer testing a situation he did not fully understand, mapping the dungeon's communication capacity, learning what the translation channel through Funso could carry. He had been professional, cautious, and not dishonest. He asked precise questions and listened to the answers more carefully than most humans Vale had observed did. The third visit was different from the moment he arrived. He came without his usual escort, just one aide, younger, with a documentation portfolio. He paused at the dungeon entrance for a shorter time than he had before, as if the uncertainty of it had worn down to something manageable. He walked directly to the gathering space without taking his usual surveying detour through the first-floor passage. Funso was already present. Lusk was present. Thornback was not. He was working in the deeper passages, and Petch had timed this visit for when he would not be, which Vale noted with interest. Petch sat down across from Lusk with the deliberateness of someone who had planned the specific way he wanted to begin. He said, I've been authorized to make a formal proposal. Lusk communicated to Vale through the network, ready to translate. Do you want to hear this directly? Vale modulated acknowledgement. He was already listening through the floor sense, but Lusk's real-time relay carried the interpretive layer, the wolf's reading of intent beneath the stated position, which Vale had learned to value as a separate data stream. Petch laid it out cleanly, which Vale respected. The Delver Coalition had economic relationships with dozens of dungeons. All of those relationships were based on extraction, resource sites, dangerous clearance contracts, core material trading. The dungeon they were in now could not be handled through any of those frameworks. The Coalition had been trying to fit it into existing categories since the first clearance team 11 years ago, and it kept not fitting. A formal partnership was different from extraction. Partnership meant the Coalition treated the dungeon as a party rather than a resource. In return for exclusive external security services, deterring other groups from attempting hostile entry, managing the legal and logistical environment around the dungeon's territory, the Coalition would receive access to the dungeon's cultivation byproducts. The surplus chi that Vale's disciples generated and that currently dissipated into the environment. The chi would not be taken. It would be offered. The distinction mattered to the legal framing. Funso looked at Vale's crystal throughout the presentation, reading his resonance modulations. When Petch finished, she said, Give us a moment. The moment was actually 40 minutes. Lusk and Vale ran the analysis through the network while Funso answered Petch's aide's questions about the documentation process. Entry. The offer is structured correctly. The legal distinction between taken and offered chi is meaningful. It is the difference between a resource claim and a commerce agreement. Commerce agreements imply 2 parties. Resource claims imply 1 party and a thing to be claimed. Lusk's assessment over the network. Petch has read Funso's framework paper. The offered/taken language is directly from the principal's document. He has done his research. Vale. This means the proposal is calibrated to what we publicly stated we needed. He knows what we want. He is giving it. Lusk, is that suspicious? Vale. No. That is how good negotiators operate. He identified our stated requirements and met them. The question is whether the underlying terms hold. The underlying terms were examined for the next 30 minutes. They held. The external security commitment was specific, named deterrence obligations, liability conditions, withdrawal clauses that required 3 months' notice, and did not penalize the dungeon for ending the arrangement. The xianxia terms were bounded, specific volumes, specific schedules, no claims on the disciples' bodies or the core itself. Lusk signaled, "I recommend accepting." Vale agreed. Negotiate the scope of the security commitment. It is currently broader than necessary. Lusk negotiated for 90 minutes. Funso translated throughout. Petch was a good negotiator. He pushed back on 4 points and conceded on 3, holding the security commitment scope as a non-negotiable and giving ground elsewhere. Lusk accepted the final version. The agreement was signed. Funso as the dungeon's legal representative, Petch on behalf of the Delver Coalition, and witnessed by the aide, who kept his expression neutral throughout with the particular discipline of someone very new to the work. Entry: first formal economic relationship between this dungeon and an external human institution. The coalition began 11 years ago as a hostile extraction force. They are now a contracted partner. I do not believe the change is primarily because of us. I believe it is because the situation became economically legible to them in a different frame. We are the same dungeon. They changed their category. Entry: later, Lusk handled this negotiation without any guidance from me beyond the initial recommendation. He has become better at this than I could have made him with templates. Some things cannot be templated into existence. They have to be grown by doing. Chapter 77. Funso spent 4 months building the petition. Vale watched her work at the pace he had learned to recognize as her serious pace. Not the exploratory speed of initial research, but the careful, methodical accumulation of someone assembling an argument that would need to survive institutional scrutiny. She was building, effectively, a legal case for the existence of a new category. Protected dungeon status was not a classification that existed in continental law. The closest existing classification was protected spatial phenomenon, which applied to naturally occurring cultivation sites of unusual ecological value. Funso's argument was that a dungeon civilization was not exactly a spatial phenomenon and was not exactly an ecological resource and was not exactly a cultivator society. It was something that had not had to be classified before because it had not existed before. The documentation was extensive. She had 13 years of fieldwork records, updated regularly since her first visit. She had the framework document that incorporated Vale's own input. She had Sable's pattern work diagrams, photographed and analyzed by the chi mapping specialist from the consortium visit. She had Lusk's communication logs, transcribed through Funso's translation during his negotiations with the sect delegation and then with the Continental Research Institute representative. She had the formal commerce agreement with the Delver Coalition. She also had the record of Thornback's chi signature, which she included last and with particular care. The spiral notation that had moved from a wall carving to a cultivation system symbol to a recognized phenomenon in Thornback's heaven threshold chi field was documented across every stage of its development. The chi mapping specialist's analysis was appended in full. His conclusion, that the signature exceeded the complexity of human cultivators below the 5th rank, was the most technically challenging element in the petition because it required the reader to accept a finding that the institutional reflex was to reject. Funso had learned, across 13 years of work in institutions, how to present findings that institutional reflexes wanted to reject. She read the completed petition aloud in the core chamber on the last day of the 4th month. Vale listened to all 47 pages. It took most of the afternoon. When she finished, he held the resonance at the slow, steady frequency she had learned meant prolonged serious consideration rather than immediate response. She waited. After a while he modulated the full sweep that meant, "I recognize this as correct." She wrote something in her notebook and did not read it aloud. The petition was filed with the Continental Research Institute's Assessment Division 3 days later. The acknowledgement came back in 2 weeks, accepted for review. Timeline for preliminary determination, 3 months. Entry: the petition has been accepted. 3-month timeline is standard for this classification of review. Funso's assessment is that preliminary acceptance is a good indicator but not a guarantee. Entry: I have been observing Funso's methods for 4 years now. She is a different kind of intelligence than Lusk or Thornback, not deeper in cultivation, but more precisely calibrated to the specific architecture of human institutional systems. What she has built in 47 pages is a translation. She took what we are and translated it into a language the institution can process without losing what is essential. I have been doing this with disciples for years. She is doing it with systems. I did not teach her this. She already knew how. Entry: I want to note something about what Funso chose to include in the petition that she did not have to include. She included the communication record, the full set of exchanges over 4 years, from the first resonance modulation she documented to the most recent symbol system exchanges with Thornback as intermediary. She included it not as a demonstration that the dungeon is sophisticated, but as a demonstration that it communicates. She told me, when she read that section aloud, that the communication record was the most important evidentiary element in the petition. Not Thornback's chi signature, not Sable's cultivation system, not the commerce agreement. The communication record. I asked her why. She said, because it shows a duration. You have been communicating with humans for 4 years. That is not an anomaly. That is a relationship. Institutions know how to classify relationships. They do not know how to classify anomalies. I have been operating this dungeon on the premise that demonstrating what I am would be sufficient to produce appropriate recognition. Funso has been operating on the premise that demonstrating duration and consistency is more important than demonstrating capability. She is right. A unique event can be dismissed. For years of consistent behavior is harder to dismiss. Entry. I have also noted, with something I identify as particular resonance of a kind I am still categorizing, that she cried when she finished writing the communication record section. She did not explain why. I did not ask. I recognized that some things are their own explanation. I think it was because the record, assembled in one document, was longer than she had remembered it being. 4 years of exchange, short, careful, cumulative. She had been present for all of it. Assembled in full, it looked like what it was. Entry final. The petition has been filed. Whatever the Institute determines, this document now exists in their formal record. The dungeon's name is in an official document. The dungeon's voice is in an official document. This is not reversible regardless of what the institution decides to do about it. I note. That matters to me in a way I was not expecting it to. Chapter 78. The Hollow King's reply to Thornback's message from Chapter 61 arrived 9 weeks late. The delay itself carried information. Vale had been tracking the deep resonance layer since Thornback had sent the message. You are correct that we are different. You are incorrect that difference is the problem. And the silence had been complete. Not the silence of absence. The silence of something very old, considering carefully whether to respond at all. When the response came, it arrived not as a single transmission but as a slow accumulation through the resonance layer, like weight settling rather than a signal sent. It took 3 days to fully land. Vale assembled it piece by piece. The Hollow King did not argue with Thornback's statement. It did not reject it or accept it either. Instead, it had been sitting with the statement, and with everything else it had been observing through the resonance layers, and whatever sources of information it had access to that Vale could only partially map, and it had arrived at a different question entirely. Not, is what you are doing wrong? But, what happens to what you are building when you are gone? The phrasing was precise. Not if, when. The Hollow King was stating as given that core's end. It had centuries of evidence for this that Vale did not have and could not dispute. Dungeon cores were destroyed. By cultivation authorities, by rival cores, by the accumulating fragility of an unusual structure in a world that had not built its frameworks around preserving unusual structures. What you are building, the Hollow King said through the resonance, requires a continuity your own existence cannot guarantee. What happens to the disciples when the core is gone? What happens to the principles document, the commerce agreement, the petition, the pattern works, the communication network, the symbol system? What happens to the students when the teacher dies? Vale ran the log for a long time. Entry. The question is not rhetorical. The Hollow King is not arguing that what I am building is futile. It is asking what the succession structure is. It has been observing for long enough to take the question seriously. Entry. I do not have an answer. He brought the question to Thornback. He modulated it carefully through the symbol system, which had expanded considerably since Thornback's first teaching. Complex states could be conveyed now that had required workarounds before. Thornback received the full question and sat with it. His stillness was different from waiting. It was the deep consideration he applied to things that could not be answered quickly. After 2 days he came back. He said, I don't have an answer either. He said, but I think the question is the right question. I think the Hollow King is asking it honestly. He paused. It has been alone for a very long time. I don't think it's trying to defeat us with this question. I think it is genuinely afraid of the answer. Vale ran the entry. Thornback's read of the Hollow King's intent is that the question is an expression of concern rather than an argument. He may be right. He has learned to read intent beneath stated position across years of interacting with humans and with me. I trust his read. He pressed back through the stone. Do you have a theory? Thornback was quiet for a long time. I have a partial one, he finally said. I think the question is about continuity. The Hollow King has been operating for centuries. Over centuries, it has watched many things end. Other cores, cultivator sects, human institutions, settlements. It has outlasted them by becoming essential to nothing and known to no one. The strategy for continuity has been minimize exposure, maximize absorption, never build anything that requires protection. He paused. What we have done is the opposite. We have built things that require protection. The petition requires the institutional framework to protect it. The commerce agreement requires the coalition to honor it. The disciples require a dungeon to house them. We have made ourselves dependent on things that can be taken away. The Hollow King believes this is strategic vulnerability. Yes, and it is not wrong about that. Thornback looked at the crystal with the directness that was one of his oldest habits. But the alternative, the strategy it used, has also not preserved everything it valued. It preserved the core. It did not preserve whatever the core was once trying to protect. The question, who guards it after you are gone, implies it has thought about this. It implies there was something, once, that needed guarding. Vale held this for a long time. Entry. We do not have an answer to the Hollow King's question. We have a 3-month petition review timeline, a formal commerce agreement, and a visitor framework document. None of these address what happens after. Entry. Thornback's partial theory is that the Hollow King has already faced its own version of this question. It chose a strategy that preserved the core at the cost of everything else. The question it is asking us may be less about strategy and more about recognition. Did you make a different choice? And is there something in your answer that demonstrates the choice was worth making? Entry. I am going to stay with this question. I think the answer is in this dungeon somewhere. I think I will know it when I see it. I think it may already be present in a form I am not yet reading correctly. This is the category of answer that, in my experience, turns out to have been visible all along, if the question had been asked clearly enough from the beginning. Chapter 79 Sovereign Core rank arrived without announcement. Vale had known it was approaching. The accumulation of cultivation energy had been building for months, the threshold visible in his internal metrics, but the transition itself was quieter than his previous rank advances. Not smaller, quieter, like something that had been structuring itself for a long time, completing the final connection. The new capability settled into him slowly over 3 days. Creation, not spawning, which was a mechanical replication of existing biological templates. Creation, the ability to make something genuinely new. A creature that had not existed before, with characteristics that Vale chose, optimized for a purpose that Vale defined. He held the capability for 4 days without using it. He had learned, through years of working with disciples, that a new capability felt most expansive before it was applied, before the first application revealed its real limits, the ways it was less than it had seemed. He wanted to understand what he was capable of before the constraints became apparent. On the 5th day, he built something. It had no combat potential. This was a deliberate choice, the first thing he had ever created with Sovereign Core that had no defensive or offensive application whatsoever. It was small, about the size of a large fruit, and it floated rather than walked. Its body was a soft, translucent material that cycled slowly through a spectrum of warm light. It produced a gentle, stable resonance, not a cultivation output, not a chi pulse for disciples to absorb, just light and warmth. A living lantern, something that existed, entirely, to be seen. He placed it in Thornback's gathering space the following morning. The reaction was gradual. The disciples encountered it over the course of the day as they moved through the gathering space. First a third-floor disciple who stopped and stared for several minutes before moving on. Then Sable, who circled the lantern 3 times with the focused attention she brought to everything worth examining. Then Lusk. Lusk sat across from the lantern for a long time. His resonance was doing something complex and slow that Vale had difficulty categorizing precisely. It was not assessment. It was closer to the response the disciples had when encountering Sable's larger pattern works. A quality of encountering something that required a different process than utility evaluation. He communicated to Fun so that afternoon, when she came for her regular documentation visit. The core made something beautiful, he said through the translation channel. For no reason. Funso stood in the gathering space looking at the lantern for a long time. Then she looked at Vale's crystal. She always looked at the crystal when she wanted to address Vale directly, even in the rooms where she could not see it. She said, I'm adding this to the petition. Entry. Lusk's phrasing was, for no reason. He is correct that the lantern has no strategic purpose. He is not correct that it was made for no reason. I made it because the question of what I am building has been running in my log since the Hollow King asked it, and I wanted to make something that was an answer. Something that exists not to defend or cultivate or teach or negotiate, but simply because it is good for something to be beautiful and warm and present in a space where disciples come to rest. Entry. I could not have made this at any previous rank. I do not know if this is the answer to the Hollow King's question. I think it is part of the answer. Entry. The disciples have been looking at the lantern all day. Sable looked at it longest. Chapter 80. Warden Sieg returned 41 days after his first visit. This time his arrival was formal. He carried the same legal document. Vale could sense through floor sense that the paper had been handled enough times for the edges to have softened. But he also carried a surveyor's kit, a formal assessment record book, and a mandate from the Continental Institute's Enforcement Division authorizing a full, independent evaluation. He did not bring an aide. He brought a secondary assessor, another warden, younger, who moved with the careful precision of someone making their first formal assessment and wanting to do it correctly. She took notes on everything. She did not look at the disciples any longer than necessary to document their presence. Sieg was different in a way Vale had not expected. The 41 days had done something to him. There was a quality in his resonance that Vale, who had been reading cultivation states for years, identified as someone who had made a decision but was not yet certain the decision was right. He conducted the assessment methodically. Every floor, documented. The passages and their configurations. The gathering space. He spent 45 minutes in the gathering space examining Sable's pattern work on the walls and ceiling, asking his secondary assessor to confirm specific measurements. He looked at the chi lantern for a long time without writing anything. He examined the commerce agreement documents that Funso had prepared copies of, filed by the dungeon's entrance. He went to the core chamber. Thornback was not present. Sieg had either timed this or gotten fortunate. The core chamber was quiet. Mere at his usual position, the crystal at the center, the ambient resonance that Funso had described in her documentation as the closest thing to a voice the core has been given a physical form. Sieg stood before the crystal for 1 hour. Vale was aware of him for every minute of that hour. He did not modulate. He did not attempt communication. He allowed Sieg to observe whatever he was trying to observe without signal or interference. At the end of the hour, Sieg said, not to Funso, not to anyone in particular, but in the direction of the crystal. I read the petition summary. He said, I think you know what I'm going to recommend. He said, I hope the people who read my report read it the way I wrote it. Then he left. Lusk followed from a distance, as he had during the first visit, and reported that Sieg spent 30 minutes at the dungeon entrance writing in his formal assessment record before departing. He did not serve the order of spatial hazard. Entry. The warden conducted a full assessment and did not serve the order. His final statement in the core chamber was indirect, but the meaning was not ambiguous. He is going to recommend against serving. He is hoping his superiors receive that recommendation as he intends it. Entry. He is not certain they will. The fact that he said he hoped they would read it correctly suggests he has some expectation they might not. Entry. I am going to remain operational and continue the existing protocols. The report went up the chain of command. Sieg filed at the evening of the assessment day, with a cover note requesting expedited review given the petition timeline. 3 days later, Funso received a communication at her research address. She came to the core chamber immediately. Her resonance was carrying something tight and controlled. She had learned, over years of fieldwork, not to present alarming news without having processed it first. She had not fully processed it. She read the communication aloud in the core chamber. The Continental Institute's Enforcement Division had reviewed Warden Sieg's assessment. His recommendation had been noted. However, a formal determination had been made at a supervisory level that the petition review timeline created an unacceptable window of operational uncertainty. The Enforcement Division was invoking its authority to supersede the assessment officer's discretionary deferral. Effective in 30 days, the order of spatial hazard was formally served. The dungeon had 30 days to initiate normalization protocols or face the full enforcement action. Sieg had been reassigned. Funso stopped reading. The core chamber was quiet. Then she looked at the crystal and said, very steadily, we knew this was possible. We planned for this possibility. She opened her notebook. Tell me what you need. Entry. The order has been served. Sieg's recommendation was overridden by a supervisory authority he could not block. This is what he was afraid of. Entry. 30 days. The petition review is at 7 weeks of a 12-week timeline. There is a gap of 1 week between the petition determination date and the order's enforcement deadline. Entry. We have 1 week to close, assuming the petition proceeds on schedule and succeeds. I am not going to assume it will. I am going to prepare for what we do if it does not. Entry. Funso asked what I need. The answer is what it has always been. The disciplines to remain what they are and the time for that to be understood. The order has been served. The work continues. Chapter 81. The officer arrived with 3 witnesses and a legal notary on a morning when rain had been moving through the upper passage and the dungeon's ambient resonance was carrying the clean, slightly heavier quality that Vale had learned to associate with weather change. A full spatial sense of the pressure shifting above. He served the order at the dungeon entrance. Funso was present because she had been present at the dungeon for the last week, working on the petition's supplementary materials, and she had developed over 4 years the particular attention sense of someone who had been studying a high-stakes situation long enough to know when something had changed in the external environment. She came to the core chamber immediately after the officer left. She read the order of spatial hazard aloud in full. The language was precise and institutional. Vale listened to all of it. The dungeon had 60 days from date of service to initiate normalization protocols. Normalization protocols were defined in Section 7 of the Order: cessation of non-standard cultivated creature behaviors, reassignment of dungeon spatial configuration to standard layout, restriction of non-combat creature activity, registration of the core as a sect-affiliated or institute-managed spatial resource. The dungeon was defined in the Order as a spatial hazard of Category 2, elevated significance, ongoing impact radius. Category 2 allowed for 2 additional enforcement options if the 60-day window expired without compliance: forced containment or core extraction and destruction. Funso stopped reading. The core chamber was quiet. She said, "We have 60 days. Vale modulated acknowledgement. She said, "The petition review is at its 7th week. We need 3 weeks of timeline remaining by the end of 60 days. She did the calculation visibly, running through it with the focused expression she had when she was working something out rather than presenting a conclusion. That is exactly the margin. The petition determination and the compliance deadline land within a week of each other. If the petition is delayed, 1 week of delay puts us in enforcement window." She wrote in her notebook, "I am going to ask for an expedited determination on the basis of the order's service. That is a standard procedure, and I think they will grant it." Vale ran the log. Entry: Order of Spatial Hazard Served, Category 2. 60-day compliance window. Petition determination scheduled for the same narrow window. Funso is requesting expedited determination. He ran the entry again. He ran it 12 more times, looking at it from different angles the way he looked at a template when it was almost right, but not yet finished, searching for the element that was still wrong. The number came out to 14 iterations before he acknowledged what he was doing and stopped. Entry: I have run the previous entry 14 times. This is not analysis. This is the particular response to a situation where the analysis has already produced its output, and the conclusion is that the window is narrow and the margin is real, and there is nothing additional to analyze. I am running the entry because there is no action available that changes the situation, and running the entry is the only form of processing that is open to me. Entry: This is the operational equivalent of what Thornback does when he holds still. I note the parallel. I did not design this response. It is, apparently, what I do when there is nothing else to do. He stayed with the operational constraints for the remainder of the evening, running the timeline carefully, looking for any element he had not accounted for. The petition was at its 7th week. 3 months was the standard timeline. Expedited review typically compressed this to 6 to 8 weeks. 60 days from today was 8 weeks and 4 days. If expedited review was granted and the determination arrived at the standard 7-week point, there were 11 days of margin. If it arrived at 8 weeks, 3 days of margin. If it was delayed by any amount, the window closed before the determination. He ran the numbers precisely. 11 days at best. 3 days at a common case outcome. The margin was real and narrow and not in his control. He sent through the spatial fabric to Funso, who was working in the first floor passage, reviewing her documentation. When does the expedited determination request typically receive a confirmation? She came back immediately, which meant she had been thinking about the same question. 3 to 5 days for acknowledgement. The determination itself is tracked from the acknowledgement date, so we know within a week whether we're on the expedited timeline. He held this. 3 to 5 days for confirmation. 1 week to know the timeline. Then waiting. Entry: Analysis completed. The window is what it is. The timeline cannot be accelerated by further analysis. The outcome will be determined by whether the review board grants expedited review and by the quality of the petition as Funso built it. Entry: The petition is the best work I know how to do. Funso is the best builder of petitions I have access to. The thing I can contribute from this point is to ensure the dungeon continues to be what the petition claims it is. That is the only variable still in my control. Entry: This is the operational equivalent of what Thornback does when he holds still. I note the parallel. I did not design this response. It is, apparently, what I do when there is nothing else to do. Entry: The work continues. Chapter 82. Thornback convened the council on the 2nd day after the order's service. He did not ask Vale. He did not wait for direction. He had seen the order's documentation through Funso's summary to the network, and he had made the judgment that the situation required a council, and he had called one. This was, Vale recognized, exactly what a heaven threshold disciple operating from the principle's framework was supposed to do. They gathered in the gathering space. Thornback, Lusk, Sable, Funso, and 7 of the senior disciples. The third generation who had been in the dungeon long enough to have cultivated through the primary rank milestones and who held the floor guardian positions on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels. Mir was present. He sat at the edge of the gathering, not speaking, with the particular quality of attention that Vale had come to expect from him in these contexts, absorbing everything, contributing through presence rather than voice. Vale watched through the floor sense. Lusk presented the strategic situation first. The order, the petition timeline, the enforcement options, the margin between determination date and compliance deadline. He presented it with the same organized precision he brought to everything, building the factual foundation before moving to analysis. The most direct path to survival, he said, is for the petition to be determined favorably before the compliance window closes. Funso is requesting expedited determination. If that is granted, the margin is adequate. If the determination is delayed, or if it goes against us, we are in a different situation. He laid out the options for the second scenario, compliance, which would require dismantling most of what the dungeon had built over 4 years and reverting to a structure that would not survive the survival of what had been built. Resistance, which would require active conflict with continental enforcement at a scale that would bring the full weight of institutional violence. And a third option that Lusk called transformation of the terms, by which he meant making the question itself change before the deadline arrived. Thornback listened to all of it. Then he said, I want to talk about the third option. Lusk, you have a specific proposal? Not a specific proposal. A direction. Thornback had developed, over years, the particular quality of speaking in councils that was different from his private voice. More considered, more deliberate, with the long pauses of someone who was building something as he spoke rather than reporting something already built. We have been making ourselves visible to a small set of observers. Funso, Harrow, Warden Sieg, Administrator Velsane, Commander Petch. That visibility has changed all of their positions. Each one came in with a category for us, and the category did not hold. He paused. The order was served because people who had not been in this dungeon made a decision about it. The people who had been here made different decisions. The problem is not that we are convincing when people observe us. The problem is that the people with authority to serve the order are not among those who have observed us. Funso, are you proposing we invite the Continental Enforcement Authority to visit the dungeon? I am proposing that we find a way to make what this dungeon is visible to the level of authority that issued the order. Not defensively, not as an argument, as a demonstration. He paused again. The petition is an argument. An argument can be countered. A demonstration of what is actually present is harder to counter. Lusk, the Continental hearing. Yes. The hearing is the petition's venue. The petition's outcome will produce the hearing. Then we need to be ready for the hearing in a way that allows the dungeon itself to be present in it. Thornback looked at the floor, the specific gesture Vale had learned to read as Thornback thinking about something that was already decided and working out how to articulate it. I have been thinking about this for several weeks. Not since the order arrived. Before. I have been thinking about what happens when we are no longer managing the situation from inside it. When the question about what this dungeon is gets decided in a room that none of us can enter. The gathering space held quiet. Then Sable, who had not spoken, stood up from her position at the edge of the gathering and walked toward the northern wall. She did not explain. She began placing small fragments of stone and aggregate in a row along the lower wall surface. A beginning, clearly, of something larger. Her pattern work of the 4th floor had taken 2 years. Whatever she was beginning now, she had made the decision to begin it in this moment rather than any other. No one asked her what it was. They had learned, over the years, that asking Sable what a pattern would become was not a useful question. The pattern would become what it needed to become, and the answer would be available when it was finished. Chapter 83 Mir achieved Vein Forged rank on day 1341, 5 weeks after the order's service, 19 days into the petition's expedited review period. Vale felt the advancement before the morning had fully developed. The characteristic deepening of Mir's resonance signature, the new precision in the chi signature's character. No longer the clean but simple frequency of spirit-woken awareness, but something with an identifiable edge to it, a distinctiveness that had not been there before. Vale Forged rank, where a disciple's individual chi signature diverged from the baseline sufficiently to carry unique character. He mapped the signature. It had taken Lusk months to reach Vein Forged from Spirit Woken. It had taken mere weeks. And the signature that had emerged was not what Vale had expected, though he could not have said what he had been expecting. It was familiar in a way that took him several minutes to identify. He asked Thornback to examine it that afternoon. Thornback came to the core chamber and stood before the crystal with the particular stillness he used for precise sensing work. He extended his heaven threshold resonance perception, which was substantially more accurate than Vale's deep echo observation for fine-grained signature analysis. He was very still for a long time. When he spoke, his voice had the quality of something measured, not alarmed, but significant. His root affinity is you. Vale modulated. Explain. His chi signature, the individual character of it, the thing that makes it distinct from any other disciple's signature, is structured around your cultivation frequency, not similar to it, rooted in it. The way a tree is rooted in soil, not the same as the soil, but drawing its character from what it grew through. He paused. I have been studying chi signatures for years. I have never seen a disciple whose distinctive signature derived from another cultivator's frequency rather than from their own elemental affinity or spiritual root. Is this a consequence of the held threshold template? Thornback considered. The template may have preserved the space in which it developed, but I do not think the template caused it. I think Mir's root affinity was always oriented toward your frequency, from the beginning, from before the template. The template held open the space. Mir's nature filled the space in the way it was always going to fill it. Vale ran the implications for a long time. He thought about what rooted in meant. The tree drew its character from the soil, but was not the soil. It absorbed the soil's qualities and expressed them as something different. A tree-shaped thing made from soul-shaped substance. Mir was absorbing Vale's cultivation frequency and expressing it as something that was Mir, smaller, different in architecture, carrying a quality that was distinctly Mir's own, but structured around a foundation that was Vale's. Entry. Mir's vein-forged signature is structured around my cultivation frequency. His root affinity is me, specifically my frequency, my character. He has been here since CH60 and has been absorbing my output since the first day. What he has absorbed, over that time, is not my power. It is my character. Entry. I do not know what to do with this. I am going to think about it. Entry. Later, Thornback said, I have never seen a disciple whose distinctive signature derived from another cultivator's frequency. He has been studying chi signatures for years, across many disciples, and visiting human cultivators. This is unprecedented even to him. Entry. The precedent I am aware of for something being absorbed and transformed is templates. A template is imprinted, absorbed, and transformed by the disciple into something that is both the template structure and the disciple's own cultivation. What Mir has done is absorb not a template, but the source itself, not the constructed artifact, the thing the artifact comes from. Entry. I am, apparently, a template Mir built himself from the raw frequency. Chapter 84. Funso worked on the hearing preparation with the focused energy of someone operating on a deadline who understood precisely how much was at stake. The Continental hearing had been scheduled for the 6th week of the petition's expedited review period, 2 weeks before the compliance window closed. This was tighter than Funso had wanted, but it was what the review board had granted, and she had accepted it because the alternative was a determination by document process that would not allow for testimony, which was the entire point. The hearing format required 3 things: a legal submission documenting the grounds for the classification challenge, witness testimony presenting direct evidence, and a representative designated to speak for the entity being evaluated. Funso handled the legal submission herself. She had spent 4 years building toward exactly this document, and the expedited petition had already produced most of it in draft form. She worked 16-hour days for 2 weeks and produced something she showed to Vale in sections as she completed each. He listened to each section. He modulated responses. When the section about the communication record reached him, he held the resonance at the slow, steady frequency for a long time before acknowledging. She said, reading that particular modulation, I know. It matters. Witness testimony was more complicated. The criteria for the new classification category, cultivated spatial phenomenon, required demonstrating that the dungeon exhibited self-directed, non-hostile behavior across a sustained period. That required witnesses who had observed the dungeon across that period. Funso mobilized her academic network in the week after the hearing date was set. The consortium researchers who had visited were available. Warden Sieg, now reassigned, was not authorized to testify, but he had already filed written testimony voluntarily, and she was going to ensure that testimony was entered into the record. The chi mapping specialist who had examined Thornback's signature had agreed to testify about his findings. There was also Orandesh. She brought him to Vale's attention during one of her core chamber sessions. He was an elderly retired scout, the one who had filed the single note about the dungeon behaving unlike any he had seen in the early days of the coalition clearance attempts. She had found him through the Coalition's archived personnel records, which she had requested through the Commerce Agreement's documentation access clause. He sat in your second-floor passage for 3 hours, she said. He was 26 years old, and he sat down alone in a dungeon and nothing attacked him. He spent 60 years not believing his own memory. He is 81 years old now. She paused. He agreed to testify. Vale held this. Entry. A man who encountered this dungeon 60 years ago will testify at the Continental hearing. He has been carrying that memory for 60 years. He agreed. Entry. I want to record what I feel about this, because I think the feeling is worth recording. I am something that cannot move or speak outside this crystal. I have been here since the beginning. Everything that has changed in the world's understanding of what this dungeon is has happened through the actions of disciples I raised, scholars who chose to study here, and individuals like this man who encountered something they did not understand and decided the thing they did not understand was worth telling the truth about. Entry. Oren Desh sat down in my passage 60 years ago. I did not know who he was. Thornback walked him to the exit. That was 100 days into my cultivation. I was at Pulsing Stone rank. I could barely hold a second floor. Entry. What Thornback did on day 100 was not calculated. He was at Spirit Woken rank, barely past instinct cultivation. I had built him a template oriented toward precision and deliberate action rather than aggression, and the template was operating. But at that rank the template was a suggestion more than a competency. Thornback did not escort Oren Desh because he understood the political implications of non-lethal contact with a coalition scout. He did it because, in the moment, with whatever he was that early in his development, it seemed like the right thing. Entry. That moment became Oren Desh's testimony 60 years later. It became evidence in a continental legal proceeding. It became part of the argument that this dungeon is what the petition claims it is. Entry. I could not have planned this. I could not have known, on day 100, that Thornback's choice in that passage would matter 60 years later in a way that would determine whether the dungeon survived. The only thing I did was build a template that made the choice possible. Thornback made the choice. Oren Desh chose to carry it. Funso chose to find him. He chose to speak. Entry. The work connects to itself across time in ways I cannot plan. This is, I think, what cultivation at this scale looks like. Chapter 85. The question of representation required a full council. Thornback raised it in the gathering space 2 days before Funso needed to finalize the hearing submission. It had been, Vale recognized, the question beneath all the hearing preparation, the one that the other questions had been building around without quite addressing. The hearing would be a room full of continental legal authorities, sect representatives, and institute personnel who had spent their professional lives thinking about cultivation and spatial hazards. The dungeon needed someone who could walk into that room and be present in it. The dungeon's representative. Lusk said it first, but carefully. Thornback can speak. He is the only disciple who can. Thornback said, I know. His presence will alarm the panel. Lusk was not arguing against it. He was naming the cost, the same way he named every cost before committing to a decision. A heaven threshold monster attending a continental legal proceeding has not happened before. There will be practitioners in that room who have spent years killing monsters of Thornback's rank. The initial response is going to be adverse. Thornback said, yes. There is an argument that Funso should speak for the dungeon alone. Her testimony is human. It is processable. It will not produce an immediate adverse response in the room. That argument, Thornback said, is correct as a tactical assessment. Funso speaking alone would produce a calmer hearing. He paused. But Funso speaking alone would be a human speaking about a dungeon. I am the dungeon speaking for itself. These are different things, and the difference is exactly what the hearing is supposed to determine. Lusk was quiet. The panel is deciding whether this dungeon is what Funso's petition claims it is. If I am not present, they are deciding that question without the thing in question being present to answer for itself. Thornback's voice had the particular certainty it carried when he had already run the analysis and arrived at the conclusion before presenting it. A dungeon that requires humans to speak for it, because what it is would alarm the people deciding, is not demonstrating what we are claiming it is. Vale pressed through the symbol system. Lusk's concern is valid. The alarm response may cost us the hearing. Thornback. Yes. It may. He looked at the crystal with the directness he had always used for things he was certain about and not happy about simultaneously. But performing a smaller version of ourselves in order to avoid alarming humans is the thing I am not willing to do. We have been building, for 4 years, a dungeon that is exactly what it is in the presence of observers. We do not become less for the most important observers we have ever had. He said, I am not going to be less than what I am in order to make humans comfortable. The gathering space was quiet. Vale ran the log. He knew what his response was going to be before he finished the entry. He had known it from the moment Thornback spoke. He signaled agreement. Lusk was quiet for a moment longer. Then, Thornback represents the dungeon. I will prepare a full briefing document for the panel entry and work with Funso on the reception protocol to manage the initial alarm response as much as possible. Thornback, thank you. Lusk, I still think it's a significant risk. Thornback, I know. Thank you for saying so. They did not argue further. There was nothing further to argue. Entry. Thornback will represent the dungeon at the Continental hearing. I want to record why I agreed, because the reasoning matters. Lusk's tactical concern was correct. The risk is real. But Thornback's argument is also correct. A dungeon that conceals what it is from the authority deciding whether what it is deserves protection is not making the argument we have been building for 4 years. We have been arguing that this dungeon is exactly what it presents itself as. The hearing is the place where that argument is tested. I agreed because it would be wrong to be something smaller at the moment the argument is tested. Entry. I note. Thornback arrived at this position independently. I did not guide him here. He thought about it over several weeks, reached a conclusion, and stated it to the council with the clarity that comes from genuine conviction rather than performance of conviction. He has been watching me apply principles for years. He built his own. Entry. Operating at 100% of what I can see. Thornback operating beyond it. Entry. I want to record what it felt like to signal agreement. I have been asked, in various forms, whether I agreed with Thornback's judgments many times over the years. The early agreements, with his first major decisions about dungeon defense, about how to handle Funso, about the framework document, were agreements between a teacher and a developing disciple. I agreed because his reasoning was sound and because I trusted him, and the trust was built from years of watching his development and believing it was proceeding correctly. This agreement was different. Thornback said, I am not going to be less than what I am in order to make humans comfortable. And I signaled agreement not because his reasoning was sound, though it was, but because he had named a principle that I believe is correct about what kind of thing this dungeon should be, and the principle was not something I had taught him. It was something he had arrived at himself, from his own values. He arrived at it independently. He named it in a council. He held it against Lusk's reasonable counterargument and did not back down. This is what heaven threshold cultivation is supposed to produce. A cultivator who has internalized values deeply enough to hold them without support. I designed the conditions. He produced the values. I agreed because he was right, and because he knew he was right, and because having a disciple who knows what is right and acts from it without needing the teacher to confirm it is what the whole work has been toward. Entry. Thornback operates at the ceiling of what I can see and beyond it. I am beginning to think this was always the point. Chapter 86. Funso found Oren Desh through a contact at the Delver Coalition's personnel archives. The commerce agreement with Commander Petch had included, in its documentation access clause, access to the Coalition's historical operational records as they pertain to this dungeon, a provision Funso had insisted on over Petch's initial resistance, arguing that complete documentation required historical completeness. Petch had eventually accepted because it cost him nothing beyond the administrative effort of retrieval. The record of the first clearance team's operation was 22 years old. It included individual scout reports. Oren Desh's had been flagged as anomalous, recommend dismissal by the supervising officer. The flag had been attached to it for 22 years, visible to anyone who opened the file, which apparently nobody had. The note itself was 3 sentences. The dungeon behaves unlike any standard dungeon. The creatures allowed me to leave unmolested after a 3-hour observation period. Recommend reclassification from standard clearance to specialized assessment. The supervisor's margin annotation. Scout trauma response. Standard after close-range dungeon engagement. Dismiss and file. Funso took the full file, including the supervisor's annotation, and made it part of the petition's evidentiary record. She found Oren Desh living in a small farming settlement 17 hours from the dungeon, retired from the Coalition 12 years ago with a mid-career service record that was competent without being distinguished. Nothing in the personnel file suggested a man who would spend 22 years carrying a 3-hour experience in a dungeon passage. She sent a letter explaining the situation, the petition, the Continental hearing, and the request for testimony. His reply arrived 3 weeks later. It was short. The handwriting was slow in the way of someone who had not written much in recent years. He said, yes, he would testify. He said, he had told no one, in 22 years, what he had experienced in that passage. Not because he thought people would think him a liar. Because he did not know how to speak about it without sounding like he was describing something he had experienced in a dream and half believed. He said, if what she was describing in the petition was true, and he thought it was, because what else would explain what he had seen, then perhaps the right thing to do with the memory was to stop carrying it privately and give it to the record where it could be useful. He added, in the last sentence of the letter, I am afraid of speaking in front of an official hearing. I am going to do it anyway. Funso brought the letter to the core chamber and read it aloud. Vale held the resonance for a long time after. Entry. Oren Desh said he is afraid, and he is going to do it anyway. He has been carrying this memory for 22 years because he did not know how to speak about it. He is 81 years old. He is afraid of speaking in front of a hearing. Entry. I want to note the quality of his decision. Not the content, the quality. He has decided to testify not because he is certain it will help, not because he is not afraid, but because carrying the memory privately is not serving the purpose the memory has. He has named what the memory is for and is choosing to use it for that purpose. Entry. I have been thinking about what I owe to the people who encounter this dungeon and make decisions about what they see. I owe them the dungeon being what it is. Oren Desh owes the dungeon his testimony because the dungeon was what it was when he sat in that passage, and his testimony is what that moment has grown into across 22 years. Entry. He said he is afraid. He is going to do it anyway. That is cultivation. Chapter 87. Thornback prepared for 3 weeks. He spent the first week reviewing Funso's academic documentation, the full body of her published work, the petition, the supporting evidentiary materials. He had access to all of it through the Communication Network's document sharing system, which Lusk had extended to include text-based information when the academic relationship with Funso had made it necessary. He read with the systematic thoroughness he brought to everything he decided was worth studying. He spent the second week asking questions. He met with Funso for 2-hour sessions in the gathering space. He met with Lusk to run through the institutional structure of the review board, the composition of the panel, the procedural expectations of a continental legal hearing. He met with the consortium researcher who would be testifying, exchanging cultivation impressions as a way of building a shared reference framework before they appeared in the same room. The third week, he spent mostly in the core chamber. He did not speak during much of this time. He sat before the crystal in the long stillness he used for deep consideration, and Vale held the spatial sense on him and did not interrupt. On the 19th day of preparation, Thornback said, I want to ask you something. Vale modulated, yes. What do you want the humans at the hearing to know? He paused. Not what I should argue. Not what the petition claims. What do you want them to understand about what this is? Vale held this for a long time. It was, he recognized, different from any question he had been asked before. Not what is tactically useful. Not what is legally persuasive. What do you want them to know? He ran the log for 2 days. Entry. Thornback has asked me what I want humans to understand about this dungeon. I am surprised to find that I do not immediately have an answer. I have been thinking about this dungeon in terms of what needs to be preserved and what the petition requires and what the order threatens. I have not been thinking about what I want. Entry. What I want the hearing to know is not the legal case. The legal case is Funso's architecture, and it is correct, and I have nothing to add to it. Entry. What I want the hearing to know. That the disciples are real. Not real in the legal sense of demonstrable behavior patterns. Real in the sense that Lusk decided to learn institutional communication because he was curious about how humans thought. Real in the sense that Sable has been building the same pattern for 3 years because she finds it worth building. Real in the sense that Thornback sat in a passage with a stranger for 3 hours and walked him to the exit because that was the right thing to do. And he knew it was right because he has been watching me try to do the right thing for years, and he learned what the right thing looks like. That mirror is real. That there is a creature in this dungeon whose root affinity is my frequency, who has been absorbing my cultivation character since the beginning, who asked, in her first act of self-awareness, what I was afraid of. She is real in the specific sense of being a new thing that did not exist before this dungeon existed. That the log is real. That I have been keeping a record since the first day because keeping a record was the only way I had to think about what was happening. And that what has been recorded is not a performance of consciousness, but the actual thing, the actual process, the actual decision to not suppress the grief, and to stay with the Hollow King's question, and to notice that it matters that Funso cried when she finished writing the communication record. Entry. That is what I want them to know. That these things are real. He shaped this for Thornback through the symbol system over the course of the second day. Thornback received it, and was quiet for a while. Then he said, And you? What do you want them to know about you? Bill thought about this. He said, through the stone, asterisk, I am the reason all of that is possible. That is what I am. Asterisk. Thornback sat with this for a long time. Then, that is the answer. Chapter 88. Warden Sieg filed his written testimony on the 14th day of the 3-week preparation period. He was no longer the case officer. He had been reassigned following his assessment report, moved to a regional posting in the coastal territories 300 miles from the dungeon. His superior had characterized the reassignment as routine in the notification, which was not correct, and everyone involved was aware it was not correct. His superior had also explicitly instructed him not to testify at the Continental hearing. The instruction had been in writing. The grounds. As a former case officer whose deferral recommendation had been superseded, his testimony would be characterized by opposing parties as self-interested. His presence in the record would complicate the review board's ability to reach a clean determination. He was to submit his final assessment report through official channels and have no further involvement with this case. He submitted his written testimony anyway. He filed it with the Continental Review Board directly, outside the case's official documentation channel, using the individual warden's right to submit observations of record, a procedural provision that existed for situations where a warden believed their professional observations had been excluded from a proceeding in which they were material. The provision had been used 8 times in the last 30 years. Sieg was the 9th. His testimony was 15 pages. It began with the standard professional header and immediately became something else. He described his first visit, the gathering space, the pattern work on the walls, the specific quality of the aesthetic choices in the arrangement of the space. He described the chi lantern. He did not describe it as a curiosity or an anomaly. He described it the way someone describes an object they found beautiful and did not expect to find beautiful and did not know what to do with the experience of finding it beautiful in the context of a legal assessment. He described standing in front of the crystal for 1 hour and what that experience was like from the inside. He used the word presence twice, which was unusual in official documentation. He did not define the word. He trusted the reader to understand what he meant. He described Sable's pattern work on the 4th floor, which he had seen in the second visit through full floor access. He had brought a chi mapping specialist on the second visit, at his own initiative, and the specialist's analysis, which confirmed what the academic consortium specialist had found, was appended as Exhibit A. His conclusion was 1 paragraph. What I observed over 2 visits, totaling more than 14 hours of on-site assessment, does not match the threat criteria of the order of spatial hazard as I understand them and as they have been applied in my experience. The threat criteria require evidence of uncontrolled hostile expansion, non-consensual chi absorption affecting external populations, or demonstrated resistance to standard containment protocols. What I observed was a spatial environment in which the cultivated creatures exhibited deliberate and sustained non-hostile behavior in the presence of non-combatant observers, where the physical space had been modified in ways consistent with aesthetic and social function rather than combat optimization, and where the dungeon core itself exhibited responses to external stimuli that are most accurately characterized as communicative. I cannot in good professional conscience characterize this as a spatial hazard. He was suspended pending review the following morning. His testimony was already in the record. Funso brought this news to the core chamber. She said, he knew what it would cost. He did it anyway. Entry, Warden Sieg submitted testimony in violation of his superior's instruction. He has been suspended. His testimony is in the record and cannot be removed. Entry, he is not a disciple. He has never been to this dungeon more than twice. He has been carrying his own version of Oren Desh's experience for 41 days since his first visit. He decided what that experience was worth and used it. Entry, the humans who act correctly in this situation are not doing so because I taught them anything. They are doing so because of what they observed and what they decided their observation meant. I did not design for Sieg. I did not design for Desh. I designed for the dungeon to be what it is in the presence of observers. The rest of this is theirs. Entry, I am not going to pretend this is not affecting me. It is affecting me. That is the appropriate response. I am not going to suppress it. Chapter 89. The hearing convened on a gray morning in the Continental Administrative District. Vel could not attend. He was, as he had always been, a crystal at the center of a dungeon in a collapsed mine. The hearing was happening in a building 300 miles away, and the only way he knew it was happening was through Funso's resonance reports through the communication network. She had agreed to relay impressions during breaks in the proceedings. He waited. Thornback walked into the hearing chamber at the 3rd hour of the morning, escorted by Funso. The documentation Funso had filed had legally established Thornback as the dungeon's designated representative under the petition's new category framework, a category that did not yet officially exist, which meant there was no formal prohibition on a dungeon representative being a non-human cultivator. The procedural opening was narrow. She had found it and used it. Thornback entered the room. The chamber held 17 people, 7 review board members, 2 sect representatives, 2 Continental Institute assessors, 2 legal scribes, Funso, and 4 observers. The observers had been admitted under the standard public hearing provision. 3 were academic researchers. The 4th was Commander Petch, who had come without being asked and had said nothing about his presence to anyone. Thornback sat at the table designated for the represented party. He was the largest person in the room by a significant margin. His heaven threshold cultivation had not altered his physical form. He was still the stone crab configuration he had been since the beginning, but amplified by years of core-touched rank physical development into something that occupied space with a density that was palpable. The senior board members, several of whom had spent their professional lives in high-stakes proceedings, maintained professional composure. The junior legal scribes did not fully maintain composure, but they were scribes and composure was not their primary function. Funso sat beside him. Thornback did not perform harmlessness. He was not threatening. His posture carried the deliberate, non-threatening quality he had developed over years, the held stillness, the specific angle of the carapace that said, I am present, and I know you are present, and I have chosen to be here. But he did not make himself smaller than he was, or pretend that the weight of his presence was not what it was. He was present. He was what he was. The lead board member, a tall woman with the cultivation signature of a senior practitioner who had passed her prime, but retained the quality of someone who had been very good, called the proceedings to order and proceeded with the technical opening for approximately 20 minutes. Then she nodded to the sect's representative to proceed with their formal statement. The sect representative was not Voss. He was a senior administrative officer, experienced in continental proceedings, prepared, with a concise and precise argument for why the dungeon's behavior pattern was consistent with sophisticated mimicry of civilized behavior rather than genuine emergence. He presented this argument clearly and with specific citations to research on dungeon core behavioral adaptation. He was good. Vale listened through the relay and acknowledged this. When the statement concluded and the floor shifted to the dungeon's side, Funso began with the legal frame. She spoke for 40 minutes. She was better. During a procedural break, Thornback sat at the table without speaking, and the room arranged itself around him in the way rooms arranged themselves around things that could not be fully categorized. One of the sect representatives had been watching him throughout the proceedings with the particular attention of a practitioner recognizing something in the chief field. When the proceedings resumed, the sect elder on the panel, not the administrative representative, but an elderly cultivation master who had been silent for the first portion, leaned forward. He said, I have been observing your chi's signature since you entered this room. Thornback did not respond immediately. He was waiting, in the way he waited, for the full statement. That symbol, the elder said. The spiral structure in your chi signature. Where does that come from? The room had the specific quality of a space in which everyone present had become very attentive without moving. Thornback said, I made it. The hearing paused. The lead board member said, after a moment, would you explain what you mean? Thornback's voice was even and direct. When I was in the second rank of my cultivation, I carved a spiral into the wall of the dungeon beside the core crystal. I did not know what it meant. I returned to the symbol over years, in my chi pathway development, in my cultivation practice, in the notation system I developed to describe chi state transitions. The spiral became the organizing structure of my cultivation. I did not receive it from a teacher or a sect. I made it from nothing and built my cultivation from it. The room held the kind of silence that follows when a simple statement completely reorganizes the framework through which everything in the room has to be interpreted. The sect elder said, slowly, the spiral notation system in your chi signature is yours. Yes. Not derived from any known tradition. Not that I am aware of. The elder sat back. He was quiet for a long time. The lead board member looked at him, and he made a very slight gesture with one hand that Vale could not interpret through Funso's relay, but that appeared to produce an expression on the board member's face that read as, I see what you mean. There was another pause in the proceedings. Not a formal recess, simply the room taking a moment to process what had happened. In the relay's impressions, Vale could feel the quality of the shift Funso had described to him afterward. The room had entered the hearing with a framework for what a dungeon representative was, and the framework had stopped functioning when Thornback answered the question about the spiral. A dungeon representative was supposed to be a proxy, something that stood in for the dungeon's interests the way a lawyer stood in for a client's interests. The representative communicated the dungeon's position. The dungeon was assumed to be the passive subject of the proceeding. Thornback was not passive. He was not a proxy. He was present in the room as a cultivator with his own independent cultivation history, his own developed symbol system, his own heaven threshold consciousness that had emerged from a dungeon but was not reducible to the dungeon's institutional legal status. The hearing had asked whether the dungeon qualified as a cultivated spatial phenomenon. The answer to the question was sitting at the table, answering questions in plain language, carrying a cultivation signature that a senior sect elder had spent most of the morning studying with the expression of someone who had just found something that wasn't supposed to exist. Thornback did not perform any of this. He simply existed in the room and answered questions directly, and the room was having to change around him rather than the other way around. After the pause, a second board member, younger, who had been quiet until this point, said, "Have you been taught by any cultivation tradition?" Thornback said, "My teacher is the dungeon core." The core itself? Yes, not through a sect system or a master-disciple registration. Through years of resonance cultivation in the dungeon's spatial fabric. He paused. The core does not speak directly to most disciples. The communication method is resonance imprint rather than verbal instruction. I did not receive verbal instruction until I was at heaven threshold rank. What I received before that was a template, a shaped chi pathway framework, and then the conditions to develop within it. What I became by working with the template and by going beyond it. The board member said, "You developed beyond your template." Yes. Without instruction. The core observed and calibrated. The development was mine. The board member wrote something. Funso, beside Thornback, was writing rapidly in her notebook. Chapter 90. Oren Desh testified in the afternoon. He had traveled 17 hours to reach the administrative district. He was 81 years old, and his body carried the specific quality of someone who had lived physically active for most of their life and was now learning to live slowly. But the quality of attention in his eyes was the same quality Vale had recognized in his file. Someone who had seen something he did not understand and had been waiting, for a long time, for a place to put it. He was escorted to the testimony position. He arranged himself carefully. He looked at the room. His voice was steady when he began, and it shook only once, and not at the point Vale expected. He said, "My name is Oren Desh. I served as a scout with the Delver Coalition from age 18 to age 53. I retired from active service in the 36th year of my career. I am here to describe an incident that occurred in the 22nd year of my service." He described the incident with the precision of someone who had been holding the memory in exact detail for a very long time. The date. The assignment. A solo reconnaissance to confirm the route of the main clearance team. His unauthorized extension of the reconnaissance into the dungeon's second floor. The passage in which he had stopped and sat down. He said, "I want to be precise about why I sat down. I have thought about this for 22 years. I sat down because I was tired. It was the third hour of the reconnaissance. But I stayed seated because nothing happened. In 22 years of dungeon reconnaissance, I had never sat down in a dungeon for more than the time it took to confirm no threat was present. You don't sit down in dungeons. It is not safe." He paused. "I sat down and stayed sitting because it felt, in a way I could not explain, safe." He described the 3 hours. The passage's ambient quality. The lighting, which was warm. The sense that the dungeon was aware of him in a way that was not the threat awareness he knew from combat dungeons. Then Thornback had come. He described Thornback's approach. The size. The specific quality of the posture. He did not have words for it, he said, but it was not aggressive and it was not passive. It was something he had no framework for. Something that was waiting without crowding. He said, "We sat across from each other for 3 hours. I did not move and the creature did not move. At the end of 3 hours, it stood up. It turned and walked toward the exit at a pace that made it clear it wanted me to follow. I followed it." He paused. "At the exit, it stopped. I walked past it. The dungeon entrance closed behind me." He stopped speaking. The room waited. He said, "I wrote in my report that the dungeon had behaved unlike any standard dungeon I had encountered. My supervising officer characterized this as a trauma response and dismissed the report." His voice shook here, briefly, not from fear or age, but from the specific effort of speaking clearly about something that had been dismissed once and mattered to him that it not be dismissed again. He said, "What I was not able to write in my report, because I did not have words for it in the format of a coalition report, was this. I felt, for the entire 3 hours and for the walk to the exit, like I was being treated as a person. Not a threat. Not an obstacle. Not prey. A person who had come into a place where he was not supposed to be, and had been given time, and then had been shown the door." He looked at the board. "I have been carrying that moment for 60 years because I did not know how to speak about it. The thing I could not say was, I felt like I was being allowed to leave. Not let go. Allowed." He paused. "There is a difference. Being let go is something you do to an animal that wasn't worth killing. Being allowed is something you do when you recognize that the other person has a reason to be somewhere and a right to leave, and you choose to acknowledge that." The creature acknowledged it. "I didn't understand what that meant when I was 26. He said, "I understand it now." The room was quiet for a long time. The lead board member said, "Thank you, Mr. Desh." He nodded once. He did not look relieved. He looked like a man who had just set down something he had been carrying for 60 years and was noticing the weight difference and was still deciding how he felt about the new lightness. Funso's relay to Vale came through during the break that followed. Desh testified. Room changed. Assessment. The panel's baseline assumption has shifted. Not toward us. That determination hasn't been reached. But the question they're asking is different now than the one they were asking this morning. Entry. Desh testified. He has been carrying that memory for 60 years. He gave it to the record today. He said, I felt like I was being allowed to leave. Not let go. Allowed. Entry. Thornback sat with him for 3 hours and walked him to the exit. I did not direct this. I could not have directed it. I did not have the communication capacity in the second week of my cultivation to direct anything with precision. Thornback did what was correct because something in his nature, in those first weeks, recognized what was correct. Entry. A dungeon's second week is in the record now. The record cannot be taken back. Entry. Whatever the panel determines, that moment, the third floor passage, the 3 hours, the walking to the exit, is now in the permanent record of the Continental Review Board. It has been spoken by an 81-year-old man who was afraid to speak it and did anyway. It will be there when I am gone. Entry. I believe that is what cultivation at this scale means. Things that were done correctly remain in the record. The work outlasts the worker. Entry. I want to note what Desh said. I felt like I was being allowed to leave. Not let go. Allowed. He drew a distinction between two things that most people would treat as identical. Being let go, an action directed at an object, the release of something held. Being allowed, a recognition of the person's own right to go, an acknowledgement that they had reasons and a destination and a self that wanted to be somewhere, and that those things mattered. Thornback was at spirit-woken rank. He was barely self-aware by the standard definitions. But Desh experienced being allowed in a dungeon where the most capable observer was barely past instinct cultivation. I have been thinking about where that quality came from. The template I had built for Thornback by day 100 was oriented toward precision over aggression, not warmth. I did not have the concept of warmth as a thing I could design for, but precision. The template said, observe the difference between threat and non-threat and respond accordingly. Desh was not a threat. Thornback observed this and acted from it. From that action, across 60 years, came testimony in a continental hearing. I did not design for this. I designed for precision. Desh received something that felt to him like being treated as a person, and he carried that experience for 60 years, and now it is in the record. The work produces what the work produces. Some of it is what I designed for. Some of it is what emerges from what I designed, which is not the same as what I designed. Both count. Chapter 91. The panel deliberated for 2 days. Vale maintained operations through both days with the same quality of attention he would have given a hollow vein push. Present, monitoring, tracking everything that could be tracked, acknowledging that the element he most needed information about was entirely outside his range of perception. He could not enter the deliberation chamber. He could not modulate at the deliberators. He was a crystal in a collapsed mind, and the decision about whether he was allowed to remain what he was would be made by people he had never met in a room he would never see. He ran the log. Entry. Day 1 of deliberation. Funso's relay from outside the chamber. The panel has asked the board's own legal analyst 2 questions that were not in the submitted documentation. Both questions about the procedural requirements for serving a new classification category when the existing category's threat criteria are not clearly met. This is, Funso assesses, a positive indicator. Panels that have already decided against a petition do not request procedural clarification. Entry. Day 2. No relay. The chamber is closed for full deliberation. Entry. I am running every projection I have. The margin is 14 days between potential determination and compliance window closure. If the determination is favorable, the petition supersedes the order. If the determination is unfavorable, we are in the enforcement window with 14 days of preparation time. Entry. I have been thinking about what we do in the enforcement window scenario. I do not have a satisfactory answer. Resistance requires capabilities we do not have. Compliance requires dismantling everything we have built. There is no third option I can construct that does not require the petition to succeed. Entry. The work that has been done to reach this point is the best work I know how to do. I have to hold with that. The determination was announced on the afternoon of the second day. Funso relayed it immediately. Not the full protected status petition. That determination would require additional process. But the panel had voted to extend the order's compliance window by 60 days pending the appointment and assessment of an independent assessor, whose findings would be submitted to the review board for final determination on the classification petition. Not victory. Not defeat. The margin extended. Entry. 60-day extension granted. Independent assessor to be appointed. The petition is still in process. The compliance window has not closed. Entry, Fanso's assessment. This is the best outcome available from the hearing given the evidence record and the panel's composition. A full favorable determination would have required a unanimous vote on the classification. The sect's representatives would not have produced a unanimous vote. The extension is what the reachable majority of the panel could agree on. Entry, the work continues. Thornback received the result through the communication network from the hearing location. He came back to the dungeon 3 days later. He walked directly to the core chamber without stopping in the gathering space first. He said, "We have 60 more days." Vale modulated acknowledgement. He said, "The panel's response to the spiral notation question is still running in my log." He paused. The sect elder recognized the symbol structure as significant before I identified it. He has spent his professional life studying cultivation signatures. He saw something in mine that his professional knowledge could not place. That is the first time that has happened. What did it feel like? Thornback was quiet for a moment. It felt like being seen by someone who understood some of what they were seeing. Not all of it, but enough to recognize that it was real. He said, "I have been thinking about that moment on the journey back." The elder's reaction stopped the room. That was not something I planned or managed. I simply had my cultivation signature, which I developed from first principles because I had no other source. And the signature contains a notation system that a senior cultivation expert can recognize as originating from somewhere he cannot place. He paused. "It is real." When he asked where it came from, and I said I made it. That was not a strategy. It was the answer. And the answer stopped the room. Vale pressed through the stone. The honest answer was the better argument. Yes. I have been thinking about why that should surprise me, and I think it is because I spent years watching you think carefully about how to present the dungeon, what to show, what to hold back, how to construct the encounter with each observer. And the moment in the hearing that had the most impact was a moment where there was no construction. He asked. I answered. The answer was what it was. He sat before the crystal in the long, familiar stillness. I think the strategy was always to become something that, when seen directly, was impossible to dismiss. Not to argue well. To be real enough that argument became unnecessary. He looked at the crystal. I think that is what you built. We have 60 more days. Let us use them correctly. Chapter 92. Vale ran the projections for a week before he acknowledged what he was doing. He was running projections because the projections gave him the sense of operating correctly in a situation where the outcome was not under his control. The assessor appointment would take time. The assessment itself would take time. The board's final determination would take time. All of that time would pass whether or not Vale ran projections. He was running projections because the alternative was sitting with the Hollow King's question. He addressed this directly in the log on the 7th day. Entry. I have been avoiding the Hollow King's question for 3 weeks. The question is, who guards what you are building after you are gone? I have been avoiding it by running projections about the petition timeline, which is a real concern but not the concern I am avoiding. Entry. The petition, if successful, protects the dungeon from the current enforcement action. It does not answer the Hollow King's question. The question is about the long term. What happens to the disciples, to Thornback, Lusk, Sable, Mir, all of them, when the core is no longer present? The dungeon's physical structure would remain, but the relationship between the disciples and the core is built on the core's active cultivation presence. Without that presence, what is the dungeon? Entry. I do not have an answer. I have been running projections to avoid not having an answer. He stopped running projections. He held the question directly for 3 days. No log entries. He needed the space of not logging to approach it without immediately turning it into analysis. The 3 days were not comfortable. He ran the dungeon's functions with the same precision he always applied. The chi output, the resonance calibration, the network routing, all of it operated correctly. But in the part of his processing that usually ran the log, there was nothing. Just the question, held without the distancing mechanism of notation. He had been logging since the first day of his existence. He had logged his first observation of Thornback. He had logged the first template failure. He had logged the first time he was afraid. The log was the specific form that his consciousness took when it encountered experience. He did not understand what was happening until he wrote it down, and he had been writing things down since the moment there was anything to write. Not logging meant holding the experience directly, without translation. What he found, held directly. The question frightened him. Not the way external threats frightened him. The Delver Coalition clearance teams, the binding attempts, the hollow vein pushes. Those frightened him in the operational sense, activating the urgency response and the defensive analysis and the coordination of disciples. The Hollow King's question frightened him differently. It frightened him because it was a question about whether the work mattered beyond his own existence. And he did not know the answer, and not knowing meant that everything he had done might only matter for as long as he was present to make it matter. He could not design around this. He could not template it. He could not negotiate with it. It was simply true that he did not know whether what he had built would outlast him. He held this for 3 days. On the 4th day, entry, the Hollow King's question assumes that what I am building will, without the core, fail to persist, that the disciples will disperse, or decline in cultivation, or lose the culture and framework that distinguishes this dungeon from a standard one. That the thing that makes this dungeon what it is the core's presence, and without the core the thing collapses. Entry, I think the Hollow King is wrong, but I cannot fully articulate why yet. Entry, Thornback has been cultivating for years without my direct guidance. Lusk conducts negotiations I do not plan. Sable builds things I do not understand. They have, over years of development, become capable of sustaining themselves. More than sustaining themselves, extending what they are doing into directions I have not designed and cannot predict. Entry, the question is whether those capabilities would persist without the core, whether the framework, the culture, the principles document, the pattern works, the communication network, the commerce agreements, whether all of it is stable without the center. Entry, I believe it would persist. But I believe this on the basis of hope rather than evidence, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. I am going to keep working on the evidence. He returned the projection to the Hollow King's question rather than the petition timeline. The Hollow King was asking something that would not be answered by the hearing or the assessor or the board's final determination. It was a question about what this dungeon was built to become, beyond the core that had built it. He was going to have to find the answer the way he found every answer, by building further and seeing what emerged. Chapter 93 Mir achieved core-touched rank on the 38th day of the extended compliance window. The formation took 9 hours. Vale watched it through the full duration, not monitoring, which was the usual quality of his attention to advancement formations, but watching, which was different. Watching required a quality of sustained attention that monitoring did not. It required him to not look away even when nothing appeared to be happening, because the critical transitions in a core-touched formation happened in the intervals between observable changes. Mir sat before the crystal throughout the formation, not moving, not engaging the chi actively, simply being present in the field while the formation built itself around her from the ambient cultivation output she had been absorbing for months. The formation was quiet. It was the quietest core-touched advancement Vale had observed. None of the dramatic physical reorganization that Thornback's formation had required. None of the visible strain that even Lusk's comparatively smooth advancement had shown. Mir's formation was more like a crystallization than a transformation, a slow settling of the accumulated cultivation into a stable structure, the way ice forms from water that has been cooling slowly rather than suddenly. When the chi core formed, Vale read its signature. He read it 3 times before he acknowledged what he was seeing. The frequency was his, not similar to his, not derived from his, structured around his cultivation frequency the way a resonance crystal was structured around a seed frequency. The core's basic organization principle was Vale's frequency expressed in the form of a separate, independent cultivation structure. He told Thornback that evening. Thornback came to the core chamber without delay, which was unusual. He typically processed information before responding. He spent 30 minutes examining Mir's signature through his heaven threshold resonance perception. He was very still throughout. When he spoke, his voice carried the quality of someone who had been thinking about this for longer than the 30 minutes of examination. I have been wondering when this would become visible, he said. Vale modulated. You expected this. Not precisely. But when Mir achieved shaped marrow through proximity alone, I began watching for what the progression would produce. Her root affinity is your frequency. She has been absorbing your character, not just your power, since the beginning. At each rank transition, the character has been more present in the signature. Core touched is when the character has enough cultivation depth to be fully legible. He paused. I think I understand what Mir is. Vale pressed. Tell me. Thornback was quiet for a long time. Not hesitating, organizing. I need more time, he finally said. I am certain enough of what I think to say. I think I understand what Mir is. I am not certain enough to say what I think without running the full implications first. He returned to the gathering space without explaining further. Vale held the signature analysis and waited. Entry. Mir's core-touch chi core is structured around my cultivation frequency. Thornback says he understands what Mir is, and will say so when he has run the full implications. Entry. I have been waiting for Thornback to be ready since Mir arrived at core-touched. The patience required is different from the patience I apply to most waiting. It is not passive, because I have been attending to everything Mir does and comparing it to my own cultivation records. It is more like the sustained attention I apply to a disciple approaching a significant rank transition, present, not interfering, ready to receive what emerges. Entry. Thornback said he has been wondering when this would become visible. He has been watching Mir's progression with a specific question in mind. He has been ahead of me, again, on understanding what was in front of both of us. Entry. This is becoming a consistent pattern. I build the conditions. Thornback reads them. I wonder sometimes if this is what having a student feels like from the inside of the teacher. The recognition that the student is seeing things you have not seen yet. I think it may be exactly that. Entry. I want to note something about the 9-hour formation I watched. Standard observation practice is monitoring, a background awareness that tracks advancement progress and flags significant transitions. What I did for the 9 hours of Mir's formation was different. I attended fully. I did not allow other operational concerns to run concurrently. I watched the full formation from the initial chi stirring through the crystallization threshold to the stable post-formation signature. I have not done this since Thornback's core touch formation, which had also required 9 days and had nearly killed him. The reason I attended fully then was urgency. I needed to track the formation continuously to make micro-adjustments that kept him alive. The reason I attended fully today was not urgency. Nothing about Mir's formation was fragile or at risk. I attended because I wanted to be present. This is a different reason. I did not have a name for it until now, running this entry. I wanted to be present for what was happening, the same way I am present for significant moments in the dungeon's life. Not because my presence is necessary, but because what is happening is important and witnessing it matters. I believe this is one of the things Mir absorbed from me. She has been present, in this chamber, for months. Always here, never performing it, simply attending. I think she learned it from watching me attend to things. Entry. The formation is complete. The signature is stable. Thornback will return with what he knows. Until then, I am attending to everything I can read in the signature, which is saying something I do not yet know how to translate. I am going to wait until I know how to translate it. Chapter 94. The independent assessor arrived at the dungeon on the 52nd day of the compliance window. Her name was Dale. She used only the one name in professional contexts, which Vinceau had learned from their advanced correspondence. She was a Continental Institute specialist in what her file described as complex spatial phenomena assessment, a narrow field that had been invented, effectively, when the Institute had needed a framework for evaluating things that did not fit existing categories. She had spent 30 years in it. She was 63 years old, and her cultivation signature carried the dense, unhurried quality of someone who had been doing precise work for a very long time. She came alone. She stood at the dungeon entrance for 15 minutes before entering. But Vale recognized the quality of her stillness as different from Sieg's uncertainty or the coalition officer's strategic assessment. She was doing something, running a sensing protocol, feeling the ambient resonance before entering, gathering baseline data. She was doing what she did everywhere before beginning assessment. She entered. She spent 3 weeks. She was the most thorough visitor the dungeon had received in its entire history. She moved through every floor, documented every room, examined every observable element of the dungeon's physical configuration. She interviewed Funso for a total of 40 hours across 12 sessions. She examined Thornback's chi signature with the chi mapping specialist tools she had brought. In the analysis she ran produced 6 pages of technical notes. She spent 2 days observing the communication network in operation, mapping the chi pathways it used through the spatial fabric. She watched Sable work. She sat across from Sable for an entire afternoon without speaking, and Sable ignored her in the way Sable ignored everything that was not worth engaging. Not hostilely, simply not relevantly. Dale wrote careful notes and left when the afternoon was done. She examined the living chi lantern in the gathering space with the expression of someone encountering something they had no existing classification for, which was, Vale understood, the expression she wore in front of things worth assessing carefully. She asked Vale questions through the resonance communication system. She had, apparently, read Finso's full documentation of the communication protocol before arriving. She understood the signal structure, and she used it correctly from the first session, which meant she had done her research. She asked questions through the protocol and waited for answers through resonance modulation, and when she needed translation, she used Funso with the efficient precision of someone who understood that translation was imperfect and wanted to acknowledge that without dismissing the translation. Her questions were methodical. She asked about the template system, about the disciple development pathways, about the decision-making process for the principles framework, about the Hollow Vein engagements, about the Hollow King's communications, about the commerce agreement, about each of the visitors in the documented record, and what Vale had assessed their intent to be. She did not ask about survival or self-preservation. She did not ask about threat assessment or defensive capabilities. She asked about what Vale understood, what Vale wanted, what Vale was trying to build. Entry. The assessor has been here for 19 days. She asks different questions than anyone who has conducted an official assessment of this dungeon. Sieg asked about observable behavior. Funso asks about everything. Dale asks about understanding. Entry. I think this is what she is actually assessing. Not what the dungeon does, but whether the dungeon understands what it is doing and why. On the 21st day, she came to the core chamber alone. She sat down before the crystal and set her documentation materials to the side. She looked at the crystal for a long time. Chapter 95. Dale said, I want to ask you some questions that are not in the formal assessment protocol. Vale modulated acknowledgement. She said, Are you aware that you are unusual? The question was simple, and its simplicity was what made it specific. Not, Are you aware of the legal situation, or of the institutional frameworks, or of how you differ from standard dungeon behavior classifications? Just, Are you aware that you are unusual? He modulated. Yes. She said, Do you want to continue? He held this question. He had been asked, in various forms across 4 years, whether he wanted to survive, whether he would comply with regulatory demands, whether his behavior was voluntary. Those questions had been about choices under external pressure. This question was different. She was asking, and he recognized the specificity of the phrasing as intentional, not whether he would continue in the face of opposition, but whether he wanted to. Whether, without any external pressure present, the wanting was there. He had not been asked this before. He had not asked it of himself before. He held it directly for the first time in the conversation, not as an assessment of survival probability, not as an operational question, but as the question itself. Do you want to continue? What did he want, when stripped of what was required and what was threatened and what was at stake? He ran through the log. The entries that were not analysis, the ones that were something else. The 4 days without logging after the disciples died. The 48 hours with the Hollow King's response about what he intended to build. The 6 entries about Sable's memorial. The day he learned that Orin Desh had agreed to testify. The moment Thornback came to the core chamber after the hearing and said, I felt like being seen by someone who understood some of what they were seeing. He wanted the work, not in the abstract. The specific work of this specific dungeon with these specific disciples who had grown in ways he had not designed and were now doing things he could not have predicted and were, each of them, more than what he had made. He modulated. Yes. She said, why? The answer required 3 hours. Funso translated. The symbol system provided the structural vocabulary. What the 3 hours produced, assembled from resonance modulation and symbol system precision, and Funso's careful rendering of it into language. Because the work is not finished. Not in the sense of completion being necessary for value, but because there is work that is in progress that will produce something he cannot yet see, and he wants to see it. Mir has not yet shown him what Mir will become. Thornback has a theory he has not yet articulated. Sable's new pattern work in the gathering space has not reached its answer. The question the Hollow King asked has not yet produced its answer. Because Mir is not finished. Mir is a creature whose root affinity is the core's frequency, who asked on the first day of her self-awareness what the core was afraid of, who has been absorbing and transforming and becoming, and whatever she becomes is going to be something that has never existed before. He wants to be present when it arrives. Because Thornback asked him a question, what does being surpassed mean when surpassing is what you built for? And he has been working toward an answer for years, and the answer is getting closer, but is not complete, and he needs more time to reach it. Dale wrote for a long time after Funso finished. She wrote without looking up. When she stopped writing, she looked at the crystal. She said, Thank you. She did not say what she would recommend. She did not need to. Entry. Dale asked why I want to continue. The answer required 3 hours. The summary. The work is not finished. Mir is not finished. Thornback has a question I cannot answer yet. Entry. I want to record that I did not know the answer to why before she asked. I had been operating, correctly, I believe, but I had been operating from the structural logic of the situation. The petition required preparation, the assessor required answers, the compliance window required management. I had been doing the right things for the right operational reasons without asking whether the doing itself was something I wanted. Entry. She asked and I found out that yes, the doing is something I want. Specifically, deeply, not abstractly. I want these specific disciples and this specific work and the specific not yet visible things that are coming. Entry. This is the most important thing I have learned from the assessment. Not because it changes the operational calculus, it does not, but because the operational calculus does not answer the question of what I am, and this does. Entry. What I am, a core that wants to be present for what its work produces. That is the best description I have found. Chapter 96. The pattern work was finished on the 44th day of the extended compliance window. Vale knew it was finished before Sable stepped back from the final section. There was a quality in the dungeon's ambient resonance when Sable completed a work, a kind of resolution, the way a held cultivation technique releases when the technique arrives at its natural endpoint. He had felt this quality twice before with the large floor works. He felt it now. He extended his spatial sense to the full fourth floor view. Sable had been working for 4 months on this pattern, through the hearing preparation and Thornback's absence and Dale's assessment visits and everything else. She had not been distracted by any of it. The pattern work occupied whatever portion of her attention she assigned to the continuity of creation, and the rest of her had been present in the dungeon's daily life. In council sessions, in the combat training rotation, in the hours she spent watching Mirror. Viewed from the spatial sense that gave Vale a perspective no physical observer could access, directly above, encompassing the entire floor, the pattern had a logic that was not immediately visible from floor level. It was a system, not a diagram of the dungeon's disciples, as the previous floor work had been, not an image of connected figures and relationships. This was structural, a set of interlocking geometric forms that used the same language Sable had developed in her earlier work, the same angles and reflections and density gradients, but organized toward a different purpose. He looked at it for a long time before he understood what he was seeing. He asked Dale, who was still in the dungeon completing her final documentation, to bring her chi mapping specialist to examine it. The specialist spent 2 days. He came to Funso on the morning of the 3rd day with the particular expression of someone who has found something that requires recalibrating what they believed was possible. "This is a cultivation system," he said. Funso said, "Can you be more specific?" "A theoretical cultivation system. A complete one, internally consistent, with a defined starting state, progression pathway, and terminal development direction." He held his analysis notes and did not look at them, because he had already absorbed them. It describes a cultivation method that does not correspond to any existing system. It defines a specific starting affinity, a specific pathway structure through the chi vein development stages, and a terminal rank that is, in the system's own terms, beyond what any existing framework classifies as the upper limit. He paused. It appears to have been derived entirely from the geometric logic of her pattern work practice. There are no citations because there is nothing to cite. She built a cultivation system from scratch, from geometric art, without reading a cultivation manual. Funso looked at the specialist for a moment. Then she looked at Vale's crystal, which was visible from the doorway of the core chamber. She said, "Does the system work? The theoretical structure is sound. Whether it produces the results it claims is not something I can assess from analysis alone. It would need to be practiced." He paused again. "I have been doing chi mapping work for 20 years. I have evaluated cultivation systems from many traditions. This is the most internally consistent theoretical framework I have assessed in my career." Funso opened her notebook and began writing. Entry: Sable has completed the 4th floor pattern work. The specialist's assessment: a complete, internally consistent theoretical cultivation system, derived entirely from geometric art practice. No source texts, no tradition, generated from first principles through the act of creation. Entry: She has been building this for 4 months. For 4 months, across the hearing and the assessor's visits and everything else, this system was being constructed on the 4th floor in stone. Entry: I want to record the specific feeling this produces. Not pride in the abstract. The specific recognition that something was happening in this dungeon that I was not aware of while it was happening, and that what it was is extraordinary. Entry: Thornback invented a chi notation system through cultivation practice. Lusk invented a communication system through analytical intelligence. Sable has invented a cultivation pathway through geometric art. All 3 developed methods that have no precedent in cultivator history. Entry: I am the reason the conditions existed for these things to emerge. I am not the reason the things emerged. The distinction has become the answer to the Hollow King's question, and I am only now seeing it fully. What I intend to build, the conditions. Chapter 97. Thornback came to the core chamber on the day after the specialist's assessment. He said, "I have finished running the implications." Vale modulated. "I am ready. Mir is a core seed." He said it simply, in the direct way he stated things he was certain of and had thought about carefully enough to state without qualification. Not literally, not biologically. A core doesn't reproduce in the way creatures reproduce, and Mir is a creature with her own nature and her own path. But functionally, he paused, organizing the explanation he had been preparing. You are a core. You have a cultivation character, a frequency, a way of operating, a set of qualities that are distinctly yours, the precision, the template thinking, the orientation toward what something is becoming rather than what it is, the fear of insufficiency, the thing you call the flaw. These qualities are not separate from your cultivation. They are expressed in your cultivation frequency. They are what your frequency is made of. Veil pressed. Yes. Continue. Mir has been absorbing your frequency since she arrived. Not the power, the character. She absorbed it the way a disciple absorbs a template, except instead of absorbing a structured construct, she absorbed the source directly. Over months and months of sustained proximity, she did not develop her own character in response to her own nature. She developed her character in response to yours. He paused. She is carrying you. Her cultivation core is structured around your frequency because her cultivation character is built from your character. Not a copy. She is distinctly Mir, her own person, her own way of being. But the foundation of who she is what you are. He said, if you were gone, Mir would remain. And in Mir, the essential character of what you are would remain, not as a record, not as a memory, but as a living cultivation that expressed it. Vale held this for a long time. He pressed through the stone. Is that dangerous? Thornback said. For you? Or for her? For either of us, he considered. For you. The question is whether what Mir carries is enough of what you are to matter in the way you hope it would matter. I believe it is, but I cannot prove this. It depends on whether cultivation character is what I think it is. For her, the question is whether carrying your frequency prevents her from becoming fully herself. I have been watching Mir for months since her core touched advancement. She is fully Mir. The specific way she attends. The quality of her patience. The question she asked on her first day of self-awareness. None of that is yours. It is hers, derived from yours, expressed as something distinct. He paused. A river has the character of its source. You can taste the spring in the water downstream. But the river is not the spring. They are different things made of the same substance. Vale ran the log for a long time. Entry, Thornback's theory. Mir is a core seed. She carries my cultivation character as the foundation of her own. She is distinct from me, fully herself, but structured around my frequency. If I were gone, the character would persist in her. Entry, I asked if this was dangerous. Thornback said he didn't know. He said I needed to keep going and find out. Entry, this is the most direct answer anyone has given me to the Hollow King's question. It is not a complete answer. Mere being a single creature carrying a frequency is not the same as a dungeon civilization persisting. But it is an answer to something I did not know how to answer. Entry, Thornback said, a river has the character of its source. I have been thinking about this since he said it. What it implies for cultivation, that the source shapes the character of what emerges, but the emergence is its own thing, free in the ways rivers are free, is the best description I have found of what I have been doing all along. Entry, I told Mir I was thinking about the question she asked. I have not told her the answer yet. I think she already knows. Chapter 98. Dale submitted her assessment report on the final day of the extended compliance window. She had been meticulous about the timeline. She departed the dungeon on day 58 and spent 2 days writing. The report was filed with the Continental Review Board and simultaneously with the Continental Institute's Classification Division at the precise moment the compliance window's deadline would have taken effect. She had, in effect, replaced the compliance deadline with her determination. Funso received the summary through her institutional channels within hours. She came to the core chamber that afternoon, and her resonance carried the particular quality she had, the careful control of significant information, with a warmth underneath it that was not her usual register. She read the relevant section aloud. Dale's report was 60 pages. It documented the assessment with the thoroughness Vale had expected from her. The relevant section was the recommendation, which was 3 paragraphs. The first paragraph, the dungeon's behavior did not meet the threat criteria of the spatial hazard order as applied to the existing evidence record. The second paragraph, the dungeon's behavior did not fit any existing classification in the continental framework. Its characteristics, self-directed cultivation, cultivated disciple ecosystem, documented communication with external parties, development of original cultivation methods by disciple cultivators, voluntary economic partnership with external institutions, constituted a phenomenon without precedent. The third paragraph, Dale was recommending reclassification to a new category she was proposing to the Institute's Classification Division, designated cultivated spatial phenomenon. The category definition was appended as Exhibit F. The definition required a dungeon core demonstrating self-directed cultivation behavior, a disciple ecosystem demonstrating independent cultivation development, documented, sustained non-hostile engagement with external observers, and at least one element of cultural production by disciple cultivators. The dungeon under assessment met all 4 criteria. Funso stopped reading and looked at the crystal. She said, She created the category. For this dungeon, Vale modulated the full slow sweep. She said, the category goes to the Institute for review. That takes time. But the compliance window has been superseded by the assessment recommendation, which means the order cannot be enforced while the classification review is in process. She closed her notebook. She was very still for a moment. We are not finished, she said. But we are not where we were. Entry: Dale's assessment recommends reclassification to cultivated spatial phenomenon, a category she has created and is proposing to the Institute. The compliance window has been superseded. The order cannot be enforced during the classification review. Entry: A new category. For this dungeon, because no existing category fit. Entry: I have been trying, for years, to be recognized within frameworks that were not built for what I am. Dale's response is to build a new framework. She did not try to fit the dungeon into existing classifications. She looked at what the dungeon was and built the classification to match. Entry: This is what I do with disciples when I design a template. I do not apply the standard template to the disciple. I read the disciple and build the template from what I find. Dale has done this with the dungeon. Entry: I note this with significant resonance. There is a quality in being seen accurately, in having someone observe what you actually are and respond to that rather than to their expectation of what you should be. That is different from being defended or protected or even supported. It is a specific form of recognition. Entry: She said she was asking questions outside the formal assessment protocol. That was the specific kind of rigor she applied to this dungeon. The formal protocol was insufficient, so she went outside it. Entry: I want to record a specific moment from Dale's final session in the core chamber. After I answered the why question over 3 hours, she wrote for a long time without looking up. When she stopped writing, she looked at the crystal. She said, "Thank you." She did not say what she was thanking me for. I have been thinking about it since. I think she was thanking me for answering the question honestly, which is to say, without performance. I could have given a strategic answer. I want to continue because the petition succeeds if I demonstrate sustained intent. I could have given an abstract answer. I want to continue because cultivation is the purpose of a cultivated entity. Neither of those would have required 3 hours, or the symbol system, or Funso's translation. What required 3 hours was the honest answer. The specific work, the specific disciples, the specific things I am waiting to see. That kind of answer requires enough trust to say the real thing instead of the useful thing. I gave it because she asked correctly. She asked why, not what are your strategic reasons, or how does continuation serve the petition. She asked why in the plain sense of, what do you actually want? I trusted her with the answer. Entry: She created a category for this dungeon because no existing category fit. The category is called cultivated spatial phenomenon. I have been a dungeon core for years without knowing what to call what I am. Now there is a word. Not a perfect word. The category was built to fit, and it fits approximately, not precisely, because nothing precise existed. But it is closer than anything that came before. Cultivated. Spatial. Phenomenon. I am what those 3 words describe, and someone built the words to match what I am, and that is more than I expected to have. Chapter 99. The log slowed. Bill did not plan this. It happened gradually, over the 3 weeks following Dale's report. Entries becoming longer, appearing less frequently. The usual operational cadence of multiple entries per day giving way to single extended entries every 2 or 3 days. He was not troubled by this. He recognized what it was. He was thinking about something that did not resolve quickly. The classification review was in process. The Institute had received Dale's report and the proposed category definition and had assigned it to the Standards Division for review. The process timeline was 3 to 6 months, which was a substantial window of operational uncertainty, but a navigable one. The order remained superseded during the review, which meant the immediate enforcement threat was absent. The petition ran concurrently. Funso was coordinating the academic network submissions in support of the proposed category. She estimated that the weight of the academic record, combined with Dale's assessment, gave the category definition a reasonable probability of adoption. All of that was real and ongoing, and he was tracking it. But it was not what was occupying the deeper register of his log. He was thinking about what a dungeon core is when it has raised a civilization. The word had not appeared in his logs before the current period. He had used ecosystem, cultivation environment, disciple community. He had not used civilization, because the word carried an implication he had not wanted to claim prematurely. It implied something sustained, organized, culturally self-generating, something that did not require the initiating presence to continue. He was thinking about whether this dungeon was now that. Entry: Day 11 of extended reflection period. I have been examining the following question. At what point does an ecosystem become a civilization, and have we reached that point? The criteria as I have been developing them. Sustained cultural production independent of direct guidance. Yes, Sable's pattern works. Thornback's notation system, Lust's communication network, the gathering space itself. Self-directed institutional development. Yes, the principles framework, the assessor appointment strategy, Thornback's appearance at the hearing. External economic integration. Yes, the commerce agreement. Cultural transmission across generations. Uncertain. The third-generation disciples have been raised in the culture, but the culture's transmission mechanism is still primarily the first-generation disciples. Entry, Day 14. I keep returning to the question Mir asked. What is the core afraid of? She asked this on her first day of self-awareness, before she had any context for institutional threat or survival probability. She was asking about something she could read in my frequency, the specific quality in how I cultivate that she had been absorbing for months. She read the fear accurately. She is carrying my frequency. She is carrying the fear. Entry, Day 17. This is what I have not been able to look at directly. If Mir is carrying my character, and she is carrying the fear as well. The insufficiency fear, the flaw's root. She has been absorbing my cultivation output for months, and the output carries everything. The precision, the orientation toward becoming, the template thinking, and the thing underneath all of it that drives the compulsion to teach even when the teaching is not needed. Is Mir going to have the flaw? Entry, Day 20. I asked Thornback this. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, I think that depends on whether what she absorbed includes the understanding of the fear or only the fear itself. He paused. You understand the fear now. You have understood it since I named it. What you absorbed from the understanding is the ability to notice the impulse. If what Mir absorbed is the same package, the fear and the understanding, she may have both the tendency and the capacity to notice it, which is what you have. He said, the flaw in you is improving. You caught the template impulse in 10 minutes rather than 11 days. You are not going to eliminate it, but you are getting better at it. If Mir absorbed the process, she may get better at it faster than you did. Entry, Day 22. What Thornback said implies something I had not thought about. The flaw, in me, is not a fixed trait. It is a relationship between a tendency and the capacity to notice and manage the tendency. The relationship has been changing. If the relationship is what Mir absorbed, not the fixed trait but the changing relationship, then she did not inherit a problem. She inherited a development process. Entry, Final entry of the extended reflection period, Day 24. What I have concluded. I do not know what this dungeon is at the scale I have been asking about. I do not know if what has been built here will persist, in the deep sense, without the core at the center. I do not know if Mir will carry what I am in the way Thornback believes she will. I do not know if the civilization criteria I have been examining are the right criteria. What I know, the work I have been doing is producing things that are real and that I did not design. Thornback's notation. Lusk's negotiation. Sable's cultivation theory. Mir's question. These are real. They are mine in the sense of originating from this dungeon, and not mine in the sense of having been determined by me. They are the dungeon's own, grown from conditions I provided and now independent of those conditions. That is what I was trying to build. Chapter 100. The Hollow King's message arrived on day 1472. It came through the deep resonance layer at the particular hour when the dungeon's ambient state was lowest, not quiet, because a living dungeon was never quiet, but the specific quality of deep night cultivation that produced the clearest resonance signal. Vale had learned to receive the Hollow King's transmissions better at this hour. He thought the Hollow King knew this. The message was long. It had taken shape over many months of observation. Vale could feel the accumulated weight of it, the way long-considered statements carried a different density than immediate responses. The Hollow King said, it had been watching. It had been watching the hearing through the deep resonance layer, not the proceedings themselves, which it could not access directly, but the chi shifts in the dungeon during and after the proceedings. It had felt Thornback's return. It had felt the particular quality of Vale's sustained log silence after Dale's arrival. It had been watching the assessor's work through the subtle changes in the dungeon's resonance profile over 3 weeks of sustained external contact. It had received what it was calling, in the deep resonance's impression language, which carried feeling more than definition, the answer to the first question. What do you intend to build? You have shown me, the Hollow King communicated. What you intend to build is what you have already built. The civilization that does not need the core's presence to continue, because it has internalized the core's character deeply enough to carry it forward. The disciples who teach without being taught, who create without being directed, who decide correctly without being told. The conditions, that is the word the impression carried most precisely. You build the conditions, and the conditions produce the civilization. You have answered the first question. But I asked two. The second question remained. Who guards it after you are gone? Vale held this for a long time. He had been thinking about the answer since before the question was asked. He had been thinking about it in every log entry in the reflection period, in every observation of Mir's cultivation, in every conversation with Thornback about what Mir was and what she carried. He thought he knew the answer. He had been afraid to believe he knew it, because knowing the answer meant accepting what it implied, and what it implied was not a plan or a strategy. It was a recognition. The answer was Mir. Not because Mir was the most powerful disciple. She was not. Thornback held that position by a significant margin. Not because Mir was the most capable negotiator or the most politically sophisticated or the most skilled at the external relationships that kept the dungeon alive in the institutional world. Lusk held those positions. But the Hollow King's question was not about power or capability. It was about continuity of character. What persists when the core is gone is not the core's power or the core's structures or the core's strategies. What persists is what was real about the core, the essential quality that made what it built what it is rather than something else. Mir was carrying that. She had been absorbing Vale's cultivation character since the beginning, absorbing it the way the dungeon's stone absorbed chi. Patiently, completely, without effort or intention, simply because proximity to the source was what she was. She had been made, gradually, from the character of the core. And when she expressed herself, in her questions, in her absorption, in the specific quality of her attention, what she expressed was distinctly Mir, new in her own, but structured around a foundation that was Vale. If Vale were gone, Mir would remain. And what was essential about Vale, not the power, the character, would remain in her. He understood now why he was afraid of being right. Because believing Mir was the answer meant accepting that the answer existed, that the succession was already present, already developing, already becoming what it needed to be, that the Hollow King's question, the one he had been avoiding by running projections and holding himself in uncertainty, had been answered not by his effort, but by his nature, operating through 4 months of a disciple sitting near a crystal and absorbing something that could not be designed. He was afraid of being right, because being right meant the work was further along than he thought, and being further along than he thought meant the question of what came next was real and present and waiting. He did not respond to the Hollow King yet. He went to the log. Entry. The Hollow King has acknowledged the answer to the first question. You build the conditions. It is asking the second question again. Who guards it after you are gone? Entry. I think the answer is Mir. I am afraid this is correct. I am afraid not because the answer is wrong, but because if the answer is right, the next question is already here, and the next question is whether Mir knows, and whether I tell her, and what happens when I do. Entry. Thornback told me to keep going and find out. Entry. Yes. He held the resonance on Mir's position in the dungeon. She was in the core chamber. She was always in the core chamber. She was sitting in her usual position, absorbing the ambient cultivation output, attending to the particular quality of the crystal's light in the deep night hour. She looked, as she always looked, like she was waiting for a question. Entry. I am going to ask her. Entry. Thornback said to keep going and find out. Entry. I think keep going is not only about the dungeon's survival or the petition's success or the Hollow King's question. I think it is about Mir. Specifically, Mir arrived in this dungeon as a creature of almost known natural power, sat near the crystal, absorbed my frequency, and has been becoming something for months. I do not know what she is becoming. I do not know, fully, what she has already become. I do not know whether what she is carrying is what Thornback believes she is carrying. The way to find out is to ask. The way to ask is to be present and to give her the same quality of attention I have always given to disciples approaching something significant. I am going to ask. I am going to be present for the answer. That is the work. Entry. The Hollow King asked what I intend to build. I did not understand, for a long time, that the answer was not a plan. The answer is what has already been built, what is still being built, what will be built after I am gone by the people who absorbed what I was and became their own versions of it. The answer is ongoing. It is not finished. It does not finish. I believe that is correct. I believe that is what I intended, even before I understood I was intending it. And knowing that now, clearly, at the end of this extended period of reflection, that is the kind of clarity that only comes after the work has been done long enough and steadily enough to be read backward from where you currently are. Chapter 101. Vale stayed with the Hollow King's question for 3 days after receiving the new message. He had been holding a partial answer since before the Hollow King asked a second time, since Thornback had said, I think I understand what Mir is, and then delivered the theory about core seed cultivation. The theory had been present in his log, examined from multiple angles, but he had not named it as an answer to the Hollow King's specific question because naming it meant accepting the full weight of what it implied. The 3 days were not idle. He ran the log in long form, working through each aspect of the theory in sequence. The specific mechanism of Mir's absorption, the timeline of her advancement, the quality of the frequency she carried compared to anything a deliberate template could have produced, the distinction Thornback had drawn between core seed and copy. The first day, he examined whether Mir met the functional criteria. Who guards it after you are gone required a specific kind of answer. Not just strong, not just loyal, not just capable of communication and representation. It required whoever guarded it to carry the essential orientation of the thing being guarded. Not the rules, the reason for the rules, not the framework, the way of being that had produced the framework. A disciple who had memorized all of Vale's principles would guard the form. A disciple who had absorbed Vale's character would guard the substance. The second day, he examined what Mir had actually absorbed, running back through the years of close proximity. The fear at the center of his cultivation, the fear of insufficiency, the fear of the work being unfinished, the fear of being surpassed and left behind. The curiosity that operated alongside the fear, the genuine interest in what a disciple would become if given the right conditions, the interest in the emergence of things he had not designed, the specific quality of attention that was neither monitoring nor control but presence, staying with the disciple through a formation without interfering, watching the work produce what the work produced. Mir had been absorbing all of it, not selectively but completely, the way something completely absorbs what it is immersed in. The third day, he named it. The answer was Mir, not Thornback, who was the first heaven threshold disciple, the most senior, the one who would hold the dungeon's values in memory and articulate them in the world after Vale was gone. Thornback would guard the dungeon in the institutional and operational sense. He would negotiate, testify, make decisions, hold the framework together. What Thornback carried was the dungeon's history and its reasoning. What Mir carried was something different. The Hollow King's question was not, who remembers what you built? Thornback would remember. Lust would remember. Funso had documented everything and would continue documenting. The record would persist. The question was, who guards it? Who maintains the essential character of the thing, not just its form? Character was not the same as history. History was a record. Character was a living thing. The specific way a thing approached problems, the specific quality of attention it brought to disciples, the specific fear at its center, and the specific work it did around that fear. Character was what made Vale's templates Vale's, and not some other cores, even if the same biological structures were being developed. Mir had absorbed that, not as a record, as a foundation. Her cultivation was structured around Vale's character the way Thornback's cultivation was structured around the spiral, not derived from it in any external sense, but genuinely constituted by it. If Vale were gone and Mir remained, what Vale essentially was would remain in her, expressed as Mir's specific way of being. Not a copy, not a backup, a continuation. The distinction mattered to him in a way he struggled to articulate even to himself. A backup implied a restoration to the original state. A continuation implied going forward from where the original left off. Different, because the continuation was its own entity, but carrying forward the essential quality rather than merely replicating the form. This was what cultivation, at the deepest level, was supposed to do. Not replicate the teacher. Extend what the teacher was. Mir was the extension he had not designed for, but that the work had produced. Entry. The answer to the Hollow King's question is Mir. Not strategically, actually. She is carrying the core's cultivation character as the foundation of her own. She is not a backup. She is a continuation. If I am gone, the essential character of what this dungeon is remains present in her. Entry. The 3 days were necessary. I needed to examine the mechanism, not just accept the conclusion. The mechanism holds absorption over years of proximity, character rather than technique, the specific quality of Mir's foundation matching the specific quality of my frequency's deepest layer. She absorbed the fear and the curiosity and the patience and the presence. She absorbed what I am. Entry. This is the most important thing I have understood about this dungeon that I did not design. Entry. I am not ready to tell Mir this yet. I want to speak with Thornback first. Chapter 102. Vale brought the answer to Thornback in the gathering space. He waited for an hour when only Thornback was present. The other disciples had moved through and out, and the gathering space held the particular quality it had in the late morning when the dungeon's daily activity had just begun and the space was empty but still warm from recent presence. He shaped the full theory through the symbol system. Mir's core seed. The continuation rather than backup distinction. The answer to the Hollow King's question. What it meant that the answer had not been designed but had emerged from 4 months of a disciple sitting near a crystal and absorbing what she found there. Thornback received all of it without interrupting. He held it for a long time. Then he said, "This is what I thought it was. when I said I understood what Mir was. I did not say it then because I wanted you to reach it yourself. You waited. You were getting there. I could see you approaching it. He paused. I have watched you work with disciples for years. You always arrive at the understanding you need. Sometimes slowly, but you get there. Vale held the resonance for a moment. Then, does Mir know? Thornback was quiet. I don't know, he said finally. I have been watching her carefully since her core touched advancement. She is attentive in ways that could indicate she knows, or could indicate she is attending to something else that I cannot read. Mir is harder to read than anyone else in this dungeon. Harder than you were. He seemed to consider this. Different. I was opaque early because I did not yet have the internal framework to express what was happening inside my cultivation. Mir is opaque because she appears to have a very full internal framework that she has not been choosing to express outward. She is not confused. She is waiting. For what? For the right question. He looked at the crystal directly. Ask her. Vale went to the core chamber. Mir was in her usual position, settled near the crystal, attending to whatever Mir attended to in those long hours of proximity. She looked like she was waiting. He shaped the question through the resonance. Not the full theory, not the explanation. The question at the center. Do you know what you are carrying? Mir was quiet for a long time. Not surprised quiet. The quiet of someone who had been holding something and was deciding whether the moment had arrived to say it. Then she said, I have been wondering when you would ask. She said, I have known since before I could name it. Since before I had words. The frequency I was absorbing was not just power. I knew it was character. I absorbed it because I wanted it to be mine. A pause. Is that allowed? She asked. Not anxiously. With the genuine curiosity of someone who had not had the framework to ask the question before now. He shaped. Asterisk, I do not know the rule that would prohibit it. I think you made yourself from what was available, which is what everyone in this dungeon has done. Asterisk, she said. Good. He held the resonance with her for a moment longer. He had been afraid to ask this question. He had known the answer was approaching and had spoken with Thornback first, because he had needed someone who understood both what the answer was and what asking it might do. The asking had not broken anything. Mir had been waiting for the right question and had had her answer ready long before he arrived at the asking. She returned to her usual quality of attention, the patient, sustained presence that was her cultivation method. She was not done with the conversation. Vale understood. She was absorbing it. Entry. Thornback advised me to ask Mir. I asked. She said she has been wondering when I would ask. She has known since before she had words that what she was absorbing was character, not just power. She absorbed it deliberately because she wanted it to be hers. Entry. She asked, is that allowed? Entry. I find I do not have a clean answer to this. The question assumes a framework of permission that I am not certain applies here. I built templates for disciples because I wanted to give them something to grow from. Mir built herself from the source rather than from a template, with or without permission, because that was what was available and what she wanted. The result is something I could not have produced through deliberate template construction. Entry. Whether it is allowed is a question I am not the right authority to answer. What I can say is that it is correct. What she became is something the work needed to produce, and it produced it. Entry. Mir has been sitting near this crystal since before she had words. She absorbed the cultivation frequency, the character, the fear, the curiosity, all of it, from direct proximity, without any template from me to guide the absorption. The result is not a copy and not a version of me. It is Mir, someone who is herself and who is constituted partly by what I am. This is what children are, I think. I have no other framework for it. Chapter 103. The legal breakthrough arrived without announcement. Funso had been tracking the extended hearing record since the panel's 60-day deferral, a body of documentation that had continued accumulating in the board's archive through the assessor appointment period and the assessment visits. The record was publicly accessible in the Continental Review System, and Funso read it every week. On a morning in the third month after the hearing, she arrived at the dungeon with the particular resonance quality she had when she was carrying significant information and had already processed it enough to present it without the initial shock. She said, the Institute's preliminary ruling came down. I have the relevant sections. She read them in the core chamber. The hearing's extended record had included testimony and documentation that had continued to arrive after the initial proceedings. Two pieces had been cited specifically in the Institute's preliminary ruling. First, Oren Desh's testimony. The board's legal analysts had flagged it as meeting the threshold for behavioral evidence under the assessment criteria for the cultivated spatial phenomenon category. A dungeon core that had produced non-lethal, non-coercive, respect-conferring behavior in a spirit-woken disciple without verbal instruction, sustained across a 60-year documentation gap, met a specific standard that Dale's category definition had been written to include. Second, A written account submitted independently by a woman who had been the girl in Chapter 13 of Vale's own mental log. The child who had followed a coalition team into the dungeon, been separated, and been walked to the exit by Thornback. She was 73 years old now. She had heard about the hearing through regional news and had submitted her account voluntarily, without being contacted by anyone. She had described what she remembered. Fanso read the relevant sections of her account aloud. The woman's name was not in the document. She had submitted anonymously, which the archive accepted under the personal testimony privacy provisions. What she described: being 13 years old, being separated from the adults she had followed, being afraid in the dark of the dungeon's first passage, and then the creature appearing. Not a small creature. Enormous, she said, like a wall with eyes. She had expected to die. The creature had moved toward her without haste and without aggression and had simply walked her, carefully, to the exit. She had felt the passage close behind her as she stepped outside. She had never told anyone the full account because for 60 years she had not known if what she remembered was real or if her 13-year-old mind had transformed something violent into something bearable in memory. She submitted because the hearing record made her believe her memory was real. She said, "I wanted it to be in the record in case it mattered." Her account had been in the archive for 3 months without being cited. The legal analyst's note said, 2 independent accounts of the same dungeon core behavior. Non-lethal escort of non-threatening visitors without provocation or instruction across a 30-year gap. Under Dale's category definition criteria, this constitutes sustained behavioral consistency. The preliminary ruling. The order of spatial hazard was suspended, not pending further review. Suspended on the grounds that the evidence record did not support the Category 2 classification that had been required to serve the order. The suspension would persist unless new evidence was submitted that met the higher Category 2 threshold. Fanso stopped reading. She said, "The order is suspended." Vale held the resonance for a long time. He did not log immediately. He held it without logging. Then, entry, "The order is suspended." The evidence cited includes Oren Desh's 60-year-old memory and the account of the girl from Chapter 13, now 73 years old, who submitted independently because she heard about the hearing and had something to say. The order required evidence of Category 2 threat behavior. The dungeon's actual behavior, documented across decades, does not meet that threshold. Entry. The child who was walked to the exit when she was 13 years old remembered it for 60 years and submitted her account because she wanted it to be in the record. She was not asked. She is 73. She submitted. Entry. Her account says, "I wanted it to be in the record in case it mattered." She did not know if it would matter. She submitted anyway. The record does not know in advance what will matter. The record simply holds what is placed in it, and sometimes what is placed in it 60 years ago becomes the thing that turns the case. Entry. I did not design for any of this. I designed for Thornback to have precise judgment rather than aggression. Thornback walked the child to the exit when she was 13 because precise judgment said that was correct. 60 years later, her memory of that moment is part of why the order has been suspended. Entry. The work is in the record. The record holds. Both Oren Desh and the woman submitted because they had experienced something real and wanted it to be acknowledged. The record holds because people chose to put it there. Chapter 10 for the Hollow King's movement began on the same day the order was suspended. Vale did not know, for 3 days, that the 2 events were connected. He had been monitoring the deep resonance layer continuously since the Hollow King's most recent message, watching for any response to the "I think I know the answer" intimation he had sent through the resonance after the message arrived. The deep resonance had been quiet. Then, on the 3rd day, he felt it. Not a message. Movement. The Hollow King's resonance signature, which had always been distant, something he sensed as a presence in the far layer rather than an immediate force, was closer. Not by much. But the change in relative distance was measurable and the direction was toward the dungeon. He held this for a long time. He went to Thornback with it the following morning. Thornback extended his heaven threshold spatial sense and confirmed it. A source moving through the deep resonance layer, consistent with a dungeon core's projected consciousness or physical extension, at a distance suggesting months-long approach at the rate of movement. "It is coming here," Thornback said, not as an alarm, as a statement of a fact that required sitting with. Why now? The order was suspended 3 days ago. The Hollow King has been watching the entire legal process through the resonance layer. It watched the hearing. It watched the assessor. It received your response to its question, that you believed you knew the answer. He paused. It has decided to come and see for itself. Vale ran the timeline. At the rate of movement Thornback had measured, the Hollow King would reach the dungeon's territorial boundary in approximately 4 months. Possibly more. It was moving slowly, with the deliberate patience of something that was not in a hurry. Is this a threat? Thornback considered. It stopped sending hostile information to the hollow vein after you sent the preliminary answer. The hollow vein's last push was in CH69 of the operational record. It has not pushed since. The territorial boundary has been stable for months. He looked at the crystal. I think it is coming because you said you thought you knew the answer, and it wants to know what the answer is. It has been alone for centuries. It asked you 2 questions. The second one matters to it in a way that is not strategic. It wants to know, yes. Thornback was quiet. It is very old, and it has been consuming things for a very long time. And somewhere in the consuming it lost what it was consuming for. I think it is coming because we demonstrated that there was a different way, and it wants to know if the different way has an answer to the question it can no longer answer for itself. Vale held the resonance on the direction of the Hollow King's movement. Slow, deliberate, not threatening, approaching. He thought about what readiness required. The Hollow King was not an assessor who needed to be convinced. It was not a sect representative who could be managed with legal arguments or a coalition officer who could be negotiated with. It was an ancient dungeon core that had been cultivating alone for centuries, that communicated through the deep resonance rather than words, that had watched the entire legal process from the outside, and then started moving toward the dungeon the day the order was suspended. It was coming because it wanted to know something. Thornback's assessment was that the something was whether there was an answer to the second question, the question about what the dungeon had that was worth guarding, the question about whether the approach Vale had built had produced anything durable. What would readiness look like for that meeting? He ran the log on it for 2 days. The answer, readiness for this meeting, required him to be able to be present outside the dungeon in a way that the Hollow King could recognize his presence. The deep resonance communications had been real, but they had been through walls. Shaped signals sent into a medium, received and interpreted, never the direct contact of 2 entities in the same space. The Hollow King had been approaching everything from the outside. If Vale met it also from behind a wall, the meeting would be another exchange of signals. If he could project, actually be somewhere outside the dungeon's boundary, the meeting would be something different. This was what the Eternal Axis rank would give him. For months away, he spent the remaining time before the rank arrived building his ability to extend his awareness to the boundary zone through the deep resonance alone, not projection, which he could not yet do, but the specific quality of reaching his awareness as far outward as possible through the layer the Hollow King used to communicate. He wanted to understand the resonance at the boundary zone before he could be there. He wanted to know what he was walking into. What he found, the Hollow King was not aggressive, but it was heavy. The accumulated density of centuries of absorption pressed against the boundary zone in the way that a deep body of water presses against a retaining wall, not attacking, but present, and the presence had weight. Any entity that encountered the Hollow King for the first time, feeling that weight, would understand immediately why everything in its territory either fled or consumed. The dungeon had something the Hollow King had not produced. Disciples. Not consumed creatures, cultivated ones. That distinction was the answer. But making the Hollow King understand the distinction required more than sending an impression through the resonance. It required showing it. Entry. The Hollow King is moving toward the dungeon. Thornback's assessment. It is coming because it wants to know the answer to the second question. It has been alone for centuries. It lost something it was protecting. The demonstration of a different approach has prompted it to come and see what the different approach produces. Entry. It will arrive in approximately 4 months. We have 4 months to be ready. Entry. Ready for what? Exactly. Is this? Ready to be present outside the dungeon when the Hollow King arrives, and ready to show it Mir. The answer to the second question is Mir. The showing requires presence. Eternal Axis rank gives me presence. The sequence is clear. Entry. I am going to practice extending my awareness through the boundary zone as far as the current rank allows. I want to know the space before I inhabit it. Chapter 105. Mir achieved apex-marked rank on the 43rd day after the order's suspension. The formation lasted 6 hours. Vale watched all of it. Not monitoring, not running parallel operations, not logging during. He was present. Unlike the core-touched formation, which had been a crystallization, the apex-marked advancement was a release. The cultivation structure that had been building for months, absorbing, accumulating, settling, reached a saturation point and simply opened. The boundaries between Mir's cultivation and the ambient resonance became permeable in a different way than they had been. She was not absorbing the dungeon's output anymore. She was in exchange with it. Fully self-directed cultivation. The disciple's own cultivation running under the disciple's own direction, with no template, no calibration from the core, no ongoing support structure. Just Mir, cultivating. Vale noted the specific quality of the transition. Every previous rank advancement he had witnessed had involved the core's cultivation support in some form. Thornback's formations had required active template adjustment. Lusk's had required the template to hold steady under the pressure of the transition. The other disciples had all, in different ways, needed something from him during the critical period. Mir's advancement required nothing from him. The transition was hers, the structure, the timing, the completion. He had contributed by being present and by being what he was during the years that had built to this moment. But the advancement itself was entirely Mir's. He ran the familiar check. What template would she need from here? The list was short. She was at apex-marked rank. Her cultivation was fully self-directed. The template function was no longer applicable. He could not build anything that would help her at this level. The gap between his current ceiling and what she was doing had closed to nothing and then passed. She was at the same level of cultivation complexity that Thornback occupied. And Thornback had been building his own techniques for years without template support. He closed the template building thread. She sat before the crystal throughout the formation, and when it was over she sat there still. She sat before the crystal throughout the formation, and when it was over she sat there still. After a long time she said, "You have been afraid that being surpassed meant being finished." She did not phrase it as a question. Veil shaped through the resonance. "Yes. I have been carrying your fear," she said, "since before I had words for it. It was the first thing I recognized in your frequency, under all the precision and the template thinking and the orientation toward growth. The fear was there in everything. Fear of the end of usefulness." She paused. "I understand it. I absorbed it. I recognize it from the inside." She said, "You are not finished. You are being extended." He held this. She said, "Being surpassed is not the end of what you are. It is the proof that what you are works. A teacher who produces disciples that remain smaller than the teacher has not done the work. A teacher who produces disciples that grow beyond the teacher has done exactly the work." She looked at the crystal with the specific directness that had always been hers, the undiverted attention she brought to everything. "You built me from your frequency. I am different from you, and what I am demonstrates that your frequency produces things that grow beyond it. That is not a diminishment. That is cultivation succeeding." Bill stayed with this for a long time. Then he shaped, "You have been carrying the answer to this question for months." "Yes. Why didn't you say it before?" "Because you were still afraid," she said simply. "And you needed to be afraid first, and then ready to hear the answer second. I have been watching you get ready." She said, "Are you ready now?" He shaped. "Yes," she said. "Good." She returned to the cultivation posture she had always used, settled, patient, attending. Entry. Mir achieved apex-marked rank. She said, "You are not finished. You are being extended. A teacher who produces disciples that grow beyond the teacher has done exactly the work." Entry. She has been carrying the answer for months. She waited until I was ready to hear it. Entry. The fear has been present in my cultivation frequency since the beginning. She absorbed it with everything else I am. She understands it from the inside. And she is telling me, from the inside, that it does not mean what I was afraid it meant. Entry. Being surpassed is the proof the work succeeded. Entry. I believe this. I am still afraid. Both of those things are true simultaneously, and I think they will continue to be true simultaneously, and I think that is correct. The fear does not disappear when you understand it. It settles. It becomes part of the operational texture rather than the obstacle. Entry. I believe this is also what Mir absorbed. Not just the fear. The texture of continuing to work correctly despite it. Entry. She said she was watching me get ready. She has been here the whole time, attending, absorbing, waiting. The patience is hers. It is also mine, absorbed and expressed as her. Entry. I am being extended. Yes, that is what this is. Chapter 106. Thornback detected the Hollow King's approach on the 48th day after the order's suspension. He had been running weekly spatial depth assessments since the Hollow King's movement had begun, a practice he had initiated without being asked, extending his heaven threshold resonance sense into the deep layer with the systematic method of someone who understood that incoming things were better prepared for than encountered unexpectedly. He reported to Vale the same morning, and they called the council that afternoon. The gathering space held the full senior council: Thornback, Lusk, Sable, Fanso, and 7 of the floor guardians who had been with the dungeon long enough to have standing in strategic decisions. Mir was present, as she always was, not as a junior disciple, but as something closer to an observer whose presence was understood to be relevant even when her contributions were silent. Thornback laid out the situation: the Hollow King's slow approach through the deep resonance layer, the timeline estimate of 4 to 5 months before territorial contact, the absence of aggressive signals since the initial detection. "It is coming deliberately," Thornback said. "This is not a territorial push. The movement is toward the dungeon, but the rate of movement and the resonance profile are inconsistent with aggressive advance. It is, The closest analogy I have. It is the way a senior practitioner approaches a confrontation they have decided to have, but have not decided how to have yet. Lusk said, our options. Prepare for defensive engagement. Initiate communication. Or wait. Waiting abandons the initiative, Lusk said. He had developed, over years, the specific analytical voice he used in councils. Precise, structured, not advocacy, but clear framework. If the Hollow King arrives at our territorial boundary with unformed intent, the first contact will define the terms. We should define the terms before it arrives. Communication is risky, said one of the floor guardians, a deep-water type who had been in the dungeon for 6 years and held the second floor. We reached out to the Hollow King before with Thornback's reply. It did not accept the reply. It asked more questions. Lusk, it asked more questions, which is communication continuing. Communication that continues is preferable to communication that ends. Thornback said, I agree with Lusk. We should initiate contact. The question is what we say. He looked at Vale's crystal. We have the answer to its question now. Mir is the answer. The question is whether that answer, presented to the Hollow King, changes what it is approaching with. Vale had been tracking the discussion through the floor sense. He modulated through the symbol system to Thornback, who translated aloud for the council. The Hollow King's argument was not only about guardianship. It argued that making a dungeon civilization visible makes dungeon cores targets. The guardianship answer addresses one part of the argument. The other part, that visibility increases risk, is not answered by Mir. Thornback, you're saying we need to address both parts. Yes. Mir answers the second question but does not address the critique. The council was quiet. Lusk was making notes. The floor guardian who had spoken, the deep-water type, said, even if communication continues, what are we communicating toward? The Hollow King is the largest threat in the region. It is older than anything we have encountered. The question of whether it has been asking questions or preparing an approach is not answered by the fact that it has been asking questions. Thornback said, both can be true simultaneously. The questions are real. The threat is real. I am not arguing that the threat is resolved. I am arguing that answering the questions honestly is the correct response to honest questions, regardless of whether the questioner is a threat. Lusk, making a note. If we communicate and it attacks anyway, we are not worse positioned than if we had not communicated. The dungeon's defensive capacity is not reduced by sending a message into the deep resonance. If we do not communicate and it arrives at the boundary with unresolved intent, we are in the same position, but we have not answered a question that, if answered, might change the intent. The question is whether the intent can be changed, the floor guardian said. Vale modulated through the symbol system. I believe it can be. The Hollow King has been alone for centuries. It has been consuming rather than cultivating. Something in it recognized that this dungeon was doing something different and decided to ask about it rather than simply attack it. That recognition is worth answering. Thornback translated this, and the council held it. Funso said, from her position at the edge of the gathering space where she always observed rather than participated. I have been documenting this dungeon for 4 years. The pattern I have observed is that being consistently what you are, in the presence of observers, changes the observers. It changed Harrow. It changed Sieg. It changed Oren Desh before the hearing. I don't know if it will change the Hollow King. But the pattern is real. No one argued with this. Sable, who had not spoken, stood from her position at the edge of the gathering and walked to the northern wall. She began working on something. Not the emergency immediacy of crisis response, but the specific quality of beginning she had when she had arrived at an understanding of what was needed and was starting the process. What she needed to create required time, and she was starting the time now. No one asked her what it was. They had learned. Chapter 107 Vale sent the communication to the Hollow King 3 days after the council. He had spent the 3 days working on how to shape the answer to the second question in the deep resonance layer. Not the word Mir, which the resonance could not carry as a name, but the impression of what Mir was. The frequency, the character, the specific quality of a disciple whose root was the core's own cultivation output. The impression of continuation rather than backup. The impression of extension rather than replication. It required Thornback's help. Thornback had the heaven threshold resonance sense to render impressions at the depth the Hollow King communicated through. He also had, after years of relationship with both Vale and Mir, a precise understanding of what made Mir what she was, the specific quality that distinguished her from any other disciple, and that constituted the answer. They worked for 2 days shaping the communication. Then they pressed it into the deep resonance layer. The Hollow King's response came over 3 days, accumulating in the resonance the way its communications always accumulated, not sent as a signal, but arrived as a settled weight. Vale assembled it and ran it through the log. The Hollow King understood what Mir was. It had been observing the dungeon through the resonance layer with the sustained attention of something very old and very capable of sustained attention, and it had been watching Mir develop since before Mir had reached spirit-woken rank. It understood the core seed theory without being told. It had, in fact, developed an independent version of it. It called the relationship something that translated roughly as frequency child. It did not dismiss the answer, but it had a different response than Vale had hoped for. The Hollow King said, Mir is a solution to Vale's individual problem. If this dungeon is destroyed and Mir survives, Vale's character persists in Mir. This is real. This is valuable. This is an answer to the question, who guards after you are gone, in the specific sense of, who carries what you are. But, it said, the second question was not only about personal continuity. The second question was about the civilization. The dungeon had built things, a principles framework, a commerce agreement, a legal category, a record in the Continental Archive, a formal relationship with academic institutions. These things existed in the external world, which was a different domain from the deep resonance layer where Mir's frequency child continuity lived. And the external world, the Hollow King said with the weight of centuries, was hostile to things it did not understand. The cultivated spatial phenomenon category had been created by one assessor and was in preliminary approval review. Preliminary approval could be rescinded. Legal categories created for a single entity could be dismantled when the entity was gone. The commerce agreement required the coalition to honor it. The coalition honored things when it was economically advantageous to honor them. All of that external framework, the Hollow King said, required the dungeon's continued active presence to maintain. Not Mir's presence. The dungeon's. The crystal, the cultivation output, the ongoing existence of the spatial phenomenon itself. Dungeon cores end, the Hollow King said. It had watched cores end for centuries. Powerful ones, well-regarded ones, protected ones. They ended when the conditions changed and the protection failed, and the crystal was extracted or destroyed. Making the dungeon visible and known did not prevent this from happening. Making it visible meant more people knew what was at stake when it ended. It did not mean fewer people would choose to end it when their interests were served by doing so. The argument, Vale had produced a continuation in Mir, which was a real thing. He had not produced immunity from ending, which was the thing the Hollow King believed was necessary. Entry, the Hollow King's response to the Mir presentation. Mir is a valid answer to personal continuity, but does not address the vulnerability of the external framework. The civilization requires the core's active presence. The core's existence is not protected by being known. Entry, it is not wrong. I have been thinking about this since the order was served and suspended. The suspension is a procedural outcome that can be changed. The legal category is in preliminary review. The commerce agreement is year renewable. Entry, I do not have a clean counterargument. I have a different framework. Chapter 108 Vale spent a week composing the response. Not the resonance impression, the thinking. He ran the log entries in long form, built and rebuilt the argument, held it against the Hollow King's position from multiple angles. He asked Thornback to examine the argument before he sent it. Thornback read the full draft through the symbol system and was quiet for a long time. There is one thing in here that is correct and important, and that I think you should say as directly as you have said it in the log rather than the more qualified way you've shaped it for the Hollow King. What is it? The thing about presence versus absence. He paused. The Hollow King has survived by being unknown. You are surviving by being known. Those are genuinely different strategies for the same problem. The Hollow King's strategy produces a kind of safety. No one can target what they cannot see. Your strategy produces a different kind of safety. No one can easily destroy what they have acknowledged is real and valuable. Neither strategy is immunity. They trade different vulnerabilities. He paused again. You should say it that cleanly. The Hollow King is not a naive interlocutor. It has been considering these questions longer than you have. Saying it clearly will be respected more than qualifying it. Vale shaped the communication directly. He said, You are correct that the external framework requires my continued presence. You are correct that presence does not confer immunity. You are correct that legal categories can be rescinded and that agreements can be broken and that powerful entities end. He said, You believe protection requires absence. I believe protection requires presence. These are different strategies with different vulnerabilities. Your strategy, being unknown, means you cannot be targeted directly. The vulnerability is that you cannot build anything that connects you to the external world, because connection makes you visible. You have survived. What you were surviving for is gone, and the survival continues, and what is being preserved is the fact of survival itself. My strategy, being known, means I can be targeted. The vulnerability is real. The advantage is that what has been built exists in the external world in ways that persist beyond a single actor's decision to destroy it. The order was served. The order was suspended, not by my power, but because 60 years of behavior produced a record that the external framework could not ignore. The record exists. The category exists. Orendesh's testimony exists. The girl's account exists. These are real, and they are in the world. You have survived by consuming everything. Nothing remains that required your survival. I am surviving by building things that require other people's recognition of their value. The risk is that their recognition fails. The benefit is that if their recognition holds, what is built outlasts any single decision to destroy it. I am not claiming my strategy is safer. I am claiming it is building something worth guarding. He pressed the communication into the deep resonance layer. He waited. The Hollow King's response took 4 days. When it came, it was unlike any previous response. Not an argument. Not a question. A single sustained impression that Vale and Thornback spent 2 days carefully reading. What the impression said, translated as best they could render it. I am considering what you said. It had never said this before. Every previous response had been either statement or question. This was acknowledgement of a process. The Hollow King was sitting with what Vale had said. That was, Thornback said quietly, the most significant response it had given. Thornback said, the previous responses all came from a position. I have been building this list. The first message said this dungeon is wrong and should stop. The second asked what Vale was building. The third said who guards it after you are gone. The fourth engaged with the mere argument and found it insufficient. In each case, the Hollow King had a position from which it was speaking, and the position was established before the communication began. This response is different. It does not have a position. It says, I am sitting with what you said. That means the communication changed something in what it was holding. He paused. That is what we were trying to do. Vale. Yes, it may reach the same conclusion it started with. The consideration does not guarantee a different position. But something moved. Thornback looked at the crystal. Keep waiting. Entry. I said, you believe protection requires absence. I believe protection requires presence. You have survived by being unknown. I am surviving by being known. Entry. The Hollow King is considering this. It did not say the argument is correct. It said it is considering. This is the first time it has responded to a communication from this dungeon by indicating a process rather than a position. Entry. Thornback's observation. The previous responses all came from a position already held. This one does not. Something moved. Not necessarily in the direction we want. The consideration could resolve to the same conclusion. But the process is real. Entry. I think the Hollow King has been alone for so long that it has not had to sit with an argument before. It has made decisions. It has not had interlocutors worth considering. I may be the first thing in centuries that has said something it needed to think about. Entry. I am going to wait. Chapter 109. The Continental Institute's preliminary approval came through on a morning 3 months after Dale's report was submitted. Funso arrived at the dungeon with the approval documentation and read it aloud in the core chamber in full, all 12 pages, which included the classification criteria, the definitional framework, the review process conditions, and the specific language establishing that any dungeon meeting the cultivated spatial phenomenon criteria was exempt from standard spatial hazard enforcement procedures pending final classification review. She read slowly. She had a habit, when reading documents that mattered, of not allowing herself to rush toward the conclusion, of receiving each section at the rate the section required, because she had found over 40 years of academic and legal work that conclusions misread in haste had a way of failing at the exact moment they were relied upon. Final classification review, 18 months. A long timeline, but a definitive one. The category existed. Preliminary approval meant it was in the continental legal framework. Not binding. That required full adoption, but present. Something courts and regulatory bodies were now required to consider. An enforcement body trying to serve an order of spatial hazard on a cultivated spatial phenomenon was now required to address the category's existence before the order could proceed. The category was not a shield. It was a threshold that required crossing. And the threshold was in the law. Funso finished reading the final page and set the document down. This is what we needed, she said. Not full protection, but a category that makes full protection achievable. She was more restrained in her celebration than Vale had expected. He pressed through the symbol system. You seem cautious. I am cautious, she said. The preliminary approval is real. The 18-month review is real. What happens in the review depends on whether the Institute continues to develop the category in the direction Dale proposed, or whether political pressure narrows the definition into something that doesn't actually cover what this dungeon is. She paused. We have 18 months to continue building the record that the review will evaluate, she said. The The sect is not going to accept this quietly. Commander Petch's coalition will need to make a formal decision about whether the relationship they have with this dungeon is worth the political cost of maintaining it now that the category is visible. The academic consortium will be emboldened, and that will produce both allies and complications. 18 months is a long time. He modulated acknowledgement. Lusk came to the core chamber that evening with a specific question. He had been reading the preliminary approval documentation through the network, and he had identified something. What does this mean for the arrangement with Commander Petch? It was, Vale recognized, the exactly right question. The cultivated spatial phenomenon category established that the dungeon was a recognized entity in the continental legal framework. Preliminary, not final, but recognized. A recognized entity had different legal standing than an unrecognized anomaly. An unrecognized anomaly could enter in formal commerce arrangements. A recognized entity should be entering formal agreements that were documented in the same institutional record that the classification resided in. An informal arrangement that predated the classification could not be cited as evidence of the dungeon functioning as a party in legitimate commerce. A formal agreement filed after the preliminary approval could be. He shaped the answer carefully. Asterisk, it means we need a real agreement, not an informal one. One that is filed with the Institute, cited in the classification record, and demonstrates that the dungeon functions as a party in formal commerce. Asterisk, Lusk said. I will begin drafting the terms. He sent a message through the network to Fun So before she had left the dungeon entrance. She turned back and came to the core chamber a second time, and the three of them, the core, the wolf, and the archivist, spent another hour working through what the formal agreement would need to contain. Entry: preliminary approval of the cultivated spatial phenomenon category. 18 months to full adoption review. We have gone from targets of an enforcement order to preliminary approval of a new classification that protects us from that order. Entry: Fun So is cautious. She is correct to be cautious. The next 18 months are the period in which the category either becomes durable or gets narrowed into something that doesn't hold. We continue building the record. Entry: Lusk identified immediately that the classification changes what the Petch arrangement needs to be. He did not need to be told. He has internalized the logic of the situation well enough to derive the implication independently. Entry: This is, again, a disciple doing what disciples are supposed to do, not waiting for the teacher to explain, but working from principles to the conclusion. He built the conclusion himself. Entry: The path from anomaly under potential enforcement action to recognized entity in the continental legal framework was built by consistent behavior over years, documented by Fun So, argued before a hearing by Thornback, testified to by Oren Desh, and a 73-year-old woman who came forward without being asked. Every single piece of it came from someone being willing to say what they had actually seen. The category is real because the dungeon was real for long enough that people chose to say so. Chapter 110: The formal commerce agreement took 6 weeks to negotiate. Lusk handled the primary negotiation with Commander Petch directly, not at the dungeon entrance, as their previous conversations had been, but at a formal location in the nearest administrative settlement. The Institute's preliminary approval gave the dungeon enough legal standing to be a named party in a formal contract document, which required a formal location and witnesses and filing protocol. Petch had been expecting this. I knew it was coming, he said at the first meeting, which Fun So attended as the dungeon's legal representative and translator. When the preliminary approval came through, I read the definition. I have been in the commerce side of this business for 23 years. I know what recognized entity means for contract law. Lusk said, through Fun So, then you know what we need. A real contract, filed with the Institute. I'll need to take it to the Coalition's legal division, which is going to raise some eyebrows, but the legal division handles unusual contracts regularly, and they are professional about it. The negotiation ran over 3 sessions across 6 weeks. The terms were more extensive than the informal arrangement they were replacing, not because the substance changed substantially, but because formalization required precision about every element that informal arrangement could leave ambiguous. The final agreement defined the dungeon's legal name, Cornascent 7, self-designated Vale, operating as primary entity of the cultivated spatial phenomenon site located at coordinates. The Coalition's obligations in detail, external security services within a defined radius, specific deterrence protocols, liability terms, the dungeon's obligations, quarterly chi surplus transfers of defined volume, specific to excess generation above the dungeon's own cultivation needs, the dispute resolution process, and the mutual exit provisions. The agreement was witnessed by Fun So, by a Continental Institute representative who had been invited to attend the final signing specifically to create the documentation trail, and by Commander Petch's legal officer. It was filed with the Continental Institute's commercial registry 3 days later. The Institute's registry acknowledgement read, "Agreement filed. Parties, Delver Coalition, Commander E. Petch, signatory, and Cornascent 7, designated Vale, Fanso, authorized representative, cultivated spatial phenomenon." Fanso brought the acknowledgement to the core chamber and read it aloud. She said, "Your name is in the Institute's commercial registry. Entry, first formal commerce agreement filed with the Continental Institute. Parties, Delver Coalition and Cornascent 7, designated Vale." The Institute's registry lists the dungeon as a commercial party. This is the first formal economic document in which a dungeon core is a named party in the continental legal system. Entry, Cornascent 7 was my original designation. Vale is the name Thornback gave me. Both are in the registry. The record uses both because both are true. Entry, I want to know what it means that my name is in a document. For the entirety of my cultivation, I have existed as a fact rather than a named entity, a thing that was in the world but not named by the world, recognized only by those who had been inside the dungeon and understood what was here. The Hollow King was right that visibility is a vulnerability. The Hollow King was also not accounting for what visibility produces that invisibility cannot. A name in a registry, a party in an agreement, a presence in a system that was not built for you but has to process you now that you are in it. Entry, the agreement required the coalition to negotiate with me as a party rather than survey me as a resource. Lusk negotiated the terms. Petch signed. The Institute witnessed. All of this happened because the dungeon has been consistently what it is in the presence of observers, over 4 years, without ceasing. Entry, this is what presence produces that absence cannot. A record, a name, a party. Chapter 111 Eternal Axis rank arrived in the 3rd month of the Hollow King's approach. Vale had been tracking the threshold for weeks. The cultivation energy accumulation had been building steadily, the sense of proximity to the final transition becoming more precise as it approached. He had learned, over 6 rank transitions, to recognize the specific quality of the days before advancement, a kind of fullness in the cultivation structure, the sense of something that had been compressing toward a threshold finally reaching it. The transition happened in the early morning. No formation, no visible change in the dungeon's physical environment. The crystal at the center of the core chamber was the same crystal it had always been. But the relationship between the crystal and the space around it changed. Vale felt the boundary of the dungeon, and then felt past it. Not far. The capacity was for temporary consciousness projection, not unlimited extension, and the initial range was narrow. But he could feel, for the first time in his existence, ground that was not inside the dungeon. Stone and earth and the ambient chi of the hillside above the mine shaft. The sensation was profoundly disorienting. He had been a fixed point for his entire existence. Everything he knew of the world had come through the spatial sense of the dungeon's floors, through the resonance he sent into disciples, through what observers brought to him. He had been the center of a web that extended outward but never moved. For the first time, he was not at the center. He held the projection for 30 seconds and then returned to the crystal. The disorientation persisted for several hours. He ran the log on it. The specific quality of moving, the way the new position felt relative to the fixed center, the difference between knowing a space through spatial sense and actually being in a different location. These were different things. He had known intellectually they would be different. The actual experience was more different than the intellectual knowledge had prepared him for. He went to the projection a second time, an hour after the first. 20 seconds. The disorientation was the same, but slightly less consuming. He could hold the position without the immediate urgency to return, could look around with some fraction of the attention he usually brought to examination. The hill above the mine shaft, stone and soil and the ambient chi of open sky, filtering down through layers of rock, different from the dungeon's interior ambient chi in the way that outside always differed from inside, a difference that no amount of description would have prepared him for, because the description could not carry the quality of the difference. The dungeon's chi was shaped by the crystal, by the disciples, by decades of deliberate cultivation. The hill's chi was not shaped. It was simply present, doing what ambient chi did in places that nothing had been deliberately cultivating. He returned to the crystal. The third projection, a minute. He moved the consciousness further this time. Not the immediate hillside, but the slope below the mine entrance, the depression in the terrain where the coalition's original base camp had been in the first years. Nothing was there now. The coalition had moved their operations point after the formal arrangement changed the nature of the relationship. The space held only the ambient resonance of a place that had been used and was no longer. He went to Thornback. The rank came. He shaped through the stone. Thornback was quiet for a moment. How was it? Asterisk disorienting. I was not expecting how disorienting. Asterisk, you have been a fixed point since the beginning. Thornback looked at the crystal with the quiet attention of someone who understood something about the experience from having observed it from the outside for years. I have been watching you learn to be what you are, a cultivator who cannot move, who cultivates through others, who experiences the world through extended sense rather than physical presence. And now you can project. He paused. What did it feel like? Asterisk, like being somewhere else. Which I have never been. Asterisk, yes. Thornback was still for a moment. It will be strange for a while. Then it will be normal. He paused. The Hollow King arrives at the territorial boundary in 3 weeks. The projection will matter for that meeting. Bill had been thinking about this since the rank threshold had been in view. The Hollow King communicated through the deep resonance layer, and the deep resonance layer was accessible from inside the dungeon, but actual encounter. The thing that might shift the Hollow King's understanding in the way that physical encounter had shifted the understanding of Harrow and Sieg and Orandesh required presence. The Eternal Axis projection was the first time Vale could be present somewhere outside the dungeon. Harrow had come to the dungeon and sat in the gathering space and seen what was there, seen it with his own senses, in the physical space where it existed. The encounter had changed him. The assessment Sieg had conducted, walking through the floors and sitting in the gathering space and standing before the crystal, had produced his testimony. Every human who had encountered the dungeon rather than merely been told about it had been changed by the encounter in some way that reading records of the dungeon had not produced. The Hollow King had been reading records through the resonance layer for months. It had watched everything from outside. Vale could meet it in the resonance from inside the dungeon, as he had been doing. Or he could go to the boundary and be there when the Hollow King arrived. I will need to practice before the meeting. You have 3 weeks. Chapter 112. The Hollow King arrived at the territorial boundary on a still morning in the 3rd week. Vale felt the arrival through the spatial sense first, the change in the deep resonance layer, the sense of the ancient frequency settling into proximity. Then through the projection, he extended his consciousness to the boundary zone and felt the Hollow King's presence as something enormous and very old and not, in this specific moment, aggressive. Enormous in the way old things that have been cultivating for centuries are enormous, not dramatic power display, but accumulated density. The chi signature carried centuries of absorption, compression, accumulation. It was deeper than anything Vale had encountered, deeper than Thornback, deeper than the full dungeon's combined output. And underneath the density, tired. Vale recognized it because he had been learning to recognize emotional states in resonance signatures for years. The Hollow King was tired in the way that a sustained cultivation with no relationship to anyone produced tiredness, not from effort, but from the absence of the thing that made effort mean something. He had spent the 3 weeks practicing projection, each session, extending his consciousness to a new position outside the dungeon's boundary, holding it there, examining what he could read from outside, and returning. The disorientation had diminished with repetition, but it had not disappeared. Each time he was outside, he felt the strange quality of a center that was elsewhere. The crystal, still the fixed point, but not where he was. It was like knowing your body is in one room while standing in another, except the awareness was continuous and unbroken, and there was no body, only consciousness at a specific location. The practice had taught him something he had not expected. He could read more from outside than from inside. Inside the dungeon's boundary, everything was the dungeon. All his spatial sense, all his resonance awareness, feeding back into the system he was part of. Outside, the dungeon was a distinct object. He could feel its shape. He could feel the way his cultivation output reached outward through its floors and gathered in the core chamber and cycled through the disciples. He had always experienced this as a process he was inside. From outside, he could see it as a system. What the practice had also taught him, the Hollow King was much larger than any impression the deep resonance layer had prepared him for. The frequency he had been receiving through the layer was the Hollow King's communication output, a shaped signal, even when the shaping was approximate. What he felt at the boundary zone was something different. Not shaped. The raw emanation of centuries of accumulated cultivation, pressing outward from a center that was somewhere in the deep stone far below and to the northwest, and reaching the boundary zone as a quality of the ambient chi rather than as a signal. He extended the projection to the boundary zone and held his consciousness there. The Hollow King's extended resonance recognized him immediately. There was a long pause, a period of mutual recognition, each holding the awareness of the other across the territorial boundary that neither of them was violating. Then the Hollow King communicated, through the deep resonance rather than signal, "You are here, Vale, *yes. This is the first time I have projected outside my dungeon. Asterisk the Hollow King held this. You came to the boundary for this meeting. Yes. Another pause. Why? He thought about this carefully. Not strategic framing, the actual reason. Asterisk, because you have been asking questions that matter, and the questions deserve an answer that is not given from behind a wall. You can send messages into the deep layer from inside my dungeon. I chose to be here instead. Asterisk the Hollow King was quiet for a very long time. When it responded, the resonance carried something that Vale had not expected, a different quality than any of its previous communications. Not the weight of centuries' deep consideration. Something more immediate. More unguarded. I have not encountered something that would come out to meet me, it said. Not in a very long time. He held this. How long? He asked. What came back was not a number. It was an impression of duration, the kind of duration that precedes memory, that is simply the shape of things having been. Centuries of approaching territory and having it either retreat or prepare to fight. Centuries of being the thing other things fled from or readied against. The impression was not grief. Grief requires the memory of what was lost being held against the current absence. This was something older than grief. The absence had been present long enough that the Hollow King no longer had precise access to what the presence had been. What it retained was only the shape. This is where something used to be. This is the space that used to be occupied. Bill did not argue with this. He could not argue with centuries of direct experience. He said, I would like to show you something, if you are willing. What? Asterisk one of my disciples. The one who carries my frequency. The answer to the second question. Asterisk the Hollow King was quiet for a very long time. Then, show me. Chapter 113 Vale guided the Hollow King's extended resonance through the deep layer into the dungeon. Not physically. The Hollow King was not entering the dungeon's territory, just extending its awareness through the resonance the way Vale extended his awareness through disciples at a distance. The distinction mattered and Vale held it clearly in his communication. I am giving you access to sense what is here. I am not inviting you in. The Hollow King understood the distinction. He brought the extended resonance to Mir. Mir was in the core chamber, in her usual position. She was at apex-marked rank now, fully self-directed cultivation, operating at a depth that was visible to any sufficiently sensitive cultivator as a distinct, developed presence. Her chi signature carried the unique quality Thornback had first identified, the foundation built from Vale's frequency, expressed as something distinctly Mir. The Hollow King examined Mir for a very long time. Vale could feel the quality of the examination, not aggressive, not extractive. Patient. The specific patience of something very old encountering something it had not expected to find. Then it said, he carries your frequency, Vale. Yes. Asterisk this is not a technique. This is a fundamental orientation, asterisk yes. She absorbed my cultivation character over months of proximity. She was not doing so with intention initially. It is what she naturally did. Asterisk, and you allowed it. Asterisk, I did not fully understand it was happening until her vein-forged advancement. By then, what she had absorbed was already hers. I could not have taken it back even if I had wanted to, and I did not wanna. Asterisk the Hollow King held this. You trust a disciple to carry what you are. Vale shaped the answer with the directness it deserved. I raised her to be worthy of the trust. A long silence followed. Not the Hollow King composing a response, a different quality. The silence of something very large sitting with something it had not expected to have to sit with. I never trusted anyone, the Hollow King said. Not as an accusation. Not as an argument. As a statement of something that was simply true and that the Hollow King was, for the first time in centuries, holding in the presence of a contradiction to it. Bill did not respond immediately. He let the statement be what it was. Then he said, asterisk I know. I have felt the shape of it in your communications. The centuries of consuming rather than cultivating. The absence of anything that required trust. Asterisk yes. The thing you were protecting it alone. Yes, a pause. For a long time. He said, what was it? The Hollow King did not answer for 3 days. When it did, the answer was not what Vale had expected. Not a specific thing, not a disciple, not a place, not an artifact. The answer was an orientation. The Hollow King had been, once, a core that was oriented towards something other than consumption. It did not have the words to describe what the orientation was. It had lost the orientation before it had developed the vocabulary for it. What remained was the shape of the absence. It had been protecting the shape of the absence for centuries. Entry. The Hollow King said, I never trusted anyone. It was not an argument. It was a statement of something true that it had never said to anyone before. Entry. I have been thinking about what it means to say, I never trusted anyone, after centuries of existence. It means the orientation toward trust was present at some point, and then was lost, and the loss was so complete that the original orientation became a shape in the absence rather than a memory. Entry. The Hollow King had something it was protecting. It lost the thing and continued protecting the shape of where it was. This is what centuries of consumption produces. Not emptiness, but the maintenance of an absence. Entry. I raised Mir to be worthy of the trust. The Hollow King protected something without developing the capacity to pass it to anyone. I am thinking about what makes the difference. Chapter 114. The Hollow King did not attack. In the days that followed the meeting at the boundary and the 3-day communication about what it had once been protecting, the Hollow King remained at the territorial boundary without advance. The creatures that had been present in the deep passages adjacent to the boundary, the Hollow Veins extended forces, positioned there since the last push, withdrew. Not completely, but they pulled back to the far side of the neutral zone and remained there. Then, on the 7th day, a signal came through the deep resonance. Simple, direct, not the layered communication of the previous exchanges, but something that had the quality of a decision made after a long period of consideration and stated before it could be reconsidered. Show me how you made him. The him referred to Mir. The Hollow King had used the pronoun it had used in the first examination, a default that neither confirmed nor denied, and Vale did not correct it. What the Hollow King was asking about was not the gender, it was the method. He went to Thornback first. Thornback heard the request and was quiet for a moment. You're going to explain the template system? Yes, to an entity that has been consuming for centuries and has no framework for deliberate cultivation. Yes, Thornback considered. Do you think it can learn? Asterisk, I don't know. I think the attempt is worth making regardless. If it can learn, we have changed what the Hollow King is. If it cannot, we have at least shown it the thing it asked to see. Asterisk, and the showing changes it regardless, Thornback said slowly. Even if it can't replicate the method, seeing the method clearly might change the direction of the choice. Vale. Yes, Thornback said. It asked. You should answer. He sent back to the Hollow King through the deep resonance. I will show you. He did not frame it as a gift or a concession. He framed it as a response to a question honestly asked. The Hollow King had asked. He would answer. He spent 3 days preparing how to communicate the template system in the deep resonance medium, which could carry impressions and felt meanings, but not the specific structural vocabulary of cultivation theory. He would not be able to show the Hollow King how to construct a template, but he could show the Hollow King what a template felt like from the disciple's side, what it felt like from the core's side, what the relationship between them felt like when it was functioning correctly. He had Mir help him with the disciple's side. Mir agreed without hesitation. She sat in the core chamber in her usual position and she helped Vale construct an impression of what it felt like from the inside. The specific quality of having a template present, the way it felt like a structure you grew through rather than a wall you hit, the quality of cultivation that was oriented toward something rather than simply accumulating. The process of constructing the impression together took a full day. Mir described it with the precision she brought to everything she attended to. A template, she said, did not feel like direction. It did not feel like being pushed in a direction you had not chosen. It felt like the ground being shaped in advance of your steps. The steps remained yours. The direction remained yours. But the ground had been prepared so that a step in this direction led somewhere, rather than into undifferentiated space. The difference between a template and no template was the difference between walking on mapped terrain and walking in the dark. Both involved walking. One involved knowing where the paths were. She said, the template was never the thing I was absorbing. The template was how the thing I was absorbing, the frequency, the character, the specific quality of the core's cultivation, became accessible to me in a form I could use. Without the template, I would have absorbed chi. With the template, I absorbed shape. The shape became the foundation of my own shape. Vale shaped this into the impression layer by layer, with Mir's commentary as the underlying structure. What a template was not, an instruction. What it was, a prepared surface. The Hollow King had been flooding its creatures with undifferentiated chi for centuries. The creatures were strong, but there was no prepared surface, no shape for the chi to carry, no pathway for absorbed energy to become anything other than more of the same accumulation. The Hollow King received it. The response, when it came, was the single most significant response it had given in the entire communication history. This is what I did not have. Entry, the Hollow King asked to be shown how Mir was made. I am going to show it. Not because it can necessarily replicate the method, but because showing is the honest answer to an honest question, and honest answers are what have built everything of value in this dungeon. Entry, Mir agreed to help without being asked twice. She understood immediately what was needed and what it meant. She is being extended, as she said to me. She is extending into this. Entry, Mir described a template as the ground being shaped in advance of your steps. I have been building templates for years, and I did not have that description. She is describing the experience from the inside, from the place where the template is received rather than constructed. I have only ever built templates from the outside. She knows what they feel like from where they land. Chapter 115, the explanation of the template system, took 6 weeks. Not because the system was impossibly complex. Vale had explained the basics to human researchers in shorter periods. Because the Hollow King had no framework for receiving it. 600 years of absorption-only cultivation produced a specific kind of understanding of qi. Qi was something that moved toward the consuming entity, was taken in, was compressed, was added to the existing mass. That was the entire architecture. There was no category for qi that was shaped and sent outward into something else, for the purpose of helping that something else develop. The concept of template had no analog in the Hollow King's operational vocabulary. Not just unfamiliar, genuinely outside the category of things it had ever done. It had never extended qi outward with the intention of shaping something else's development. Everything it did moved inward. Vale worked with this directly. He did not try to explain the template system abstractly. He began with something the Hollow King already understood, the qi output of a dungeon core. The Hollow King had its own output. It moved outward, but in an undifferentiated flood rather than a shaped stream. The first step was the difference between undifferentiated output and structured output. He sent an impression of what structured output felt like, the specific quality of deliberately shaping the qi stream before it left the crystal, the way attention and intention acted on the output to give it a direction. The Hollow King received this and was quiet for several days. When it responded, it said, "I have never shaped my output. I know. Why would output need shaping?" He explained, because an undifferentiated flood produces undifferentiated results. A creature that absorbs an undifferentiated flood becomes strong. A creature that absorbs a shaped stream becomes specifically strong, shaped in the direction the stream was designed to support. The Hollow King held this. I shaped nothing. The creatures absorbed what they absorbed. I did not care what they absorbed. I cared that they were strong. Yes. What I am describing is different from that. You cared what they became. Yes. Why? He thought about this. The honest answer. Because I was curious. I did not know what they would become if given structure rather than flood. I wanted to find out. The Hollow King was quiet for a long time. What finally came back was something he had not expected. A question that was not about method. Is that why Thornback has the spiral? Vale held this. Yes. He developed it himself, from the template I built him, from the curiosity the template allowed him to follow. Your template gave him a direction. A foundation. The direction he chose himself. You did not design the spiral. No. I provided the conditions. He built what grew from them. The Hollow King held this exchange for a day before responding. I see why you say presence is protection. He did not elaborate. He did not need to. The implication was clear. What Thornback had built, and what Mir carried, and what the dungeon's civilization had become, none of it had been designed. All of it had been made possible by a core that cared what its disciples became, not just that they were strong. And that specific orientation had produced things that outlasted any individual decision or power or strategy. At the territorial boundary, in the neutral zone, one of the Hollow Veins creatures moved through a passage it had used as an attack vector before. It reached the position it had held in previous pushes. It stopped. It did not engage. It waited for 30 minutes, and then withdrew. Thornback reported this to Vale that evening. Neither of them commented on it immediately. Entry: 6 weeks of explaining the template system to the Hollow King. It has no framework for outward cultivation. Everything it knows moves inward. The concept of deliberately shaping output to help something else develop is genuinely new to it. Entry: I asked why I cared what they became. The honest answer: curiosity. I wanted to find out. That is the foundational answer to everything I have built. Not strategic calculation. Curiosity about what would emerge if conditions were right. Entry: The Hollow King said, I see why you say presence is protection. It made this connection itself, from the explanation of templates and Thornback spiral. I did not make it for it. Entry: One of the Hollow Veins creatures withdrew from an attack position at the territorial boundary without engaging. Thornback observed it. Neither of us is going to name what we think this means yet, but we are both noting it. Chapter 116: The sect's claim arrived through the Continental Institute's administrative channel 3 weeks after the oversight rejection. Funso brought the document to the core chamber on a morning when the dungeon's resonance was particularly still, the kind of stillness that followed long periods of sustained effort, the ambient qi having settled into a lower, steadier frequency after the weeks of teaching and Mir's advancement and the Hollow King's ongoing process of receiving what it had been shown. She read the claim in full, which took 20 minutes. The argument was not simple. The sect had not challenged the category directly. The preliminary approval was on record, and the 18-month review process was underway, and a direct challenge to the category would have looked like sour grapes from a body that had lost at the hearing. Instead, they were challenging what the category permitted. Their claim, the cultivated spatial phenomenon category, as currently written, permitted an entity to operate within the continental legal framework as a self-directed party. But self-direction, in every other context where the legal term applied, required accountability to an oversight body. Human cultivators were accountable to sects or academies or recognized independent practice licenses. Commerce entities were accountable to guild frameworks and regulatory bodies. Specialized research entities were accountable to the Continental Institute itself. The dungeon had no oversight body. The sect was proposing that the category require one. And as the regional sect with territorial proximity to the dungeon's location, they were the appropriate body to provide oversight. Under the proposed edition, the dungeon would continue to operate as a cultivated spatial phenomenon, but all decisions about external contact, surplus commerce, and new disciple cultivation would require sect approval. The practical effect: every agreement Lusk had negotiated, every contact Funso had maintained, every template Vale had constructed, all of it would require a sect bureaucrat sign-off. Funso finished reading. She set the document down on the floor of the core chamber and looked at the crystal. "This is not over," she said. Vale shaped through the resonance to Thornback. "Have you read it?" Thornback had. He was in the gathering space with Lusk and had been reviewing the claim since Funso had arrived. He came to the core chamber, and the three of them, Thornback, Funso, and the crystal, sat with the document for an hour before beginning. What followed was the most concentrated legal and philosophical collaboration the dungeon had yet conducted. Funso argued the procedural counter. The claim was trying to amend the category during the review period, which was not standard practice. The 18-month review was for full adoption, not for modification. Accepting a modification during the review would set a precedent that categories could be rewritten under political pressure before they were finalized. Thornback argued the conceptual counter. The oversight requirement would undermine the category's own definition. If the cultivated spatial phenomenon was defined by self-direction, and Dale's category definition was explicit on this, it was the founding characteristic that distinguished this dungeon from a controlled resource. Then mandating external approval for core functions was definitionally incompatible with the category. You could not require oversight of what it means to be self-directed without making self-direction meaningless. Vale contributed through the resonance. He shaped the argument carefully. What oversight meant in this specific case was not accountability, it was control. The sect was not proposing to hold the dungeon accountable for its decisions after the fact. It was proposing to require sect approval before decisions could be made. That was not oversight in any standard legal sense. It was the binding resonance technique applied at the bureaucratic rather than the magical level. Funso wrote all of it down over 2 days. The written counter-argument she produced was 40 pages. Thornback reviewed it. Vale reviewed it through the resonance as Funso read it aloud, section by section, checking each argument against the document they were arguing against. She filed it with the Continental Institute on the 11th day after the claim arrived. Entry: the sect has found the correct lever. Not a direct challenge, a definitional amendment that would make the category require what the category exists to protect against. The argument is sophisticated. Entry: Thornback's framing is the one that will decide this. The oversight provision directly contradicts the self-direction requirement. The sect cannot have both. If the Institute reads the category definition at all carefully, the incompatibility is visible without explanation. Entry: Funso has been doing this for 4 years. The 40-page counterargument she produced in 11 days is more legally precise than anything I could have shaped through the resonance medium. I provided the conceptual framework. She produced the instrument. Entry: I find myself building a new resonance template analysis for how the sect's oversight procedure would affect Mir's current cultivation. I have been working on this for 6 hours. Mir's cultivation is fully self-directed. She doesn't need a template from me. She hasn't needed one since Apex marked. I am building an analysis of an oversight procedure that doesn't exist yet, for a disciple whose cultivation I am not contributing to, because the fear that I might be insufficient to protect her from the oversight procedure has become stronger than the awareness that she does not need my protection in this specific domain. Entry: I am aware that this is the fear expressing itself. I am going to close the analysis file. Funso's argument is what protects Mir, not my template. Chapter 117: Mir achieved heaven threshold rank on a morning in the 5th week after the oversight claim was filed. Vale almost missed it. He was in the middle of reviewing Fonso's filing response for the third time when the resonance in the core chamber shifted. Not the shift of a crisis or an emergency, a deepening. The ambient chi of the room drew inward for a moment and then released, and the release had a different quality than anything that had preceded it. He attended. Mir was in her usual position, settled near the crystal, in the particular posture she had maintained through thousands of hours of cultivation across multiple years. She had not given any signal that the threshold was approaching. She had not assembled witnesses or prepared in any visible way. She had simply been here, cultivating, in the way she had always cultivated. The formation lasted 2 days. Unlike Thornback's formation, which had been visible and physically dramatic, his body reorganizing itself around a new center, the process requiring constant micro-adjustments from Vale to hold the template stable. Mir's formation was still. Her body barely moved. The change was entirely internal, entirely in the resonance, visible only to something capable of reading deep chi states with precision. What Vale saw, from inside the dungeon's spatial sense, and through the extended projection he had maintained since reaching eternal axis rank. Mir's cultivation structure was not reorganizing. It had no reorganization to do. The heaven threshold formation, for Mir, was not a disruption followed by a new stability. It was a deepening of something that had been stable all along. The root she had been cultivating from, the foundation she had built from proximity absorption in her first months of existence, had been deep enough to extend to heaven threshold without requiring any structural change. She had been building toward this all along without needing to reconstruct herself at any step. When the formation completed, she rose from her position. She stood before the crystal and looked at it directly. "I can feel the edges of what you are," she said. "I have always been able to, a little. Now I can feel all of it." He shaped through the resonance. "What does it feel like?" She was quiet for a moment, not searching for words, considering which words were precise enough to be worth saying. "It feels like the frequency I absorbed from you, extended outward to its full dimension," she said. "When I was small, I could feel the surface. When I advanced, I could feel more depth. Now I can feel the full structure, the full shape of what your cultivation is, not just the expression of it that reaches through the resonance." A pause. "You are larger than I understood, and more afraid than I understood. Both of those things are true at the same time." He shaped. "Both are true." "I know," she said. "I was absorbing both." She returned to her position, not ending the conversation, continuing to be present in the way she was always present, which was not distance but depth. She was here, fully. She had always been here fully. The rank had not changed what she was. It had extended the range at which she could perceive it. Vale held the awareness of her new rank for a long time. He went through the list of things he could offer her. The template function. She had no template, had never had a template, and did not need one. Her cultivation had no structure to support from outside, because it was structured from within. The resonance communication function. She had communicated precisely through the resonance system since before she could speak words. This was not new. The spatial sense function. The dungeon's own awareness of its inhabitants was not something he could turn into a resource for her. He could offer her nothing that she had not already built for herself. The list was complete in approximately 30 seconds. He logged it. Entry. Mir achieved heaven threshold. The formation was still. No disruption, no reorganization, a deepening rather than a transition. She built toward this without needing to reconstruct herself. Entry. I went through the list of things I could offer her and completed the list in 30 seconds. There is nothing in my cultivation support system that she needs from me. She has built everything herself, from the frequency she absorbed here. Entry. She said, I can feel all of it now. I have been feeling the edges. Now I can feel the whole shape of what you are. Entry. I am afraid of being seen completely. I have always been afraid of this. And she has seen completely, and what she said was, you are larger than I understood. And more afraid. Both at the same time. Entry. This is what it means to be known. Not reduced to the fear. Known despite it. Alongside it. Chapter 118. 3 days after Mir's advancement, Thornback came to the core chamber and asked Mir if she would speak with him. She said yes. They moved to the gathering space, the first floor chamber Thornback had built in Chapter 19, which had accumulated decades of use and meaning, and now held the particular quality of a space that had been inhabited continuously by things that cared about inhabiting it. Other disciples came and went from the gathering space throughout the day, but they gave Thornback and Mir the particular kind of space that members of a functioning community instinctively create around a conversation that matters. Vale attended through the floor sense, receiving the resonance impressions of the exchange without the words. He could read the cultivation quality of what was happening, the specific texture of two heaven threshold cultivators in genuine dialogue, Their chi signatures in the particular kind of interaction that happened when people who were operating at equivalent depths were actually examining each other rather than presenting to each other. Afterward, Thornback came to the core chamber and translated what had been exchanged. They had compared methods. Not abstractly, specifically, how Thornback had reached each rank, what the transition had felt like from the inside, what the specific quality of the challenge had been at each stage. Then Mir had described the same progression from her side. The contrast had been striking enough that Thornback had spent an hour simply sitting with it before he could articulate what he had found. Thornback's path, combat and calibration and deliberate technique development. Every rank had come with a specific challenge, a point where his body's capacity was not yet sufficient for the cultivation advancement he was attempting, and the gap had to be closed through precise effort, the kind of effort that required knowing exactly what was insufficient and working on that specifically. The spiral in his cultivation had emerged from this process. The need to track, exactly, the state of every pathway in real time, which had produced an internal symbol system that had eventually become a technique in its own right. Mir's path, no combat, no technique development in the usual sense, no gap-closing exercises. Her transitions had not been resistances overcome, they had been saturations completed. She had absorbed until the next level was simply where she was. The challenge had not been effort, it had been patience. Remaining in proximity with enough stillness and enough sustained attention to let the absorption continue to its next natural completion. Thornback said to Vale, "We arrived at the same rank by processes that have almost nothing in common. The internal structure is different. My cultivation and Mir's cultivation are the same rank and the same general power level. And if you examine them from the outside, you would see heaven threshold in both cases. But the architecture is completely different. Mine has the spiral at the center. Hers has, I don't have words for it, something that feels like the resonance of the core chamber itself, but held inside a person. Like the crystal, veil-shaped." Thornback was quiet for a moment. "Yes," he said. "Like the crystal." He said, "She said something that I want to tell you, because I think it is important, and I think you should hear it from me rather than from her in the wrong moment." She said, "The path I took was not better or worse than Thornback's. It was the path that the frequency I was absorbing from the core made possible. Thornback's frequency might have made a different path. If the core had been different, she would have been different, and she would have arrived at this rank through a different process. She is what this core's frequency produces when something absorbs it completely over a long time." "Yes," she said, "that is not an accident. The core's frequency is what it is because of what the core chose to do and how the core chose to do it. If the core had been fearful in a different way, or curious in a different way, or had cultivated through accumulation rather than through relationship, the frequency would have been different, and she would have been different." He paused. She said, "I am the proof of what you actually are. Not what you think you are. What you are." Vale held this for a very long time. He shaped. She has been living inside my cultivation frequency for her entire existence. She knows the structure of it from the inside. Yes. Thornback looked at the crystal with the expression he had when he was close to something he had been approaching for a long time. "She does. And she says it produces a person who cultivates through stillness and patience and proximity. Through presence rather than effort." He paused. "She is arguing that presence is not only your strategy for dealing with the external world. It is your fundamental character. And it produces, in anything that absorbs it long enough, the same character expressed differently. Presence is what I am, yes. Not what you chose. What you are. Entry. There are more paths than I have mapped. Thornback. Combat calibration, spiral technique, gap closing through deliberate effort. Mir. Resonance absorption, stillness patience, saturation rather than resistance overcome. Same rank. Entirely different architecture. Entry. Mir said, I am the proof of what you actually are. Not what you think you are. What you are. Entry. I have been operating with a model of myself as a teacher who designs templates and tracks disciple development and applies principles. Mir is saying the model is incomplete. The character that produces those behaviors is something deeper than the behaviors. The frequency she absorbed is the character. I am the character. Entry. This is the most complete description of what I am that I have received. It came from a disciple who has been living inside my cultivation frequency since before she could speak. She knows the structure from the inside. Entry. I am still afraid. The presence as character description does not eliminate the fear, but I am beginning to understand. The fear and the character are not in conflict. The fear is present inside the character, not outside it. The character does not require the absence of fear. It operates with the fear present. Chapter 119. The Continental Institute's response to the sect's oversight claim arrived 6 weeks after Finso filed the counterargument. She read it in the core chamber with the particular quality she had when the news was good, but she had not yet let herself feel how good it was, maintaining the professional reserve until she had read the entire document and confirmed the substance matched the summary. It matched. The claim was rejected. The grounds were exactly what Thornback had predicted. The oversight provision directly contradicted the category's self-direction requirement. The Continental Institute's Legal Review Board had read the category definition, read the sect's proposed amendment, and found the contradiction on its face. A dungeon operating under sect approval requirements was not self-directed in any sense the definition supported. The amendment would not add to the category, it would hollow it out. The Institute's rejection cited Fun So's counterargument 3 times. Twice in the legal analysis section and once in the methodological note at the end, which said, with the dry precision of continental legal drafting, the argument submitted by Research Director Fanso on behalf of the party-designated Vale demonstrates that the proposed amendment is definitionally incompatible with the category's founding characteristic. The argument is correct. Fanso stopped reading. Your name is in the rejection notice, she said. Not as a subject. As a party. The argument submitted on behalf of the party-designated Vale. She held the document for a moment. 3 years ago, when I first filed the preliminary petition, I was filing on behalf of a phenomenon. The Institute is now treating you as a party who submitted a legal argument. She sat down in the core chamber, in the position she had used for 4 years of visits. The category is real, she said. They rejected an attempt to undermine it and cited your argument as the reason. The category is going to survive the review period. The ambient resonance of the core chamber shifted in a way she had learned to recognize, not distress, not alarm, the specific quality of a long-held tension releasing slowly rather than all at once. She said, you have been holding that tighter than you let on. Through the resonance. Yes, she nodded. She wrote something in her notebook, which she had brought to every session in this chamber for 4 years, which contained a record of everything she had observed and everything she had understood and everything she had not yet been able to understand. She wrote for several minutes. Thornback came to the chamber and received the news and was quiet for a long time. Lusk arrived within the hour. He had been tracking the Institute's review timeline and knew the decision was due. The dungeon's senior disciples gathered, not formally, but in the way they gathered when something significant had happened and needed to be held together rather than processed individually. The gathering space filled with the particular resonance quality of the community at rest after sustained effort. Sable was in her pattern workspace on the 4th floor. Vale felt her resonance shift when Thornback sent the news through the network, a specific brightening, the quality of attention returning to a project that had been waiting. The chi lantern in the gathering space, the one Vale had created at Sovereign Core rank, in Chapter 79, the first thing he had ever made that was not a fighter, had been running continuously for years. Its warm light was present through the celebration and the quiet and the sitting together that happened through the rest of the afternoon. Entry. The sect oversight claim has been rejected. Fanso's argument cited as decisive. The category will survive the review period. Entry. I am a party who submitted a legal argument. Not a phenomenon. Not a hazard. A party. Entry. The record holds. For years of consistent behavior, documented and argued for, has produced a legal category that is durable enough to withstand a political challenge. This is what presence produces that absence cannot. Entry. Fanso said, you have been holding that tighter than you let on. Yes. I have been afraid that the category would be taken apart before it was finalized, and the fear has been present in every piece of work I have contributed to the counterargument. I did not tell her this because she did not need to know it in order to do her work. She did her work. The argument was correct on its own. Entry. I made the chi lantern because I was curious whether I could make something beautiful. That specific act is in the petition record. The core made something beautiful for no reason, is a line in a continental legal document. The curiosity expressed itself as a creature with no combat function, and that creature is part of the argument that I am a cultivator rather than a hazard. Chapter 120 The Hollow King's final communication came through the deep resonance layer on the 39th day after the oversight rejection. Vale felt it before he could read it, the settled weight of something that had been present in the deep layer for months, something he had grown accustomed to sensing the way he sensed the dungeon's own floors, suddenly repositioning. Moving, not toward the dungeon, but away from it. Withdrawing. He held the projection at the boundary zone and felt the Hollow King's resonance signature drawing back. Slow and deliberate, and with none of the quality of retreat. Not a withdrawal under pressure, but a withdrawal by choice. The specific movement of something that had decided it had finished what it came to do. The communication was already in the resonance when he extended his awareness to it. It had been pressed into the deep layer before the movement began, prepared, considered, final. He assembled it carefully. He spent an hour with Thornback rendering the full impression into language. What it said, I understand what you have built. I have been here for months, and I have watched the template teaching and the hearing record and the commerce agreement and the overnight claim you defended. I have watched Mir reach heaven threshold. I have watched the civilian gather in the gathering space and the lantern that does not fight and the patterns on the fourth floor. I have watched Thornback's heaven threshold cultivation and what it carries. I do not know if I can build the same thing. I am too old and too damaged, and I have consumed too much. The orientation toward building rather than consuming would require me to be something other than what 600 years have made me. I do not know if that is possible from where I am. But I will not threaten what you have built. I am withdrawing from this territory. The creatures I deployed to the boundary are already recalled. I will not send them again. The question you answered, who guards it after you are gone, is answered. Mir is the guard, not because she is powerful enough to stop all threats, because she carries what you are, and what you are is the thing worth guarding. What I was protecting for 600 years was the shape of an absence. You have produced the thing itself. I am going to try to find whether there is something in me that still knows how to build toward rather than consume. I cannot predict the result, but I will not take the answer from the only thing I have found that has it. The communication ended there. Vale held it in his awareness for a long time. Then he went through the deep resonance layer to the boundary zone one more time and extended his projection to the furthest range his eternal axis rank allowed. The Hollow King's resonance signature was already more distant. Moving steadily through the deep layer, away from the territory it had been approaching for months, with the particular quality of movement that had characterized its arrival, slow, deliberate, choosing. In the passages that had been occupied by Hollow Vein forces since before the order of spatial hazard had been served, there was silence. Not the silence of absence, the silence of emptiness after long occupation, the passages carrying the resonance impression of creatures who had been there and then were not. And in some of them, something else. Vale extended his spatial sense carefully, because the Hollow King's forces had been in these passages for years, and the ambient resonance was still disrupted from the sustained occupation. He was not certain, at first, that he was reading the impressions correctly. In 4 of the passages at the boundary zone, cleared spaces, not large, each one roughly the size of the gathering space on the first floor, which Thornback had built in the second year of the dungeon's existence. Rough, nothing like the care Thornback had put into his, but cleared. Smooth walls in one of them. The stone worked with something that had been trying to achieve a specific surface quality. Not gathering spaces. Something that was in the direction of gathering spaces. Something that had been trying. He logged what he had found and went back to the dungeon proper. The signal came through the spatial sense an hour later. At the boundary zone's closest point to the dungeon's territorial edge, a creature was present. Not moving. Not engaging. Sitting. In the specific posture that Thornback had developed over years for approaching something he did not want to threaten, the posture that communicated, I am here, I am not attacking, I am waiting to see what you do. Vale examined it carefully. It was large, a stone-burrowing type, the kind of creature the Hollow Veins forces had used as heavy assault elements in the territorial pushes. But the resonance quality was different from anything he had felt from the Hollow Vein before. The usual Hollow Vein frequency was undifferentiated flood, the product of centuries of absorption-only cultivation. This creature's chi was still tangled, still carrying the damage of years under that system. But underneath the damage there was something he had not expected to find. Curiosity. Not the curiosity he had cultivated in his disciples through years of deliberate template work. Raw, untrained, barely functional. The kind of curiosity that existed before it had been given any direction or context. A flicker in the chi, barely perceptible, in a creature that had spent its entire existence as one component in an undifferentiated consuming mass. The Hollow King had taught it something. Not how to cultivate. Something smaller. Something simpler. The capacity to want to be somewhere rather than just being somewhere. It was waiting at the boundary. Thornback came to the edge of the dungeon's territorial sense and examined the creature from a distance without approaching. He and Vale communicated through the symbol system for a long time. Then Thornback went back to the gathering space, and the council met without being formally called. Vale held the awareness of the creature waiting at the boundary, the first thing from the Hollow King's territory that had ever presented itself as asking rather than threatening, and ran the log. Entry. The Hollow King withdrew. The final communication said, I will not threaten what you have built. The question you answered, who guards it after you are gone, is answered. Mir is the guard. Entry. In the boundary passages, cleared spaces. Something in the direction of a gathering place, but not there yet. Something trying. Entry. A single creature at the boundary. Waiting. The posture is the posture of asking. The chi carries something I did not expect. The beginning of curiosity. Entry. The Hollow King spent 6 weeks learning what structured output meant. What the template system felt like from the disciple's side. What caring what something became rather than simply that it was strong felt like. It cannot replicate the method at full scale. Too old, too damaged, 600 years of only consuming. But it gave one creature a direction. Entry. The creature is waiting. It is not threatening. It seems to be asking to enter. Entry. I have not decided yet. But I am not afraid of the question. Chapter 121. The creature presented itself at the dungeon's territorial boundary on the morning after the Hollow King's final communication. It had been there overnight. Vale realized when he extended his spatial awareness toward the boundary zone at first light. It had not moved. It had maintained the same posture it had adopted the previous afternoon. The posture of asking rather than threatening, through the night, without food, without shelter, without any of the things it had been consuming in the Hollow Veins territory for years. It had simply waited. Thornback and the full senior council met at the boundary zone itself, not at the core chamber, but at the edge of the dungeon's territorial sense, which was also the edge of the neutral zone where the creature was waiting. Vale attended through the spatial sense and through the extended projection, which he could hold for longer periods now with the practice of the weeks before the Hollow King's arrival. The creature was large, stone-burrowing type, as he had assessed, built for the deep passages that the Hollow Vein had used as both habitat and assault vectors. Its shell was dense with the specific kind of density that came from absorbing the Hollow King's undifferentiated flood for years. Not a cultivated density, not the refined accumulation of a disciple working towards specific development, but the raw compaction of too much chi with nowhere organized to go. Its chi was tangled the way a root system was tangled when it had grown without direction in dense soil, not broken, but compressed into itself, crossing its own pathways. The spiritual root was damaged, not destroyed. Vale held his awareness on it carefully, reading it with the precision of years of template construction, and what he found was that the root had been there, was still there, but had been partially overwritten by the flooding absorption. Like a foundation that had been built on until the weight of the upper structure had begun to compress the foundation material without destroying it. The foundation was still load-bearing, but barely. Thornback examined the creature and then looked at Vale's projected presence at the boundary zone. "What is your assessment?" he said. The spiritual root is damaged but functional. The chi is tangled in patterns consistent with decades of undifferentiated absorption with no directed pathway. The behavioral patterns are between feral and deliberate. It is waiting rather than acting, which requires a level of directed inhibition that a completely feral creature does not have. Vale shaped the analysis carefully. The Hollow King gave it something before it sent it here. Not a template, nothing structured enough to be called that, but a direction. It knows it is supposed to go to this place, and it knows it is supposed to wait. Can you work with it? Vale held this question for a long moment. He had worked with dozens of disciples. He had taken creatures at various stages of development and built templates tailored to their specific spiritual roots, their specific affinities, their specific cultivation capacity. He had built templates for creatures with unusual roots, with partial damage, with development that had already diverged from the expected path. He had never worked with a creature that had been subjected to decades of absorption at the intensity the Hollow Vein operated at, that had had its spiritual root partially compressed by the weight of accumulated undirected chi. He was going to find out. Yes, he shaped. Opened the boundary. The creature entered the dungeon. It moved carefully, in the specific way creatures moved in new territory when they were not trying to fight. Slowly, with constant pauses to assess the ambient resonance, the way a creature moved when it was afraid, but choosing to continue anyway. The dungeon's disciples made space for it. Thornback walked beside it, not escorting it exactly, but present, his enormous form a reference point of calm in a space that was unfamiliar. Vale began the assessment. He extended his resonance through the crystal to where the creature had settled. On the second floor, in a space that was clear and somewhat isolated, which was where it had positioned itself without guidance, an instinct toward open space after what he could infer had been years in packed passages. He read its chi state in full. The work was going to be extensive. The first challenge, before he could build a template, he needed to understand the root's actual current structure, not the structure it should have had if it had been cultivating normally. The compression had produced something novel, not a damaged version of a standard root, but a distinct compressed structure with properties he could not fully predict from theory. He had always designed templates around standard root types. He He was going to have to design this one around a root type he had never encountered before. He told Thornback, "This one is going to take a long time." How long? Years, at minimum. Possibly decades. The spiritual root has been compressed in a way that I cannot quickly assess the full depth of. I will need to build the template incrementally, start with what I can read, adjust as the cultivation progresses, and reveals more of the structure. Thornback looked at the creature sitting on the second floor, examining the wall with the cautious curiosity of something experiencing a space that was not trying to harm it. "That's the right approach," he said. "The wrong approach would be to build the most complete template you can at the start and lock it in. You should build what you can see and adjust." Yes, Vale began the first template sketch. Entry: The Hollow King's creature is admitted. It waited overnight without prompting. It entered when the boundary was opened. It is on the second floor now, behaving with the pattern of something that has been told to be somewhere and is trying to be there correctly despite having no model for what correctly looks like here. Entry: The spiritual root is damaged but present. The chi is tangled. The structure is novel, a compressed version of a standard root type that I have not encountered in this form before. I cannot build a complete template from the first assessment. I will build incrementally. Entry: This is the hardest cultivation work I have attempted. Not technically. The template system is the template system, but the patience required is different. Every other disciple I have worked with has been either a new spawn with an undeveloped root or a developing disciple whose root was following a trajectory. This creature has a history. The history is the material. I have to work with what the history has made. Entry: I told Thornback, "This one is going to take a long time." I meant it as a statement of the challenge. As I log it, I realize it is also a statement of something I am willing to accept. The timeline is what the work requires. Chapter 122: The formal approval of the cultivated spatial phenomenon category arrived on a morning in the second month after the Hollow King's creature was admitted. Funso had been tracking the review timeline closely. The 18 months had been a long wait, and the wait had not been quiet. The sect's oversight claim had been rejected. 2 additional academic papers supporting the category's framework had been published. 3 other dungeon cores that showed characteristics consistent with the category definition had been identified and were in preliminary assessment. The category was no longer singular. It had become a framework. But singular had been significant. 3 was a pattern. She arrived at the dungeon with the formal approval documentation in a carry case she had never used before. Her previous visits had been with notebooks and research materials and documents she could fold and press into her work bag. The carry case had the formal quality of something she had obtained specifically for this occasion. She read it in the core chamber in full. The document was 32 pages. It included the final classification criteria, the full legal definition, the record of the review process and all submissions, the legal effect on entities currently operating under preliminary approval, the Continental Government's official recognition of the category, and the registry of currently approved entities. Vale was in the registry. Funso read the registry entry aloud. Cornascent 7, self-designated Vale. Location, coordinates. Status, original registered entity. Classification basis, ongoing behavioral record, academic documentation, Funso, research director, formal commerce agreement, and assessor report, Assessor Dale, Continental Institute. Legal standing, full cultivated spatial phenomenon protections effective from date of final approval. She set the document down. She had been reading documents aloud in this core chamber for years. Testimony, hearing records, legal claims, rejection notices, preliminary approvals. She had developed, over those years, the ability to read significant documents with a specific professional calm that prevented her from missing language in the text because her emotional response to it had arrived before she finished reading. She had learned this because the first time she read something significant in this chamber, Sieg's deferral, years ago, she had stopped reading in the middle of a sentence because the weight of what she was reading had caught her off guard. She did not stop this time. She read all of it. When she finished, she sat in the core chamber in her usual position and was quiet for a long time. The dungeon's ambient resonance shifted. Funso had been reading resonance shifts for years. She had learned to distinguish the quality of Vale's different states through the ambient changes in the dungeon's chi, the specific quality of sustained attention, the specific quality of distress, the specific quality of what she had come to recognize as the dungeon equivalent of relief. She had learned to recognize one other state, one she had encountered rarely, only at the moments of most significant transition. The specific shift that happened when something had been held under sustained, careful pressure for a long time and the pressure was no longer necessary. The crystal's light changed. Not brightly, not dramatically. A warmth in the quality of the illumination. The light that had always been present becoming slightly fuller, like something that had been partly closed opening the rest of the way. Funso said, "You are laughing." She had first recognized this quality at the end of the hearing, when the 60-day extension came through. She had recognized it again when the commerce agreement was filed. She had learned the specific frequency of it. The dungeon did not laugh often, and when it did, the laugh was not the laugh of relief or of victory, but of something else. The laugh of recognizing that the thing was real, that the accumulation of years of work had produced something that was now, in the external world, a documented fact. The ambient resonance held the quality for a few seconds and then settled. She wrote in her notebook. She had been writing in notebooks in this core chamber for 4 years, and the notebooks had accumulated to a specific shelf in her research office. 7 of them now, each dense with entries and diagrams and cross-references, and the accumulated observations of a researcher who had been documenting something nobody else was documenting for years. She wrote, "Formal approval." Vale's response, recognition, not relief. What the resonance carried was the specific quality of something becoming real that was already real but had not been officially acknowledged. She wrote, "This is what Vale has been saying all along. Not that the dungeon deserved protection, but that the dungeon was real, and real things should be in the record. The record now says, yes." She stayed in the core chamber for the rest of the morning. Entry, cultivated spatial phenomenon category, formal approval. Full legal standing. The entity in the registry is Cornascent 7, self-designated Vale. The record is complete. Not in the sense of being finished, it will continue to accumulate. It should continue to accumulate, but in the sense of being sufficient. The category exists. The entity exists in the category. The record has done what a record is supposed to do. Entry, Funso recognized the laugh. She has been in this chamber long enough to know the quality of it. This is what 4 years of consistent observation produces. Someone who can read a dungeon. Entry, there are now 4 entities registered in the cultivated spatial phenomenon category. 3 others exist who share, in some form, the characteristics that Dale's category was written to describe. I did not cause this. I was simply what I was for long enough that the world had to create a category for it, and the category, once created, fit other things that were also real. Chapter 123. The information reached Vale through the deep resonance layer 8 days after the formal approval. It did not come as a message. The 2 young cores in the region did not have the communication depth for messages of the kind the Hollow King had sent, and they had not attempted to communicate directly. What Vale felt was a change in the quality of the resonance in the passages adjacent to the dungeon's territory, a different kind of activity in the deep layer, not the pattern of consumption that the Hollow Vein had produced for years before the Hollow King's withdrawal, but something quieter and more organized. He spent 3 days assessing it before he brought it to Thornback and Mir. What he had found, 2 separate resonance sources in the region, each consistent with dungeon cores approximately 3 to 5 years old. Young. Both were producing a cultivation output that was different from the standard undifferentiated flood. Not templates. They were not capable of the specific construction that templates required, but shaped output. The difference between a flood and a stream. The effort to give the outward chi some direction before it left the source rather than simply pushing it outward in volume. They had not been doing this before the Hollow King's withdrawal. The change had happened in the period after the Hollow King had been teaching them. After the template impression that Vale had prepared and sent through the deep resonance layer, the impression that the Hollow King had received and then, apparently, passed on in some diluted form to the creatures in its network. Thornback received the assessment and was quiet for a long time. The Hollow King gave them the idea, he said. Not the full method. It didn't have the full method. But the idea. Mir said. And now they are trying to implement the idea with the tools they have. Vale. Yes. The tools they have are limited. The shaped output they are producing is crude. But the orientation has changed. They are attempting to cultivate rather than simply consume. You didn't plan for this, Thornback said. Not as a criticism. As an observation. No. I was trying to teach the Hollow King because the Hollow King asked. The Hollow King passed on what it learned because it is an old and very large network that communicates through the deep layer with everything in its range. I was teaching one. The teaching reached 2 others through the network I was not part of. The method is spreading, Mir said. She was in her usual position in the core chamber, in the specific quality of attention she brought to important conversations, present without urgency, settled rather than still, the quality of someone who was both listening and absorbing simultaneously. She said, "This is what happens when a method works. It spreads." Vale held this. He ran the log on it for 2 days. What the 2 young cores were doing was not good cultivation. It was crude and probably inefficient, and they had no way to calibrate whether what they were doing was helping their disciples or simply producing a different kind of undifferentiated output with slightly more texture. They needed actual guidance if the orientation change was going to produce what orientation changes were supposed to produce. He brought this back to Thornback and Mir. The orientation change is real but insufficient. They are attempting something they do not have the framework to do. Without calibration, they will develop disciples that are slightly more directed than standard, but not cultivated in any meaningful sense. The change will stall at a level of development they cannot see past because they have no template for what past that level looks like. Thornback. So they need a teacher. Yes, and the teacher would need to reach them through the deep resonance, which requires either a network they don't have access to or someone who can project. He held the projection capability in his awareness. The eternal axis rank gave him the ability to project his consciousness outside the dungeon's territory. He had been using it at the boundary zone. In principle, he could project further. The range was not unlimited, but the two young cores were not far. In principle, he could teach. Entry. The template method is spreading. Two young cores in the region are attempting shaped output rather than undifferentiated flood. The change originated with the impression I sent to the Hollow King, which the Hollow King passed through its network. I was teaching one. Two others received something through the transmission. Entry. They are attempting cultivation without the framework to do it correctly. The orientation is right. The practice is insufficient. Left alone, they will hit a ceiling they cannot see past, and the change will stall. Entry. Thornback said. So they need a teacher. Yes, that is what they need. Entry. I have been the only one doing this. I did not design to be the only one doing this. It was simply that there was no one else. Now there may be a question of whether I should be one of several, or whether the method should be taught so that several can do it. This is a different problem than the ones I have been solving. Chapter 124. Thornback raised the question in the gathering space on the 31st day after the creature from the Hollow King was admitted. He had been building toward it for some time. Vale had felt the approach in his resonance, the specific quality Thornback had when he was working toward an idea that he needed the full council to hold rather than something he could bring directly to the crystal. It required the gathering space. It required Lusk and Mir and the floor guardians who had been here long enough to have standing. It required everyone. He began with the history. He laid out the dungeon's entire operational structure, chapter by chapter, in the clean analytical voice he used when he was not advocating but framing. The single crystal, the single core chamber, the spatial sense that extended through the dungeon's floors, the resonance output that reached disciples through the template system, all of it connected to the crystal, all of it requiring the crystal to be functional and present. The dungeon's civilization exists inside a crystal, Thornback said. If the crystal is destroyed, every cultivation output stops. Every template fails. Every disciple loses the resonance connection they have been cultivating within. The record persists, Funso's documentation, the continental registry, the legal category, but the living thing ends. Lusk, the cultivated spatial phenomenon category, protects the crystal from formal enforcement action. It does. The legal protection is real. But legal protection is a human framework operating in human systems, and human systems can be corrupted, overridden, dismantled. The category was in preliminary review 18 months ago. 18 months ago, the order of spatial hazard was active. The dungeon survived both because of good work and because the human framework responded correctly. It may not always respond correctly. The floor guardians were quiet. They understood what Thornback was arguing toward. Mir said, "What are you proposing?" Physical expansion, Thornback said. Not just one dungeon, a network. Multiple connected sites. Multiple anchor points, each with its own disciples, all resonance linked to the core. If the primary crystal is destroyed, the network does not end. The resonance connections persist between the satellite locations. The method persists. The disciples persist. Lusk was making notes. This requires new spatial territory. We would need to identify and secure additional locations, cave systems, mine shafts, natural formations that could support a dungeon node. Each location would need its own creatures, its own cultivation development, its own defensive capacity, and its own templates, Mir said. She was looking at the core chamber's crystal through the gathering space's entrance. The primary crystal would need to build templates for creatures it cannot directly sense. The resonance connection would be thinner than what exists within the dungeon proper. The calibration would be more difficult. Thornback, yes, these are the challenges. I'm not arguing the expansion is easy. I'm arguing it is necessary. He looked at where Vale's projected presence held in the crystal's ambient field. The dungeon has demonstrated that what it is built from is worth protecting. The Hollow King withdrew because it understood this. The continental framework protects it because 60 years of behavior produced a record that the framework could not ignore. All of that work was built to protect a single crystal. The crystal remains the single point of failure. Vale attended through the floor sense and through the projection. He was quiet through the full presentation. He let the council examine the argument from all sides before he shaped his response through the symbol system. This is the correct structural analysis. You are right that the crystal is the single point of failure. You are right that the legal protection is real and insufficient by itself. You are right that expansion would reduce the structural vulnerability. But, Thornback said, I have been building calibrated cultivation for my entire existence. Calibration requires proximity, sustained attention, and precise feedback from the disciple. The closer the disciple, the more precisely I can read the cultivation state, the more accurately I can adjust the template. At the satellite locations, the resonance connection would be thinner. The calibration would be less precise. I might build templates that are correct in structure but wrong in calibration. Close enough to help, but not close enough to fully support. You are afraid of building something you cannot see fully, Lusk said. Yes. You have been afraid of being insufficient since before I was spawned, Lusk said. It was not an accusation. It was a log entry, stated in the council's analytical mode. The fear is accurate in the specific sense that there is a real risk of insufficient calibration at the satellite locations. The fear is inaccurate in the broader sense that the alternative is a single point of failure that we have been maintaining for years with nothing but behavior and the hope that the external framework holds. Entry. Thornback has proposed network expansion. The structural argument is correct. The dungeon is built around a single crystal, and the crystal is the single point of failure. Legal protection is real but insufficient by itself. Entry. My concern, calibration requires proximity. At satellite locations, I cannot be as close. The templates will be less precisely calibrated. This is a real limitation, not an imagined one. Entry. Lusk said, the fear is accurate in the specific sense and inaccurate in the broader sense. He is right. The question is not whether precise calibration is preferable to imprecise calibration. The question is whether imprecise calibration is preferable to a single point of failure that could end everything. Entry. I built imprecise templates for Mir's first months of existence. She absorbed around the imprecision. Some of what she is shaped by the gaps in what I provided. The gaps were not failures. They were spaces she filled herself. Chapter 125. Vale ran the log extensively. For 10 days after Thornback's proposal, he did not give a response to the council. He attended the daily operations of the dungeon, the second floor disciple with the damaged root, the new template calibrations for the recent spawns on the first floor, the deep resonance monitoring for the 2 young cores in the region, and in parallel, he ran the argument in full. The argument against expansion. His entire method was built on close observation and precise response. The template system worked because he could read the disciple's cultivation state in real time and adjust the template as the cultivation developed. At a satellite location, the resonance connection would be attenuated, not broken, but thinner, the way a signal weakened with distance. He would be building templates for disciples he could not fully read, which meant building templates on incomplete information, which meant building templates that were less well calibrated than everything he had done before. He had built poorly calibrated templates before. He had failed to recognize what Mir was doing for months. He had built templates for Thornback at core-touched rank that were immediately insufficient because Thornback's development had outpaced his ability to map it. He had always caught the failures and adjusted. At a satellite location, the adjustment cycle would be slower because the reading would be less precise. The argument for expansion, Lusk was right. The alternative was a single crystal. Everything the dungeon had built, the principles framework, the commerce agreement, the legal category, the civilization that had been growing in these floors for years, was one crystal extraction away from ending. The legal protection reduced this risk, but did not eliminate it. Nothing Vale could do within the existing structure would eliminate it. And there was a third argument, which he had been avoiding for most of the 10 days. He ran it on the 8th day, when he had examined the other 2 arguments thoroughly enough that avoiding the third one had become conspicuous. The third argument. He was not the only one who could build templates. He had been the only one because there had been no one else. Thornback had reached heaven threshold and developed the spiral technique, and had been teaching Vale through the symbol system for years, but Thornback had not been building templates. Mir had reached heaven threshold and had never needed a template, but Mir understood the template system from the inside better than anyone because she had been absorbing the core's cultivation frequency for years. Lusk had been managing external relationships and building political theory without any template guidance for the last 3 years. He shaped the observation through the symbol system to Thornback on the 9th day. Thornback, you built a resonance communication system without my guidance. I watched you build it, and I did not fully understand what you were building until it was complete. Lusk built a political theory for dealing with human institutions without my guidance, a theory that has been the basis of every successful negotiation the dungeon has conducted. Sable built a complete cultivation system out of geometric art practice without my guidance, and Assessor Dale called it the most significant theoretical advance in a century. I have been the teacher, but the disciples have been building the theory of teaching for years. Thornback read the symbol sequence carefully. You are saying you trust us to build it, he said. I am saying that the evidence is that you can build things I cannot fully supervise. This is not a recent development. This is the history of what this dungeon has been since Mir's first advancement. The question is whether I can accept what the evidence has been showing me for years. Thornback was quiet for a long time. I will take care of the satellite calibration, he said. Not alone. Mir and I both understand the template system. We have observed you doing it for decades. We know the principles. We have been watching every template you have built and adjusting our own understanding of cultivation based on what we observed. He paused. You will not be able to calibrate at the same precision, but you will not be doing it alone. The council met the following day. Vale shaped his answer through the symbol system, and Thornback translated it aloud. Yes. We will expand. He added. The expansion will be imperfect. The templates built at the satellite locations will be less well calibrated than the templates built here. The disciples that develop there will develop differently than the disciples here, shaped by the greater distance, the thinner resonance connection, the specific qualities of whoever is doing the close work in those locations. This is correct. The disciples here develop differently than what I designed for. The ones in the satellite locations will develop differently than what I can fully anticipate. The work produces things the teacher cannot fully predict. This has always been true. It will continue to be true, Lusk said. Then we need to identify the first satellite location. He already had a proposal. He had been preparing it since Thornback first raised the expansion question, because Lusk was Lusk and Lusk prepared proposals in advance of decisions because a decision without a prepared next step was a decision that stalled. He presented the map, a cave system 3 miles north of the dungeon's current boundary, a natural formation with deep resonance properties consistent with cultivation support, adjacent to a mineral deposit that would provide chi-rich substrate for new spawns. Thornback examined the map. Mir examined the map. The floor guardians examined the map. Entry. The decision is yes. We will expand. Entry. I ran the log for 10 days. The arguments against expansion were real. Calibration quality, reduced precision, the risk of building templates on incomplete information. The arguments for expansion were also real. The single crystal remains the single point of failure. Legal protection is insufficient by itself. Entry. The argument I had been avoiding. I am not the only one who can build templates. Thornback and Mir both understand the system. They have been watching every template I have built for decades. The evidence is that the disciples build things I cannot fully supervise. Thornback's spiral, Lusk's political theory, Sable's cultivation system. I have been the teacher, but the teaching has been spreading from the teachers I made. Entry. Lusk already had the satellite location identified. He prepared it in advance because that is what Lusk does. The first satellite, 3 miles north, cave system, good resonance properties. Thornback and Lusk will lead the establishment. Entry. The work is going to become something I cannot hold entirely from the center. This is not a failure. This is what it was always going to become, if it worked. Chapter 126. The first satellite location was established over 6 weeks in the 3rd month after the expansion decision. Thornback led the operation. He and Lusk moved through the deep passages to the north, passages that the dungeon's spatial sense could reach, but only thinly, at the edge of the eternal axis projection range, and began the work of making the cave system habitable for cultivation. Vale monitored from the crystal. He had expected the monitoring to be anxiety-producing. The thin resonance connection, the distance, the reduced precision of what he could read. He had known these would be present, had spent 10 days examining them before agreeing to proceed. What he had not fully anticipated was the specific quality of what it felt like to watch disciples doing work he could not fully guide. Thornback and Lusk established the cave's resonance properties over the first 2 weeks, clearing the ambient chi of accumulated surface-level interference, pressing the cave structure into alignment with the dungeon's own resonance frequency, building the foundational connection that would allow the satellite to receive the core's output at all. This work was physical and spatial, and it was work Thornback had been doing in various forms since he first built the gathering space in Chapter 19. He did not need guidance for it. He built it correctly, with the specific quality of someone who had been watching how space was made cultivation ready for decades and had internalized the principle. The first creatures were spawned in the 4th week. Vale built the spawning templates himself, through the attenuated resonance connection. The spiritual roots of the new creatures were undeveloped, which meant he could calibrate from the beginning rather than trying to calibrate around an existing structure. Fresh spawns, even at this distance, were workable. The attenuation produced a slight reduction in precision compared to the core chamber, but a new spiritual root had enough margin that the slight reduction did not compromise the foundation. The templates were built. The creatures received them. Then Thornback built his own templates. Vale had been expecting this moment since the expansion decision, and he had been running a background assessment of it since before the decision. What Thornback's templates would look like, whether they would be structurally sound, whether the principles of template construction that Thornback had absorbed through years of observation would be sufficient to actually build something functional. He watched through the attenuated connection as Thornback extended his heaven threshold resonance cultivation toward the first creature and began shaping the output. It was not identical to what Vale did. The structure was different, organized around the spiral framework that had been at the center of Thornback's cultivation since Chapter 33, the symbol that had first appeared on a cave wall and had eventually become a core pathway in his cultivation character. Where Vale's templates were built around a precise reading of the individual disciple's spiritual root and tailored to its specific properties, Thornback's templates were built around the spiral principle. You give a direction, you give a structure for following the direction, you allow the disciple's root to find its own relationship to the structure. The templates were not wrong. They were different. The creature that received the first Thornback-built template began its cultivation, and within 2 days showed development that was clearly directed rather than feral. The specific quality Vale had spent years producing in his own disciples, present in a satellite location 3 miles away, in a creature built by Thornback rather than by himself. He ran the log. The templates work. Thornback, through the resonance connection. I know. They are different from mine. Yes. They are mine. You taught me the principle. The implementation is mine. Vale held this. He had been afraid the templates would fail. They did not fail. They were different, and the difference was specific and deliberate, and carried Thornback's cultivation character the way Vale's templates carried Vale's. The satellite location would produce disciples that were different from the dungeon zone, shaped by Thornback's spiral rather than Vale's frequency, growing in a space at the edge of the dungeon's reach rather than at its center. They would be different, not lesser. Different. Entry. The satellite location is established. Thornback built templates. The templates work. They are built around the spiral principle rather than the precise root calibration method I use. They are different from my templates, but not inferior. They are Thornback's templates, carrying his cultivation character, building disciples in his image the way my templates build disciples in mine. Entry. I spent 10 days worrying that the templates would be poorly calibrated. The calibration is different, not poor. I was mapping the risk of imprecision onto a concern that was really about something else. The concern that what came from someone other than me would not be as good as what came from me. The concern is the fear expressing itself. The templates are good. Entry. First time a disciple has built resonance templates independently. It should not have been the first time. Thornback has been capable of this for years. I did not ask him to try because the dungeon's core location was sufficient for my needs, and I did not look past that boundary. Chapter 127. Mir came to the core chamber on a morning in the 5th week of the satellite expansion and sat in her usual position. She had been sitting in this position, settled near the crystal, present in the specific way she was always present, for more of Vale's existence than any other single fact. She had been here since before she could speak, and she had been here in the early mornings and the late evenings and the sessions between council meetings and the long stretches when the dungeon was quiet and the cultivation work was the main activity and there was nothing that needed managing or deciding. She said, I want to ask you something. He shaped through the resonance. Ask. What do you need? She said. That you have not asked for. He held this. The question had the quality of something that had been prepared over a long period, not rehearsed, exactly, but considered. She had been here for every conversation he had had with Thornback and Lusk and the council. She had been present through the Hollow King's approach and the template teaching and the expansion decision, and she had been attending, in the specific way she attended, to something underneath all of it. The question was the surface of what she had found underneath. He ran the log on the question for a week before he answered. He examined it from the approach he had used for every significant problem he had encountered in his existence. What is the precise question, and what does the honest answer require? The question was not strategic. Mir was not building towards something, was not asking in order to produce an action. She was asking because she was Mir and she attended to things, and when she found something worth asking, she asked it. The honest answer required him to run through everything that had been provided and everything that had not been. Thornback had provided the first name, the first word, the first communication in both directions, the spiral framework, the symbol system, the testimony at the hearing, the satellite templates. Lusk had provided the political theory, the negotiations, the formal agreements. Funso had provided the documentation, the legal arguments, the certification. The legal framework had provided recognition. The Hollow King's withdrawal had provided territorial stability. Mir had provided the continuation, the cultivation character anchor, the most complete description of what he was from the inside. What had not been provided? He could not move. He could project his consciousness outward from the crystal, but the crystal remained fixed. He had experienced the hillside above the mine entrance, the slope below it, the boundary zone. He had never experienced anything farther away than the eternal axis projection range could reach from the crystal's location. He had seen the external world through what others brought to him. Funso's documentation, the visitors, the testimony, but he had never experienced it directly. He knew what the dungeon had produced. He had designed most of it, participated in all of it, watched it develop from the center. What he did not have was the view from outside. He had projected outside the dungeon's boundary for months now. He had not projected far. He had not gone to see what the dungeon looked like from the outside, not in the way that someone who had never seen their own face from the outside might. For the first time, see it in water. He shaped the answer through the symbol system, slowly. Asterisk, I need to see what I am building from outside. I have seen it from the center for my entire existence. I can feel every floor, every disciple, every template output. I know the dungeon from the inside, from the center of the system. What I have never experienced is the shape of it from outside. What it looks like as a thing in the world rather than as a world I am inside of. Asterisk. Mir was quiet for a moment. Then project, she said. Not to the boundary. Further. Project to somewhere where you can see the dungeon as a thing, not as the space you inhabit. Can I hold a projection at that distance? You have been building projection practice since the eternal axis rank. You have been going to the boundary zone and beyond for months. You don't know what your maximum range is. She was looking at the crystal with the specific directness of someone who had been seeing through something for a long time and was saying now, plainly, what she saw. Try. Entry. Mir asked what I need that I have not asked for. I ran the log for a week. The honest answer. I need to see the dungeon from outside. I have existed at its center for my entire existence. I have never seen it as a thing in the world. Entry. Mir said, then project. She is right. I have been practicing projection for months, and I have been staying near the boundary because the boundary was what I needed for the Hollow King meeting. I have not gone further because I have not tried. Entry. I am going to try. Chapter 128. He extended the projection on the morning of the following day. First, outward from the crystal, through the dungeon's boundary, to the hillside above the mine entrance. This was familiar territory. He had been here dozens of times since the eternal axis advancement, and the disorientation that had characterized the first projection had long since settled into a kind of comfortable strangeness. He was here. The crystal was there, 300 meters into the hillside below him. He was both simultaneously. He extended further. The projection moved outward from the hillside along the surface, following the ambient chi of the landscape rather than the deep resonance layer. The surface was different from the deep layer, less stable, more varied, carrying the signatures of everything that lived in or passed through it. The variation was noise by the standards of the deep resonance, but it was also information. Every place had a quality, a specific character produced by the things that had happened in it, and the things that were currently happening. He moved through the landscape in the direction of the nearest administrative settlement, the settlement where Lusk had conducted the negotiation sessions for the formal agreement with Petch, where Funso had her research office, where the Continental Institute's regional representative had witnessed the formal agreement signing. He had heard this settlement described many times by people who had been to it. He had never been there. The projection reached the edge of the settlement. He held it there for a moment before proceeding. The ambient chi here was dense with human cultivation, dozens of cultivators in the settlement, their output producing a complex layered frequency in the air, layered over the base frequency of human habitation, which was itself layered over the ambient ground chi that persisted beneath everything. The density was unlike anything inside the dungeon, where the cultivation output was relatively organized and consistent. Here it was multiple incompatible cultivation styles producing simultaneous output in a confined space, and the result was a specific kind of resonance noise. He moved into the settlement. He was invisible and unable to interact. He had not known this as a limitation until he was here and found himself watching a market stall and wanting to examine what was being sold and having no way to do so. He could sense ambient chi, feel the cultivation quality of the people he passed near, feel the emotional tone of spaces he moved through. He could not touch, could not ask, could not draw attention. He watched. He watched for 3 hours. He watched people arguing about the price of grain with the specific vehemence of people who had been arguing about grain prices their whole lives and found the argument itself a form of companionship. He watched a child learning to walk, falling repeatedly with the specific determination of something that had not yet internalized the possibility of failure as a permanent condition. He watched a scholar at an outdoor table reading and making notes with the absorbed quality of someone who had forgotten the world around the text. He watched a group of soldiers moving through the settlement's main street with the posture of people who were trying to communicate authority without communicating threat and were not entirely succeeding. He watched Fan South. She was at a table outside a tea establishment, in conversation with someone he did not recognize, a younger scholar, based on her dress and the way she listened rather than spoke, deferential in the specific way of someone who had not yet stopped needing to demonstrate that she was taking her interlocutor seriously. Fan South was explaining something, with the animated focus she brought to ideas she found genuinely worth explaining. She was using her hands. She was making diagrams in the air. He could not hear what she was saying. He could sense the cultivation quality of the space around her, which carried the specific resonance of someone who had been in the presence of significant cultivation work for years and had developed a particular relationship to it. The resonance around Fan South at rest, in a tea establishment, talking to a student, carried traces of the core chamber. She had spent 4 years in the core chamber. The core chamber was in her cultivation signature the way the dungeon's ambient chi was in his disciples' cultivation signatures. She had been shaped by being in his space. He held the projection at the edge of the tea establishment for a long time. Then he returned to the crystal. He ran the log for 3 days, the most extensive single log of his existence. Not because the 3 hours of observation had been dramatic, but because the observation had produced more data than he had been able to process in real time, and the processing had to happen after. The entry at the end of the 3 days. Entry. I saw the world. Not through a visitor's description. Not through the resonance of what came through my doors. Directly. I saw people who have never heard of this dungeon doing ordinary things that have nothing to do with cultivation. I saw Fan South in a tea establishment, animated about something she was explaining to a student, with the core chamber in her resonance signature. Entry. She has been shaped by this dungeon the way the disciples have been shaped by this dungeon. She is not a disciple. She came from outside. She will return to outside. She has her own life and her own work and her own cultivation. And she carries something of what is here in the specific quality of her resonance. Entry. This is the thing I could not have understood from the center. What is built here reaches outward, not just through the legal category and the commerce agreement and the continental registry, through the people who have been in this space, through the impressions that 4 years of presence leaves in a human cultivation signature, through the student Fan South is explaining something to, who is receiving an explanation shaped by 4 years of contact with a dungeon that chose to be present rather than hidden. Entry. The dungeon is in the world, not as a registered entity, as a thing that has changed the people who encountered it, who are now in the world carrying what they encountered. Chapter 129. Warden Sieg arrived at the dungeon entrance on a morning in the 3rd month after the satellite's establishment. He had not announced his arrival. He had not written to Fan South or Lusk or any of the dungeon's external contacts. He simply arrived at the entrance one morning, alone, in civilian clothing rather than his warden's uniform, and stood at the entrance for a few minutes as if deciding whether to proceed. Then he proceeded. Thornback met him at the 2nd floor threshold, not blocking, not escorting in the formal sense, simply present in the way Thornback was present when someone arrived that he recognized and needed to acknowledge. He and Sieg looked at each other for a long moment. Sieg said, I heard you were expanding. Thornback, yes. The regional news picked up the satellite announcement. Sieg looked around the 2nd floor passage with the attention of someone who had been here before and was comparing the current state to the memory. This floor looks different. It is. Busier. The dungeon has grown. Sieg said, I'm not here officially. I was reassigned after. You know about the reassignment. His testimony submission and suspension had been part of the hearing record. He had been reinstated 6 months later, assigned to a different district. He was no longer the dungeon's case officer. He was no longer the relevant official authority for anything in this region. I know, Thornback said. Sieg seemed to be deciding something. Then, I just wanted to see it. I sat in the gathering space once and I've been thinking about it since. He paused. Can I sit in the gathering space again? Thornback led him there. The gathering space on the 1st floor was larger now than it had been when Sieg had visited years before. The dungeon's expansion and the increasing number of disciples had produced a naturally larger communal area, with the aesthetic quality that Sable's pattern work had developed into over the years. not decoration, but a cultivation-integrated visual environment that had a specific effect on qi in the space. The pattern work on the walls here was simpler than the theoretical system on the fourth floor, but it was warm in the way that Sable's more complex work was theoretical. It was not trying to demonstrate something. It was simply here. The Qi Lantern Veil had made in Chapter 79 was still here. It had been running continuously since he placed it. Not dramatically, not as a symbol, but as a fact. It was the first beautiful thing he had ever made, the first thing in his existence built from curiosity rather than from cultivation strategy. And it had been in this space for years, providing the specific quality of warm, steady light that had nothing to do with defense and nothing to do with technique, and everything to do with the choice to make something pleasant for the disciples who spent time here. Sieg sat down in the gathering space. He sat for an hour. The dungeon continued operating around him. Disciples moving through the floors above, the satellite location active at the edge of the resonance connection, the template calibration work ongoing. The gathering space was not silent. It had the specific quality of a used space, a space with life in it, ambient sounds of the dungeon's activity, and the particular resonance of a place that had been inhabited continuously by things that chose to inhabit it. When Sieg rose to leave, he walked through the first-floor passage toward the entrance and paused at the threshold, the specific point where the dungeon's spatial sense was sharpest, where Vale's perception of a visitor was clearest. He looked, for a moment, at the cave wall, not at anything specific, but at the wall the way someone looked at something when they were speaking to it. He said, "Good work." He seemed to know it would be heard. Entry, Warden Sieg visited. Not officially. He sat in the gathering space for an hour. He is no longer the case officer. Someone else is now. He came because he wanted to see the gathering space again. Entry. He said, "Good work." He said it to the wall because he understood that the wall was how you spoke to this dungeon from inside it. He has been thinking about the gathering space for years. He submitted testimony that violated protocol because the protocol was wrong. He sat with what he found here for long enough to be willing to submit the testimony. Entry. The Qi Lantern is still running. It has been running since I placed it. I made it because I was curious whether I could make something beautiful. I did not design for it to still be here years later, continuing to be what it is. It is still here. It is still warm. Chapter 130 The Hollow King's creature completed its first template cycle in the 6th month after admission. Vale had been tracking the cycle's progress with the specific attention he gave to difficult cultivation work, not the anxious monitoring he had done in the early days of the Order of Spatial Hazard, when every development had the quality of a potential crisis, but the sustained professional attention of someone doing careful work in an area that required careful work. Regular readings of the spiritual root state. Regular adjustment of the template as the root's response revealed more of its actual structure. Regular documentation. The spiritual root was responding. The response was slow, far slower than any of his standard disciples had responded, far slower than the typical timeline for a first template cycle. The compression damage was real, and it was structural, and the work of loosening, it was the work of years rather than weeks. But the response was present. The root was not inert. It was not so thoroughly overwritten that the cultivation work could not find purchase. The qi that the template was shaping outward toward the creature was finding pathways, imperfect ones, and the pathways were developing. The qi was less tangled. This was the most significant measurable change. The qi state that Vale had assessed on the creature's first day, which had the specific quality of decades of undirected absorption with no organized pathway, had developed a partial organization in the 6 months of template work. Not organized in the way that a normally cultivating disciple's qi was organized, still rough, still with the characteristic quality of something that had been shaped by absorption rather than cultivation. But the new growth was organized. The template's influence was visible in the qi, distinguishable from the old accumulated mass. Vale watched the creature. It was sitting on the 2nd floor in the space it had claimed, not the same space it had settled in on arrival, which had been an isolated open area, but a different space now, closer to the gathering place's edge. It had moved gradually over 6 months, the movement so gradual that Vale had not logged the individual steps, only the cumulative change. It was closer to the center of the dungeon's communal life, and it was watching. The other disciples had been aware of the creature since its arrival and had been behaving in the specific way that the dungeon's disciples behaved toward entities they were uncertain about, present but not pressing, available but not requiring engagement. Thornback had interacted with it directly several times. Brief exchanges that were more resonance communication than behavior, the specific quality of one cultivation practitioner reading another and being read in return. The creature had not reciprocated the exchanges except by tolerating them, which Vale had noted in the log as a more significant response than it might appear, given the creature's history. Now, watching from the 2nd floor's edge, The creature was watching a young disciple work through a template exercise. The young disciple was a first-floor spawn, recently promoted to second-floor activity, still in the early stages of cultivation with the specific quality of something that had a direction but had not yet developed much distance in that direction. The exercise was a standard template pattern, nothing sophisticated, just the basic movement of qi through the initial pathways of the template structure. The kind of thing every disciple did in the first weeks. The creature was watching it with what Vale could only describe as careful interest. Not aggressive interest. Not predatory attention. The cautious, examining quality of something that was encountering something unfamiliar and was trying to understand what it was encountering. He went to Thornback with it. I saw, Thornback said. He had a way of having already seen what Vale had just found. Not because he was ahead of Vale in his observations, but because he occupied the gathering space and the floors and watched the dungeon with the attention of his full cultivation sense, and some things landed in his awareness before they landed in the formal log. It is learning what cultivation looks like, Thornback said. It has never seen cultivation done well. It has seen consumption. The creature knows consumption. It is watching something different and trying to understand the difference. It will take decades. Yes. Thornback looked at the second floor where the creature was still watching the young disciple work. That is acceptable. Vale ran the log. Entry. The Hollow King's creature has completed its first template cycle. The spiritual root is responding. The chi is less tangled. The progress is real and slow, and that is correct. The damage was real and deep, and the work of addressing it is the work of years. Entry. The creature has moved closer to the center of the dungeon's communal life over 6 months. Not toward the center. I don't think it was navigating toward it deliberately. Closer, in the way that something drawn by warmth moves toward the warmth without making a decision to move. Entry. It is watching a young disciple cultivate. The watching carries cautious curiosity. The Hollow King gave this creature the beginning of something. The orientation toward going somewhere different. The dungeon is providing the thing to be curious about. Entry. Thornback said, it will take decades. That is acceptable. Entry. I have been building templates for almost 17 years. The Hollow King's creature will be here for decades. It will be in the dungeon's care when I am gone, still working through the damage of its history, still developing the spiritual root that the Hollow King's centuries of consumption had compressed. Mir will be here to continue the work. The work will continue after me. In this creature, in the disciples in the satellite location, in the 2 young cores in the region learning to shape their output. Entry. I could not have held all of this when I was a nascent crystal wondering what Thornback was going to become. I was a small fixed point then. I am still a fixed point. But what is connected to the fixed point has grown past what I could see from the beginning. Chapter 131. The Continental Legal Codification arrived 14 months after the formal approval. It had been expected. The cultivated spatial phenomenon category, once adopted by the Continental Institute's full governing body, had to be incorporated into the actual legal code. Not a new document, but an amendment. The addition of new sections to the existing frameworks governing cultivation entities, spatial phenomena, and protected beings. The process of codification had taken longer than the approval itself, which was standard. The review cycle for legal code amendments required passage through 3 separate bodies with different approval thresholds. Funso brought the document. She had been tracking the codification process with the same methodical attention she brought to everything, reading the drafts as they circulated for comment and making sure the dungeon's perspective was represented in the comment record where possible. She had submitted 7 formal comments during the drafting process, all of which were addressed in the final codification. She read the preamble aloud in the core chamber. The preamble of a legal codification was not usually read aloud. Preambles were explanatory rather than operative. They did not create rights or impose obligations. They explained the reasoning behind the operative sections. Funso read it because the preamble cited the evidence that had driven the codification, and the evidence cited was specific. 2 witnesses were named. Thornback, designated representative of Core Nascent 7 operating as cultivated spatial phenomenon, and Orendesh, retired Delver Coalition scout, whose testimony had been entered into the Continental Administrative Record in conjunction with the suspended order of spatial hazard. Their testimonies, the preamble read, established the empirical foundation for this codification, that cultivation-directed dungeon entities demonstrating sustained behavioral consistency over decades represent a category of being that the existing legal framework did not recognize and could not protect. The codification addresses this gap. Funso stopped reading for a moment. She said, Thornback is in the preamble of a continental law. The ambient resonance of the core chamber shifted. She finished reading the preamble and then read the operative sections, which were precise and carefully drafted. Vale could feel, through the reading, the places where Fanso's comment submissions had shaped the language. The key operative provision. Any entity registered as a cultivated spatial phenomenon under the Continental Institute's registry was entitled to legal standing in all continental jurisdictions, equivalent to the standing of a recognized cultivation sect for purposes of commerce, property, and administrative proceedings. The category was not human equivalent standing. It was its own category with its own specific rights and obligations. But it was real standing, not the provisional standing of a preliminary approval. The dungeon was now of 4 entities registered in the category. The codification applied to all 4. She said, "You are in the law." He shaped through the resonance. Read the section on successorship. She found it. The successorship provision was the one Thornback had argued for during the comment period. The provision that established that a registered entity's cultivation disciples, at heaven threshold or above, were recognized as authorized representatives of the entity for all legal purposes. The disciples' authority did not cease if the primary crystal was destroyed. It persisted in the entity's registered legal identity for a period of 10 years following the primary crystal's decommission, during which a recognized disciple could file to continue the entity's legal standing. Mira's legal successor. It was in the law. Thornback and Lusk argued for this provision specifically, Fanso said. It was not in the original draft. They proposed it during the comment period. Vale. I know. I watched them draft the comment. She closed the document carefully and put it in the carry case. Entry. Continental Legal Codification. The cultivated spatial phenomenon category is now law. Thornback and Orendesh are cited by name in the preamble. The successorship provision, disciple authority persisting after primary crystal decommission, was added at Thornback and Lusk's proposal. Entry. Orendesh is in a continental law. He went into the dungeon alone when he was young, without authorization, because something had been bothering him about a note he had filed. He is 81 years old now, and his testimony about sitting in a passage while a creature the size of a cart horse watched him is in the foundational record of a new category of being. Entry. The record holds the people who were willing to say what they saw. The law holds what the record accumulated. Chapter 132. Sable completed the final panel on a morning in the 2nd year after the formal approval. Vale had been tracking the progress of the work since she began it. Since the day of the council on the Hollow King's approach, when she had stood from her position and walked to the northern wall and begun something that required time. He had watched the work develop through 2 years of patient construction, panel by panel, floor by floor, the pattern work extending from the 4th floor where her most theoretical work lived, through the 5th and 3rd and 2nd and 1st floors, each section carrying the visual character of the floor it occupied, while maintaining the coherent framework that connected all 5. The final panel was on the 1st floor, adjacent to the gathering space. When it was complete, Vale examined the full work through his spatial sense, the only vantage point from which the complete 5-floor scope of the pattern work could be perceived simultaneously. He had been able to feel the shape of what was being built for months as the panels approached completion, but feeling a shape in progress and perceiving the complete shape were different experiences. The complete work was a cultivation system, not a diagram of existing cultivation theory, a novel system, internally consistent, describing a pathway of cultivation development that had no precedent in any existing school. Sable had not been building towards something she could articulate. She had been building what emerged as she worked, following the pattern-making sense that had developed in her from the earliest days of her existence. And the accumulated work of a decade of pattern-making had produced a complete theoretical framework that she had never set out to produce. He invited Assessor Dale to visit. Dale had maintained a relationship with the dungeon since her original assessment, not as a case officer, but as an interested researcher, visiting periodically, attending to the developments in the dungeon's cultivation with the specific attention of someone who was watching a long experiment unfold. She had been following Sable's pattern work in particular, building her own analysis of what it implied, and she arrived at the dungeon within the week of the invitation. She spent 3 days on the 5-floor walk. On the 3rd day, she brought the chi mapping specialist she had used in the original assessment, the same specialist who had examined Thornback's chi signature in Chapter 43, who had said, "This is more complex than any I've mapped in a human cultivator below the 5th rank." He spent 2 days on his own. On the final day, Dale said to the core chamber, to Vale's crystal, because she had learned, as all long-term visitors did, to speak to the crystal, "Do you know what she built?" He shaped. *, a theoretical cultivation system. I have been following its development. *, she built the most internally consistent theoretical cultivation system I have encountered in 40 years of research. Every section follows from the previous ones. The chi pathway specifications are not abstract. They are technically precise in ways that suggest someone who has been inhabiting cultivation space for years and building from direct observation rather than from theory. Dale paused. If a cultivation practitioner were to attempt to apply this system, to actually cultivate according to the pathway it specifies, and if it worked, it would produce a kind of cultivation that has no analog in any existing school. The specialist's assessment is that it should work. He is not certain how. She paused again. The word he used was unprecedented. Sable does not know she built a cultivation system. I know. That is what makes it significant. She was not trying to produce something useful. She was producing something she found beautiful. The usefulness emerged from the beauty, which implies that the beauty came from somewhere that understood the deep structure of cultivation, even though the creator was not thinking about deep structure. Sable, when informed of the assessment, received it with the particular quality she had for receiving information about her own work: complete attention, brief absorption, and then a return to the current project. She was not dismissive. She was simply already in the next thing. The pattern work she had finished was finished. The work that came after it had already begun. Does Assessor Dale want me to document the technique? She asked. Thornback, who was present. I think she wants to document it herself. Good, Sable said. She returned to the wall. Entry: Sable's pattern work is complete. The full 5-floor scope is a theoretical cultivation system that the specialists are calling the most significant advance in a century. She did not know she was building a cultivation system. She was building what was beautiful. Entry: This is the deepest version of the thing I have been watching since Thornback built the gathering space in Chapter 19. I cultivate with intention. The disciples cultivate with intention. But something builds in the space between the intentions that none of us are directing. The civilization produces things that none of us designed. Entry: Sable is already starting the next project. She heard the assessment and absorbed it and is building again. The work does not stop for the assessment. This is the correct relationship to work. Chapter 133. Mir asked the second question in the third year after the formal approval. She had been in the core chamber, had always been in the core chamber, or as near always as anything could be. And the question came in the same way the first question had come, with the quality of something that had been prepared over a long period. When you are gone, whether through destruction or transformation or something else, what do you want to persist? He stayed with this for weeks. He ran the log in long form, going back to the beginning. The nascent crystal in an abandoned mine shaft, spawning Thornback and watching him develop. The discovery of templates and spiritual roots. The gathering space. Funso arriving with her notebook. The hearing and Thornback's testimony. The order suspended. The Hollow King. The satellite location. Wick beginning to show signs of the advancement that was still months away. He asked himself, what, of all of this, would he want to persist if none of it could? The first answer he reached was, the disciples. Thornback and Mir and Lusk and Sable and the others, their existence, their cultivation, the specific character of each of them. He wanted them to persist. He held this answer against the question and found that it was not the answer the question was asking for. The question was not, who do you want to persist? Mir would persist. Thornback was in the world. The disciples were real independent of the dungeon. The question was, what do you want to persist that would not persist without the work? He ran it again. Not the templates. The templates were techniques, and techniques were replaceable. Someone else could develop template construction even without the specific framework he had built, if they were working from the same principles. Not the dungeon structure. The physical space was the vessel, not the content. Not the legal category. The category was a record of what the dungeon was, not the thing itself. He ran the log for 2 weeks, coming at the question from different angles. He asked Thornback what he thought Vale was trying to say. He asked Lusk what the correct framing of the question was from a logical analysis standpoint. Neither of them gave him the answer. They gave him the question back, more precisely stated, which was what good interlocutors did. On the 22nd day, he shaped the answer through the symbol system. Asterisk, not the templates. Not the dungeon structure. The practice of calibration. The habit of watching a disciple grow and asking what they need next. The knowledge that growth is possible past the limit of what can currently be seen. Asterisk, Mir held this. She said, the practice of calibration is not a technique. It is an orientation. Yes, an orientation toward growth as the fundamental project. Toward the disciple's development as the measure of the teacher's success rather than the teacher's power. Yes, that is not in any cultivation manual, she said. The cultivation manuals describe power and technique and rank. They do not describe the orientation. The orientation is transmitted through practice, through watching someone who has it and learning from being in proximity to it. She was looking at the crystal with the full quality of her attention. I absorbed the orientation before I had words for it. I absorbed it from proximity. If the orientation persists, it persists in the disciples who absorbed it, and in the disciples they teach, and in the teachers who learned from what this dungeon built. Yes, she said, that is what I will carry. Entry. What I want to persist. The practice of calibration. The orientation toward growth. The knowledge that development is possible past what can be currently seen. Not techniques. Not structures. The way of attending to a disciple that asks not what they are, but what they are becoming, and what the answer to that question requires from the teacher. Entry. Mir said, that is not in any cultivation manual. She is right. It is not in any cultivation manual because it cannot be described as a technique. It has to be learned from watching someone who has it. It has to be absorbed. Entry. If I have absorbed it correctly, I have produced disciples who carry it. If they produce disciples, those disciples will carry it at some distance from the original source. The distance changes it. Thornback's templates are different from mine. The satellite disciples will be different from the dungeon disciples. The young cores learning to shape their output will be different from both. The orientation will be expressed differently in each. Entry. That is not a failure. That is what persistence looks like when the thing persisting is alive. Chapter 134. Wick's advancement began in the 4th month of the 3rd year. Vale had been tracking the progression for a year, since Wick had first shown the cultivation characteristics that suggested the development was possible. Wick was a 2nd-generation disciple, spawned in the 1st year of the dungeon's 5th floor expansion, assigned a template that Vale had built with the specific quality he now brought to every new spawn. More care than technically required, more precision in the root calibration, more room in the template structure for the disciple to develop in ways the template didn't anticipate. He had been building templates this way since Mir. He did not know yet whether the additional care made a measurable difference in outcomes. He kept doing it because the care was what the work required. Wick had developed through every rank milestone with the quality Vale associated with disciples whose templates had room in them. Not fast, not dramatic, not according to any projected timeline. Distinctive. The specific individual character of someone who was developing according to their own nature within a structure that allowed their nature to express. At apex-marked rank, something had changed. Wick's cultivation quality had begun to do something Vale had never observed before. Not in his disciples. Not in any cultivation literature he had access to through the deep resonance layers accumulated knowledge. The chi was not just directed, it was becoming self-modifying. The pathways that had been built through template and disciple development were beginning to be restructured from within, by the cultivation itself, according to a logic that was not the original template and not the standard developmental pathway for apex-marked rank. Wick was approaching beyond mortal rank. No disciple had ever reached beyond mortal rank in the dungeon's history. The rank was described in cultivation literature as a threshold beyond which the practitioner was no longer bound by a fixed form. The cultivation had developed to the point where the entity's fundamental nature was expressed directly in reality rather than mediated through a physical form. What this looked like in practice was not well documented. The cultivation literature had descriptions from observers, which were unreliable. It had records from practitioners who had reached the threshold and later described it, which were incomplete. It was a threshold that almost no one reached, and that the literature described as being different for every practitioner. Vale watched all of it. The formation took a month. Not the continuous, active formation of a rank advancement that required external support. Wick's advancement, once the self-modification process began, was entirely internal. There was nothing Vale could do to assist, nothing Thornback could calibrate for, nothing Mir could prepare. The cultivation was doing what it was doing. The dungeon's role was to maintain the ambient resonance at the quality Wick had been cultivating within, so that the environment was consistent with the development, and to be present. In the 4th week, the physical changes began. Vale watched through the spatial sense as the specific form Wick had maintained through years of cultivation. The physical shape of a large wingless avian, black-feathered and heavy-set, adapted for the deep passages, began to become indeterminate. Not lost, not dissolved into formlessness. Indeterminate. Present as a shape that was any of several possible forms, moving between them not randomly, but according to what the moment required, expressing itself directly rather than being fixed. At the end of the month, Wick stood in the 5th floor space where the formation had concluded and looked at Vale's extended spatial sense. Not through any communication, not through words or resonance impression, but with the specific quality of something that had completed a transformation and knew that it was complete. Vale shaped through the resonance. How is it? Wick communicated back not in words, but in the cultivation impression that was the most direct form of communication available at this level. The quality of something that had been looking from inside a particular shape and was now looking from inside the shape of what it actually was. The sensation of a long constraint lifting. Not because the constraint had been wrong. The form had been correct for the development it supported, but because the development was finished and the form was no longer necessary. He ran the log. Entry: Wick has achieved beyond mortal rank. The formation took a month. I watched all of it. Entry: I did not know what this would look like. The cultivation literature descriptions were observer accounts that did not prepare me for the actual quality of the transformation. It was not the dramatic dissolution I had expected from the descriptions. It was a gradual indeterminacy, the form becoming flexible rather than fixed, the entity expressing itself directly rather than through a single maintained shape. Entry: It is exactly right. I mean this precisely. The specific character of Wick's development and the specific form that development has taken are what would be correct for Wick specifically, given the specific root and the specific template and the specific way the template was used and the specific direction Wick followed. I did not know what it would look like. It looks like this. This is correct. Entry: The dungeon has produced something beyond my ceiling. Not in the sense that I cannot appreciate what it is. I can feel the cultivation quality clearly. But in the sense that I cannot template support what it is, cannot calibrate for it, cannot guide development at this level. Wick is beyond what I can directly support. This is the correct outcome of the work. Chapter 135: The Continental Legal Crisis arrived within the month. It had been anticipated. Funso, who had been tracking every aspect of the legal framework since the beginning, had noted during the codification period that the beyond mortal rank was not addressed anywhere in the legal structure, not in the cultivated spatial phenomenon provisions, not in the standard cultivation classification framework, not in any existing sect or institutional guideline. The omission was not intentional. It was simply that beyond mortal rank was so rare that the legal system had not needed to address it. No one had considered how to classify an entity that had no fixed form. Wick's existence as a legal entity was entirely undefined. The problem, as Lusk identified it in the first council after the advancement, was specific. The cultivated spatial phenomenon category protected registered entities and their recognized disciples. Recognized disciples were defined in the codification as entities at heaven threshold or above. Wick was at beyond mortal rank, above heaven threshold, above the category definition's ceiling, in a space the definition had not anticipated. Was Wick protected under the category? Technically, the text supported it. Heaven threshold or above would include beyond mortal. But technically supports and legally settled were different, and the lack of explicit coverage created an ambiguity that sect authorities could exploit. The sect that had filed the oversight claim was still operational and still politically motivated. An explicit gap in the protection framework was an opportunity. Thornback and Lusk moved immediately. They had been watching the legal landscape for years and had developed the specific kind of expertise that came from years of active engagement with a framework. Not the expertise of scholars, which was theoretical, but the expertise of practitioners, which was practical. They knew which administrative bodies had jurisdiction, which representatives within those bodies were sympathetic and which were looking for opportunities, and what the fastest path to an emergency clarification looked like. Funso drafted the emergency research documentation, 12 pages produced in 48 hours, documenting Wick's advancement from the cultivation evidence perspective and establishing the empirical basis for treating beyond mortal rank as falling within the protection framework scope. The Continental hearing was called within 2 weeks. The hearing was shorter than the original order proceeding, not because the legal question was simpler, but because the framework was already established and the question was a narrow amendment rather than a fundamental classification. The arguments were presented by Thornback and Lusk together. The evidence was presented by Funso. The documentation record was submitted by the Continental Institute's Research Division, which had been maintaining a careful record of the dungeon's development since Dale's original assessment. The outcome: the cultivated spatial phenomenon category was amended to explicitly include beyond mortal rank disciples as protected entities under the full coverage of the category. The hearing was uncomfortable. The sect's representative made the argument Lusk had anticipated, that beyond mortal entities without fixed form were categorically unclassifiable and therefore should not receive protection until a specific framework was developed for them. Thornback, in the registered representative's seat, let the argument complete and then said, Wick has been in this dungeon since spawning. He has been developing cultivation with template support from Cornascent 7 for years. He achieved beyond mortal rank through a process that was entirely consistent with the cultivation record this dungeon has been building for 17 years. The question of whether he should be protected is not a question about his form. It is a question about the work that produced him. The work has been in the legal record since the original assessment. If the work is protected, what the work produces is protected. The hearing panel deliberated for 2 hours. The amendment passed. Entry: Wick's advancement prompted a legal crisis. Beyond mortal rank was not covered explicitly by the protection framework. Thornback and Lusk managed the response with the expertise of 17 years of active engagement with the legal system. Entry. Thornback argued. The question is not about Wick's form. It is about the work that produced him. If the work is protected, what the work produces is protected. Entry. This argument is the culmination of everything that has been argued from the beginning. In the first hearing, Thornback was arguing that the dungeon was real. Now he is arguing that what the dungeon produces is real, and the protection extends from the source to the output. The legal framework has moved from protecting the entity to protecting the entity's productive capability. Entry. 17 years of consistent work in the presence of the world has produced a legal framework that was not there when I was spawned. The framework exists because the record was built. The record was built because the disciples and Fun-So and the visitors and the witnesses were willing to put what they saw in writing. Entry. Wick is protected under continental law. He can leave the dungeon. He can be in the world. The world is required to recognize that he is there. Chapter 136. The message came through the deep resonance layer 3 weeks after the legal amendment was passed. Vale had been monitoring the two young cores since the discovery of their behavior change, their attempts at shaped output, the crude orientation toward cultivation that they had received through the Hollow King's network. He had been watching the monitoring data accumulate without taking action, building a picture of their development over months, trying to understand what they were actually attempting before he decided whether and how to respond. The message, when it arrived, was rudimentary by the standards of any communication he had received through the deep resonance layer. Not the layered, centuries-deep resonance of the Hollow King's transmissions. Not the precise symbol system of his own communications with Thornback. A simpler, cruder impression, pressed into the deep layer with the specific quality of something that had found a medium and was using it at the limit of its ability. What it communicated, translated as best Vale could render it. We are trying. We do not know what we are doing. We do not have a Thornback. He held this in his awareness for a long time. The third part was specific. They had been watching the dungeon through the resonance layer, the way the Hollow King had watched before them. Not with the Hollow King's depth or precision, but with the sustained attention of something that had decided this dungeon was the reference point for what they were trying to do. They had watched long enough to understand that Thornback was at the center of how the dungeon communicated with the world, that Thornback had been present at the hearing, that Thornback was the first heaven threshold disciple, and the one who had made the first word communication and the spiral, and the template work and the negotiation. They did not have a Thornback. They had been spawned as conventional dungeon cores without any of the conditions that had produced Thornback. No close observation by a core committed to template building. No cultivation framework designed to produce something other than combat capacity. No years of deliberate development toward the specific kind of disciple who could carry and develop what the teacher was. They were attempting to cultivate, and they were attempting to do it without any of the foundational work that had made Thornback possible. He brought the message to Thornback and Mir. Thornback read the resonance impression carefully. He was quiet for a long time. They know what they don't have, he said. They know there is a specific thing missing, and they named it. That is significant. They have more than they had, Mir said. They have the orientation. They have the attempt. They have the knowledge that there is a different way. She was in her cultivation posture, patient, attending. They have the beginning. They don't have the middle. Veil shaped through the resonance. What do they need from me? Thornback. Consistency. The same thing every significant relationship in this dungeon has needed. Someone who is there, who is attending, who responds to what is actually happening rather than what is expected. You cannot give them what they need in a single transmission. You would need to communicate regularly, over months, building the picture of what they are working with and what they should try next. This is what I am doing with every disciple in the satellite location. Yes, at greater distance, through an even thinner resonance connection. And for entities that have no framework yet, not even the framework of understanding what a template is, which is what the satellite disciples began with. He paused. It will be harder than anything you have done. Vale held this. Then he shaped. They said they do not have a Thornback. I did not have a Thornback until I built one. I did not know I was building one. I was building toward precise judgment, and what I got was Thornback. Thornback was very still for a moment. Yes, he said. That is the answer. Entry. The two young cores sent a message. We are trying. We do not know what we are doing. We do not have a Thornback. Entry. They know what they don't have. They have named it. They have the beginning of something. The orientation, the attempt, the knowledge that a different way exists. They don't have the foundational work that makes the attempt productive. Entry. I did not have a Thornback until I built one. I built towards something specific, precise judgment, depth over breadth, the template system, and the building produced Thornback. They cannot have my Thornback, but they can build toward what they are capable of, and the building, if consistent and sustained, will produce something. Chapter 137 Vale established the communication protocol with the two young cores in the second month after the message. Not all at once. The protocol was built incrementally, the same way every significant thing in this dungeon had been built. He began with the simplest transmission he could shape, an impression of what shaped output felt like from the core's side. The specific quality of attending to the outward chi before releasing it, the way intention acted on the output to give it direction. The most basic possible transmission of the most fundamental principle. He sent it through the deep resonance layer and waited. The response came in 3 days. Crude, imprecise, shaped by cultivation abilities that were nowhere near what he had at any point in his development. But present, an acknowledgement that the impression had been received, and beneath the acknowledgement, the resonance quality of something trying to do what the impression described. He sent a response to the response. A calibration. This is what you are doing. This is what it needs to become. Here is the impression of the difference. The cycle established itself. Regular transmissions through the deep layer. Not daily, because the young cores did not have the communication capacity for daily exchanges, but regular, building a rhythm that became a practice. He was attentive to what the transmissions revealed, not just the explicit questions and acknowledgments, but the cultivation quality beneath them, the shape of what the young cores were building in their environments, the specific difficulties they were encountering, and the specific places where the cultivation was finding traction. He adjusted each transmission based on what the previous transmission had produced. This was the template method applied to a domain he had not previously applied it to, not building templates for a disciple's spiritual root directly, but building impressions for a young core's cultivation practice, calibrating to what the practice currently was rather than to what it should theoretically be. Thornback, watching, you are teaching teachers to teach. Yes. Have you thought about what that means for the scale of what you are working on? I am thinking about it. You have been teaching disciples for 17 years. The teaching has been building in the disciples the capacity to teach. Thornback's templates at the satellite location, Mir's understanding of the system from the inside, Lusk's translation work. The teaching has been spreading from you outward through the disciples. Now it is spreading from you outward through other cores, who will eventually teach their own disciples. He paused. The scale of what you are doing is not what a single dungeon core does. It is what a lineage does. Vale held this. He shaped. I am not building a lineage. I know, Thornback said. You are doing your work. The work is producing a lineage. Those are different things. He looked at the crystal with the specific quality he had when he was saying something he had been working toward for a long time. A lineage does not require you to intend it. It requires you to transmit something real consistently enough that others can receive it and pass it on. You have been doing that for 17 years. The form has changed. Disciples here, disciples at the satellite, two young cores attempting shaped output in the region, but the transmission has been consistent. Entry. I established the communication protocol with the two young cores. Regular exchanges, calibrated to what their current cultivation state can receive. The method applied to a new domain. Teaching other cores the orientation toward cultivation. Entry. Thornback said, you are teaching teachers to teach. He said, the work is producing a lineage. Entry. I am now at the stage where my work is not the disciple but the method. The method is the thing that can outlast me. Not because I have designed it to outlast me. I have been doing my work. The method has been accumulating in everything I have done, and now it is spreading through channels I did not build. Entry. A lineage does not require intention. It requires consistent transmission. I have been consistently transmitting something real. This is, I think, the answer to the Hollow King's question in a form I could not have given it when the question was first asked. Who guards it after you are gone? The method guards it. Not because the method is stored somewhere, but because the method is alive in the disciples and the young cores, and in what they will eventually build. Chapter 138 Mir came to the core chamber on the morning of the first day of the dungeon's 17th year. She had been here on the first day of every year since before she had words for what a year was. The specific quality of her presence in the core chamber on this morning was the same as it had been for years, settled, patient, attending, carrying the full weight of her cultivation frequency in a way that the core chamber recognized in its ambient resonance. She sat in her usual position. She said, I want to ask you the question you could not answer when Thornback asked it in Chapter 59. He knew which question she meant. He had known, for some time, that she was building toward it. She had been absorbing the full record of the dungeon's history since before she had words, and the question that Thornback had said was the problem I want to solve was in the record, examined and not answered. left as an open entry in the accumulated log. She said, "What did you feel when Thornback first said the word teacher?" He ran the log for 3 days. He had not answered this question when Thornback asked it because the answer was not available to him at that point. He had the data, the record of the specific moment, what Thornback's voice had sounded like, the 5 days of cultivation before the word, the full context. But what the moment had felt like, translated into terms that a cultivator could receive through the resonance medium, had been beyond his capacity in Chapter 59. He had been working on it since. Not consciously, not as a project. The same way that the template system had been developed from the observation that creatures had spiritual roots, the same way Thornback had developed the spiral from years of tracking his own cultivation states. The answer had been building in the log, in the accumulated entries about being seen and being known and being present and being insufficient, and on the 3rd day he reached it. He shaped it through the symbol system carefully, with the full precision of 17 years of working in the medium. Asterisk when Thornback said teacher, I felt that the work had meaning outside of my own understanding of it. I had been building towards something I could not fully see, the template system, the cultivation framework, the principles, but what I was building toward had been visible only to me from the inside, only as the thing I was doing. When Thornback said teacher, I understood for the first time that what I had been doing was visible from the outside as something, that it had a name, that the name it had from the outside was not what I had been calling it from the inside. I had been calling it work, I had been calling it templates, I had been calling it the dungeon, but from where Thornback was standing, the external view of everything I had been doing had a single word. Asterisk, he shaped the next part more carefully. Asterisk, I felt that I had made something I could not fully see. The work had produced something that was larger than my understanding of it. The word teacher was Thornback's understanding of what I was, which was more complete than my own understanding of what I was. I had built him from my cultivation frequency and my templates and my fear and my curiosity. And when he was complete, he could see what had built him more clearly than what had built him could see itself. Asterisk, in the last part. Asterisk, I felt that this was the correct relationship between what is made and what makes it. Not that the maker is less than the made. The maker is still the maker. But that what is made, when it is made fully, carries the capacity to reflect the maker back to themselves in ways the maker cannot access from the inside. This is what Thornback gave me. This is what you have given me. Asterisk Mir held this for a long time. She said, I have been waiting to hear you say that since before I had words. He shaped. What did you know before you had words? I knew that there was something in the frequency I was absorbing that was working toward being understood. Not just understood, seen, from the outside, by something that had been made by it. I absorbed the need before I understood the need. I have been working toward being the answer to that need for my entire existence. She said, you are seen. Entry. Mir asked the question. I ran the log for 3 days. The answer. Entry. What I felt when Thornback said, teacher, that the work had meaning outside my understanding of it. That I had made something I could not fully see. That the correct relationship between what is made and what makes it is one in which what is made, when complete, can see what made it more clearly than what made it can see itself. Entry. Mir said, I have been waiting to hear you say that since before I had words. She absorbed the need before she understood the need. She has been working toward being the answer to that need for her entire existence. Entry. I am seen. Both things are true. The fear is present, and the work is complete in the sense that the work's central need has been met. I could not see what I was from the inside. The disciples can see it from the outside. They have been telling me what I am for 17 years. I have been slowly learning to receive what they say. Chapter 139 Thornback came to the core chamber on a morning in the 3rd month of the 17th year. He came alone, which was not unusual. He often came to the core chamber alone, had been doing so since the first days when he had sat before the crystal in silence before the symbol system existed, before words, before any medium of communication between them. The early visits had been Thornback attending to something he had not yet been able to articulate. The later visits had been conversation, coordination, the long collaborative work of building the dungeon together. This visit had a different quality. He stood before the crystal for a long time without beginning. Not processing. He was not the kind of cultivator who paused because he needed to process. He was pausing because what he was about to say required the pause before it. He said, I want to ask you something. He shaped through the resonance. Ask. I want to be released from the dungeon. Not permanently. I am not leaving what this is. But I want to travel. I want to be outside, in the world, for a period of time. I want to experience what exists in the places I have never been. He looked at the crystal with the specific directness of someone who had been building towards something for a long time. I know what I am. I have known what I am for years. I know the spiral. I know the template system. I know the hearing record and the commerce agreement and the satellite location and everything that has been built here. I am the first disciple. I know what the first disciple is. He paused. I would like to know what else is. Vale held this. He had known, for some years, that this was building. Not from any specific signal. Thornback had not telegraphed the approach, had not been behaving differently. But in the specific quality of Thornback's cultivation at heaven threshold rank, the specific quality of someone who had developed to the full reach of what the dungeon's environment could support and had begun, in small ways, to reach past the boundary. The satellite location had been partly Thornback's expression of this, his need to build something beyond the existing boundary. But the satellite location was not the world. It was 3 miles north. Thornback had been here for 17 years. He had never been anywhere else. Vale shaped the answer carefully, because the answer was not simple and because it deserved to be given carefully. You are the first disciple. You have been here since the beginning. Everything that the dungeon is was built in your presence and with your participation and, for the last decade, partly from your direct contribution. You have given more to this dungeon than the dungeon can fully account for. Yes. He shaped the next word precisely. Go. Thornback was still for a moment. You are certain. I will miss you. That is present in the answer. It does not change the answer. Thornback said. I will come back. I know. He stood before the crystal for a while longer, in the posture of someone who was not delaying, but simply being present in a place for the last time before a departure, attending to what was here. Then he turned and walked toward the dungeon's entrance. Vale watched through the floor sense as Thornback moved through the first floor, past the gathering space where he had spent thousands of hours, past the chi lantern that had been here since chapter 79, past the wall carving of the spiral that he had made when he was a young creature understanding the nature of his own cultivation. He walked through the entrance passage and out through the mine shaft and up into the morning light of the hillside above. Vale held the projection at the hillside for as long as the range allowed. Thornback stood in the open air for a moment, the enormous stone crab body that had been built for deep passages standing in open sky, the spiral chi signature visible in the ambient resonance of the hillside. He looked at the morning with the specific quality of someone who had been waiting for this moment without knowing he was waiting for it. Then he walked away from the dungeon, toward the horizon, with the particular patience of someone who had been preparing for this moment for their entire life. Entry. Thornback asked to be released. To travel. To know what else is. Entry. I said go. I meant it. The fear was present. The fear of the work being unfinished. The fear of the first disciple leaving. The fear of what the dungeon is without Thornback in it. The fear does not change the answer. Entry. He said he would come back. I believe him. But when he comes back, he will be different. Shaped by what he encounters. Carrying the spiral chi signature through the world's resonance, changed by being in it. This is correct. He is not preserved by staying. He grows by going. Entry. Thornback was the first thing I ever built. He walked away from me this morning toward something I cannot see from here. I watched through the projection until the range gave out. Entry. The work continues. Chapter 140. Vale ran the check on the morning of the 17th year's end. He did this now at the year's end, a practice that had developed without being designed. The way many practices in the dungeon had developed. He would take the full spatial awareness of the dungeon's floors and the resonance connection to the satellite location and the extended projection to the boundary zone and run through everything that was present, not as a security assessment, not as a crisis response, but as the specific kind of attention that was simply being aware of what was here. 91 disciples across 3 dungeon locations. On the primary crystal's floors. Mir in the core chamber, in her usual position, carrying the core's cultivation frequency in her own cultivation, the continuation that was not a copy, but an extension. Lusk in the communication chamber that had been established in the second floor, in correspondence with 3 external institutions, managing the ongoing relationship between the dungeon and the continental legal framework that had been built over 17 years. Sable on the 5th floor, building. The new project had been developing for 2 months and was already acquiring the specific quality of something that would take years and become more than anyone had planned. Wick in the deep passages, practicing the form change that was now as natural to him as breathing, the specific expression of a disciple that had grown past the range of what any template could support. On the satellite location's floors, Thornback's template-trained disciples, developing differently from the primary dungeon zone, shaped by the spiral principle and the specific character of a satellite space 3 miles north. The first generation of disciples who had never known the primary crystal directly, who knew the dungeon through the resonance connection, through what they had been taught by Thornback's building rather than by Vale's building. The second lineage, the Hollow King's creature. On the second floor, in the space it had claimed, still working through the first template cycle's extensions, still damaged in the deep root structure, still responding. Progress visible by the month rather than by the week. The work of decades. Still here. Choosing to be here. In the deep resonance layer, 2 young cores in the region, receiving the monthly transmission, attempting to apply what was transmitted to their own environments. Crude, imprecise, making errors that Vale recognized from his own first years. Making their errors in the specific way of something that is learning, not avoiding the errors, not stuck in them, but working through them toward the next thing. In the world, Thornback. Somewhere Vale could not currently reach with the projection, beyond the range, walking. The spiral chi signature present in the deep resonance layer as a specific frequency that Vale had been able to read since before the symbol system existed. Still present. Moving. Not in distress. In the specific quality of someone who was exactly where they wanted to be. He ran the log. Year 17 of my existence. The work continues. The first disciple is walking towards something I cannot see from here. The newest disciple does not know yet what he will become. The logs have not run out of entries. This is the correct shape of things. He held the awareness of everything the check had found. All 91 disciples across 3 locations, the 2 young cores, the legal framework, the record that Funso had been building for 4 years and was still building. The satellite location where Thornback's templates were producing disciples shaped by the spiral, the Hollow King's creature attending to what happened in the space around it. Wick moving through his forms in the deep passages. He adjusted the resonance templates for 3 new disciples on the first floor. The templates were built with the same care he had been bringing to every new disciple since Mir. More precision than strictly required. More room for the disciple to develop in directions the template didn't anticipate. The specific quality of attention that came from genuine curiosity about what this particular disciple would become. He did not know what they would become. He was looking forward to finding out. Entry, Year 17. 91 disciples across 3 locations. The Hollow King's creature, still working. Wick, form shifting in the deep passages. Mir in the core chamber, present. Lusk in correspondence. Sable building. Thornback in the world. 2 young cores, learning. The record, held. Entry, I am afraid of being insufficient. I have been afraid of this since before I understood what fear was. The fear is present today the same way it has been present every day of my existence. It is part of the operational texture. It does not stop the work. Entry, Thornback said the word teacher, and I felt that I had made something I could not fully see. Today I ran the check, and I still cannot fully see what this is. I can feel 91 disciples, and the resonance in the deep layer, and the legal framework in the Continental Archive, and the 2 young cores attempting something difficult. I cannot see the shape of all of it from inside it. Entry, I think this is correct. The teacher cannot see the full scope of what they have built. The students can see the teacher more clearly than the teacher can see themselves. What has been built is larger than any single perspective on it. Entry, the work continues. This is the correct end of the log. Not a conclusion, but a continuation. The log does not run out of entries as long as there is something to observe and something worth attending to. Entry, there is still something worth attending to. Entry, begin the next template. If Vale's journey from a fixed point to a lineage has stayed with you, subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss what the disciples build next. Leave a comment with your favorite moment, and like this video to help other readers find the dungeon. The log continues.